Alright, you and I are about to meet a special guy. Look, there are basically two types of people in this world. First, the completely delusional ones who think they are absolute legends. Second, the rare few born knowing they are destined for total greatness. And our boy Singu here? Oh, he is absolutely convinced he belongs to that second group. Born to be the ultimate main character, fueled entirely by his massive ego. But reality is a harsh pill to swallow, so to escape the pain, our main character spends every single day scrolling endlessly through pretty girls on his feed. By all accounts, he should be out there conquering dungeons right now, but Singu is still stuck at home. His only real daily quest from his mom is taking out the trash. Ironically, the absolute biggest piece of trash is still laying right smack in the middle of the room. Seeing her lazy son practically glued to the floor, Mom pokes her head in. She looks completely ready to rip that bedroom door straight off its hinges. Marches in, gripping a steaming hot iron spoon like a lethal weapon. Is my unemployed 26-year-old son actually super busy with something today, or just being entirely useless again? What could possibly be more important than doing your basic chores, you absolute bum? Singu instantly bolts, grabbing the garbage bag and sprinting for his life. Because if he stays 1 second longer, he is definitely the one getting tossed in the dumpster. Dragging the trash outside, Singu lets out a heavy sigh. Yeah, she roasts him daily, but he knows his mom really loves him more than anything. Boom, suddenly some absurdly rich guy sets off daytime fireworks out of nowhere, making our boy completely jump out of his skin. Singu instantly checks the latest news online, and what pops up on his screen makes him literally gasp out loud in pure shock. Classic. 10 years ago, this insanely massive, bizarre structure just randomly materialized high up in the sky. People literally call it the floating castle. And honestly, ever since that day, it has completely dominated every single trending search online. Now, this floating castle has two extremely strange features. First off, it just effortlessly hovers up there in midair with absolutely zero magical or physical support holding it up. And secondly, absolutely nobody can actually get inside. Ever since this giant floating fortress first showed up, the whole world went completely insane. Everyone desperately wanted to uncover its dark secrets, but literally no one succeeded. That is until one fateful day, when those specifically chosen by the castle magically awakened to become active players. These awakened players can actually fly using their very own wings, and they were finally granted permission by the fortress to step inside. The lucky chosen ones are instantly dispatched to explore the vast grounds of the castle. Down below lies an endless maze filled with bizarre monsters, deadly traps, mysterious dark energy, and brutal dungeons. A specialized elite army totally dedicated to conquering the floating castle was officially formed, and these guys are the absolute top-tier elites among the chosen. But you and I both know the depressing part. Singu is definitely not one of them. Thinking about how the floating castle has been here for 10 whole years, and he hasn't grown a single wing feather drives him absolutely crazy. Singu is utterly convinced that the all-powerful castle system must have made a huge glitch. If it only selects highly special people, why in the world is he still stuck down here? Even so, our guy holds on to this unshakable ironclad belief that one day he will finally sprout his own epic wings, despite his mom yelling or being totally flat broke. Still, Singu completely understands he needs to get a real job. He really cannot just happily starve to death while waiting around forever to become an awakened player. Suddenly, an empty soda can violently tumbles toward him. Singu gets super triggered seeing some arrogant rich brats obnoxiously showing off an expensive energy drink supposed to help humans grow wings. The two snobs are casually chatting about someone clearing level 32 with those loud fireworks, completely unaware that a highly salty young man is angrily cursing them out right behind their backs. Singu gently drops the empty can, then winds up and kicks it with absolute maximum effort. The can shoots straight into the sky like a literal rocket, scaring the living daylights out of those two guys. Singu watches it fly with total smug satisfaction, thinking that at least this stupid piece of trash can get close to the castle. Suddenly, something incredibly weird starts falling straight back down, making Singu super curious. He aggressively squints his eyes, entirely shocked to realize an actual angel is plummeting toward the ground. Singu instantly realizes this gorgeous girl is a retired player who got forcefully rejected by the castle. But there is absolutely no way he is letting her smash face first into the concrete from that insane height. Doing some quick mental math, Singu calculates she is going to crash straight into this nearby building. He immediately sprints full speed toward the danger zone. Totally ignoring the elevator, Singu practically flies up the stairs. He kicks the rooftop door wide open and spots the girl plunging completely upside down. Gritting his teeth, Singu leaps. The terrifying explosive force from his feet completely shatters the floor tiles. He launches himself directly at the free-falling girl. You see, literally ever since the day he was born, Singu has been unbelievably stronger than normal humans without zero training. While still wearing diapers, he casually lifted a whole washing machine. Back in school, he accidentally ripped a heavy door off just because he could not control his absurd strength. His desperate parents tried enrolling him in various martial arts classes to safely harness his power. But nowhere could ever keep Singu for more than a single month. During his taekwondo phase, he literally punched his master square in the face. In Japanese sword class, he snapped absolutely every weapon in half. At judo, he effortlessly picked his master up and spun him around for minutes until the poor guy was forced into early retirement. Singu, you seriously do not need to learn basic human fighting skills. Because deep down, you are already a total monster. Ever since that moment, Singu firmly believed he possessed crazy special powers. And when that floating castle first showed up, Singu arrogantly thought his glorious time had finally arrived. But unfortunately, 10 whole years passed and he still doesn't have his own majestic wings. Stick with me here, because this is where things get wild. Singu totally believes this is his ultimate destiny. No retired player ever survives a fall from the castle. If a normal human tries saving them, it is basically guaranteed suicide. But Singu is built different. He is far from normal. The falling player girl slowly opens her eyes, feeling someone tightly bracing her. She's resting safely in Singu's strong arms, trying to speak, but he immediately tells her to stay quiet. Singu's feet violently slam into the solid ground, but the pure momentum definitely doesn't stop right there. The insane reaction force combined with crushing gravity makes Singu grit his teeth super hard, and it looks like he just crashed straight into a massive sinkhole. Exactly 3 seconds after the ground collapsed, our duo just kept falling into the abyss. Who even knows when they will hit the bottom? Oh wait, they finally stopped after that massive impact, and surprisingly, they are somehow still alive. Looking at the stuttering girl in his arms, Singu pulls out his best cool guy voice. Oh, sorry about that, let me put you down. The girl profusely thanks Singu for saving her life. She honestly never thought she would actually survive that crazy drop. But where in the world are we? Hearing this, Singu figures that even high-level players do not actually know everything. But hey, our guy does not want to be buried alive here, so he frantically looks for an exit. Singu steps up like a total boss, ready to throw a massive punch. But suddenly a weird robotic voice echoes out from absolutely nowhere. The Anzan open world has been activated. You are incredibly lucky to be selected for the exclusive Underground Player Challenge. Clear out the Wildwing Graveyard to become an Underground player. For the girl who just got literally thrown away by the Sky Castle, this is basically a total respawn opportunity. But when they call out, the cave stays dead silent. Absolutely nothing happens. Singu awkwardly scratches his head to break the incredibly tense silence. Yeah, maybe we should definitely talk about this whole quest thing later. First, let us introduce ourselves. Singu confidently flexes that he is a 26-year-old unemployed dude, despite having a college degree. What a flex, right? Unlike a normal reaction, the girl is absolutely flabbergasted that Singu is just a normal civilian. Because what normal civilian is insane enough to jump off a rooftop just to catch a falling girl? And then get buried in a totally bottomless pit with her? Seeing her standing there completely shocked out of her mind, Singu confidently pats his bicep and drops a cheeky wink. I am super strong, born to be a player. The girl just shakes her head, not buying his absolute nonsense. Some people are basically born to be players, but that only happens when they get a few core elements, like actual wings to fly around. Long story short, this is how it works. To become a player, humans desperately need the Sky Castle to supply them with sweet mana. Singu is staring at her like a totally blank page. He always thought mana was just some fake concept made up by crazy sci-fi nerds. Our guy honestly cannot believe that player abilities actually come straight from literal magic. That is a top secret. The girl subtly gestures to Singu. Then she activates her magic eyes. She quickly confirms Singu has absolutely zero mana in his system. None. Her clairvoyance is top tier, so she is definitely not wrong about this. Singu stands there, thinking hard. Turns out she is super shocked because Singu is 100% human, but still has this ridiculous beastly strength. But hey, what is so weird about that? Even without magical mana, humans can totally possess completely absurd physical strength. The girl just nods in agreement. It is just that players showing up basically changed the entire concept of strength. In short, she literally met her own personal Superman. He caught her falling from the Sky Castle, and they crashed into this super sketchy unknown place together. And now they have this crazy challenge to become exclusive underground players. She sighs heavily. Underground or public player, she really has no clue. But she is absolutely certain this creepy place is totally connected to that giant Sky Castle. That voice they just heard? It is the exact same one players hear when entering the Sky Castle dungeons. Hearing this, a massive light bulb suddenly goes off in Singu's brain. Alright, you and I know Singu cannot become an official Sky Castle player the normal way. But our guy can totally use the back door. He will just use his insane God-given physical strength to completely conquer this mysterious zone. Chatting all this time, the girl totally forgot to introduce herself. I joined the Korean YN Guild. I am a level 219 healer. You can just call me Su Aren. 22 years old, much younger than you. Singu furiously twitches his mouth. How could that innocent little face drop such a devastating emotional nuke on an old guy like him? Despite being 22, Eren actually climbed all the way to the 32nd dungeon with her squad before a totally massive boss explosion launched her right off the floating castle. Eren really thought it was game over, but then Singu caught her in his insanely strong arms. Eren tells herself she got a second chance at being a player thanks to Singu. Honestly, part of her still thinks she is actually completely dead, because Eren completely lost all her magical powers after that insane drop from the sky. But while Singu was literally saving her life, Eren figures some crazy hidden special condition must have unexpectedly been unlocked. Singu got the chance to be an underground player, while Eren practically reincarnated as his dedicated support unit. Saying this, Eren starts bawling her eyes out. I still cannot believe I am actually alive. I seriously thought my life was completely over. With eyes shining like literal high beams, Eren eagerly volunteers to dedicate her entire life to repaying Singu, which completely freaks him out. But she is not just talking crazy. It seems she literally respawned as Singu's designated supporter, meaning they have to clear this insane dungeon together. Singu just nods along. Whatever works for him, really. And Eren obediently accepts this wild condition. Just looking at her super optimistic attitude, Singu is internally screaming. If he suddenly lost his insane muscles like Eren lost her powers, he would be totally depressed. All right then, Eren, it is great working with you. The two of them quickly become much more friendly. Singu totally thought this dungeon would be insanely dangerous, but honestly, you and I just watched them chat for an hour without a single monster attacking. All right, you and I are diving into pure madness. Eren, the supposed expert, claims the first dungeon room is safe. Monsters apparently chill out here. He says it is prime time to check their gear and casually scout the shiny new dungeon layout. Welcome to Dungeon Basics one-on-one with Professor Eren. Grab your notebooks, kids. But here is the funny thing, this is not your average beginner cave, it is a hidden world. The rules here totally ignore the Sky Castle logic. So yeah, her lecture? Probably dead wrong. While she is yapping away, Singu locks eyes with something wild in the dark. You can practically see the beast inside him waking up. Nope, definitely not safe. He cuts her off, sarcastically agreeing she totally nailed the vibe of this dungeon. Right ahead? Deep demonic growls echo out as glowing red eyes blink from the endless void. 5 massive beasts are literally drooling, waiting to turn them into Scooby snacks. They are not rushing in to attack, though, just chilling like bouncers at a club. There is definitely some weird rule keeping them back. Eren looks absolutely shook. How is Singu seeing anything in this pitch-black cave? She starts wondering if this dude has some freaky sixth sense for monster detection. Singu just blinks back at her, totally confused. Is seeing in the dark really that weird? Judging by Eren's horrified face, yeah bro, it is definitely not normal. Usually, only shady rogues spying in the dark have that kind of ridiculous skill. As a top-tier player, Eren suddenly realizes she might need to keep a very close eye on this guy. But wait, if she is stuck playing support for Singu, figuring out his bizarre cheat skills is literally her job so she can carry him. Realizing this, she awkwardly laughs it off, trying to act totally natural again. Oh, it is absolutely nothing. Just mildly shocked you adapted to this terrifying dungeon so ridiculously fast. Singu laughs out loud. Obviously, he has literally been preparing for this exact dungeon moment for a solid 10 years. He smirks, so what is the actual game plan here? Can I just rush in and wreck them? Eren decides to just let him off the leash. This dungeon is basically an entrance exam to test his raw potential, kind of like a violent college placement test. Even she had to survive a brutal exam like this back in the day before becoming a legit Sky Castle player. Singu nods, looking way too thrilled. The word exam just gets him absolutely hyped up. Honestly, Eren is sweating bullets over whether these Anzan monsters are legally allowed to murder players. She desperately tries to warn him to play it safe. If Singu can sense these beasts from a mile away, it probably means his stats are high enough to crush them. Basically, these ugly monsters come in all shapes and sizes. No matter how talented he is, fighting a whole pack could totally overwhelm him. While she is preaching caution, Singu is already sizing up the meat bags. He casually rips a strip off his shirt and tightly wraps it around his fist, getting ready to brawl. Totally pumped for battle. Eren keeps mumbling frantically about being careful. Since she lost all her healer powers, this guy needs to avoid getting his limbs chopped off. Singu just loudly cracks his knuckles, absolutely ignoring her. With a cocky grin, he looks ready to turn all 5 monsters into a barbecue feast. Sounds super easy, right? Eren sighs, finally shutting up so our boy can do his actual thing. But wow, she blinks for 5 seconds, and Singu launches himself like a literal rocket. One step and bam, he is instantly in their faces. The beasts literally drop their jaws in pure shock. The giant wolf monster bares its fangs and actually starts talking. Well, this tasty human looks like a juicy snack. Eren instantly senses a terrifying energy spike. She waves frantically, screaming for Singu to hit the brakes. Those are literal werewolves. They are level 50. Why on earth are they camping in a beginner tutorial dungeon? The werewolf pack lunges straight at Singu. Eren completely panics, screaming her lungs out for him to run for his life. She mentally kicks herself for miscalculating and throwing this poor guy into a total death trap. A massive deafening roar instantly erupts. You and I know he is fine. Eren peeks through her fingers, expecting a messy puddle. Instead, it is the werewolves getting their jaws completely shattered. And Singu? He looks like he's having the absolute time of his life destroying them. Eren is just stun-locked, frozen in place, forced to watch Singu's ridiculously brutal solo performance. Bare hands, 0 weapons, he literally rips a werewolf's head clean off. Then he caves in another one's face with a single punch. One tries slashing with its claws, but Singu casually bumps it flying straight into a wall. As for the very last werewolf, the beatdown gets so insanely violent that Eren actually refuses to look. And yeah, it totally drops dead. Singu casually dusts off his hands like a boss. Wait, why did you yell stop? Aaron stutters, completely caught off guard by the question. She really didn't expect him to be this unbelievably savage. Clearing her throat, she quickly pivots to explain something way more important about post-battle looting. Yes, the sweet, sweet loot. Every single monster wandering around inside these dungeons carries some kind of shiny treasure on them. Singu can easily just grab the items, but there is one massive catch here. Only the player who did the most damage during the fight actually gets the rights to snatch up the loot drops. Singu just subtly flexes his huge muscles. But I am the only one who killed them anyway. You and I know he is right. Aaron nods, awkwardly ignoring his flex. Normally, these ugly mobs drop exactly 2 types of sweet treasure. Alright, check this out. Monsters drop 2 things here. Cash and these wild mana stones called monster seeds. But our boy Singu? He only cares about the cash. He wonders if it drops in $1 or dollars. Aaron confirms it drops in pure United States currency. Singu is absolutely mind blown. Like, no wonder these players drive 6 sports cars and own huge mansions. Aaron just awkwardly coughs. I mean, we have dudes flying around with actual wings and straight-up superhero powers. So monsters carrying around fat stacks of stolen cash? Honestly, that is not even weird anymore. Let us skip the whole economic debate right now, because some of these monsters literally walk around carrying massive chunks of pure solid gold on them. But getting gold is super rare. Still, Singu thinks this is crazy. Wouldn't cash dropping out of a dead monster completely destroy the world economy and cause massive inflation? Exchange rates, serial numbers, just thinking about all this financial math makes Singu's head hurt. But Aaron tells him to just ignore all that nerd stuff. The only thing Singu really needs to care about are those monster seeds. Because those seeds are worth way more than some random paper bills. They are basically priceless. When a player clears a dungeon, an altar spawns. Toss the seed into that altar and boom, you get a super valuable reward in return. Think of it like a basic video game trade system to get sick loot, like rare weapons, heavy shields, or totally broken magic items. Singu is actually totally amazed by Aaron's perfectly clear explanation here. Sure, she is an elite veteran, but listening to her feels exactly like reading a super helpful beginner player tutorial book. Plus, Singu can easily trade in just 1 or multiple monster seeds all at once. But do not try to trick the altar, it only gives out specific rewards based strictly on the actual value of the seeds Singu throws inside. Even after all that explaining, Singu still does not really care about the seeds right now. The only thing our guy wants to see is that magic altar appearing after they beat this dungeon. Wait, does the dungeon system actively try to stop players from getting stronger during this process? That is messed up. Aaron nods. She absolutely hates it, but she has to admit this brutal reality is true. Honestly, the more Aaron hangs out with Singu, the more she thinks he is totally her type. Handsome, super strong, and shockingly smart. Back to the lecture. Right now, they are stuck in a basic test dungeon. That means they get absolutely nothing out of it. 0 rewards and absolutely no leveling up whatsoever. No matter how many crazy monsters Singu smashes to pieces here, his skills will not improve at all. He can only actually level up after clearing a real dungeon and finding that altar. Singu starts using his massive brain again. Wait, Aaron used to be a level 219 player, right? Combining mana, raw strength, plus tons of other stats build up a player. If your level is trash, you are locked out of high-tier dungeons. Aaron figures she does not need to explain the leveling grind anymore, because the absolute only way to get stronger is by proving your own worth in combat. Honestly, way too many clueless players take forever to understand this simple rule. Or they just treat this insane floating castle like some basic online game they used to grind all night at a cyber cafe. These dungeons are literally just brutal exams, and you do not get rewarded just for answering one question correctly. Obviously, any naive gamer with that lazy mindset will not survive very long in this ruthless castle environment. Singu finally gets it. If he just thinks of these ugly monsters as part of the dungeon's exam questions, it makes total sense. At this point, Singu turns and asks Aaron directly, so what is the absolute best way to loot? Aaron keeps explaining the steps. Picking up cash is incredibly simple. Singu just needs to land the final killing blow. Gamers call this classic mechanic cash looting. Singu rolls his shoulder. Boom, a werewolf skull completely explodes the second his heavy fist connects. Yep, a simple light tap finishes the beast and instantly a fat stack of dollar bills bursts out. Singu grabs the cold hard cash. Every single bill is a crisp $100 note, and it dropped inside a basic tutorial test dungeon? That amount of money is crazy valuable on the front lines of this castle. Singu quickly shoves all the bills deep into his pockets. Now he switches his focus to harvesting those monster seeds. Aaron just sighs. Honestly, it is way better not to overthink his raw power and just deal with it directly. After Singu snatches the cash, any dead monsters without seeds will just crumble into dust, getting completely absorbed back into the dungeon's floor. But luckily, almost every single monster here holds a seed, so Singu really does not need to worry about missing out on loot. However, extracting those seeds is completely different from just grabbing money. Singu actually has to launch a devastating final strike to destroy the monster's body. Ningu is stunned. Wait, I have to work out just to loot? Wait a second. Does that mean I get absolutely 0 loot if I do not destroy their bodies, or if some other guy wrecks them first? Aaron nods with a smile. Talking to a big brain genius really saves her so much energy. And Singu laughs. If he does not balance his strength perfectly, he loses the treasure. You and I both know things are getting wild right now. This means Singu cannot just waste all his energy on looting if he wants to clear this stage safely. Seriously, what kind of absolute sadist designed such an arrogant, frustrating game system anyway? Alright then, watch this insane move. Suddenly, Singu violently grabs the werewolf by both legs in a totally suspicious pose, flashing an incredibly evil, wicked smirk. Alright, if this dungeon really wants to challenge our guy, it better bring its A-game. Singu literally piles the werewolf bodies into a massive mountain, leaps way up into the air, and drops like an absolute meteor. The sheer force of his landing blasts a shockwave so intense that poor Erin can barely hold her dress down. Just pure, unfiltered chaos. Rubbing the dirt out of her eyes, she is totally convinced he just smashed all the loot. But nope, not even close. A massive pile of seeds just pops right out from the impact. Turns out he stacked the bodies to crack them all open at once. Talk about lazy genius. Erin has seen players use magic to farm loot before, but literally stomping the monsters flat? Yeah, that is a wild first for her. Our boy is feeling super proud of his massive brain right now. He totally thinks he is ready for the real deal after that, but oh man, he is wrong. There is actually a strict checklist of stuff he has to do after clearing a room. First up, make sure no limbs are missing. Then secure the front and back of the room. And finally, you always gotta check your current strength and mana levels. Singu just scratches his head. Besides ripping his own shirt to make some DIY gloves, the dude literally does not have a single scratch on him. Erin just lets out a heavy sigh and keeps walking with him. Since they have absolutely no idea where this dungeon ends, Erin keeps telling him to play it safe. But honestly, the monsters are the ones who need to be terrified of him. He is just sweeping through everything in his path, even making up brand new combo moves specifically to body these werewolves. Just as expected, every single one drops a ridiculously fat seed of loot. Erin is just awkwardly smiling now. She is completely numb to the shock, considering Singu just wrecked 140 werewolves in barely 3 hours. Did you actually train in some crazy martial arts sect, Singu? He casually lists off taekwondo, hapkido, judo, and kendo as just the basics. Calling 4 hardcore martial arts basic? Yeah. Erin is completely speechless at this guy's massive flex. Get this. He didn't train to get stronger. He actually trained to hold his crazy strength back. Moving at absolute warp speed, they finally reach the boss room of the Wild Wing Graveyard. Erin takes a massive, shaky, deep breath. She tells him to double-check his stats before walking in, like getting his mental focus right and prepping his magic spells. But with this guy, she has no clue what he should even prepare. I mean, he literally has 0 mana and cannot cast a single spell. Generally speaking, all that prep work is just for normal players. Plus, room bosses always give players a solid 3-second blind spot. Hearing about this tiny free opening, a totally wild idea flashes right into our guy's head. So basically, he just needs to strike within those 3 seconds to crush it. Too freaking easy. Erin is literally sweating bullets now. Bosses do not just stand there posing nicely when the doors open. But of course, he is completely ignoring her logical warnings. The boss is always the exact same species as the trash mobs they fought out in the hallways. Since this place is packed with werewolves, the big bad in there is just the absolute strongest, meanest dog in the entire yard. But Erin is terrified the boss might be over level 100. Seriously, the scaling in this dungeon is just completely broken. Yet our guy is not sweating it at all. He's fully confident he can one-shot this thing with a straight-up Saitama punch. Alright, time to kick this door open. Erin sighs again. The world could literally be ending and he would still have that goofy, optimistic grin. She pushes the heavy doors open, feeling that classic stomach-dropping panic of a massive boss raid. Sure, players technically cannot die in this trial test, but the heavy, suffocating pressure in this room? Yeah, that feels totally real. He shakes off the bad vibes immediately. Singu absolutely has to clear this insane trial. Some guys just go back to their regular, boring lives if they fail the very first test. But honestly, nobody actually knows what happens if a candidate completely bombs this specific Anzan World challenge. Even if he takes a massive L here, Erin just hopes they can safely escape this death trap. But what if they are trapped? What if she totally fails her mission as a guardian? With all that heavy pressure, she is freaking out. Everything was going so perfectly smooth until now. It almost felt like a really good dream. Here it comes. Thanks for the heads up. He suddenly says that, completely freezing her in place. The door was already wide open, and she was just standing there zoning out. Massive jaw packed with razor-sharp teeth lunges straight out. Erin drops to the floor, legs shaking, face completely pale. No way. That is a level 100 giant dark werewolf. The absolute monster is just drooling everywhere like a rabid beast. Now, here is where you and I witness true madness. While she is paralyzed in shock, our boy just charges right in. Next to this titan, he looks like a tiny bug, but he's going all in on those 3 free seconds. He leaps incredibly high, looking right into the beast's eyes and absolutely screams, "I can fly." Woohoo! Singu lands a massive punch right on target and hits the dirt. He is casually juggling the dark werewolf eyeball like a tennis ball, so he can literally pluck out monster parts mid-fight. Gross, but awesome. Erin warns him not to lose focus. The beast only vanishes when you kill it. Aaron yells frantically, but the furious werewolf is already charging in for blind revenge. Singu winds up dropping into a pitcher stance, grips that bloody eyeball exactly like a big league baseball. Singu twists his body and throws the eye right back. The werewolf clutches its ruined face, howling in absolute agony. Aaron stares in pure shock, completely baffled by how Singu timed that ridiculous counterattack so perfectly. Wow, check out that perfect pitch. Singu shamelessly flexes his throw, seriously annoying Aaron. Sure, the boss monster is blind now, but its sense of smell is the real nightmare. Since this mutant dog smells way better than it sees. Plus, it is still a level 100 beast. The first 3 seconds are over. Now the real survival game finally begins. Naturally, the blinded werewolf instantly locks onto Singu using just its insanely sharp nose. Singu sighs. This terrifying incoming charge feels exactly like his mom winding up a flying slipper. Hey, idiot, you are dead if you stand there. Run away now. Aaron frantically flaps her wings in terror, and obviously our guy cannot fly. Luckily, his crazy leg strength lets him leap like a frog, dodging the deadly pounce. Now Singu desperately needs a plan to beat that overpowered dognose. Thinking about sense, a totally wild idea hits his brain. Rips off his shirt, casually flashing those shiny, toned muscles. Aaron is super confused and way too flustered to look directly at him. What the heck are you doing? We need to prepare for the next attack. Just chill out for a second. Watch this, Singu says, rolling his sweaty shirt into a tight ball. He chunks it straight past the raging dark werewolf. Any smart boss would ignore this trick, but the dumb dog instinctively chases the flying shirt, making Singu cheer. Oh man, I am way too brilliant for my own good. How do I handle this huge brain? Aaron just forces a painfully awkward smile. The real truth? It is simply because Singu has 0 mana, so these dumb monsters barely sense him. The werewolf finally stops at the shirt, looking completely confused and totally blanking out. Singu takes full advantage, launching both feet into a devastating dropkick right at the monster kneecap. Crack! The sickening sound of shattered bones echoes alongside a massive roar of pain. Singu sighs with heavy disappointment. Turns out this boss has super fragile bones. He was literally about to take his pants off if that trick failed. Now crippled, the giant werewolf cannot chase him anymore, so naturally our boy starts playing around. Awful cracking noises echo constantly, mixed with pathetic yelps. Aaron just watches, actually feeling sorry for the poor monster that had the total misfortune of meeting Singu. Finally, the giant dark werewolf bites the dust. Singu loots his prize, 15 crisp $100 bills and 1 mysterious black seed. Aaron drops her jaw. You and I can hardly believe it either. A totally skillless civilian just obliterated a level 100 beast. Then a loud beep breaks the silence. A massive wave of system notifications suddenly pops up. Singu has officially cleared the trial, and his account is finally activated. A glowing gold panel appears. His dungeon clear time is over 3 hours, wiping out 150 werewolves and 1 boss. This is the basic interface literally every single player gets to see. It also lets him see exactly how many players exist in the Sky Castle. Plus, it is totally transparent, so it never blocks a player's field of vision at all. Since he can still clearly see Aaron, Singu stops worrying completely. So does this mean I actually passed the ridiculous trial or what? Hey. Correct. Now you are an official player. Hearing this, Singu celebrates like an absolute madman. He finally achieved his epic 10-year dream today. But honestly, Aaron still has some major doubts about him. Because this place is Anzin, not the legendary Sky Castle. Everything has been completely twisted right from the start. Ding! Another system prompt flashes on the interface, a bonus reward. Skill unlocked, stupid but brave. Singu freezes, looking completely dead inside. You and I have to admit, his very first skill sounds like a massive slap to his face. Let me double check something real quick. These are basically special magic crystals that I earned for successfully clearing stages, hunting rare boss monsters, or finishing specific crazy conditions, right? Exactly. Aaron explains further. It can heavily boost certain physical actions or unlock entirely new crazy senses. Basically, every single one is super useful for conquering this insane dungeon. And Singu nods slowly, then sarcastically asks, so tell me, is there really a skill officially named Stupid But Brave? Aaron is completely clueless about this name, but she still tries hyping our boy Singu up. Aaron fakes some insane excitement. Wait, is it a super rare, one-of-a-kind skill? She screams that he might be the only dude on Earth with it. Singu's hands are literally twitching. He cannot keep up with her rapid-fire mouth. Seriously, this girl cannot stay quiet for even 3 seconds. Flash! The screen lights up again. The system interface officially announces Singu has become an underground player. He scores an exclusive underground player skill called Chaos Tail. Plus, he opens his inventory and instantly jumps up 9 whole levels. Zap! A sudden electric shock blast through Singu and Aaron, making them spasm wildly. Aaron is totally shocked she got a reward too, just for tossing Singu some basic tutorial tips. Meanwhile, Singu is grinding his teeth, pushing through the absolute worst pain of his entire life. He swears this hurts way more than his own mother's slap. Why? Because the pure mana and raw dungeon energy are literally forcing their way into his body and completely rewriting his anatomy. Even while getting fried by electricity, Aaron desperately tries explaining the entire process to our boy Singu. Put simply, mana seeds are aggressively planting themselves into every single one of Singu's cells. They are forcing his muscles to grow, literally burning away all the useless junk in his system from his pre-magic days. Obviously, this mana surge skyrockets his raw strength too. Like even a random bystander could see he is built entirely different now. The exact stats are in, and Singu is officially sitting pretty at level 10. He totally feels like he is falling through space. But hitting the dirt, he suddenly has 3 legs? Singu freaks out. He totally thinks his middle leg just grew, but nope. Singu sprouted a crazy long tail right out of his back. Singu just wiggles his new tail. What the heck? Why could he not get cool wings instead of this ugly, bumpy lizard tail? The system screen pops up to remind him this is that chaos tail the underground player perk mentioned earlier. This weird tail actually lets him dig super deep into Anzin. Plus, it works for attacking and defending, literally moving like a natural body part. Higher levels mean this tail gets way stronger and transforms. His hands are literally shaking as he grabs onto his bizarre new body part. Pain, what absolute garbage. Using a simple shovel would honestly be way faster. Suddenly, Singu goes dead silent, deep in thought. Normal players use wings to enter the floating castle in the sky. So logically, this weird tail has got to pack some kind of similar secret function, right? To crack into Anzin, Singu literally caught some random player falling right out of that floating sky castle. Beating that insane challenge actually scored him a handy little key for super easy access in and out. You and I both know whoever built this cursed cave is an absolute troll. If Singu ever catches them, he is definitely making them taste the pain of growing a weird tail. While getting used to his new appendage, he checks the system interface for his second skill. It is hilariously called Ignorant but Brave. Basically, Singu becomes completely fearless when he has no idea danger is coming. This epic passive skill straight up cuts all incoming ambush damage perfectly in half. Will never take fatal damage from unknown traps or sneaky skills. Singu nods in approval. The name might be totally lame, but the effect is insanely good. Hey Aaron, what do you think? He turns around, but Aaron is just totally gone. Then he hears sniffing near his shoes. He looks down and realizes she has been shrunk into a tiny mini person. She gives him a painful, awkward smile. Turns out, this is the brutal price of playing the supporter role. She admits that even though she is tiny, at least she is breathing, so she is definitely not going to complain. Aaron chokes back her tears. Singu completely gets it. While he is riding high right now, poor Aaron just hit rock bottom. She went from being a badass level 219 player to literally level 3. All her mana and levels are just wiped out. Right now, she honestly looks like a tiny fairy from a kid's book. Singu awkwardly scratches his head. He quickly turns away, joking that this place is super dark. Promises not to look. Aaron loudly bawls her eyes out to finally release all that sadness. After venting, she snaps back to her usual self. Deep down, Aaron is super grateful Singu saved her, but she is way too embarrassed to ever bring it up again. She promises to keep helping him out, hoping to eventually win her real body back. Singu gives her a solid nod. Hey, at least the mini-supporter has a reason to live now. The duo quickly brushes past the awkwardness. Shifting focus back to Singu's crazy new stats, Aaron leads our boy straight toward the spot they have been dying to check out. Altar. They both stop dead in their tracks, staring at this glowing golden altar. Before they dive into the loot, Aaron drops a quick rule check. Under 10 seeds? Singu is only scoring some basic healing potions or a map, but if he drops more than 10 seeds, he can get actual hardcore gear, like shiny new weapons and heavy armor. Obviously, throwing in more seeds equals way better loot drops for them. In some crazy rare cases, players can even bag items that are packed with seriously busted special magical energy. But let us be real, you and I know the overpowered loot never drops in basic tutorial dungeons. Singu quietly thinks over these item options. Potions and maps would totally make dungeon exploring way easier, and little mini Aaron can already handle all the basic healing energy anyway. Is there an actual limit to how many seeds he can drop? Aaron just shakes her head. She honestly never even thought about that. Alright, you and I know that look. His eyes are flashing. Singu is plotting pure chaos. Wait, absolutely no limits. Are you entirely sure? Aaron realizes she just handed the villain a loaded weapon. She frantically panics, but it is way too late. Dumps every single seed onto the altar, while Aaron stands there looking absolutely and utterly dumbfounded. A massive ear-piercing scream rips right out of her incredibly tiny fairy-sized little body. What on earth do you think you are doing? Look, Singu literally just became a player. He cannot even enter the Sky Castle to grab basic supplies. Yet this absolute madman just wasted all his seeds in one single crazy go. Singu just asks her completely innocently, "Can you not just heal me? Is that not enough?" Whatever, it is already too late. The altar happily swallows all of his seeds and activates. Aaron squeezes her eyes shut and frantically starts praying. Please, just give him a piece of iron armor. Anything to protect this massive idiot's totally exposed weak points. Meanwhile, Singu is completely clueless about her absolute panic. He figures he could simply buy regular armor before entering any dungeon. But Aaron is a veteran. She knows that is literally impossible, or she would not be freaking out. She desperately needs to warn Singu that regular market gear completely fails inside these dungeons. From firearms to electronics, even basic cold steel weapons and completely modern tech gear do absolutely nothing in here. Now Singu is finally starting to realize this whole thing is actually getting way too complicated. But hey, this is literally just a basic tutorial dungeon anyway. He bets the starter seeds are basically completely worthless for the actual high-level dungeons. And if that is the case, our boy would much rather gamble absolutely everything for one insanely sick piece of gear than slowly save them. Aaron actually thinks that logic totally tracks, but that only applies to the Sky Castle. This is different. Look, ever since Singu caught her falling from the literal sky, Aaron knows this dude has zero plans, zero direction, and absolutely zero common sense in his entire crazy life. After all, his unique skill is literally called ignorant but brave. Yeah, that definitely sounds exactly right. Wait, what did you just say? Singu instantly gets insanely annoyed at the deeply embarrassing name of his unique skill. But according to Aaron, these test monsters are already way stronger than anything in the Sky Castle. So honestly, using just a few seeds could have easily scored them a seriously solid item. But Singu totally disagrees. If the test is already this brutal, how insane are the level 1 dungeons? Aaron is completely speechless because she honestly never even thought about it like that before. Since the tutorial already has giant werewolves, the next dungeon monsters will definitely be way more terrifying. Aaron is genuinely amazed by his unexpectedly sharp logic. Did you seriously calculate all of that before throwing your seeds in there? Of course not, I just wanted the absolute best loot. Aaron forcefully clutches her deeply aching head. Sometimes she thinks Singu is a secret genius, but mostly, he is literally dumber than a rock. This right here is exactly why she is his supporter. Besides fixing his mindset and fully training him as a player, he also heavily has to hold back his wild impulses in every single chaotic situation. If she can just pull this off, Singu might actually become as strong as the world's absolute top players. If his mana and raw physical strength perfectly combine, he could literally become the very best player on Earth. Of course, this epic fantasy is strictly staying in her head. If she actually told him, he would definitely act insanely cocky and just die. Hey Aaron, something ridiculously massive is about to burst right out of this thing. His suddenly nervous voice rings loudly into Aaron's tiny ears. He turns around and realizes the altar has randomly grown to an absolute triple extra-large size. Singu points at it with pure hype in his eyes, totally expecting a legendary, insanely overpowered weapon to finally drop. The epic legendary moment finally arrives. A massively oversized sledgehammer materializes out of nowhere. Singu quickly grabs hold of it, and the system interface immediately goes completely crazy with new information. It is the Dark Wolf Claw Hammer Rank D++. It packs a black wolf's unstoppable force, but its ridiculous weight makes it extremely difficult to wield. But Singu lifts this massive hammer like it is made of paper. He even spins it around easily like Sun Wukong. Singu has absolutely zero idea about its actual stats, but it looks incredibly badass, so he already loves it. Aaron, however, focuses completely on its D rank. Rank D weapons are meant for players between levels 100 and 150. The more plus signs, the rarer! Meaning Singu can use this hammer until he hits level 150. Honestly, with a little good luck, it might even completely outclass regular rank C weapons. Wait, what did you just say? Come a little closer. Singu asks cluelessly, completely annoying Aaron. She is just terrified this massive idiot will accidentally swat her like a bug with that giant hammer. Plus, there is a giant yellow question mark on the hammer. We know that means hidden stats. Alright guys, you and I know that if Singu wants to truly master this hammer, he has to swing it and get used to the power. But if our boy is way too impatient for all that practice, he can just use the system interface to cheat. Aaron chimes in, oh yeah, want me to introduce you to a player who can appraise your gear? Ningu shakes his head. No thanks. As a veteran comic reader of 10 years, he knows exposing his true identity right now is basically a guaranteed ticket to huge trouble. People already treat him like a total freak because of his strength. If the world suddenly found out Singu was a secret underground player, they would completely lose their minds. For now, our guy just wants to keep his freedom to use his insane powers. Singu is pretty confident in his raw muscle, sure. But compared to the hardcore veteran players out there, his actual combat experience is practically zero. So, he begs Aaron to keep her mouth totally shut for now. She nods, though she is secretly bummed. She totally thought she was getting the most overpowered disciple ever. Okay, Singu. Fine, if you want, I will help you stay hidden, Aaron proudly declares. She makes a silent promise to herself to become his absolute best support ever. First off, Aaron is going to teach Singu how to hide his wings. Wait, wings? A mistake. My bad, I obviously mean his tail. Aaron coughs loudly to regain her composure. Wings or tail. The hiding mechanic is exactly the same. Singu just needs to wrap the thing in mana and literally stuff it right back inside his own body. Thinking about mana reminds Singu of that weird, freaky energy rush he felt upon becoming a player. Either way, our guy really has to try it. Now, Aaron points to her chest when talking about wings. But since Singu has a tail, you and I can probably guess exactly where he has to point. Oof! The tail completely vanishes. But 3 seconds later, it pops right back out of his pants. Singu tries again. Every time he stretches and points at his butt, the tail hides. The second he drops his hands, the stupid thing flops right back out again. Aaron covers her face in total embarrassment. Training the #1 player is turning out super hard. Since Aaron can only give verbal advice, it is completely normal that Singu messes up on his first try. Still, she is really excited for his eventual glow-up, hoping to see him grow into an absolute beast of a player in the near future. After a few awkward minutes of up and down, Singu finally stows the tail away without tearing his pants apart. Lesson number 2 is all about the inventory, a basic feature every single player gets. Wait, an inventory? The moment Singu says that, a transparent floating cube instantly spawns right in his hands. It even expands out of control, totally freaking him out. Thankfully, even secret underground players get access to this super handy storage space. Singu can toss literally anything inside, from his phone to random snacks. Though obviously, the spatial capacity does have a hard limit you cannot break. Singu is absolutely hyped. This whole situation is finally starting to feel like a real RPG. He tries shoving his incredibly heavy sledgehammer inside, and the inventory swallows it with a gulp. Now the massive hammer literally looks like a tiny app icon on a smartphone. This is way easier than Singu expected, so he gets the hang of it super fast. Eren drops 2 final tips. As long as he remembers them, he can blend into normal society flawlessly. Unless he bumps into players who are hypersensitive to mana, he should be totally fine. Suddenly, the altar lights up, revealing what looks like a glowing teleportation gate. Singu feels like it is practically calling him inside. That is right. I told you this system was extremely user-friendly, did I not? Eren confirms that is the dungeon exit. Looks like you and I are about to watch our duo finally escape this crazy sky castle through that gate. Singu just prays that he is still wearing these ragged clothes when he gets back up there. Up on the surface, it is already pitch black outside. Singu sprints into hiding, breathing a massive sigh of relief that nobody is around tonight. Hey Eren, do you not need to call your parents? Eren just smiles weakly. Ever since her parents passed away, she has lived totally alone. She honestly has nothing to do when she gets back home. Mingu thinks she is an absolute boss for owning a private house at her age. Players really do make money on a completely different level, huh? Singu tells Eren to hide inside his pocket until he reaches his own bedroom. The front door creeps open and Singu sneaks inside like a ninja. He almost breathes freely at his bedroom door, but a terrifying voice sends chills down his spine. So my precious son finally decided to come back home, huh? Singu screams out loud. He knows he can never escape the wrath of his mother. Mac. His mom slaps his back so hard it leaves a giant 5-finger mark. He is super furious about him vanishing without a trace, especially with those crazy orange gangs kidnapping innocent people left and right out on the streets. Alright guys, watch this. You really want your mom seeing you on the front page? Yeah, his mom's screaming practically blows out Singu's eardrums. Finally, she sighs, totally drained of energy. Just go take a shower. Are you hungry? While mom goes to cook dinner, Singu retreats to his room. Eren instantly pops out, super nosy as always. She seriously cannot comprehend how he came back in one piece after vanishing for days. Haven't you heard the old saying? With great power comes absolute nonsense, so I am guessing you caused a ton of trouble out there, right? Singu. You are 26 years old! That savage comment hits Singu right in the face like a brutal right hook. Seriously, if he had not become a player, he would be worth less than street trash right now. While showering, he tells Eren to keep quiet. Oh wait, what are we doing for your dinner anyway? Singu slides open his secret food stash drawer and hands Eren a massive protein bar. Yeah, that thing is huge. Eren refuses immediately. That giant protein bar could honestly crush her to death. So Singu uses his crazy skills to chop it in half for her. Watching her munch on that snack is so strangely captivating, he cannot even look away. Eren devours almost the entire giant protein bar. Her belly is completely stuffed. Singu walks in post-shower and finds this utterly ridiculous. He honestly doesn't know whether to laugh or cry. Feeding Eren 3 meals a day only costs 3 energy bars. Full stomach equals instant high energy. She immediately jumps straight into work mode, plotting out a crazy training plan that leaves Singu totally speechless. I swear this girl literally refuses to let him rest for a second. But honestly, Eren is just super anxious. Because she figures that the stronger Singu gets, the faster she can finally get her old body back. Listen, Mr. Singu, I need you to focus up. Becoming a real player was your ultimate lifelong dream, right? So, are you actually willing to dedicate your precious time to crushing these dungeons? Obviously. Just the mere mention of dungeons gets Singu completely hyped up. Literally nothing is more important to him than conquering dungeons right now, mostly because our guy is completely unemployed. Even if Singu doesn't have wings, and even if his insane conquest of the underground world gets absolutely zero official recognition, it doesn't matter. As long as his raw combat power keeps leveling up, Eren is going to be completely thrilled. As for Eren, she cannot physically help much, but she can definitely feel the intense burning passion inside him. Before they start conquering level 1 dungeons, Eren needs them to handle a few things. A player who cannot clear a basic trial dungeon lacks a ton of stuff. To be brutally honest, they lack absolutely every single thing. Not only are they blocked from their mana flow and inventory, but more importantly, they straight up lack wings. Having wings is a massive, overpowered advantage in literally any given situation. In most dungeons, monsters cannot fly at all. So they completely lack the insane mobility that fully equipped, winged players casually bring to the table. That is exactly why players pick the easy dungeons to safely learn mana control while taking the absolute minimum risk of getting totally wrecked. Singu thinks that makes sense, except for one minor detail. He has absolutely no wings whatsoever. Now, you and I need to pay attention here. Calm down, I am not finished. Eren signals that level 1 dungeons sit on a totally different brutal tier. These monsters will actually start using their own mana against you. Wait a second. Hold up. Didn't those crazy werewolves back in the trial dungeon use mana too? Singu's little smart remark completely annoys Eren. She has been relying strictly on rigid Sky Castle textbook theory this whole time, totally forgetting that the underground world of Anzin is just completely wild and different. Long story short, Eren just means the real dungeon monsters are going to be infinitely stronger than the trial ones. That is exactly why rookie players waste entire months just desperately trying to learn how to control their basic mana flow. They even have to learn how to mix weapons with raw mana. Even then, clearing a level 1 dungeon normally requires a solid squad of 10 highly trained players working seamlessly together. So to survive, they usually party up or pair off to cover each other's backs. Singu pouts. Where is an underground player like him supposed to find teammates anyway? Anyway, just shut up and listen to my main point here. Eren sighs heavily. Look, just because Singu finally became an official player doesn't mean this cocky idiot can just solo a level 1 dungeon all by himself. First, they absolutely must level up Singu's skills and terrible mana usage. She says that, but Eren secretly knows Singu's terrifying raw physical strength alone could easily dominate trial dungeons without any mana. Honestly, this guy could probably just jump straight into brutal battle without learning a single mana trick beforehand. But since she is clueless about the monsters in Anzin, she refuses to risk it. Singu absolutely needs to be at peak condition to avoid getting completely wrecked out there. So Eren is plotting a strict plan to teach him basic mana control, even though starting from absolute zero is going to be a total nightmare for them. But if Singu's garbage mana control actually improves, he will finally unlock his very first real skill, a massive, overpowering mana strike. That mana strike is Singu's first major goal. He imagines this epic move blasting outward like a giant mecha robot's cannon explosion, packed with absolutely terrifying energy. Just thinking about that sheer destructive power makes Singu jump up, completely hyped out of his mind. Alright then, let's do this! I will train until I completely master it. Singu is fully ready to grind hard and follow Eren's crazy instructions. He totally believes she will help him conquer the level 1 dungeon. Singu is acting super cooperative, but honestly, Eren is still incredibly worried. Because training this guy is going to drain massive time and effort, especially since Singu is basically just a walking muscle with absolutely zero brains. Getting him to finally control his power enough to clear a dungeon is super tricky, which could easily end up causing his absolute failure. But stick with me here. Looking at Singu's insane, raw potential, she knows he is way more special than any other player she has ever seen. Alright, you and I both know, Eren quickly realized her high-level floating castle player theories wouldn't work here, not with this guy. But she firmly believed that if she just jammed her crazy experience into Singu's brain, he'd become insanely overpowered, like leveling up faster than anyone else in history. For Eren, this was basically a real-life character-raising simulator, and honestly, she was having a blast. But even epic training montages need rest, so she lets Singu sleep. Looking at his single bed, Singu panics. Where the heck is tiny Eren supposed to sleep with her ridiculous microscopic body? Heck, he can't even imagine where she'd take a bath. So naturally, they hit the supermarket to buy a literal dollhouse. Singu completely freezes. The price tag is absolutely brutal. And make it worse, the cashier gives him that super weird look. Your daughter, or maybe granddaughter, will totally love this. Ouch. Anyway, after securing the new plastic real estate, Singu heads downstairs to watch TV, giving Eren some privacy. Honestly, who could have ever predicted she'd be taking a bubble bath in a literal Barbie doll accessory? But surprisingly, it was way more comfortable than she expected, just soaking quietly in this tiny plastic masterpiece, ignoring whatever loud noises were happening outside. Wait, did I just say loud noises? Boom. Singu kicks the door open, charging right at Eren with his phone. We are so done for. Eren just stares at him with wide, unblinking eyes. Basically, the news just announced Eren's death. Tons of people are crying at her funeral. She can't believe she's actually watching a live stream of her own memorial service. Singu just sighs heavily. Her passing was a massive blow to the player community, especially the White Wings Guild. Seriously, the whole guild might just shut down for a while because they can't function without her. That is some crazy heavy impact right there. Through the broadcast, Singu finally realizes Eren was basically a player idol. Not just because she looks like an absolute fairy, but because of her insanely crucial team role. Eren sighs. They're only hyping her up because true healer-type players are incredibly rare. Like, think about it. In this crazy system, finding a character who can heal others while still throwing down in combat is basically a total myth. She explains that if Singu actually manages to conquer a level 10 dungeon, he might just unlock the healer class as an insanely overpowered bonus reward. Hearing this, Singu is completely shocked. Wait, so Eren had to aggressively clear dungeons just to get that legendary healing talent? Eren goes quiet. Honestly, a player's raw level doesn't mean much here. The only thing that actually matters is whether they can survive and conquer the dungeon. There are usually two main factors to unlocking healing abilities. First, your overall player level. Second, and way more importantly, your dungeon clearing record. If a player can't beat a level 2 dungeon, they are locked out of level 3. Completely. In reality, plenty of players deliberately trap themselves in low-level dungeons because they are absolutely terrified of the high-level meat grinders waiting for them. So even if their levels are ridiculously high, without real combat skills, they have zero chance of ever unlocking their true class potential. Singu nods slowly. He totally gets that fear. After all, Eren would have literally died in real life if he hadn't saved her. Up until now, Singu's entire strategy was just smashing everything blocking his path. No skills, no thinking ahead, just pure, unadulterated brute force from start to finish. But he only got away with that because his physical strength is absurdly superhuman. Nothing has actually posed a real life-threatening danger to him yet. But what happens when he hits a wall he can't just punch through? We've all wondered that. Will he just end up like those cowards, giving up at the first sign of struggle? Or will he end up dead, just like Eren almost did? Singu just laughs it off. Why overthink it? When that wall finally shows up, he's just gonna smash right through it anyway. That's enough deep talk. He looks at her. Are you sure you're actually okay with all this? Eren freezes up when Singu brings up her funeral. She always acted like nobody in the world actually cared about her. Yet, the people attending her memorial were all her old classmates. Or hardcore players who had partied up with her in the trenches over the years. Except for the fact that they were mostly dudes, every single one of them looked totally devastated. It was obvious they deeply cared about her, and not just as a healer. They cared about her as a person. Eren puts her hands on her hips, sighing. She figures most of them were just lost losers who stuck around her for money anyway. Honestly, she's probably better off never seeing them again. But clearly, she doesn't want to dwell on the drama, immediately switching back to Singu's brutal training. He wasn't ready for this shift. A few minutes later, Singu is panting heavily like an overworked buffalo. Thanks to Eren's crazy strictness, it's midnight, and Singu is forced to lift two 25-pound dumbbells. Sure, lifting sounds like an absolute joke for a powerhouse like him, but this exercise, it's specifically designed to forcefully stimulate the dormant mana inside his body. They call it internal power amplification. Pretty epic name. The idea that Singu might struggle to lift a simple dumbbell is literally the funniest thing ever to him. Every single weapon requires mana to truly boost its destructive power. Even the most basic trash-tier items need a solid flow of mana running through them. That's because mana naturally multiplies the sheer force of anything it touches. It's the ultimate cheat code. And guess what? He's actually experienced this feeling before. Remember that time Singu felt that extreme, brain-melting shock? That was raw mana violently flooding into every single cell of his body. In that exact moment, didn't he feel like an absolute god? Like he could literally bench press the entire planet without breaking a sweat? Singu frowns hard. Turns out that insane power wasn't a dream. Activating his mana flow is their main goal right now. But stick with me here, there's a much bigger reason why Eren needs him aggressively focused on expanding his internal power reserves. Basically, it is the next stage of power activation. Max damage incoming. Wait, so I can blast a literal Kamehameha with my mana, he asks. Eren just sighs. Not exactly, bro, but close enough for his peanut brain. Since our guy swings a massive sledgehammer, the weapon's built-in mana automatically activates at a specific speed right as he goes full savage on the enemies. That weapon mana boosts both speed and momentum, dealing way more damage. But hearing the words speed and momentum, Singu figures he should just rely on pure muscle. Why even bother with magic when the hammer already has it? If he just swings the thing fast enough, he can smash a home run right into the enemy. Looking at his ridiculously goofy, overjoyed expression, Eren can basically read his dumb thoughts like an open book, so she immediately shuts him down. Most rookies only care about activating mana and totally ignore amplifying it. That is exactly why she wants him grinding his mana reserves first, because everyone else completely messes this part up. To understand this, our boy needs to actually use his brain, instead of just wildly swinging a weapon using only its base magic. It is way more effective to pump in his own mana to boost the attack. But hold on, this Unga Bunga strategy definitely has a pretty big downside. Since he is splitting focus between his own magic and the weapon, his accuracy drops off a cliff. That is exactly why pro players master controlling the weapon's built-in mana so quickly. But getting to that god-tier level requires some serious grinding, diligence, and absolute patience. Hearing this, Singu's single brain cell finally lights up. Wait, so I can't just use it right now? He whines, sticking his butt out and wagging his weird tail. Dude, you already know how to circulate magic. Eren is getting seriously annoyed with this guy's absolute childish nonsense. But hey, if he wants to risk getting blown up because he skipped the tutorial, she totally doesn't care. Even though just thinking about his stupidity gives her a massive headache. Still, they can start by mastering the 3 golden rules of mana activation first. I totally believe you can pull this off, Singu Oba. Singu just sighs heavily. Yep, she totally played him with a single line. Back to the weapons. Singu randomly wonders about normal objects. Like if he pumps his own magic into these gym dumbbells, do they suddenly become lethal, overpowered weapons? Sure, the dumbbells would hit slightly harder, but not enough to matter. Plus, it would absolutely drain his magic reserves, which is terrible since his tank is basically empty anyway. Then what if I just channel mana into my fists and feet like a ninja? That crazy question leaves Aaron completely speechless. I mean, theoretically, yeah, he could buff his physical strikes, but the recoil would literally tear his own muscles apart. Honestly, though, Aaron figures this guy's basic punch is already lethal enough. Lots of god-tier players actually use this late-game strategy. Instead of relying on shiny swords, they heavily calculate magic distribution across their entire bodies. Singu absolutely does not understand the math, so he just wings it. Just spawn some magic and shove it everywhere in the body, right? Our guy pumps 1 billion mana into this dumbbell and throws it at the ground. Oh man, that is going to be one glorious, earth-shattering explosion. Shockingly, Aaron actually approves this completely chaotic idea. Archers and spear users literally spam the exact same tactic he just imagined. But you and I know this guy needs to be super careful, especially when throwing the weapon. The magic aura around the weapon naturally peels off mid-flight. Throw it too far and the energy completely fades out, turning his epic attack into a totally useless throw. Getting leftover effects to buff his raw strength is one thing, but without enough magic, there is zero chance of a satisfying explosion on impact. Singu's tiny brain basically blue screens at this point. He gives up thinking and just blindly follows Aaron's practice routine. Slow and steady wins the race, I guess. Even though his progress is painfully slow, the dude is absolutely having a blast. Waited 10 whole years to become a player, and no way is he fumbling this bag now. Our guy is about to show the entire world who the real main character is. Since he is literally at rock bottom already, there is zero chance of falling any deeper. The only way left to go is straight up. With his insane stamina, this workout is a total breeze, but honestly, his magic control is still incredibly clunky. Every single time he tries focusing energy into the dumbbell, he totally misses the mark by like 1 or 2 centimeters. But he is super confident he will nail it eventually. After all, being an overpowered badass is literally his dream. Well, except for that ridiculously awkward tail wagging behind him. Aaron kinda wants to help with that, but seriously, who even has a tail? After 5 seconds of deep thought, a light bulb goes off. Ah! Just aggressively wag your tail whenever you see me. Singu bursts out laughing. And here I thought you actually had some pro advice. What? Do I look like a dog? Aaron gets totally triggered and aggressively pinches his cheek for being a smartass. But then a news alert randomly pops up on her phone. Some rich kid claiming to be Aaron's fiancé, Kim Haryong, Guildmaster of Waterspout, dramatically announces Aaron is likely alive. Now you and I need to process this. They completely freeze. Not about her surviving, but about this secret engagement. Staring at this wildlife broadcast, our boy is absolutely flabbergasted, just trying to process whatever crazy plot twist he just heard. Seeing her name blasted across the massive headline, Aaron instantly turns beet red, completely speechless and stuttering. Then, like they share a brain cell, both of them shriek in absolute shock. It is hilarious! In a recent interview, Kim Haryong laid it out with total confidence. The Guardian Stone inside the Heavenly City does not have Aaron's name on it. Plus, he is mobilizing his entire guild to track her down, no matter what. The two of them listen closely to every single word he says. Other players even backed him up, confirming Aaron's name is nowhere to be found on that Guardian Stone. Yeah, you and I know this situation just got way more intense. Now, Singu is still pretty clueless about the game world, so he asks Guardian Stone? Aaron instantly breaks it down. It is a memorial monument that automatically records the names of deceased players. Nobody has pictures of it, though, because the Heavenly City strictly forbids using any modern technology up there. But it seems Aaron's focus is totally misplaced here. She snaps, but he is not my fiancé. That guy is completely making things up. Nobody even asked, yet she rushes to defend herself anyway. I cannot date anyone right now, she insists, because I am way too busy conquering dungeons. Do not go getting the wrong idea about me, okay? Singu looks super awkward, scratching his cheek in total confusion. I mean, the real issue here is that Guardian Stone. Suddenly, his face drops into this super serious expression. He can feel the peaceful days slipping away. I just know this thing is going to cause me a massive headache later on. Their little chat wraps up. Time passes, and honestly, it seems like they totally forgot about that whole drama. Singu walks along thinking about something that makes him look genuinely happy. He turns and actually starts the conversation with Aaron. 2 whole weeks flew by in a flash. She naturally asks how his recent training has been going. All right, let us see exactly what you got. Singu excitedly brags about his brand new achievements. He actually learned 2 whole passive skills just by sneaking around as an illegal player in the trial dungeon. One is called Chaos Tail, which totally proves he is an illegal player. It is a bit mean, but Aaron just cannot stop herself from teasing him. And the other skill? A passive ignoring skill, giving him the courage to be extra reckless. Hearing this, Singu looks like he just took a critical hit. Pouts, looking completely defeated. Taking this chance, he flips the question back at her. You must have picked up some cool stuff as a supporter, right? Aaron is more than happy to share. Yep, I got 2 active skills. He does a little spin, showing off her flair, and explains. First is a mana skill that lets me return to my original body. Save your body. It boosts all my unawakened powers, but the downside, it drains a ridiculous amount of mana. She is super proud of this new ability. My second skill is perfect for hiding. Invisibility. Singu squints hard, staring right at her. But I can still see you. Aaron gets annoyed, thinking he is just messing with her. Because I am your supporter, obviously. How could anyone else possibly see me right now? He is overly confident in this skill, passionately explaining away. Unlike the save your body, my invisibility is totally worth the cost. When I am in this completely hidden state, I can stay invisible for 3 whole hours. She chatters away happily without taking a single breath. In the first day, I was too shocked and lacked the mana to even use it. But now, not a single player can spot me. Singu just gives a helpless smile at Aaron's absolute excitement. All right. Once the two of them finally stop, he steps in to wrap up the chat. When your mana runs out, just tell me. I will hide you until you recover. Then he yanks off the white sheet in front of them, revealing a seriously badass bright red motorcycle. He shakes the keys in his hand, ready to take her exploring. Grinding at home gets so boring, so let us go hunt down a brand new dungeon together. Looks like Singu actually planned this whole expedition out perfectly. Aaron has already given herself the green light to conquer a top-tier dungeon right in the ant cave. So I am not scared of anything. I have been super brave right from the start. Suddenly, a little giggle breaks out. Trying to hold back her laughter, she says, "But Singu, your bike." He snaps out of his thoughts, looking over in total surprise. Huh? She completely loses it and bursts out laughing. Why is it a delivery bike? He realizes he is being mocked, but gives a smirk. Listen, between you and me, this really looks like his master plan all along. You are absolutely right, he says, but Aaron stubbornly refuses to accept it. I just think it looks super weird. She loudly complains about his weird vehicle choice. You bought that thing for over $10,000, right? Who on earth uses such an awesome bike just to run cheap deliveries like that? Gu lets out an exhausted sigh. Do not look down on delivery drivers. And freezes up instantly. Realizing she went a little overboard, she quietly listens. Whatever, I have thought this through. He earnestly tries to put Aaron at ease. In this country, nobody thinks a delivery bike is strange or out of place. Therefore, absolutely no one is going to pay any attention to it. The more Singu talks, the more hyped he gets, finally revealing his true desires. Alright, so our guy is about to road trip across the entire country. He slaps on his helmet, grips the handlebars, and tells her to hop on. Meanwhile, poor Aaron is just sobbing her eyes out. He is totally cursing her luck. I mean, who expects their very first motorcycle ride to be with some random dude on a delivery bike? Even so, she obediently tucks herself right into Singu's chest pocket, still low-key pouting about the whole thing. Singu does not care. He tells her to hold on tight, revs the engine, and boom. The heavy bike shoots forward like a rocket, its engine roaring with pure power. Scenery blurs past them in a wild rush of wind as Singu weaves effortlessly through traffic, while Aaron slowly, carefully peeks her little head out. She actually starts enjoying the harsh wind hitting her face, and to keep things interesting, they start casually chatting. Now they just need to find a dungeon. Brings it up, startling him a bit. Hey, remember how we actually found that very first ant cave? He totally reminisces about their first crazy team-up. I literally fell from the sky. Then you grabbed me, and we both plummeted straight underground into that creepy ant cave. But honestly, it is wild to think a trial dungeon was just waiting there from the start. Aaron confidently drops her big theory after overthinking it for way too long. He thinks that trial dungeon was built specifically with her as the unlock key. Singu thinks about it. Wait, so you falling in there literally unlocked the whole dungeon? Actually, that is just her wild guess right now. Nothing is confirmed at all. Maybe the dungeon was just moved there. Again, she is totally just theorizing here. He quickly catches on to her crazy logic. So to find a dungeon, based on their chaotic past, they basically need to track down spots where other players fell to their deaths. Fair enough, but Singu is totally clueless on the next step. How on earth do you even locate dead players or where they crashed? Aaron instantly flexes her usefulness. Hey, I wasn't just slacking off while you were training. She spent that whole time scouring the internet for answers, researching crash sites using her own memories, and digging through sketchy player community forums. He was way too busy grinding to think of that, so he eagerly asks if she found anything. Oh, really? So we can pinpoint the exact locations? Her hype immediately deflates into awkward stuttering. Nope, not yet. He gets it though, this stuff is not easy. So we still know nothing. Aaron factored in every possible scenario, but the answers are ridiculously elusive. No matter where they fell, calculating daily wind speeds and directions is just insanely tough. Singu knows they are out of clever options, so he resorts to brute force. Got it. Guess we just have to tear this entire country apart. He yells over the roaring wind. I will do the driving, and you spot the dungeons. You are the expert at finding them anyway. With her weird skills, she has this covered. If it is like the trial dungeon, she thinks she can find it. Aaron is muttering when she suddenly feels something super sketchy. I am a support class for a reason. Wait, huh? She happily screams a dungeon. I found one. Singu is absolutely floored she found one that fast. Dude, we have literally only been driving for 30 minutes. She is practically vibrating with excitement, yelling at him to hurry. I didn't believe it either, but I found one. Take a left. Left. Singu wants to speed over, but the traffic light is still painfully red. The scene cuts to this totally deserted area. Just a super isolated warehouse surrounded by messy piles of random construction materials. Singu hits the brakes, rips off his helmet, and quietly scopes out the area, checking every single corner. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light hits them, absolutely eye-watering. You and I watch in shock as he literally tosses the speeding bike, creating a massive explosion. Aaron is totally panicking, confused why he just did that. What if someone actually sees us here? He instantly calms her down while asking for the dungeon's exact spot. Nobody is here, relax. But seriously, how did you even sense it? With his insanely sharp instincts, Singu realizes something weird is right behind him. He turns around and sees a tiny pyramid. It is glowing and sparkling, practically inviting them inside. The pyramid just hovers there, radiating this ridiculously blinding holy light. The system instantly pops up with the object's info. Normal danger level dungeon. But Singu was only looking for a simple trial one, so he gets a bit annoyed, glaring right at an awkwardly dodging Aaron. She cannot even look him in the eye, clumsily avoiding his gaze. I don't know what to say. Singu just lets out a totally helpless sigh. Knew it. Anyway, since they went through all this trouble, Singu hesitates and thinks it over. Never thought he would have to hit a first-class dungeon right away. Plus, skipping levels this smoothly was definitely not on his bingo card. Maybe finding it is some kind of wild sign. If they don't actually need to clear dungeons in strict order, that explains why they track this one down so insanely fast. Since he is definitely not a coward, our boy is pretty hyped to explore. Normal level? Everything here is glowing golden anyway. A dungeon with a normal danger rating. Look at that flashy light literally begging him to pull up. Based on his hardcore gaming reflexes, this dungeon is basically screaming, "Yeah bro, the difficulty level here is ready to completely wreck you." Singu hypes himself up, totally locked in for a fight. Alright, let us get straight to business. Meanwhile, Aaron is literally praying to the heavens, desperately hoping this is not some insanely sweaty dungeon. Our guy does not hesitate. He slowly creeps toward that super suspicious glowing spot. That tiny pyramid instantly senses someone walking up. Boom, it starts transforming right before his eyes. He squints at it like a total skeptic. Wait, a shield? Aaron quickly breaks it down. It is an in-game feature. It completely hides players from getting exposed while entering the dungeon. He is honestly shook by how much this game holds your hand. 5-star customer service right there. But she is totally stressing out, telling him to stop stalling. Bro, hurry up! Singu just gets way more hyped, stretching his arms like an absolute boss. Relax, I got this. He focuses all his raw power into one arm, smashing a ridiculous punch straight into the dirt. The absolute insane pressure literally creates a wild tornado, blowing blinding dust everywhere. But plot twist, the ground does not even have a single crack. Singu is super confused, totally wondering how he messed up. He cannot believe he punched that hard and nothing happened. Suddenly he freezes, like his brain finally started working. Wait, he summons his chaos tail and whips it down hard, easily shattering the rocky ground into absolute dust. Aaron totally gets the skill mechanic now and happily cheers out loud. Turns out that was the actual dungeon key. Still, our boy absolutely hates this clunky tail getting in his way. So freaking complicated, right? The sky stays blue, clouds keep drifting, and who even knows how much time just passed. Ningu tiredly wipes the sweat off his forehead, staring at this pathetic little hole he dug. Man, how much longer do I have to dig? Right after he complains, massive cracks suddenly burst around the tiny hole. The whole thing straight up collapses into a massive crater, catching Singu and Aaron completely off guard as they both fall directly into the deep void. He sees a crazy glowing light at the bottom of the pit and gets instantly hopeful. This looks exactly like the tutorial dungeon entrance. Does this mean the entry requirements are finally met? Meanwhile, back up on the surface where our duo just stood, a super sketchy centipede randomly shows up. It starts slowly creeping around, wiggling its freakishly long body all over the place. That massive hole totally caught its attention. It crawls over to investigate like a nosy neighbor. And yep, the dumb centipede clumsily plummets right down. But then, the pit starts acting totally weird. The ground all around it shakes like an absolute earthquake. The crater slowly starts shrinking shut. In a flash, all the cracks perfectly seal themselves back together, completely erasing any proof that the epic cave-in ever even happened. Singu finally gets his bearings and looks around. You and I both know this is definitely it. Right next to their crash site stands this crazy, mysterious gate. Looking inside, it is literally nothing but pitch black, ink-like darkness. So creepy. Outside sits an info board, Ant Cave number 184, Worker Centipede Lair. The clear time limit is set to 5 hours. He sees this and immediately turns to ask Aaron, do dungeons normally have a strict time limit? But honestly, our girl does not always know everything. She admits she is totally unsure, pointing out that Heavenly City rules do not always apply inside these ant caves. So yeah, she is seriously stressing out. What she really worries about is, well, you and I are probably wondering the exact same terrifying thing. If that dungeon timer completely hits 0, what actually happens to them? Singu starts imagining the absolute worst-case scenarios in his head. Is this entire dungeon just going to collapse right on top of us? Aaron thinks about it and gets equally freaked out. Or maybe it is like falling from the Heavenly City and losing all our mana. But since nothing bad has happened yet, she literally cannot predict a thing. She just sighs deeply, trying to calm herself down. I really do not think we will die here, but playing it safe is definitely better. Seeing the system screen actually start ticking down, she totally panics and pushes him to move. We need to hurry and please do not do anything crazy reckless. Meanwhile, Singu is flexing his massive ego, super confident in his skills. No worries, I do not even need your help. Then he casually raises his hand and summons his black wolf claws. Aaron sees his cocky attitude and gets even more totally anxious. She warns him that stat-reducing monsters usually do not spawn in early dungeons, but he seriously needs to stay careful. Our dude literally ignores the red flag, swearing he has everything perfectly under control. But bro, this is not a basic tier 1 dungeon, this is something entirely different. She keeps dropping warnings about the wild dangers ahead. I am totally sure those centipedes are venomous, and you have zero poison resistance, so stop acting so completely careless. Mingu completely misses the point, acting arrogant as ever. A centipede is just a centipede, right? Aaron feels so helpless, so she throws a crazy hypothetical at him. What about a centipede that is 100 meters long and 1 meter tall? He immediately avoids making eye contact, awkwardly scratching his cheek. They get that ridiculously big? Hearing this, our girl just sighs in pure exhaustion. Oh, this guy. Anyway, acting as his designated support player, she is seriously stressing out because she cannot even guarantee she can actually keep him alive. She admits she finally unlocked a few decent support skills from her class, but she straight up has zero mana to use them. They do not even have basic healing potions or anything, so she will literally have to burn a raw skill just to heal him, but using a basic heal to fight hardcore venom? Overthinking everything just makes her realize how insanely risky this whole run is right now. I can only use it exactly 2 times. Look, Singu is totally tuning her out. He just marches straight into the cave, acting all heroic. He thinks overthinking gets you nowhere. Aaron gives up and just tags along. She completely knew he was going to say that. She expertly hops into Singu's pocket like it is her personal VIP seat. Boom, exploration time. Singu tells her to stay put, bragging that he does not sense any monsters yet. Aaron is super confused. Like, seriously? She immediately asks him how he is even sensing anything in the first place. But before the guy can even answer, bam, a massive chill shoots straight down her spine. Right in front of them, a seriously freaky pitch-black shadow figure. Cue Aaron absolutely screaming her lungs out. But Singu? Dude has nerves of steel. He quickly calms her down. Relax, it is literally just a ghost. He instantly covers her face, sounding like she is about to cry. She absolutely hates the living dead. Worst monsters ever. Singu is honestly shocked she is reacting this hard. He looks at her like, wait, is that why you screamed? Suddenly, the Phantom starts talking in super slow motion. You guys over there, are you actual living humans? And Singu instantly realizes something is off. The ghost actually seems happy to see them. Aaron swallows her fear and asks, excuse me, but could you maybe talk just a tiny bit faster? The Phantom replies with the literal speed of a sloth. I am so sorry. It has been a really long time since I talked. Finally, the ghost steps right into the light. Singu immediately interrogates the guy. Are you seriously a ghost? His face is totally visible now. This is Dangan. His dead white eyes stare blankly as he explains. I logged out already, but I am somehow still standing right here. Singu is just getting more confused. This vague answer is super annoying. Wait, logged out? Were you actually a player too? Hearing this, Aaron goes wide-eyed with pure shock. A fellow player. Looking closely, Dangan only has his upper half left. She suddenly pieces it together. Oh, logged out really means dead. Following her voice, he spots the tiny girl sitting inside Singu's pocket. Wow, so small? That sassy comment immediately gets on her nerves. She hates that kind of attitude. Is my size your problem, huh? Singu stays totally silent. Suddenly, he tightly grips his massive weapon, making a really sharp cracking noise. Then, his super serious, deadly voice echoes out. All right then. Turns out Singu was actually doing some hardcore thinking. His eyes turn absolutely murderous. He swings his giant hammer, fully ready to test a crazy attack on this guy. Aaron completely panics and yells at him to stop. Singu freezes his swing, then turns around to break down his insane logic for her. He basically assumed it was a monster because, hello, they are inside a dungeon. Dangan finally realizes this crazy kid wants to obliterate him and starts panicking. Wait a second. You actually hit me? I will die. Singu just lets out a super bored sigh. Dude, you are already dead anyway. The Phantom is terrified of getting deleted for real, so he desperately tries to explain himself. I will die an even more brutal, dramatic death. But right then, something clicks in Singu's brain, and his eyes suddenly light up. So you are an enemy then? Dangan completely loses his cool after being misunderstood for the 100th time. He screams back in pure frustration. I am not the enemy, you idiot. I have been waiting for someone ever since I woke up here. Now, you and I know what is coming. Someone to avenge me. Someone to finish my uncompleted quest. Hearing this, Singu finally locks onto the golden keyword, a quest. Right on cue, the system flashes a shiny new notification. Dungeon quest discovered. Vengeful spirit inside the Z cave. He quickly focuses and reads the floating text super carefully. A vengeful spirit with a specific title, completely trapped underground in his spectral form after logging out as an official player. Wants you to absolutely massacre the Z monsters in the most brutal way possible. Finally, the progress tracker kicks in. Quest status, wipe out all monsters in the cave, 0 out of 150. Now Singu knows exactly what his next move is. Exterminate them all, huh? But then the system throws a choice at him. Do you accept the quest? Refusal results in a penalty. This totally rubs Singu the wrong way. It feels like forcing a player into a corner. Super manipulative, honestly. Piecing all this crazy info together, he finally reaches one solid conclusion. So it is a direct request. This random ghost is just an NPC handing out a quest? Aaron catches on instantly and backs him up. Yep, it is a quest, assuming the reward is actually crystal clear. A super rare quest passed from one player to another. Singu suddenly realizes he completely forgot to ask the most important question. What exactly is the loot? Based on her pro experience, the payoff is going to be massive. Honestly, the reward could be absolutely anything out there. From epic physical items to weird abstract concepts, or even massive cash and rights in the real world. Though of course, there are always some crazy wildcard exceptions. In extremely rare cases, they can even bet their entire data profiles or raw mana reserves. Hearing this totally blows Singu's mind. His eyes are wide open now. Going off all that, Aaron feels super confident in her prediction. I bet you and I are about to see this quest drop an insane reward. Because honestly, that is literally everything this sad spirit has left to give. Singu asks one more time to figure out exactly why Dangan is still lingering around. So, do I need to finish this quest so you can finally rest in peace? The guy's answer is still ridiculously useless. I honestly do not know. Suddenly, the dude starts shaking like a leaf, fists clenched super tight, stuttering like crazy. But honestly, Dangan had been through absolute hell, so his dramatic little feelings just totally exploded. He screams out, I seriously want to see those gross centipedes suffer. Actually, no! They need to hurt way more than I ever did. Singu sees this epic cringe fest, immediately scowls in absolute annoyance and just quietly glares at him. Looking at that ultra-depressing face of his, our guy instantly knows this is going to be a huge, massive headache. These whiny types always cause stupid drama in comics, right? Honestly, he really just wants to straight up eliminate this annoying roadblock right here, right now, and just get back to exploring. Did he just end this guy? Yeah, probably. But you cannot just delete someone from existence based on pure vibes alone. If you actually think about it, he literally just started this crazy journey. Especially since he just picked up his very first official quest. Just to be super safe, he turns around to ask his girl, what do you think about this, Irene? Feeling super proud that he trusted her, she actually takes a second to seriously think. Finally, she totally brightens up and drops her personal opinion. Look, we are already planning to completely clear out this dungeon anyway. Just take the quest, even though wiping everything out sounds slightly sketchy. But reading the system notification, Singu realizes this might be a total pain. Wait, do not we just smash them really hard until they die? She quickly steps in to break it down for him in super simple terms. To be way more exact, you have to deal damage. Like way more damage than the enemy's remaining health. She quickly figures out that this very first mission is definitely not going to be a walk in the park. Sure, doing this literally boosts the epic loot drop rate, but it is ridiculously hard to actually pull off. Singu is completely stuck here. He absolutely hates backing down from a crazy challenge, but these requirements are no joke. You cannot just blindly murder the enemies. You have to deal the exact right amount of damage, then finish them off with one massive, insane strike. Honestly, that takes way more raw power and focus. Suddenly, Aaron's voice totally snaps him right out of his deep, moody thoughts. Hey, there is literally a penalty if you fail this quest. Pointing at the glowing system text, she hypes him up to just go for it. Plus, if you actually refuse it, you get punished anyway. So my pro advice? Just accept the dumb quest right now, wreck a few bugs, and then we can totally decide if we keep going. Getting hyped up by her, Singu feels this massive surge of epic fighting spirit. 3. Alright then, I am taking the quest. The system instantly flashes a confirmation. Quest accepted. Penalty applies upon failure. Dangan, getting exactly what he wanted, literally starts bawling his eyes out like a total baby. Seriously, this dude is happier than a guy winning the absolute lottery right now. Thank you so much. Singu just stares at this massive overreaction, feeling totally helpless and mostly just super annoyed. Like, wow, this crybaby actually believes I can pull this off. Plus, I get severely punished if I fail or chicken out anyway. Deciding not to waste another single second on this ridiculous drama, turns his back, getting totally locked in for combat. Alright, I am going to go smash some ugly bugs now. The annoying dude actually tries to tag along, shouting a warning. Hey, their fangs are super poisonous, so you better watch out. Do not worry, I will totally back you up. Every single time Dangan remembers getting completely wrecked by those dumb bugs, he gets so unbelievably salty. Listen, they always strike when you drop your guard. That is exactly why I got chewed up in the very first place. Singu absolutely does not want this useless deadweight following him around, but he is too polite to tell him to shove off. Huh? Irene, however, instantly gets super defensive because being the ultimate support is literally her entire reason for existing right now. Excuse me, supporting is my actual job, Singu. But Dangan just keeps stalking right behind them, absolutely running his mouth non-stop. This whole place turned into a gross centipede dungeon because they murdered me back in the city. Do you have any idea how completely terrifying they look? Wait, Singu suddenly realizes something super important. He completely stops in his tracks, spins around and asks, hey man, did you actually explore this dungeon yet? The dude literally freezes up like a statue, totally dying of embarrassment and just stutters out, no, I literally just hid in that room until somebody finally showed up. I could not even move anyway. Then, getting a little too nosy for his own good, he randomly asks, "Wait, how did you two even get inside here?" Honestly, just looking at your tail, I am guessing you guys are definitely not normal players. Irene is visibly super annoyed right now, absolutely hating the fact that this loser is still following them around. This place is supposed to be super lethal, but this guy is treating it like a mall trip. Seeing absolutely nothing happen yet, she is seriously losing all her patience. We are literally in the third room already, but right at that exact moment, Singu deadass stops walking. Uh-oh, looks like he definitely stepped on something bad. His voice drops into serious movie mode. It is a trap! The idiot in the back, totally clueless as usual, just stares blankly. Wait, what is it? His eyes instantly go ice cold, scanning the dark room, totally locked and loaded to throw down at any given second. Alright, check this absolute nightmare out. A freaking giant centipede just pops out, creeping down from a gross hole in the ceiling right toward them. It flashes these ridiculously sharp, terrifying claws and just dive bombs them, letting out this ear-shattering, disgusting shriek. Without flinching, he channels huge power into his black wolf claw. One brutal swing, completely smashing that massive bug's ugly head into literal pieces. 3. Instantly, the monster just dissolves into pixels, dropping some sweet reward loot right on the floor. Looks like they just bagged themselves a cool magical charm and a glowing red quartz stone. Seeing this absolute madness, Dangun is just standing there with his jaw literally hitting the floor. The guy is completely shaking, his brain short-circuiting, trying to process the last 3 seconds. Bro, what in the world actually just happened right now? Singu calmly checks the system, updating his quest progress. Centipede kill count, 1 out of 150! Let us kick things off. Aaron basically reads our guy's mind, guessing that his last ridiculous move definitely counted as a clean sweep. Hearing that, our boy flashes a smile brighter than the actual sun. Completely hyped up and oozing confidence for the journey ahead, he cheers. Oh yeah, having brand new gear just hits entirely different. If things keep going like this, why would he even need mana? Meanwhile, Aaron and Dangun are standing there, absolutely flabbergasted. A tiny swing equals an instant kill? Now Dangun takes this chance to yap about his traumatic past. After these bugs literally sent him to the afterlife before, he knows they are super sneaky, insanely fast, and super toxic. In his traumatized eyes, these things are literal weapons of mass destruction. Basically, nature's perfect little assassins. Aaron chimes in, reminding them that staying on high alert is a major priority. Plus, their outer shells are tough as actual steel. So please do not take them lightly at all, Singu. She barely finishes her sentence when 2 massive centipedes burst out of nowhere. They charge in, screeching loudly enough to burst some eardrums. With those razor-sharp instincts, our guy instantly senses the danger. He swings his black wolf claw, totally ready to crack some skulls. Blink and you miss it. Both bugs are sliced completely in half with one glorious swing. The system interface just starts going totally crazy. Quest progress, 78 out of 150 eliminated. Even though he has watched this insane display on repeat, Dangun still drops his jaw. Wait, what? Especially since these exact creepy crawlers are the reason he got petrified earlier. It is straight up unbelievable to watch one single strike wipe out multiple targets. Those worker bugs are at least level 80, bro. There is no way taking them out should be this ridiculously easy. He is starting to seriously fear Singu and his absurd power. Stuttering like a total mess, he asks, "Can you please tell me your level?" Our hero just calmly and coldly drops a single word. Dangun freezes entirely solid. The guy is so utterly shell-shocked he cannot speak. Even Aaron, who shadows his every move, totally did not see this ridiculous situation coming. Thinks, I really should have realized Singu became an absolute beast just by getting his hands on a D+ tier weapon. All her previous stressing was completely pointless. She admits, I am not even shocked he sniffed out their hiding spots and unleashed a massive preemptive strike on them. But taking them out with just one lazy swing and absolutely wiping the floor with them, that is next level crazy. Now, Singu is just chilling in his own little world, having the absolute time of his life because he figured out the combat pattern. If he nails the center of gravity and the exact impact point, he does not even need full strength to squeeze maximum power from his weapon. Because our guy is breezing through this fight, Aaron does not even need to cast her support skills. She just stands in the back, chilling and watching. Thinks, I have no clue how dungeon difficulty is calculated here. But looking at their levels and crazy poison, this normal difficulty rating seems like a perfectly balanced playground for Singu. It is honestly hard to tell if this is good or bad, but between his freakish sixth sense and purely wild, natural fighting instincts on full display, he is treating this deadly dungeon like a tutorial level. Meanwhile, our guy is literally waltzing solo through a swarm of centipedes. Surrounded on all sides, his fighting spirit refuses to drop even a single inch. His eyes flash with a lethal aura, locking right onto his targets. He casually drops a badass line saying, the only thing I hate about this place is... Right on cue, he spots an opening and violently smashes one bug peeking out. The sheer momentum blasts it backward into the air, right as another bug crawls out of a random ceiling hole. Check out this epic combo. They violently crash into each other, bursting into pieces and taking a one-way trip to the afterlife together. Dangun is standing there acting like a completely unhinged superfan. He screams like his team just scored the winning goal, yelling, Awesome. Two birds with one stone. Riding that momentum, Singu charges forward with an absolute maniac laugh. His pressure is suffocating. We are not done yet. Two more completely clueless centipedes slowly creep out from behind a massive rock, totally asking for it. In literally a split second, the black wolf claw sweeps through the air, effortlessly slicing both of their bodies completely in half. Dan Gun still cannot process this brutal massacre, his face totally pale from absolute fear. That last throw pinned his weapon straight into the wall, so Singu casually stretches to yank it back out. At this hilarious rate, my guy will never even use his magic power. Aaron just lets out a heavy sigh, trying to calm herself down, realizing she panicked for absolutely nothing. Seeing her stress out, he casually comforts her. Hey, over-preparing for a totally mysterious dungeon is never really a bad idea, right? After turning those bugs into literal paste, Singu is in a fantastic mood. He casually adds, "It is not my fault. Blame is on this weak dungeon." Suddenly, Dan Gun awkwardly interrupts to throw in a suggestion. Drops the most confusing idea we have ever heard. Why do we not make some serious noise? Our boy instantly reads his mind. Wait, you want me to summon all the bugs out right now? Catching that intense glare, the dude instantly panics, awkwardly scrambling to find any decent excuse to save his life. Quantity over quality, right? If there are way more of those creepy centipedes, our boy finally gets to test his mana. Erin's face instantly drops. She rejects the crazy idea right on the spot. It is just way too dangerous for them. Glares at that shady ghost, wanting to ditch this place fast. She tells Singu they should totally abandon this ridiculous mission right now. He squints with absolute zero trust, directly exposing Dan Gun's extremely sketchy little scheme. The guy is totally baiting him, trying to make him break the Golden Dungeon rule by provoking the entire freaking area. Aaron figures this ghost is just here to drag them down. That spirit clearly wants Singu dead, and is totally holding a massive grudge against him. It is not targeting the Z-bugs at all. Dan Gun panics, terrified he is about to get smacked again. No! You totally misunderstood me. The guy screams, desperately swearing up and down he just wants to wipe out the Z-bugs. Aaron sighs with absolute disgust, barely buying his story. Oh really? Our guy Singu finally steps up, flashing a relaxed smile to cool the heavy tension. Calm down, he says, claiming he completely trusts this ghost for some wild reason. I never ever doubted you. Seeing him take the ghost's side, she totally pouts at Singu. Dan Gun instantly milks the moment, trying to sweet-talk them. See, I knew you would trust me. I seriously just want to finish this mission. Singu completely ignores his whining as his whole vibe instantly shifts gears. Our boy actually has his own secret plan. Truth is, he never trusted this guy anyway. From the very start, he kept a super close watch on this weird spirit. There is zero chance it is an ally. A few words cannot reveal a person's true colors. What if he was a player while alive? Honestly, some humans are way worse than any monsters out there. You and I know he is faking it. Since Dan Gun cannot fight anyway, Singu just uses him to farm some juicy information. He needs the ghost for intel, and since the guy poses zero threat, why not just let him tag along? Shingu's ultimate goal is just exploring this crazy dungeon. This annoying ghost shouldn't even be a minor distraction for him. Who cares what this weird spirit actually wants? It genuinely does not matter because the guy is practically useless anyway. To keep Dan Gun completely clueless, our MC plays along like a pro. He just has to follow the ghost's script. He is already in too deep, so why stop now? Alright, let us do this. Poor Aaron cannot comprehend what insane scheme is cooking in his head. She grabs her head, groaning. Oh my gosh, you are so incredibly stubborn. Singu totally tunes out her complaints, standing firm and taking one massively deep breath to prepare. Then he flexes hard, channeling every ounce of his strength into a deafening roar. The shockwave is so insanely powerful, it whips up a Category 5 hurricane. Dan Gun literally cries out in absolute terror. Next, Singu shifts all his insane power into his hands. Gripping the black wolf claw tight, he swings his hammer down with maximum force. Dashing forward, he extends the handle and absolutely obliterates the cave wall, blasting a massive web of cracks into the stone. Singu grunts, charging forward to build up momentum. Holding his hammer tight, he sprints and rips a gigantic gaping hole straight through the solid wall. Dan Gun totally never expected this absolute madness. He is shivering uncontrollably. Mouth hangs open, stuttering. What? What on earth is this? Aaron is utterly shell-shocked. This is just way too crazy for her to process. Since when can you casually destroy a dungeon wall? Singu ignores the haters, going full solo destruction mode and wrecking every single corner. The bugs suddenly lose all their cozy hiding spots. They swarm out in droves alongside exploding rocks and dirt. Aaron is completely panicking. He genuinely fears they will never make it out alive. The creepy centipedes keep swarming closer. They literally have zero places left to hide. Even though Dan Gun started this whole mess, his courage has completely plummeted straight down to zero. How can you be this overpowered and reckless? She interrupts the ghost, frantically screaming out a warning to our boy Singu. The Z-bugs are coming right at us. But Singu just chuckles with this wicked smirk. He finds this whole chaotic situation absolutely thrilling. Not quite yet, even with the Z-bugs surrounding him completely. He stands his ground, fully hyped and ready for the ultimate showdown. Still not enough. Once again, Singu uses the black wolf claw to crush another worker bug. He absolutely shreds it into tiny pieces. Singu just laughs like a total maniac. It is literally just an extreme game of whack-a-mole. Mid-sentence, he swings his weapon, wiping out several more. Singu is looking ridiculously pumped up right now. Oh yeah, this is perfect. Meanwhile, poor Aaron is still stressing out. Be careful not to get bitten. He casually comforts her while mercilessly smashing the bugs. Do not worry about it. They cannot bite me. Not a chance. She huddles nervously on the sidelines, watching those terrifying centipedes pile up in pure panic. Our guy just keeps destroying the walls and slaughtering every single bug that dares to crawl out. All right, you and I are seeing bug corpses pile up, zero looting time. Dongan is sweating buckets watching this madness. Dude is definitely not human. Because Singu is just casually soloing this entire nasty bug army alone. Whispers to Aaron, I sense barely any mana from him, so how the heck is he doing this? She sighs heavily. Yeah, I used to think mana was the absolute only way to get stronger too, she replies. Meanwhile, Singu is just having a total blast. Are other players always this hyped? He thinks back. See, he was born absurdly strong, so he never actually had to take physical stuff seriously. It was always just too easy. Or honestly, he just couldn't go all out. One tiny slip-up and regular people could get seriously crushed. So growing up, his very first lesson was always holding back and just enduring everything. He could only unleash a tiny fraction during practice. Never enough. He just desperately wanted to let loose completely. And finally, right now, in this exact chaotic moment, Singu is hyped. Finally, the perfect excuse to go wild. Full power mode activated and nobody is here to hit the brakes. A massive crazy grin lights up his face. So glad I won't accidentally hurt anyone here. Then Aaron abruptly shouts, her voice totally shaky, Singu, look out. 3 absolutely massive freak centipedes are charging right at him. He casually turns around. Yep, 3 giant ugly monsters just glaring at his soul. Watching this unfold, Dangan instantly flashes this incredibly cold, classic supervillain smirk. Oh, they are mad now. The bugs screech with pure raging fury. Dangan just watches and mocks him. Normally you'd fight them one-on-one in this tiny space. But you smashed the wall, genius. Now you fight the whole squad. Call that instant karma. That funny thought makes Dangan laugh out loud. Obviously, his incredibly smug, snarky attitude gets Aaron completely furious. Singu just mutters to himself, staring down the bug swarm. Oh boy, locking onto his fresh targets, he crouches low, building momentum. Blink and you miss it. Singu launches straight up. Then black wolf claws activate, violently smashing into each monster's skull. In a literal split second, those giant bugs are absolutely pulverized into tiny pieces. Watching that insane combo, Dangon's face totally freezes. The dude is completely malfunctioning. Singu watches the bug shells rain down and smirks, looking incredibly proud of his own chaotic mess. Guess I should definitely save mana for the boss. Seconds later, a shiny system window pops up. Quest clear. Wipe out cave bugs. You literally hit 300%. Singu stares at the crazy score, totally shocked. Oops, I was having fun. Looks like I actually killed triple the required amount. And that extra +3? Yeah, that totally counts those final 3 giant freak bugs that crashed the party. Spotting Aaron, he leans in and whispers, hey, the system says I totally overcleared this quest. Is that supposed to be a good thing? She nods super confidently. Obviously, the loot completely scales depending on the specific quest type. He drops some heavy lore rules, but bottom line, the rewards are definitely getting way more insane. This is an absolute rule, perfectly guaranteed by the Heavenly City laws. Mid-sentence, Aaron glares right at Dangon. You and I know we absolutely cannot trust the sketchy player who handed out this shady quest anymore. He's instantly on guard. His true villain colors showed, and no way he willingly hands over the epic loot. Mentally calculating, she thinks, he has to reward him, sure, but this dude is a literal vengeful ghost now. If he tries any funny business, he gets instantly erased. After a really awkward pause, Dangan decides, I will give you the reward. Singu and Aaron are completely baffled. Zero hesitation, she dives right in front of Singu. You literally wanted him dead a minute ago, and now you are handing out prizes? That is when Dangan drops the truth bomb. Yeah, I really did. I just did not want to suffer or die here all alone. I was so blinded by pure toxic hatred, my brain completely stopped working. Aaron listens closely to his crazy lore dump. See, a phantom spawns when a perfectly pure soul gets violently twisted by dark emotions and toxic mana, eventually mutating into something completely beyond a simple, regular status effect. Basically, a cursed monster. But watching those nasty bugs get utterly wiped off the map, not a single one left, my twisted soul actually felt totally at peace. I finally snapped back to reality. Right now, Dangan's face softens up, looking incredibly relieved. You smashed that quest way beyond perfect. Honestly, though, Aaron still looks like she does not buy a single word of his wild story. Alright guys, Singu doesn't blink. He just straight up drops the classic, I literally do not care. If you attacked, you'd be dead. Savage, but Dan Gunn isn't mad. He is actually fanboying hard, thinking, man, imagine having a teammate like him. Wait, no! That tragic stuff is totally ancient history. Dan Gunn softly offers the epic loot, but our boy Singu just waves it off. Nope! He hits him with that ultimate confidence. I'm about to completely smash the absolute limit on this quota. Dan Gunn's eyes practically pop out. Wait, what? Then Aaron starts sweating bullets. Singu? Dan Gunn's brain basically blue screens. Literally cannot process this wild insanity. No way, are you actually planning to solo the boss? Singu just flashes this insanely cocky, razor-sharp grin and winks, totally hyping himself up like he is the smartest genius alive. Meanwhile, Eren watches his wild energy and is low-key freaking out about this ridiculously reckless stunt. Dan Gun is just standing there frozen, glitching out, completely clueless on how to react. Singu ignores them, casually squatting to snatch the loot. He admits he went completely feral without saving a single drop of stamina, but hey, that unhinged style just works. Look at all those shiny gems dropping everywhere. He turns around, eyes blazing with pure chaotic determination, declaring he has still got plenty of gas left. Suddenly, our guy confidently flexes that insane physique. His whole body is practically steaming from the brawl. Every single muscle that was sleeping before is now fully awakened and totally bursting with absolute power. It gives him this wild adrenaline-pumping rush that completely crushes any trace of boring fatigue. Hearing this, Dan Gun stares and totally judges him. Your muscles are a complete freak show. Singu loudly snaps back. Just shut your mouth. Eren completely ignores this goofy banter, quietly stressing out in the corner, because soloing the big boss is basically a suicide mission. But here is the wild part we love. Our boy Singu makes the impossible look easy. The epic visual of him totally obliterating the bad guys with a single brutal punch just replays in their heads. Dan Gun suddenly gets serious and drops the heavy lore. This dungeon is literally built from the memories of my brutal death. He rolls his eyes, warning that the boss will probably switch up its attack pattern entirely. Singu grips his black wolf claws, genuinely intrigued now. A totally different attack pattern? Dan Gun highlights the absolute worst part, Toxic Mist. When cornered, the boss literally pukes a lethal poison fog from its mouth. Oh, and it gets worse. It also snipes acidic venom from its tail like a freaking laser beam. Singu strokes his chin, literally picturing Godzilla in his head. Wait, like that massive thing? Suddenly, a light bulb goes off in Shingu's head. Hold up! He totally cleared this dungeon with 0 poison damage, purely because he did not even give those creepy centipedes a single millisecond to land a bite on him. But what if it is an undodgeable gas cloud? If he had marched into that boss room totally blind, he might not have died, but it would have been absolute misery. Dan Gun jumps back in with the cheat codes, but there is an obvious tell before it strikes. A beast like you can totally see it coming and dodge easily. Of course, the game could completely change this time, so don't get cocky. Singu goes dead silent, absorbing every single word Dan Gun drops. He mentally bookmarks the warning like a pro gamer. Thanks for the heads up, he casually says. Dan Gun quickly shoots back, do not mention it. Then, he flashes this super eager, bloodthirsty grin. Honestly, I just want front row seats to watch you absolutely obliterate that thing. Singu smirks, his face totally lit up with hype. This is getting incredibly fun. If he had brainlessly smashed this ghost guy out of suspicion earlier, he would have missed out on all these juicy boss fight spoilers right now. Plus, he probably would have been stuck fighting a massive, disgusting swarm of centipedes simultaneously. If he had not cleared the quest to fix Dan Gun's sanity, the guy would not be handing out free cheat codes. Singu smiles cheerfully, completely indescribable wild excitement bubbling up inside his chest. This whole vibe literally feels exactly like a video game. Right then, Dan Gun brings up the mysterious land of the winged people, mentioning how the crazy dungeons in that floating sky city absolutely scream video game logic. But honestly, thinking like that is super dangerous. This is an exclusive, twisted game where only the players who enter can actually participate. Dan Gun turns around, his voice dropping super dramatically. And the entry fee is your actual life. That hardcore line makes Singu freeze up. Eren completely agrees, chiming in. People who treat this sky city and these dungeons like some virtual playground end up getting reckless, and honestly, they die way faster. Singu immediately thinks of all those respawning losers. Like sure, enjoying the absolute chaos of what you do is super important, right? But treating real life like a joke, totally different vibe. The chumps who treat this like a casual game, hoping for unlimited tries? Yeah, those guys are basically asking for an instant game over. Then he drops a suggestion. Look, if you are going to treat this like a game, your goal should be a flawless one-shot speedrun. Eren just stares at Singu, totally baffled and completely weirded out. She blurts out, I literally cannot understand your brain. Singu checks his watch and casually drops, oh snap, 2 hours and 34 minutes already? He smirks. Guess I gotta speedrun this before we hit the 3-hour mark. She shakes her head, totally exhausted by his logic. Clear a massive dungeon under 3 hours? Yeah, sure. Dan Gun interrupts the madness, asking, wait, do you even know where the boss room is? Singu waggles his finger with max swagger. No need to go exploring. The whole place is practically pulverized into literal rubble anyway. He struts forward a few steps and points dramatically. Except for that one suspicious door over there. Eren is absolutely speechless. I never in a million years imagined finding the boss room like this. Stick with me, guys. Zero hesitation, Singu goes full throttle straight at it. Let's go. Alright guys, check this out. Eren totally panics, yelling at Singu to prep. But our boy? He literally ghosts her warning and just kicks the freaking door down. Eren screams for him to wait. Singu struts right into the boss room, with the other two trailing behind like lost puppies. The second they step inside, Dangan furiously points at the nightmare fuel ahead. Bomu! He swears this giant centipede is the exact same boss that wrecked him in a level 10 dungeon. Hearing that, Eren completely loses it. Wait, this is a level 10 dungeon? She totally freezes up, her eyes darting everywhere. In this world, a level 10 dungeon is exactly where a player's rank gets tested. Trust me, the monsters and traps here, way more brutal than any lower tier stuff. Usually a boss here slaps harder than level 15 ones. You would normally need a massive raid party just to survive it. So it is absolutely insane that Singu is trying to solo this thing. Zero hesitation. He grips his black wolf claw and straight up charges Bomu for a brawl. Grits his teeth, his brain working on overdrive. The boss is basically stunned for 3 seconds right when the doors open. He is gonna completely hijack that opening. Without missing a beat, our crazy main character launches into the air, screaming for it to die. He drops a lightning-fast overhead smash right onto the giant centipede, making its bug blood splatter absolutely everywhere. Not wasting a single second, he rolls right into step 2 of his master plan. He funnels his mana straight into the hammer and triggers a massive directional explosion. Following the wild momentum of the hammer slamming into the enemy, Dangan just stands there frozen, totally gobsmacked by the epic scene. What the heck is that? She awkwardly tries explaining. Oh, he is totally experienced with fighting these insanely huge boss monsters. Mingu bounces back, keeping a super safe distance after his attack. His eyes lock onto Bomu's completely severed tail. He literally cheers out loud, hyped that he snapped off one of its parts. Then he flexes his black wolf claw like a trophy. Turns out that tail actually packed a nasty poison gland. His hammer is absolutely dripping with toxic sludge now. Aaron cringes so hard, flat out refusing to even touch the thing. Jumping back into the madness, he thinks it over. He used max power just to smash the tail, so he figures he could probably crush its skull too. His eyes scan that gross orange armor. Since it is a weak spot, it is probably tougher than the tail, but if he just headshots this thing, the whole fight ends instantly. Thinking about that shortcut, he just lets out a heavy sigh. Singu stares at it, super annoyed he did not just one-shot it earlier. Meanwhile, Dangan is hiding behind the door like a coward, screaming that it is about to spew toxic gas. Standing face to face with this absolute unit, Singu realizes the real fight starts now. Honestly, he thought this bug would be as easy to squish as a basic cricket. But thanks to some wild plot twists, things just got way messier. It is not only massive, but it is out here spitting literal biohazards everywhere. Singu smoothly dodges every single attack from Bomu. The real headache here is totally that nasty poison gas attack. He hugs the wall tight. No matter how huge this hallway is, if that thing keeps spamming poison, our guy is gonna run out of breathing room fast. Gripping his weapon, he decides it is time to speedrun this boss. He needs to wrap this up before things get completely out of hand. Sure, he wrecked its tail, but he does not think he can just casually cave its head in, and spamming his mana for a punishment strike is totally off the table. Bomu shrieks with an ear-piercing screech. It charges at top speed. Singu casually sidesteps before becoming roadkill. He actually looks at the monster with this crazy excited smirk on his face. Physical attack with a broken stump plus toxic gas, having to dodge both at the exact same time is super annoying. Suddenly he notices a blind spot and freezes. Then he just starts laughing like an absolute maniac. Yeah, he can totally pull this off. Thinks he is a total genius. Aaron gets super anxious. Singu, do you actually figure out a cheat code? He answers with pure swagger while dodging flawlessly. Obviously, Singu starts moving in this weird zigzag pattern that seriously confuses Bomu. This totally proves his theory. The bug is way too fat to turn around quickly. He instantly flexes, channeling explosive energy right into his weapon to perfectly distribute his mana. Just seconds later, he yeets the black wolf claw into the air, spinning it beautifully. Bomu totally takes the bait, staring up at the spinning object. Not wasting a single second, Singu launches himself upward. His whole body tenses up as he channels every single drop of strength straight into his fist. Down below, Aaron's eyes are wide like saucers, totally baffled. He is stacking a punishment with a fist punishment at the exact same time. Guys seeing this? He is literally trying to combine two ridiculously hard skills into one god-tier punch. Taking advantage of Bomu drooling over the floating claw, Singu blasts a nasty uppercut straight into its ultimate weak spot. Singu lands perfectly on his feet, letting out a heavy breath. Phew. Right then, the classic system text pops up on screen. Punishment hit level 7, and his courage hit level 2. He casually rests both hands on his hips. Watches Bomu's massive corpse crash to the floor. Thank God, if he used a tiny bit more force, his hammer would have totally shattered. Then, system screens spam everywhere. Quest condition: wipe out centipedes in cave 453. Target over 150. You have hit 500% of the quest. Worker centipede cave area 184 is officially wiped clean. Aaron's jaw practically hits the floor in pure disbelief. This absolute madman actually slaughtered the boss. Singu stays totally silent, just watching those glowing system screens pop up one by one. Dungeon officially cleared, and the final results are rolling in. Clear time is just 2 minutes and 46 seconds. Dude smashed every trap, trashing 503 workers, 3 attackers, and 1 massive boss. He just snagged a hilarious special achievement called Is Poison Even Edible? Loot drops are insane, a passive poison resistance skill, an S-rank clear, plus a super rare special rest area key. Total absolute madness. Dangan and Aaron are totally speechless. Jaws literally on the floor. A split second later, the system dings again. Experience points calculated, and boom, he jumps up 5 whole levels. Singu just stares, totally shocked by the wild fiery energy exploding all around his body. He is absolutely tripping out over this fresh vibe, which feels way different from his first time learning mana. Eren flutters over, casually explaining that this is just a raw buff to what he already has, so no more screaming and crazy pain this time around. Right then, his shiny new stats flash before him. Illegal player Singu, level 15. Strength 112, Agility 111, Endurance 125, Magic 15. Next up, our guy checks out his updated skill list. Passives are Chaos Tail level 1, Ignorance is Courage level 2, and Poison Resist level 1. Actives include Distribution level 9 and Smite level 7. He quickly scans through the whole stacked list. Suddenly, he clenches his fist super tight. A quiet, dramatic sigh slowly escapes his lips. Looking a bit exhausted and super confused, he carefully studies the numbers and finally gets the math. So his strength, agility, and endurance go up by 2 points every level, but his magic only bumps up by 1 point per level. Singu just mutters to himself. He says he is still not used to seeing power as numbers. Eren hyped up chimes in, saying watching yourself level up is actually pretty awesome. He awkwardly scratches his head. Right, time for the loot! Singu is completely blown away while scrolling through his shiny new superpower list. Right. First is poison resistance. Dude hasn't even been poisoned once yet. Why the heck did he even get this? She holds her chin, thinking. He literally has no clue either. But then he bounces back, realizing how overpowered this actually is. Either way, this skill is going to let him totally tank and crush any toxic garbage. Since a ton of toxic monsters are definitely showing up later, this weird little skill is absolutely essential. Then he looks down and pulls out another mysterious item. This weird key is the real headache here. The info pops up, Rest Area Key, gifted to illegal players with high potential, and you use it by literally just stabbing it right into the ground. He squints at it like, what? The description is way too vague. A rest area? Stabbing the dirt? Eren tilts her little head and says super carefully, I guess we just have to test it out. Singu groans and just chucks it into his spatial storage. Whatever, man. He bins his epic weapon and glares straight at Bomu. Alright then. Dangon's eyes are practically bugging out of his head at this crazy scene. Suddenly, a massive explosive boom makes him jump totally out of his skin. Singu swings his black wolf claw like an absolute pro. In a flash, everything in front gets obliterated. Grabs the sweet loot and turns to remind Dangon. Yo, I already snatched up all the essence. Hand over my quest reward now. The panicked guy stammers out, oh right, my bad, here is your reward. Now, you and I gotta see this. Dangon clenches his fists, thinking this guy's reflexes and smite skill are literally better than any pro player he has ever seen. Way too epic for a total dropout from a level 10 dungeon like him. If he could just support this absolute beast on the road ahead, wouldn't his own pathetic existence actually mean something? He gets so totally lost in his deep, edgy thoughts, he completely forgets Singu is just standing there waiting. Then, at last, he stutters but speaks with fierce determination. If you hit 500%, then it's actually possible. He places a hand right on his chest. Hesitating for a dramatic second, he drops the bomb. I will give you the essence of my memories. That wild statement makes both of our heroes completely freeze up in total shock. The essence of your memories? Wait, what? Eren's eyes light up with hyped energy. Is that a skill? Singu repeats it, totally confused. A skill? Dangon just smiles and confirms it. Yep, exactly. As soon as he speaks, his body starts literally fading into these crazy sparkling ribbons of light. This is the very last thing I have left after being trapped in this trash dungeon. Let me give it all to you. Nearing Dangon's dramatic speech, Singu's face is just hit with pure shock. A unique potential? What kind of insanely broken skill is that? Dangon is fully ready to let it all go, glowing with epic sparkling light streams all around him. Seeing this wild sacrifice, Singu quickly turns to his little angel Eren. You know anything about this? Her face suddenly looks super flustered and confused. No way! I totally thought he would just gift us some old skill he used to spam. But seeing Dangan fading away so dramatically right now, she is honestly left completely speechless. But looking at him, literally handing his soul over to us. Singu practically jumped out of his skin. Wait, what? Sounds absolutely creepy, right? Suddenly, boom, a massive hammer spawns right in his hand, the black wolf claw. But honestly, weirdly enough, the spot where Singu grabbed the black wolf claw suddenly flared with this crazy, mysterious light. Then poof! It instantly vanished before our guy could even blink or react. Once the wild glowing process ended, a ridiculously weird tattoo just stamped itself onto his hand. Singu stared at the bizarre mark, completely dumbfounded. A crazy symbol just popped up on my skin, he thought, and I can actually feel some insane, freaky energy pulsing right out of it. While he was still totally geeking out over his new toy, the system's robotic voice chimed in. Mission complete. You unlocked the soul collection skill. Current tally, 1 soul collected. Oh, by the way, you still have absolutely zero clue how to actually use a soul. Singu was totally tripping out. Wait, what? Collecting souls? From right behind him, Eren quickly chimed in. Yeah, I have literally never heard of a skill like that before. She kept trying to make sense of it for Singu. I guess the boss respected your crazy skills so much that he just handed over his soul. Gee, but why wouldn't he tell you how to actually use it? Meanwhile, Singu just stood there, staring at the air like a totally helpless idiot. So, beating the goal by 500% just gets me a weird hand tattoo, but our boy bounced back fast, hyping himself up again. Whatever, at least I went all out and smashed it. I guess I'll just have to be happy with this. Aaron quickly fluttered right into Singu's face, hyping up his insane new achievement nonstop. I can't believe you cleared that without taking a single hit. Honestly, after that epic beatdown, Singu leveled up his big brain. His mind was racing, trying to piece all these crazy events together. There's no way every dungeon is this unhinged, he thought. But honestly, I'm pretty sure regular tier dungeons are going to be a total joke to conquer. So yeah, you and I are witnessing a massive W here. Done flexing, our guy quickly spun around. Time to drop those monster cores on the altar. But suddenly Singu froze up like his brain just lagged. Wait a minute. There were literally two glowing altars sitting right in front of him. Singu pointed straight at the fiery red one and asked Aaron, a red glowing altar chilling right next to the white one? What is the deal with that? Looking at her beautifully clueless partner, Aaron could only offer a super awkward smile. I seriously, deeply do not want to tell you this. But honestly, even she couldn't stop staring at that shiny red altar. That bad boy only spawns when you completely smash a dungeon with an insanely high score. It is a literal enhancement altar. You can upgrade a piece of gear just by sacrificing monster essence. She happily rambled on, totally missing the wicked, greedy grin spreading across Singu's face. The upgrade depends totally on the type, quality, and amount of essence. A ridiculously sinister gleam flashed in Singu's eyes. Oh, he understood perfectly. Zero hesitation. He marched straight for the red altar, leaving a panicked Aaron trailing behind. Singu, dude, shouldn't you try rolling for some armor first? Singu instantly clapped back. Even if I dump every single essence we have, the drop rate for armor is probably trash anyway. He happily juggled his hard-earned monster essences like a kid in a candy store. Besides, who knows when we're going to randomly stumble across another enhancement altar. So obviously I need to buff my weapon right now. Offense is literally the best defense anyway, am I right? Aaron was absolutely speechless at his gamer logic. She just sighed and gave up. Yeah, fine. Mingu eagerly slammed all his shiny new loot down onto the glowing red altar. Instantly, this absolutely blinding, chaotic light erupted everywhere. But suddenly, two pieces of monster essence got rejected, bouncing right off and hitting the dirt. Mingu instantly freaked out. Bro, it just spit my hard-earned essence right back out. Right on cue, the robotic system voice chimed in. Maximum enhancement reached. This treasure simply cannot be upgraded any further. Aaron let out a huge sigh of relief while Singu was literally grinding his teeth in rage. Seeing Singu throwing a silent tantrum, Aaron rushed to explain. Dude, the Black Wolf Claw was already an insanely high tier from the jump. It maxed out using just the final boss essence and one high-tier monster drop. Honestly, looks like we'll just have to settle for enhancing with whatever leftovers we have right here. The wild upgrade process kept doing its thing. Finally, those flashy, sparkling rays burst out all over again. Enhancement complete. The starter weapon just evolved into a D+ rank Black Wolf Claw. Attack power 450 to 1070. Plus, it straight up poisons enemies on hit. The flavor text right below said, "This Warhammer channels the raw, devastating power from the Great Black Wolf's front leg. Oh, and it packs severe toxic damage." Singu hyped up, grabbed his sick new weapon, and took a few practice swings. Aaron stood there, awkwardly pointing out his crazy luck. Scoring a D+ weapon in a tutorial dungeon and then instantly maxing it out? On your very first run ever? Singu flashed her the cockiest smile imaginable. Yep, and it even unlocked an extra trait too. Even though the dude literally had no idea what that trait actually did. Then, as if she just remembered some crucial lore, Aaron quickly chimed in. Wait, Singu, the trait might be linked to the beastly nature of the Great Black Wolf itself. Just keep grinding that weapon proficiency, and you'll definitely unlock it. Seriously, don't sweat it! But our guy still looked super skeptical. Are you sure? Aaron's face suddenly flushed completely bright red. She thought to herself, alright, watch this. Our guy Singu decides they need armor next. Though honestly, there's zero guarantee that's gonna drop. Singu stares at his loot bag, gears turning in his head. Sure, using it all for upgrades is the smart play. But, boom, he dumps every single drop of essence onto the altar. Aaron instantly panics. Oh, this dude is absolutely reckless. Gambled it all at once. Classic Singu. Now the only thing little Aaron can do is watch and pray. That flashy, magical light bursts from the altar. Singu just stands there, totally captivated by the glow. Meanwhile, Aaron is literally bowing down, praying for a miracle. Then she completely loses it, laughing until she actually cries. Ha! Another shiny weapon pops out. Behold, the D+ rank Poison Fang gauntlets. So much for that armor, huh? Singu's eyes absolutely light up at the new gear. Look, Aaron, we got armor, he cheers. Aaron just sighs, utterly defeated by his ridiculous logic. Are you blind? What armor? The system stats flash on screen for this bad boy. A wicked pair of gauntlets, straight up forged from super toxic centipede essence. Tough as nails, offering insane hand protection. Plus, it's packed with vicious little spikes to just completely wreck any enemy's day. Watching Singu slide those gauntlets on, Aaron still feels salty. Dude, no matter how you look at it, that is definitely a weapon. I get that rewards change based on our dungeon clear style, she complains. But seriously, before she can even finish, our boy interrupts. Hey, I can wear these everywhere and literally nobody will even notice a thing. Hey, beating up monsters is way better with spiked knuckles. Realizing this, Aaron happily flutters right back over to Singu. Fair point. Let's find some way easier dungeons from now on, okay? Singu smiles, going totally soft for a second. Yeah, thanks for worrying about me. Suddenly, crack, rumble. Aaron jumps out of her skin. She panics, screaming at him, "Dude, run! The whole freaking dungeon is collapsing right now." But this guy's zero panic. He actually has the nerve to just casually reassure her. Relax, we are totally fine. The exit is literally right there. Aaron's brain is completely fried, recalling how weird this whole crazy situation really is. Normal dungeons in Heaven City stay open basically forever unless some super rare quest drops. But these ant cave dungeons? They literally vanish the second you clear them. Is it because some dead players actually created them? Seriously, what kind of dark, twisted lore are we dealing with here? Our chaotic duo sprints toward the glowing exit, but honestly, Aaron just can't shake this creeping suspicion gnawing at her. This means Singu can't just grind this dungeon for easy EXP. Meanwhile, our boy is lost in his own little world, wondering why this stupid ant cave had to be so ridiculously brutal to beat. Way crazier than Heaven City. With rocks literally crashing down around them, Singu yells out, "Let's bail and check out that rest area." Aaron quickly fires back, "Wait, what's wrong?" That intense beam of light teleports our chaotic duo right out of the collapsing cave. Finally, these two are actually safe and sound. But suddenly a dark thought hits Singu. He dramatically furrows his brow. His face turns dead serious. Something out here feels completely different. Aaron blinks in total confusion. "What do you mean?" They both gaze up at the sky. Everything around them looks super quiet and peaceful. Ningu mutters softly, "The vibe. Isn't it a little too quiet?" Aaron is totally lost on his logic. "Bro, it's just a normal village on a weekday. Isn't that completely normal?" Ningu rubs his temples at her innocent logic. Dealing with this fairy actually gives him a massive headache. Yeah, it's never that simple. Suddenly, Aaron zips up, her eyes literally sparkling with insane curiosity. "So this rest area thing, what exactly is it?" Ningu opens his hand, totally flexing his new loot. This epic key unlocks it, simple as that. Aaron looks completely clueless, like a deer in headlights. Players over in Heaven City definitely don't get these. Singu shoots her a giant grin, already daydreaming about some 5-star hotel. Hey, maybe they just scored a whole castle. The rest area is probably like their old Heaven City base. But honestly, Aaron still looks incredibly skeptical about this. She mutters, rubbing her chin before dropping some actual logic. Makes sense. Heaven City is the dungeon hub, but it's also the ultimate global player base. Suddenly, a terrifying thought hits her. What if some random players are already crashing there? Are there secret players hiding in the rest area? Actually, nobody's crazy enough to reach this ant cave except you. Singu clenches his fist, trying to calm her rising panic. Listen, if someone else actually got there first, then maybe we can finally squeeze some juicy lore about this ant cave out of them. He points forward, completely fired up. Let's roll! All right, you and I are jumping right in. Aaron frantically begs him to wait. They really need to be careful here. Suddenly, her mind is completely blown by a crazy fact. Gets it, but Singu just stands there clueless. Understand what? It quickly explains that just gripping the key makes you totally invisible. Sure, it is super awkward for intense combat, but for daily life, very useful. Our girl Erin is absolutely loving this handy little cheat code. Such a convenient feature, right? But for some reason, our guy is literally shaking, she calls out. Singu furiously jams the shiny key right into the dirt. Guess painting that motorcycle was completely pointless after all. Erin is totally helpless dealing with this absolute goofball. I told you so, dude. Boom. Right on cue, a massive gaping hole just opens up underneath them. They just freeze, zero clue what is happening. It takes them actually falling to finally start screaming their heads off. Are we seriously falling again? Come on! Dust appears everywhere, making it completely impossible to see anything ahead. Peering inside, Singu is absolutely shell-shocked. What the heck is this? Rest area stats read level 1. Door level 1, bed level 1, and even the tiny cabinet is level 1. The system pops up. From now on, dungeon clearing without spending any essence means it all gets stashed in this cute little piggy bank. You can spend your saved essence to upgrade and expand this entire resting area. Singu smirks like a total boss. Does this childish game even count as a challenge? Aha, he gets it. Looks super familiar. His gamer brain finally boots up. This is a classic base building feature from video games. A personal base that buffs the player in multiple ways. Plus, you can level it up for a price. However, we have a tiny little problem here. If you actually look closely at the main function of this area, Aaron is thinking the exact same thing and just blurts it out. This space is literally meant for only one single person. Sky practically shatters. Singu faceplants into the dirt whining. Heaven is supposed to be for everyone, while ant holes are for miserable loners. Aaron stands there nagging him. See, I completely told you so. Even lacking space for two, she truly does not care. You are the only stowaway player here anyway. Singu cries his absolute heart out. A tiny rest area like this does not mean I should be alone. Now that he is calm, his brain does the math. But I am totally dead after using punishment 3 times. Even if I wanted a shiny upgrade, I literally have zero monster essence left in my pockets. You know what? Skip the hard stuff. Priorities first, time to hit the hay and strategize later. Seeing him practically snoring already, Aaron drops the subject entirely. You definitely need to rest up too, Singu. Seeing her awkwardly standing there, he asks like a good guy, "You are not sleeping?" Her face is totally blank. "Not really tired, mostly thanks to you."
Yep.
She shyly scratches her cheek. "Hey, I just stood back and cheered you on against that ghost. Plus, sharing that tiny bed would just be super weird." Hearing that, Singu smoothly promises to buy her a little dollhouse to sleep in later. Getting absolutely spoiled like that, Aaron totally brightens up. "Yes, please?" And literally seconds later, Singu is completely knocked out cold. That sleep speed is honestly kind of terrifying. How does he crash so fast? He is snoring like a chainsaw on the bed. Aaron just sighs, guessing that whole tooltip about sleep-boosting efficiency was pretty real. She stares at him blankly, feeling a tiny bit sad. Efficiency, huh? Singu is definitely not the only one who needs mana training. Her face flashes with serious regret mixed with hard acceptance. In the end, she got completely logged out just for being weak. At the very least, she should be super thankful to be alive. Aaron shakes it off and hypes herself back up. Since she is stuck in the support role after losing her powers, she desperately needs to farm mana and level those skills up big time. Our girl is insanely determined for this new goal. I have to let Singu focus entirely on doing the heavy hitting. Remembering her legendary old combos, Aaron gets completely fired up. "I am going to steal back every single epic skill I ever owned." Now you and I know Singu can smash through almost anything with raw strength, but a little extra preparation never hurt anybody. Look, you and I know teamwork matters. She hated watching him do absolutely everything himself. Singu was basically a one-man army out there. Aaron, total third-wheel vibes. Her frustration was seriously hitting the boiling point. I mean, come on, she used to be the absolute best healer in Korea. Maybe even the entire world. Fists clenched tight. Her eyes literally blazing with some intense, fiery determination right now. Vowed to shock him by getting her epic skills back. Because honestly, his ridiculous overpowered stats were making her super depressed. The dude literally leveled up just by breathing. So yeah, she gave herself a massive pep talk to grind harder. Zero time for chilling. She knew exactly what crazy training montage she had to pull off next. The plan? Grind her stats while he was asleep to finally close that massive power gap. Fast forward, and Singu finally blinks awake from his epic nap. He groggily glances around, trying to spot Aaron. And guess what? She was knocked out cold. He thought it was hilarious and just let her sleep. He totally gave up on figuring this hyper girl out. Honestly, she was way more stressed than him about this whole dungeon thing. Mingu stands up, pops his joints, and stretches out. Time to grind some skills on his own.
Yeah.
Since waking her was off the table, the guy figured he might as well totally max out his mana pool while waiting. After a solid 5-hour chill session, Singu casually strolled outside. That magical door was totally still open. Confused, Aaron asked if they were finally going home, but nope, bro just shook his head no. Singu took a slow step, sounding way too confident. He told her he was fully recharged, and hey, he already texted his mom he'd be gone for days. Dude was practically vibrating with excitement, eyes sparkling like crazy as he demanded another dungeon run. Aaron just sighed, knowing it wouldn't be that ridiculously easy. Literally 10 minutes later, he screamed out like a total maniac. Found one. The system popped up. Worker Centipede Cave, danger level pathetic. They just stood there, completely frozen in shock. This stupid game logic was seriously ticking Singu off right now. It was the exact same lame dungeon. Then it hit Aaron like a truck. She totally figured it out. So here is where you and I learn how messed up this game is. If a player wipes out, it heavily debuffs their squad. That makes it way easier for others to die, creating a massive chain reaction of non-stop death right in that spot. Her brain went into overdrive. That perfectly explained why so many dungeons spawned grouped together. From now on, they definitely had to scan every single area like total paranoid pros. Singu literally dropped his jaw. What kind of twisted logic was that? He was getting super mad. One dead player equaled one dungeon! Bro instantly transformed, shouting that they needed a speedrun. Aaron just nervously tagged along behind him. Honestly, the thought of him going any faster was terrifying to her. Welcome to dungeon number 184, the incredibly gross worker Centipede Cave. 5-hour time limit. Singu scoped out the zone like a total hawk. The area code was exactly the same. Lugging his giant hammer inside, he realized that number wasn't the total dungeon count at all. It was actually the dungeon type. He casually told Aaron there were probably 183 more. Then boom, a random ghost popped out. She totally freaked and clung to his arm for dear life. A literal spirit was just floating there. She reached out to poke it. Was that glowing thing actually supposed to be a real human? Singu had zero patience for this creepy stuff. He just snapped and aggressively demanded the stupid quest already. The ghost girl stared, totally clueless like a deer, huh? Bro instantly switched to full-on bully mode. He claimed he knew everything and fiercely demanded the quest. The poor spirit was shaking and stuttering. She quickly agreed to just give it. Fast forward 3 whole days. That's exactly how long it took our crazy guy to absolutely speedrun 6 bug dungeons. He just wildly charged straight into the massive monster hordes. And then bam, that heavy dungeon door was suddenly kicked wide open right from the outside. Yep, It was just Singu and Eren finally dragging themselves out after totally wrecking that exhausted dungeon. Clearing that nightmare left her absolutely drained, whining and crying like crazy. She just wanted a hot bath so badly. But of course, our ruthless MC completely shut that down. He ordered her to rest right there before they even thought about heading home. Eren finally stopped complaining, totally satisfied with that game plan. Finally, now that totally sounded like a legit pro gamer move. Meanwhile, Singu was completely obsessing over those gross centipedes he just smashed. He actually wondered if they could find even more bug dungeons. Exhausted, the dude flopped heavily right onto the super soft bed. A quick second later, he focused his gamer brain to pull up the system menu. Time to check those sweet status updates. The glowing screen flashed his insanely busted stats for everyone to see. Level 25, strength at 132, agility at 131. Staring at those totally broken numbers floating right in front of him, our guy just couldn't stop grinning like an absolute madman. But wait, this greedy dude still wasn't completely satisfied. He seriously wished he had managed to grind his poison resistance up just a tiny bit higher. Eren literally burst into tears. She knew crazy players took hits on purpose to level up, but never expected him to do it. Singu honestly didn't care at all. Since he had the skill, taking some damage was the fastest way to grind. He casually mentioned he'd only do it if she was there to heal him. But even after that super logical gamer explanation, she totally rejected the insane idea. Sure, that made her super useful, but the whole idea totally sucked. Then bro totally zoned out, remembering how insanely clutch his poison resistance was in combat. At level 4, he could literally just chill inside toxic fog or casually walk off a deadly poison attack like it was absolutely nothing. And he just kept rambling on about the ridiculous perks. Once he hit level 5, the ultimate boss centipede's toxic venom would literally just feel like a tiny static shock. But Eren savagely crushed his wild gamer dreams. Sure, he'd get way stronger. But honestly, you and I know there probably aren't even any bug dungeons left to grind anyway. Taking her actually useful advice, our guy quickly shifts his attention to some other crazy skills. So, what about Magic Bullet and Charge? Let's check them out. He starts analyzing how to level up these wild abilities. Forget boring training arcs or basic quest rewards. He gets power straight from the dungeon souls he meets. He even figures out the exact requirements to make these skills totally overpowered, which is honestly kind of insane for him. Their quests are totally different in both rules and epic loot. Despite knowing exactly how this crazy system works, he drops a bombshell. Our dude still feels like these skills aren't really his yet. Eren totally agrees with Singu on this one, mostly because he hasn't inherited those dead guys' epic battle senses. Meanwhile, she enthusiastically explains the mechanics behind the powers our guy wants to boost. It is going to take some real time to completely burn their memories into his physical body. But hey, both of these skills are absolutely top tier and totally worth the massive headache. This reality check makes Singu realize you cannot just speedrun mastery here. He won't learn this stuff easily. Not wanting to just sit around like a total scrub, he gets his hands dirty, researching. Turns out, Charge is a wild skill that uses mana to massively accelerate your own body. Not only that, but this crazy ability actually mutates his other skills when combined, since that is literally its biggest and most broken feature. Not just any random player can master it, which is something our brilliant main character finally manages to realize himself. But to pop other skills while using Charge, he really needs to learn how to control his mana flow smoothly, which is ridiculously hard right now. Seeing Singu struggling like a complete noob with his upgrades, Eren chimes in with a solid hint to change his whole strategy. She asks him about Magic Bullet, casually dropping that it is actually a straight-up evolved version of his throwing punishment ability. She keeps lecturing him about this shiny new skill she just suggested. The mechanic involves blasting built-up mana forward, but instead of chucking weapons like a caveman, he just shoots pure magic. The raw damage is weaker than punishment, but the speed is absolutely insane. To actually master this, he has to learn how to detach mana from physical objects. Players who spam this skill usually hunt down special artifacts to support it and turn into epic snipers. This ability is super rare, so it is honestly super weird that they even got it. While reminiscing about those old gaming legends, Eren suddenly throws out a massive question about the crazy souls trapped inside the dungeon. Were they actually famous players back when they were alive? But even those pros could not clear the level 10 dungeon. She quickly shakes off that mega depressing thought and turns to smile brightly at him, saying that if he can manage to master these abilities, those fallen heroes would probably be really grateful. Yet Singu just acts totally clueless. Our edgy guy does not care at all if ghosts are thankful. Just to stop Eren from rambling anymore, he completely redirects her attention to something else. What about that awesome artifact he snagged from the dungeon after offering the centipede essence? That is the armor and glove combo set, right? Turns out Singu is already wearing it. D+ rank poison centipede armor, defense, 550 to 850. Mastery sits at 27 out of 200. Traits are completely unknown. That is just the basic info, and there is way more hidden data about this edgy armor's wild characteristics. Crafted from the essence of a megatoxic centipede, it is incredibly tough and still oozes nasty venom from when that bug was alive. Having already test-driven this chaotic poison armor, Singu totally has the right to brag. He calls it top-tier gear, though honestly, he is just guessing since he miraculously hasn't been poisoned while wearing it yet. Because this armor has absolutely insanely useful perks for clearing out dungeons, literally most normal players would grind endlessly to complete the full set. But they do not even know how many centipede dungeons exist, and our guy is definitely not going to risk his garbage luck testing it out. Later on, Singu totally stops caring about that stuff and gets hyped for something way cooler. Since the centipede dungeon is fully cleared, he desperately needs to see what crazy upgrades he can buy with his leftover currency in the rest area. Seeing him act this hyped, she feels super concerned and just awkwardly forces out a compliment about him being amazing. Unlike Aaron's total confusion, our guy realizes his physical stats have actually mutated. He was always strong, but skipping sleep for days and still feeling this energetic? That is pure main character energy right there. It is definitely thanks to sleeping on this bed. So Singu aggressively pats the old bed that has been his loyal buddy all this time, and boldly declares he absolutely has to upgrade it first. Priorities, right? But obviously the system hates him. A savage notification smacks him in the face. To upgrade furniture, you must upgrade the entire rest area first. System logic, people. Thought it would be super cheap, but reality hits him like a truck. You can use 80% of your hard-earned savings to hit level 2. Do you want to proceed with the upgrade? Reading that scam of a message makes him question his entire life. He stares blankly into the void. It takes forever before Singu finally snaps and starts internally screaming. 80% of his precious essence just for a room upgrade? Are you kidding me? No matter what, our boy just has to grit his teeth and face this brutal reality. There is absolutely no way he can upgrade his bed with the measly 20% left. With pure, soul-crushing disappointment, Singu desperately starts whining. He literally had to grind for all that essence across 5 completely different dungeons. Having zero clue how to comfort him, she awkwardly replies that maybe that is exactly why the rest area is just so insanely valuable. Realizing this is literally his only viable option, he painfully accepts his fate. He has absolutely no other choice but to say okay. Suddenly, the golden piggy bank in the room explodes with a blindingly brilliant light right in front of their deeply confused faces. Right then, the whole freaking room violently shakes like an earthquake. Singu and Aaron completely lose their balance, stumbling around and almost crashing hard into the floor. The crazy earthquake stops, and a wild notification pops up. The rest area hits level 2, and the floor space has totally expanded. Because of the massive upgrade, new facilities are unlocked, including a shiny level 1 bathroom, and the system did not just drop in a basic tub either. This level 1 bathroom is fully functional. The system even acts like a total bro by tossing in magical body wash and soap with an absurdly overpowered special effect, washing away any poison, dark curses, or totally nasty debuffs on your body. You can see the pure, unfiltered joy radiating from his face as he checks out this awesome new bathroom setup. He jokes that he could literally live in there forever. She totally agrees that this insane rest area upgrade was completely worth all that hoarded cash. Beyond satisfied, Singu scratches his head and dramatically sighs. He was getting ridiculously exhausted commuting back and forth between home and the dungeon, so this is just absolute perfection. Aaron is totally on board with him too. She declares she cannot keep living like a literal doll in a dollhouse forever and boldly calls dibs on the first shower. Seeing her so incredibly hyped, our guy does not want to ruin her vibe. But he secretly wonders, since everything in this room is completely human-sized, isn't Aaron going to have a hilariously hard time using it? Alright, you and I are jumping right in. Singu is lost in deep thought until Aaron literally kicks him outside, yelling, "How long will you stand there?" He instantly snaps back to reality, blurting out a quick sorry. Meanwhile, inside, Oren is relaxing, completely covered in a thin layer of warm steam. She breathes a huge sigh of pure satisfaction. This is totally different from what Singu was just imagining. What? She actually figured out the bathroom super fast, choosing to just soak in the water bucket. Knowing he is absolutely useless right now, our guy decides to just give up. We'll probably figure it out alone. Suddenly, a brand new system message pops up, making Singu freeze in place for a solid few seconds. Huh? Finally blinks and starts reading the shiny new text. Level 1 detector can be crafted. Trying to help players understand the item, the highly considerate game system actually provides some extra explanation text. The detector tracks down nearby dungeons using your hard-earned essence points. But absolutely nothing in life is free, and obviously getting this sweet item will not be completely easy. You can craft the detector by using 50% of your remaining essence. Do you wish to continue right now? Even without seeing the actual item yet, his brain is working overtime imagining things. A detector, huh? Honestly, that might be way better than having an indoor bathroom. And then, Singu quickly maps out a genius plan for his future with this awesome thing. If I did not have a rest area or upgrade it with essence, I would waste so much time traveling. Without waiting around too long, that tiny little detector materializes right out of thin air, fitting perfectly right inside the palm of his hand. Once he holds the item, its awesome info panel pops up to teach players exactly how to use it. You can activate the detector for 3 minutes by spending just 10 crafter essence points. Ningu is totally blown away by this, surprisingly cheap for once. Next, the system explains how to read the detector colors based on your current level. Green means easy, yellow means completely normal, and red means incredibly difficult. Thanks to the system giving such a dedicated and super detailed tutorial, he totally absorbs all the info and usage steps in a flash. Understood loud and clear. The smartphone in his pocket suddenly buzzes violently, announcing an incoming call. The wild jump scare almost makes Singu drop his shiny new detector right onto the floor. Wow, even Erin, soaking inside the bathroom, clearly hears the loud ringing noise, making her totally curious. A phone call? Out in the main room, our guy is getting incredibly dizzy, just looking at the caller ID on his screen. What is this? Singu instantly breaks into a cold sweat seeing the name, nervously answering the phone. Mom, is that you? A completely familiar voice rings from the other end. Yes, my son, you are not in Sanha right now, are you? Hearing this startles him. That is literally a dungeon coordinate. Startled by her insanely accurate tracking skills, he nervously replies using a very affectionate nickname. Yes, my sweet gentle mother Radha. But here is where you and I realize Hazim actually called to ask for a massive favor. Good, my friend opened a store over there. I will send the address, please rescue her. Singu feels relieved, but his brain has absolutely no time to process the crazy info. Apparently, after watching the news, she panicked and immediately called her son. You can do this, right? On TV, they look super weak. Or are you just not strong enough to beat those weird-looking freaky monsters? Hazim really did her homework on the situation. Those players or whatever are all stuck in Heaven City, so literally nobody else can go there right now. Meanwhile, Singu is just standing there completely frozen stiff like a solid statue. Right. Seeing her son acting utterly clueless, she instantly figures it out. Just go watch the news or check the internet. He finally snaps out of it, quickly searching the web. Right at this crazy moment, the bathroom door violently swings wide open. Now completely fresh and clean, Erin is practically glowing with absolute joy. Phew, thank you so much for giving me these nice new clothes, Singu. She turns around and sees him fully armored up with a helmet. Emergency mission, we have to go right now. Monsters have invaded this entire world. Hearing this absolute bombshell drops on her like straight lightning. Wait, what did you say? During this critical moment, the detector suddenly starts blaring wildly. A brand new dungeon has been discovered. Singu literally tosses it aside without a second thought, completely focusing his expert skills on the current rescue mission. In a flash, the delivery motorcycle is already rocketing down the city streets like a total blur. Seeing he has absolutely zero intention of stopping, Erin frantically warns him, the light is totally red, but she only gets a dramatic bossy reply. Hold on extremely tight. Singu straight up ignores every single traffic sign, blasting way past the speed limit. She helplessly tries reasoning with him. We are going to get fined. Or maybe lose your license. He instantly shows her his true rebellious boy energy. I totally took off the license plate, so it is perfectly fine. Aaron can hardly believe he is actually doing something this insane. You are breaking the law right now. A model citizen definitely should never do this. Singu casually ignores her complaints, keeping his sharp eyes on the surroundings. The closer they get, the fewer cars and people are left. It really looks like everyone already evacuated this scary area. Then she finally remembers the most critical problem here. Are they actually real monsters? Monsters from Heaven City absolutely cannot leave the dungeon borders. He casually drops a crazy theory that makes Erin jump in her seat. They probably crawled straight out of the ant nest. Relying on her long years of experience, she has literally never seen anything like this before. Heaven City has existed for 10 whole years without a single monster ever escaping. Why do you think this disaster is happening now? But his wild theory forces her to double-check the logic. That is literally impossible. So it really is the ant nest? Singu is racking his brain for a logical reason, even though he really doesn't want to believe it. But the facts are right there. He is analyzing everything based entirely on what he actually saw. If it was just random monster spawning, he honestly wouldn't even think twice about it. But finding a dungeon in Sana Town, bam, monsters suddenly showed up there at the exact same time. Way too crazy to be a coincidence, which only leads our guy to one very obvious conclusion. He isn't sure if it's his fault, but that ant nest is absolutely involved. And hey, there is still one huge unanswered question right now. Where are all the other players hiding? Erin starts thinking seriously. No rush, they'll probably wait. She suddenly remembers something and totally lights up. The auction. Today is the massive auction event happening over in Sky City. Stick with me here. This is the crucial key. Most players are busy hanging out at Sky City, and since all electronics are dead, they have zero clue about the current chaos. Singu instantly connects the dots. He completely gets the whole picture now. Putting all these wild puzzle pieces together, it basically means some absolute psycho must have intentionally planned out this entire massive attack specifically for today. That thought makes a serious wave of anxiety hit him hard. Other places might be under attack right now too. Suddenly, Erin screams at the top of her lungs. Look, there are people. The road ahead is completely blocked off with police tape. Cops are standing outside aggressively yelling orders. Stop the bike! Monsters are in there. Singu makes a split-second choice. He violently twists the throttle to the max, channeling his mana. One cop just stares in total confusion. What is this crazy kid doing? Huh? Then our bad boy Singu pulls off a majestic eagle-like flying jump, soaring right over the heads of the crowd below. Poor Aaron gets the absolute scare of her life. Singu, do you actually know how to ride this thing? He just calmly flexes his confidence. Of course! Any real man can drive this, as long as nobody gets totally crushed. Even more insane, he smoothly bails off the bike, sending it flying straight into his storage portal, right into his inventory. This wild stunt leaves the entire crowd standing there with their jaws on the floor. The motorcycle just vanished. Hey, he is a player. Singu finally sticks a ridiculously cool landing right inside the restricted zone. The cops finally snap back to reality and raise their guns. Put your hands up! But in a flash, he tosses his helmet and dashes off, moving so insanely fast he leaves an actual afterimage. Whoa, Singu's mind is on maximum alert now. His sixth sense is going crazy, he feels it. Monsters roaming the ground mixed with the terrifying screams of people begging for help. Aaron scans the area and immediately shrieks a warning. Singu, look over there! Yep, definitely monsters. The scene right in front of them is an absolute bloodbath. Civilian bodies are scattered everywhere across the brutal ground. There's even a guy being brutally tortured by a freaky little goblin. Then it suddenly stops, like it just sensed something totally wrong. It slowly turns its head, showing off a twisted, demonic face and eyes full of pure killer intent. Aaron accidentally makes eye contact with that creepy stare and violently shudders. Completely panics the second she realizes what these ugly things actually are. Goblins. They are literally the absolute worst nightmare for normal civilians to face. Hearing this pumps Singu up, gritting his teeth in pure, unfiltered rage. Such a classic trope. He was seriously wondering when he would finally meet these guys. The goblin spots them and shrieks a nasty threat. But our guy stays perfectly cool under pressure. He slowly picks up a rock right near his foot, steps back and gets into a solid pitching stance. Locks dead onto the target. An explosive throw hits like a sniper bullet, effortlessly blowing the monster's head clean off in just one hit. Auron's eyes are practically popping out of her head again. Did you used to play baseball? Singu radiates pure main character energy, proudly flexing. Back in the day during his military service, he used this exact trick to hunt wild boars. Those wild memories hit him like it was only yesterday. Guess this is going to be our fancy dinner for tonight. Snapping back to reality, he has already gathered a whole mountain of small rocks. Alright, you ugly freaks, my ammo is fully loaded now. Singu takes a massive deep breath, like filling his lungs to the absolute breaking point. Then he unleashes a shockwave shout louder than city sirens, literally threatening to completely rip apart the eardrums of anyone standing too close. That perfectly grabs the goblins' attention. They completely freeze up and start frantically searching for the source of that insane, deafening noise. Poor Aaron wasn't prepared at all. She is super dizzy, seeing literal stars spinning around. Hey, a little warning would have been nice! System alert suddenly pops up. Active skill acquired. Battle cry. Battle cry level 1 unlocked. A massive mana-fueled charging shout that is specifically designed to completely enrage and provoke all the nearby enemies into attacking. This massive shout draws huge aggro to the user. The wider the power gap between intelligence and magic stats, the stronger the skill's actual effect becomes. Singu's fighting spirit hits absolute peak levels right now. He screams out a direct challenge. Come out and face me, you ugly little monsters. He suddenly realizes that if this was a stealth rescue mission, his failure rate would be astronomical. The poor hostages would totally be dead, and he would be completely doomed too. Not gonna lie, he feels a bit insecure. He was never good at hiding in shadows for stealth assassinations. But man, his wild high school days definitely left a crazy impression on his teachers. School rules? Just throw them straight into the garbage. What if he was the guy breaking windows? Maybe that actually counts as a solid achievement here. He really is a natural-born troublemaker. Flashback over. Singu's battle spirit is overflowing like crazy now. And you and I both know his logic. Just brutally wipe out every single monster and everything will be totally fine. Alright, you and I are starting strong. The goblins heard his war cry and are swarming the nearby buildings. One charges in with a sword, laughing like an absolute arrogant maniac. Ha ha! You are just a human. Aaron panics, seeing him totally chill and doing absolutely nothing about it. What are you doing? They are coming right at us. Singu just looks back and smirks with total confidence. All part of the master plan. She has been listening, but is still beyond confused right now. What plan exactly? Boom. Singu instantly winds up and launches 3 stones at literal lightning speed. Just one single throw easily takes off 2 enemy heads like it is absolutely nothing. But wait, suddenly something sharp hits his body, making him stop dead in his tracks. Looks down and spots it. A tiny piece of metal is pinned right into his jacket. Singu pulls it out to inspect. He finds a super sharp needle completely coated in some weird glowing slime. A metal dart? He squints and mutters to himself, that green liquid. Aaron has great eyes and instantly recognizes the deadly poison. Just look at these goblins. They are laughing their heads off, totally thinking our main guy is about to drop dead from that cheap sneak attack. Then Singu pulls a total madman move. He repeatedly pokes his own finger with a poison needle. She genuinely thinks he lost his mind. What the heck are you doing? Right on cue, the system pops up. Poisoned by mild paralyzing venom. Level 5 poison resistance will completely cancel out all of the negative effects. He flexes hard and happily brags, see? I am completely fine. Aaron feels 100% helpless dealing with this lunatic. Did you really have to test it out like that? Having this confirmed test result just completely strengthens Singu's crazy theory. His armor can totally cover and protect him, even when a massive goblin army shows up. I would definitely have to change tactics, but my awesome poison resistance keeps me totally safe. He casually grabs a stone, getting super hyped up. Then I really do not need to care. Aaron has literally provided zero backup this whole time and cannot stop feeling super guilty about it. Why do I feel like such a completely useless sidekick? Casually throws a rock right through a goblin while gently comforting his super sad teammate. You can still totally help me out. Seeing their goblin buddies getting crushed and dropping like flies, these little monsters finally start panicking. Mana is way too high. He is slaughtering all of our brothers. But with unbroken stubborn faith, they all fire a massive volley of poison arrows to counterattack. Die, you stupid human! Singu busts out some absolutely insane reflexes. He just stands perfectly still while his hand blurs like lightning. Boom! All the needles are caught in his palm. Is that it? Instantly, they all get a one-way express ticket to the underworld with zero time for last words. Our guy flashes a terrifying murderous glare. Holding a literal mountain of rocks in his arms, he is completely ready for a massacre. You pathetic weaklings only know how to do cheap sneak attacks. He looks disgusted. Singu screams his epic trash talk. Even generic fantasy novels completely skip over losers like you and go straight to the big boss demons. This legendary insult successfully triggers the goblins. They get absolutely furious and refuse to lose face. We are super strong. We can easily beat the great demons too. This angry emotional reaction is exactly what he planned all along. The ultimate provocation is completely successful. Just waiting for this. Singu spams rocks like a heavy machine gun. Any enemy showing their face instantly bites the dust. Now he just slaughters the ones poking their dumb heads out. Soon enough, the goblins all collapse on the ground, slowly turning to dust in the wind. He looks around, breathing a big sigh. He thinks this zone is finally safe. Aaron can finally relax. Luckily, they are smart enough to use tools, but still dumb enough to fall for his cheap insults. Suddenly, a noise scares her half to death. Help! Please save me now. Singu goes on high alert immediately. A helpless girl needs saving right now. Following the crying voice, they quickly spot Soman severely injured and lying on the dirt floor. Rushes over to check her vitals. She got hit by a nasty poison dart, but honestly, what is way worse, a wildly bleeding wound on her arm grabs his full attention. It is a literal monster bite mark on her flesh. Were they seriously trying to eat you? She surprisingly calmly explains exactly what just went down. They just blindly attacked me, like I was their next hot meal. Singu hears this and angrily grits his teeth. Wait, no, that is completely wrong. That behavior does not sound like regular goblins at all. Suddenly, a blunt question from Aaron pulls him right back to reality. What? Then who exactly are these goblin guys? Reads his mind perfectly. You and I both know she completely nailed his dark thoughts. Are you thinking about those spicy adult fantasy comics where monsters just kidnap innocent women to breed? All right, grab your popcorn. Our boy Singu, literally bleeding from embarrassment, awkwardly plays it cool with Soman. He admits he couldn't throw hands while babysitting her, but hey, the buildings are totally safe now. He shoots her this insanely scary death glare and tells her to go hide and chill. Naturally, she's absolutely terrified and quickly nods yes. Shaking, she points out exactly where the rest of the survivors are trapped over there. Apparently, there are still way too many monsters and trapped people left. Got the intel. Singu just says a quick thanks and gears up to crack some skulls. Bro turns around to an absolute nightmare, a massive goblin army charging right at them. The always panicky Aaron completely loses her mind. A whole horde is coming. What the heck do we do now, man? We are totally out of ammo. Singu just stays totally chilled, clenches his fist, and charges up absolute max power. No rocks, no problem. He violently slams his fist straight into the ground, shattering the earth into pieces. If you run out of ammo, just make more. Faster than your crazy X-changing moods, he rapid-fires these rocks, absolutely dropping goblins left and right. But honestly, spamming the exact same rock attack forever isn't exactly a genius strategy. Yeah, our dude urgently needs heavier artillery. Singu is insanely hyped up, itching to completely wipe these ugly suckers out fast. This rock trick sucks for giant open spaces. Aaron quickly tosses out a genius idea. What about magic bullets? Singu didn't even think of that. Oh right, he totally forgot. Singu instantly strikes a flashy pose and shoots a blast of raw energy from his finger. Look at this epic attack, blasting a goblin straight in its ugly face. Shockingly, the monster literally takes zero real damage. It just gets dizzy with a goofy bump on its head. Singu's massive hype crashes into brutal disappointment as he sighs. Man, that was somehow even weaker than throwing normal rocks. Aaron awkwardly tries to explain. The skill isn't weak, Singu is just ridiculously overpowered. Suddenly, a huge goblin shows up, roaring so loudly the entire ground straight up shakes. Singu flinches, feeling a seriously cold chill run down his spine. That roar hits totally different. High above, Saba leaps right off a nearby roof. His insanely massive body crashes into the dirt, instantly smashing the ground to absolute pieces. The system immediately pops up. High-level monster veteran goblin has entered the chat. Facing down this absolute unit of a boss, Singu's face actually shows some real sweat. Oh snap. Knew it. Compared to our guy, this massive beast is on a totally different level. He is gigantically huge with an overwhelming, insanely dark aura. Yeah, this is super bad. Saba looks unbelievably ticked off, literally glaring like he wants to eat them completely alive. Eren stares at his mutated shape, looking super confused. This huge guy looks way scarier than the regular goblin trash. But honestly, that is not even the biggest problem right now. Eren stammers, "Wait, what?" A system warning aggressively flashes across the screen. If this boss actually survives the time limit, the whole dungeon will literally detonate, and this boss will go on an absolute rampage. Ningu's face gets totally serious. Let's see how he clears this dungeon before it's too late. Saba stares at his trashed army on the ground and actually claps. "You are one incredibly strong human." Looks super salty as his buddies fade away. "You seriously massacred my soldiers by just throwing rocks?" Saba gets ridiculously mad, totally ready to avenge his goblin squad. "But do not ever think you can finish me off with that cheap trick." Singu casually tosses a rock in his hand, totally agreeing with the big guy. "You are completely right. I didn't think throwing pebbles would drop you either, honestly." So true. Saba gets insanely triggered by his chill attitude. "Are you literally mocking me right now?" Singu simply readies his epic weapon, smirking. "Come over here and find out, ugly." Our boy hits the gas, rushing forward with a wild dash skill to absolutely wreck Saba. The boss is genuinely shook seeing Singu's raw power exploding outward. It is brutally violent, but man, it screams absolute hardcore warrior vibes. Zero time to block. Saba eats a massive earth-shattering smash to the face. The wild impact from Singu's crazy weapon instantly shatters the boss's gear into tiny pieces. Singu's expression goes cold. Mouth totally smirks as he drops savage trash talk. Too weak to even step up. Meanwhile, Eren awkwardly smiles at this incredibly brutal beatdown. She figures him crushing a boss is literally just a normal Tuesday, since he used to butcher high-level enemies without dropping a single drop of mana. Suddenly, her eyes go wide, realizing something is incredibly wrong. Trembling with absolute terror, she points her finger up at the sky. "Singu, look over there!" Confused, he totally glances over. "Huh?" Out of nowhere, a massive black hole rips open above. It starts vacuuming up literally everything in its path. The goblin squad is totally not safe, screaming their ugly lungs out in absolute despair. We are getting sucked away because of that crazy human. The massive pull from the black hole just keeps getting stronger, dragging every single one of them deep inside. A second later, it just vanishes like absolutely nothing ever happened. Right at that moment, the annoying system chime interrupts the total silence. "Warning, the monster horde has been completely sealed back into the dungeon. But if you don't hunt it down and beat it fast, they will completely break out again." Once again, the system loudly alerts Singu about the active dungeon. "You literally only have 4 hours left." Stares at the ticking countdown screen, totally speechless. Haha, very funny. Hand instinctively taps the little pouch on his hip. Wow, great teamwork, system. You and I both know this feels like playing a messed up game where real lives are actually on the line. Alright, check this out. Our guy is super annoyed getting spun like a top. He feels totally pranked, but honestly, it's kinda hilarious. Meanwhile, Eren clutches her hands to her chest, totally freaking out. Monsters just dropping in? She can't even believe it. Like, even up in the heavens. This kind of crazy stuff is completely unheard of. His gaze turns icy cold. He instantly catches the dark meaning behind her terrified words. Flashback time. Back when the heavens and dungeons first dropped, everyone was terrified monsters would invade the surface. Literally the whole reason players even started grinding in the first place. Eren is over here stressing hard about these ancient monster races, but honestly, everyone else totally forgot about that drama over the last 10 years. Now, dungeons and monsters are basically just a giant ATM. They only bring cold hard cash and crazy power to a small handful of overpowered elites. Grabs her face, absolutely panicking. She desperately wants a logical explanation for all this chaos, but seriously, why is this happening right now? Is it really because he became an illegal underground player? But honestly, who would even do that? Singu just lets out this massive sigh. Her wild overthinking is totally exhausting him. He gently rests his fingers right on Eren's head to calm her down. Then out of nowhere, he playfully flicks her right on the forehead. Overthinking just gives you a headache. Stop stressing over unsolvable mysteries. Meanwhile, Eren is practically heartbroken, picturing a crazy dramatic scene of people just dropping dead everywhere. People are already getting hurt, and things are only going to get way worse. So many people are definitely going to suffer through this absolute nightmare. Wags his finger like a totally smug expert. Just standing around panicking isn't going to fix a single thing. We just need to do what we can. Eren, with her heart feeling super heavy, lets out a massive sigh. "You act like this is totally easy." She throws her hands on her hips, speaking up. "You are literally the center of this crazy drama, yet you're weirdly chill." Singu does not care at all, but hey, she is spitting facts. He casually tosses his weapon straight into another dimension. If he clears this dungeon on time, those annoying goblins won't even dare to show their ugly faces again. Just keeping that mindset is plenty. Finish the dirty work before even thinking about chilling. Singu is hyped, cracking his knuckles like a total badass ready for action. But hey, first things first, time to loot that sweet essence. Eren is totally defeated, floating right behind him. "Seriously, Singu, I have 0 words left for you right now." He stares at the monster's totally lifeless body and pouts. But honestly, looking at these guys, not a single drop of lootable essence anywhere. He just freezes, completely mind-blown by what he is hearing. Wait, what? Singu is just glued to the floor, staring at the dead mob. Normally, these beast corpses hold their signature energy until somebody loots them. But this trash mob, absolutely empty. Even though he can definitely sense some totally weird mana hiding inside its body. So he winds up a punch and just straight up bashes the thing in the stomach to investigate. Singu starts mercilessly punching all over the monster's body, basically doing an aggressive search. Is it hiding in here? Or what about over here? Aaron watches this pure chaos and just awkwardly laughs. Looks like this guy is a total dud, but wait, he senses something super weird inside the beast. Yeah! There is literally something glowing right next to its heart. Aaron is totally clueless for a second. What is that? Is that thing? Singu opens his hand, showing off the shiny glowing loot right to her face. Is this some kind of weird essence too? It is straight up blue. Aaron zips over and stares super hard, running a mental scan on the random drop. A crystal! A blue crystal! Once she realizes the sick power it holds, she completely loses it and starts cheering, even though it is tiny. I can totally feel the crazy mana packed inside this thing. This is a type of mana crystal I have never even seen before. It pouts at the other goblins, totally annoyed. But wait, I do not sense this epic vibe from any of the other monster corpses. Maybe these shiny drops only spawn inside the super high-level bosses. Our guy is completely out of patience now. Well, then he is officially done wasting time with these dead goblin losers. Plus, they seriously do not have the time to just stand around stalling. Suddenly, Aaron totally freezes up. She just caught a super weird sound echoing close by. Down below, the normies are hyping up a storm. The monster's vanished! A player saved us! That was totally a player, right? But off to the side, the injured crowd is totally screaming for help. Save us. Please help. My body is literally paralyzed. My leg is killing me. Aaron shyly asks Singu for the plan. What is your move? Singu? Alright. You and I are watching Singu drop the most savage answer ever. Someone else will totally help them. Our boy smoothly pulls a motorcycle helmet right out of thin air. The cops will totally handle this. The ambulances are coming too, but he wants absolutely zero part of the government or other annoying players. He slaps the helmet on, winking at her to tag along. More importantly, they desperately need to clear that dungeon right on schedule. Singu strikes the ultimate badass pose, summoning his ride to hit the next location. The thirsty reporters swarm him like starving wolves for the scoop. Hey, wait up, I am from Top Daily. Please just give us a few words. Those completely clueless press questions absolutely cannot stop Singu from his epic world-saving mission. Singu is overflowing with hype, but wait, do they even have the dungeon coordinates? Aaron chirps loudly from his pocket. We sure do. He speeds right off, leaving a giant crowd of totally bewildered faces staring behind him. What now? A freaking delivery bike? System pops up. Goblin Camp Dungeon. Easy difficulty. Time limit is 3 hours, 54 minutes, and exactly 3 seconds. Singu quickly spots the pyramid guiding them inside the dungeon, but the whole area is violently painted with dead bodies. Aaron nervously glances around. They were probably workers here. Meanwhile, our boy just calmly evaluates the bloody situation. Monsters absolutely spawn from this spot. With that many goblins around, it is no surprise that absolutely nobody made it out alive. Staring at this devastating wasteland breaks her heart. If this was a movie, the main character would have shown up and wiped out the monsters before anyone got hurt. Singu hears this, awkwardly scratching his head, trying to comfort his little partner. Look, no matter how insanely fast they kill monsters, there is zero guarantee they can actually save everyone. They really just need to do whatever is in their power. Hey, saying that his eyes turn super serious, staring into the distance. He tells himself the cops or military are totally coming soon, so he better speed things up. Then he violently swings his chaos tail down, smashing the ground and cracking it wide open. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupts, glowing like a holy god-tier ultimate attack. The system chimes again. Ant Cave Sector, Goblin Camp 201. Time limit 3 hours, 54 minutes, 14 seconds. Waiting for them is a massive dark hallway, a deeply terrifying entrance gate, and a classic waiting room just like the others. You totally expected a boss or monsters to jump scare them right here. Suddenly, Aaron trembles behind him. Singu! He aggressively spins around to check. Oh! He frantically points at the pitch-black entrance. A creepy white shadow is drifting closer. I see a ghost! Seeing this, Singu gets ridiculously hyped up. Nice! Let us ask what it knows. Bochin slowly reveals his incredibly gloomy figure. The ghost actually speaks up first, asking, Who are you? Our player Singu fiercely glares toward that creepy, raspy voice. He gets totally jump-scared, realizing something is super wrong. Bochin is literally leading a goblin army, looking totally unhinged with weapons drawn. Suddenly, the ghost's attitude does a complete 180 flip. Angrily screams at the top of his lungs. Players! The scumbags who abandoned me. Aaron gets completely freaked out and backs away. Yikes! But Singu, he is hyped, tightly gripping his wolf claws, snapping right into an epic combat stance. That guy is definitely siding with the goblins. That is a massive first for him. The more Bochin talks, the madder he gets, just throwing a massive chaotic tantrum. I was supposed to be the greatest, but I died because of you. Why did I have to die? Why did you losers sacrifice me? Singu looks at that incredibly murderous face and immediately drops a sarcastic roast. Just look at his eyes. Might actually shoot lasers. Aaron panics, knowing his trash talk is going to start a massive fight. We'll actually do it, so please stop jinxing us. Minutes pass. This salty ghost is still throwing an absolute crying fit, non-stop cursing. I should have lived. How absolutely dare you all. You all should have died instead. Singu is getting a massive headache now. He sighs sarcastically. Wow, cool speech. Meanwhile, she has no idea why he keeps aggressively flying around. Suddenly, Bochin raises his voice, hitting every dramatic syllable, hitting right where it hurts. Most players feel like they have some massive special privilege. But some clowns actually believe they are the ultimate chosen ones. That edgy line actually makes Singu stop and seriously think. No, get this, there is a huge difference here. While our boy actually believes others can be uniquely awesome, this salty ghost thinks he is the absolute only main character by constantly dragging everyone else down. While he is deep in thought, this guy keeps raging. You scumbags left me to die. I hate all players. I am going to brutally slaughter every last one of them. Then he violently turns around, ordering his goblin squad. Kill that player! Those little monsters have been waiting for this exact dramatic moment. Swarming like angry bees, they aggressively scream, "Let us break this place and just completely escape." Singu watches these little goblins just shouting safely inside the cave, totally speechless. The goblin mob is getting way bigger, but apparently they literally cannot enter the waiting room. They are literally just trying to scare us. Suddenly, Singu figures something crazy out and loudly asks Aaron, why exactly do logged-out players end up spawning as ghosts inside an ant cave? Alright, buckle up. Neither of them really understood the situation. He just speculated while imagining the city on complete lockdown. We stop players from entering dungeons and make sure no one logs out. That cave will just vanish. Then he confidently declared that the annoying monster outbreaks would completely stop for good. But Aaron immediately shook her head, crushing his brilliant idea. That was literally impossible to do. He calmly explained the root of the problem. Because just by entering a dungeon, people can make absolutely insane amounts of money. It is a currency so untouchable that even the United States government cannot stop the grind. Singu listened quietly as she lectured him. Did he really think he could control human greed? Besides all that, right now he is the only one who knows illegal players are causing the massive monster outbreaks. Looking over at the starving goblin horde waiting to strike, she sighed heavily. Until they figure out a way to convince everyone, they just have to handle this chaotic guy themselves. The boss room could open up at literally any second. But our guy instantly objected, grinning like a maniac with a brand new crazy idea. Nope, just let him run totally wild. Aaron's eyes went incredibly wide. This was way too weird, even for his usual chaotic self. Oh, Singu. Just casually asked her. Things like this will definitely keep happening, right? He hesitated, totally confused by his logic, and replied, yes, so? Pointing at the goblins, he explained his wild plan. Evolved or fused, he had to test every single possibility while he could still easily crush low-level dungeons like this. Then he flashed a deadly handsome smile to win Aaron over, claiming it was all just for better future preparation. Smooth! Stunned by his logic, she was instantly swayed by the pretty boy charm. She thought for a split second and agreed, saying she understood, even though she worried about him constantly charging in so recklessly. But she glared, seeing right through his soul. You are only saying that because this dungeon is totally boring, aren't you? Busted! Singu awkwardly looked away. Did you have a mind-reading skill or something? Aaron immediately snapped right back. Because you are too easy to read. Now watch this. Bochin was just standing there watching this comedy act. Gritting his teeth, he snarled out. You guys are absolutely roared with pure hatred and intense rage, his eyes turning a sickening blood red. Then he violently spun around, grabbing the two nearest goblins as they screamed in pure terror. Without hesitating, Bochin bared his razor-sharp teeth, ready to eat the monsters alive. Singu stood frozen in shock. The loud crunching sounds echoed as he chewed. Aaron watched the brutal scene in absolute horror, covering her mouth to stop herself from violently shaking. Suddenly, the system warned them. The spirit is going totally berserk. If you do not stop it from awakening by absorbing the monsters, you will face a much stronger and deadlier enemy. Singu was happier than a kid on Christmas, literally jumping for joy. So awesome. But Aaron was insanely annoyed and asked, why are you so happy? He just used the warning as an excuse. Everything is going exactly to plan. She angrily pointed at the scary monster and yelled, you see that? Mixed with screams. Bochin relentlessly crunched away, growing massively huge with every single goblin he devoured whole. But our thick-headed hero ignored the danger. Eating just means gaining weight, right? Aaron face-palmed, completely done with his absolutely ridiculous nonsense. Got lost in his own thoughts again. Why are the goblins letting him eat them? Other spirits I have met absolutely hated these nasty monsters. Watching the crazy feeding frenzy made him even more confused. It looks like he tamed them. Then another major system alert popped right up. The spirit awakened into a vicious demon. If it wakes up again, it will break out of the dungeon. As if he was waiting for exactly that, Singu loudly declared war on the enemy. Perfect. Come and get me. Bochin radiated insane energy. He turned around, now completely and terrifyingly buffed to the max. Glowing in this blazing red aura, our guy just stares at the freak and actually starts grading him. Looks like a goblin and a ghost had a baby. Meanwhile, Aaron is having an absolute total panic attack. Oh snap, even with this massive new power-up, Bochin is just not feeling it yet. Ah! Still, not enough. Not even close. Man, this game is way too easy. So naturally, Singu pours gasoline on the fire, I agree. You're still severely lacking, dude. Yep, trash-talking the villain is basically in his DNA at this point. Come on. Is that really all you got? Boom. He got the monster's attention, but he is totally not done yet. Keeps roasting him. There are more goblins inside, right? Go grab a snack and come back. Erin's face is literally melting with pure terror. She is seriously wondering if this absolute menace actually wants to die right now. A massive set of sharp teeth suddenly scoops up the goblins. Non-stop disgusting chewing sounds echo. Mingu just yawns and dramatically sighs like he is stuck in math class. He checks his phone and smirks. Nice appetizer. 5 minutes, and he already inhaled hundreds of them. Watching this total insanity unfold, Erin is literally shaking with absolute rage right next to him. She screams at the absolute top of her lungs. He just ate 1,000 goblins. What happens if he eats them all and gets insanely overpowered, huh? Our guy just picks his ear and carelessly drops the bomb. He's still too weak. She completely loses her mind. What? Alright, now he drops the jokes and gets dead serious. A massive phantom of Saba pops up next to him. His first awakening, or whatever you call it, only bumped him to a high-tier goblin level. So he definitely needs to level up before this fight actually gets fun. Then his face just lights up completely. Plus, he's basically speed clearing this whole dungeon for me. Erin just holds her poor head. She seriously cannot handle this guy. My head hurts so much. Bam! A system notification flashes. The angry ghost just evolved into an evil spirit. Immediately, his eyes completely light up with total chaotic excitement. Here we go. Sick, bone-crushing sounds start echoing around. Bochin flexes super hard and screams out loud. His weird, completely shapeless legs start dragging themselves closer and closer. He stares straight ahead, looking like an absolute kid in a candy store. Boss room time. Erin is totally freaking out beside him. Dude, he just completely shattered the entire dungeon's limit. Staring down at this tiny human, the boss sneers. You waited way too long, player. Just like that, a massive blazing fireball pops right into his ugly hand. Okay, you and I didn't see this coming. Singu is actually shocked the guy pulled that off. Magic? Erin guesses. He probably stole it by eating all those goblins. Across the room, Bochin's eyes are flashing with pure unfiltered murder. I will end you. The second those words drop, that gigantic fireball leaves his hand and rockets straight at our guy. The pressure is absolutely insane. But does Singu flinch? Nope, not even slightly. Steps up to bat. Bring it on! The monster glares with pure hatred, looking like he wants to shoot 1,000 literal daggers. Singu's hand tightly grips his trusty weapon. He actually sounds super disappointed, like the boss let him down. Man, you are still way too weak. Are you freaking kidding me? Boom, he swings his absolute hardest. He literally baseball bats that flaming attack head on, sending it flying right back where it came from. Talk about a massive backfire. Bochin takes his own super attack straight to the face, screaming his weird, ugly head off in absolute agony. Our boy is stunned. The boss is this pathetic. You ate all those goblins and you're still pure garbage? Ah, he turns to Erin, looking so genuinely, hilariously confused right now. Wait, if I pump mana into my bat, I can do magic attacks too, right? Erin just stares at him, absolutely completely defeated. Bro, you literally just did that. How do you not know? Meanwhile, Bochin is just standing there, utterly humiliated and completely frozen. He never expected to get absolutely wiped out like a complete joke. Snapping back to reality, the boss frantically pats down the embarrassing little embers burning all over his giant body. And then, he just turns and straight up runs away, dropping a cliché villain line to save face. I'll return when I'm stronger. Singu just breathes out the heaviest, most disappointed sigh you've ever heard. Yeah, Erin just watches the coward run. He is probably super depressed about getting logged out. But honestly, his fragile ego took the biggest hit, getting completely clowned on right after his big dramatic villain transformation. Then she slaps some sense into herself. No pity for the bad guys. We seriously cannot afford to get careless right now. Whips around and starts shaking him. Singu! We have to destroy that freak immediately. What if he gets another crazy awakening? Mingu just laughs out loud, totally hyped up. Oh man, the loot is going to be absolutely legendary. Aaron has officially lost all patience with his reckless nonsense. Are you actually kidding me right now? He gives her this super confident smirk. Trust me, the strategy is flawless. He ate basically all the tiny goblins, right? So obviously his very next target is going to be. She completely freezes and slowly looks over. No freaking way. Suddenly this absolute ear-piercing screech echoes straight out of the portal. It is the Goblin General, gripping his heavy axes. He absolutely cannot believe the crazy betrayal happening right now. I let you eat my entire squad to kill that human. How dare you try to take a bite out of me, you ugly freak. His eyes are practically bulging out of his head with pure rage. As the Goblin General, I'll finish you right here. Singu is just standing outside, not missing a single word of this crazy drama. Alright, you and I are watching this. Erin squints. Did he seriously just open the boss room? Bo-chun fights back, tossing fire at Go-sang's wild axe swings. Rocks and dirt are literally exploding everywhere. The crazy noise makes Eren gasp out loud. You can literally feel the epic brawl from way out here. Hey, a boss is still a boss, even if this dungeon is basically a joke. Our boy Singu isn't just chilling, though. He's doing the math. If that guy wins, cue the next transformation. Hearing that, Eren panics big time. Hurry it up, Singu, she yells. Bo-chun opens his creepy toothy trap, totally convinced he is the main character here. I will crush you. Go-sang refuses to back down, mocking the little shrimp. I ain't losing to some random trash spirit. Seeing his cue, Singu sprints toward the door. But suddenly, gross chewing noises replace all the smashing, making him stop right in his tracks. You can totally picture the horror show inside. That evil spirit probably just snacked on the goblin general like chips. An insane roar violently echoes out, and then Bo-chun's severed head just randomly rolls across the dirty floor. Go-sang is literally glowing with wild power, looking smug. I win! Time to murder that pesky player next. Singu doesn't even flinch, totally roasting him. Look, a transformation. Beside him, she acts tough, but her blushing red face completely ruins the cool act. Whatever, die if you want, she huffs. He just smirks, testing his sister's sass. He is probably tougher than that centipede. But right on cue, massive fireballs blast from everywhere. The ground completely shatters as Singu smoothly dodges to the side, ducking incredibly low. He casually dodges another hit. Zero panic on his face. It is fine, though. Another slam hit, turning the floor into absolute dust. And from those fresh, jagged cracks, pure magic erupts like a crazy geyser. Heavy footsteps grab Shingu's attention, so he readies his stance. Enter Go-sang, looking blood-red and literally twice his original size. Glares down at him. Eren is totally shocked. Another transformation? Go-sang boasts with arrogant confidence, you won't underestimate me now. But spoiler alert, Singu isn't scared at all. Actually, he looks weirdly hyped. Oh yeah? The adult version is wild. The giant blood-red Go-sang viciously slams his crazy axe down. Singu holds his stance, staring death in the face. A massive direct clash. Screeching metal echoes out. A sick invisible shockwave violently rips through the entire area. Watching this wild mess, Eren is stunned by the enemy's raw power. Are they actually matched? Worried about her, Singu quickly warns, Eren, back up before you get wrecked. Suddenly, Shingu's eyes widen in pure shock. Go-sang is completely engulfed in raging flames, gripping that insanely powerful axe. Here is where you and I gotta laugh. Eren is absolutely speechless, mind racing. Did he just cast a fire spell? Meanwhile, Singu just rolls his eyes at the display. To him, those baby flames look incredibly weak. Singu goes on the offensive again, thrusting his weapon straight at the giant. Time to get deadly serious, no more messing around. Pure energy lights up on his shoulder as he heavily focuses his mana. Singu violently stomps, launching himself high into the air. He aims a brutal strike dead center at Go-sang's chest. Lands the hit flawlessly, knocking the huge boss completely off balance and stumbling backward. Eren cheers loudly. Singu turns, already playing it cool. I am fine. But Eren is freaking out. No, you are definitely not. That is when he notices his own shoulder is literally on fire. Before the nasty burn gets worse, Eren quickly rushes to heal her big brother. Go-sang refuses to take the L. You really want to die? Singu fearlessly jumps right onto the monster. This won't kill me. I might even level up from this. He raises his hand, golden energy exploding outward. Punish! An incredibly ruthless strike crashes down, completely slicing off Go-sang's giant arm. The boss simply cannot handle losing to some tiny player. He furiously shrieks, how did you do this? With wildly bloodshot eyes, he spits out his confusion. You should be burned to a crisp. You don't even have leg armor. Raising his weapon with an absolutely deadpan face, Singu mutters, I am used to the pain. Then smash! A ruthless blow drops. The monster's head violently shatters into dust. No need to explain myself, Singu thinks, floating midair. The harder he tries to prove he is special, the harder he fights just to stop his own ridiculous power from drowning him. Right on cue, the iconic system screen pops up. Dungeon perfectly cleared. Original evil spirit completely destroyed. More text furiously scrolls by. Special solo achievement unlocked. Bonus reward granted. Player acquires the insanely clutch passive skill, Fire Resistance Level 1. He casually skims the alert and dramatically sighs. Hoped for some epic loot, but just grabbed another shiny special achievement instead. Then, remembering Go-sang's weird fire trick, Singu glances down at the giant's dusted corpse on the floor. However, that level 1 reward is actually too perfect for this exact situation. Singu looks super suspicious. You and I know this system is sketchy. Total coincidence? Right. Then boom! A fresh alert chimes. Clear rank B. Bonus loot. A return orb drops. System pop-ups start spamming his vision like crazy. A return orb? Basically a magic eject button for dungeons. Singu puts 2 and 2 together, letting out a dramatic sigh. He figures his clear rank tanked because he didn't actually wipe out every single monster. Talk about lazy. Meanwhile, Eren is absolutely losing her freaking mind. She screams right at our boy Singu. But honestly, you can hear the panicked wifey energy in her voice. Who cares about ranks? Look at your shoulder, dude. It is literal extra crispy barbecue. Our guy just shrugs it off like it's absolutely nothing. Hey, my internal organs are fine, and the skin will heal up in no time, so quit your worrying. Eren just stares at his back, completely heartbroken and exasperated. How does he brush off third-degree burns like a mosquito bite? Right on cue, another system alert goes ding. Experience calculated. Bam! Level up! A ridiculous surge of raw power floods through his entire body. He starts glowing with this crazy pulsating neon light show. Staring at his arm, now glowing with literal anime power veins, he is amazed. He realizes leveling up usually just tops off his HP and MP, but this time, he can literally feel the barbecue skin knitting back together. Singu slowly opens his eyes, soaking in the shiny new upgrades. The holographic system screen pops up, displaying his ridiculously cool stats. Status: illegal player. Level 26. Singu flexes his freshly healed muscles for Eren. See? Good as new, but oh boy, she is definitely still fuming at him. Nope. We are so not okay, suddenly. Singu remembers something juicy. He shoots her this super curious side eye. Hey, you have survived a level 32 dungeon before, haven't you? You must be totally used to crazy stunts like this, right? Eren hesitates, visibly cringing before sighing. Well, duh! I have seen stuff way worse than your little barbecue stunt, but stops mid-sentence, biting her lip. She is absolutely not buying his reckless macho nonsense. I have literally never seen a player actively try to make things worse just by trash-talking the boss. You barely even won that fight. You got roasted alive, dummy! Singu just smirks like an absolute troll, wagging his finger in the air. Ah, but I was just analyzing his attack patterns. Plus, I totally knew I wouldn't die. His voice is just dripping with pure, unchecked arrogance right now. And obviously, beating the dungeon auto-heals everything anyway. Big brain moves. The dude looks like a kid in a candy store, even though squashing those low-level goblins did absolutely nothing for his actual stats. Eren just watches him rant, her eyes completely locked onto our chaotic boy. His pitch-black eyes are literally sparkling with pure battle fever. It is the very first time she has seen him this hyped up. But honestly, it makes her kind of sad. His eyes are glowing because he is completely addicted to the thrill of a near-death fight. Flashbacks hit her hard. Every time he charged in to save her replays in her head, she realizes she never knew the real Singu, because he was already ridiculously overpowered when they met. Back then, would crush enemies without breaking a sweat, but he secretly hated easy wins. Eren spaces out, deep in thought, staring blankly into the distance like a dramatic movie poster. Born with wild superhuman strength. Wait, no. It is exactly because he started out at max level. He stares at Singu's broad back as he checks out the newly forged gear. This crazy guy literally craves danger just so he can finally feel a real challenge. Just thinking about it gives her a massive panic attack. If almost dying means leveling up, this absolute madman will happily swan dive into even deadlier boss fights without blinking. She furrows her brows, spiraling in her own head. Like, sure, he is a brave hero, but he is also a totally reckless idiot with zero survival instinct. Finally, Eren breaks the silence, sounding completely defeated. Fine, whatever. As long as you do not actually die, I guess. We get an epic flashback of her tiny self free-falling through the sky, totally banished from the massive, glittering heavenly city above. She realizes right now just how fundamentally different they really are. Honestly, getting permanently banned from heaven probably happened because she completely lacks his insane, death-defying combat drive. Panicking about his terrible life choices, her voice goes super soft and sad. But seriously, do not gamble with your life. If you actually die on me, I have zero clue what I will even do with myself. That actually hits him right in the feels. Sensing how much she truly cares, Singu softens up and shoots her a very gentle, reassuring smile. Trying to play the good guy for once, he puts on a serious face. I will keep it in mind. Dying just to level up would be the dumbest game over ever. The boss's ugly corpse is just chilling in the dirt while Singu yells from down the hall, "Come on, let's go loot some monsters!" Eren just rolls with it. Yeah, sure. Boom! A massive explosion goes off in the distance. Singu finally takes out the last trash mob. He instantly cashes in his sweet, sweet loot. We are talking a fat stack of cash, $200,000, baby. And to top it off, he scores a glowing red stone along with a super rare red monster essence too. Singu let out a massive sigh, completely bored. Bro seriously couldn't figure out why making cash was this stupidly easy. But right on cue, Eren marched over to stop him. Wait up, Singu. He leaned in close, staring right at the shiny rock in his hand. Wait, is this? Once she double-checked, Eren practically jumped with excitement and told Singu, a unique essence. Our guy was totally clueless about what she meant. Say what now? Seeing his blank stare, she sighed and patiently explained. It is a crazy rare essence packed with special powers and stored data. Only super high-tier bosses or wild low-level bugs actually drop this shiny stuff. Then Eren tossed out an idea, offer it up at the altar right now. Singu nodded instantly. He was already planning to do exactly that anyway. He stepped right up and slammed that unique essence onto the upgrade altar. Instantly, an insanely blinding flash of epic light just exploded all over the place. Singu stared at his brand new loot, actually looking pretty surprised. This thing was not a fancy treasure, and it definitely was not some basic consumable item. So check this out, guys. The item Singu scored was actually a fire enhancement scroll, fire attribute rank D+. He smirked and scoffed, saying, "So it is not random, this reward was rigged from the start." But deep down, our boy was low-key kicking himself with massive regrets. Man, I should have totally let that ghost devour every single one of those goblins. Eren quickly chimed in, trying her best to chill him out. Look, I know you are super used to rank D++, but but magic and enchantments are a whole different beast. A rank D+ fire buff is still awesome. Singu just kept digging though, asking, so if I get this fire buff, does my damage actually spike up? Her brain practically buffered at his question. Nen. But you ever go head-to-head with a fire-type enemy, your damage drops hard. Sometimes, you literally will not even leave a scratch on them. Arn made sure to warn him, so seriously, do not make any crazy impulsive decisions. But before she could even finish her sentence, she caught Singu tinkering around with something suspicious. Hey, what in the world are you doing? Before long, he totally just crafted a brand new sick weapon called the Black Wolf Claw, sitting right at rank D+. Power from 500 to 1100, plus a nasty poison effect on hit. The raw power of this hammer is honestly no joke. This bad boy packs the insane strength of a black wolf's front legs. Sure, it is super heavy and annoying to hold, but that extra wicked poison ability makes it deadly. Singu laughed like a maniac, swinging the heavy hammer back and forth. My attack power shot up too! These enchanted weapons are just legendary. Standing nearby, Aaron watched this total chaos and let out a helpless sigh, muttering, I totally knew you would do exactly that. Singu actually tried comforting her, which totally caught her off guard. Hey, do not stress about it. Our guy was hyped and dead set on his plan. If the fire buff totally fails, he will just start throwing hands. But honestly, Aaron was still not buying it. Your fist will probably just get totally swallowed by fire like that crazy spirit. But Singu just gave her a super chill, carefree smirk. That is exactly why I learned fire resistance. Hearing that, Aaron just scoffed and mentally roasted him. What a total smooth talker. She then started scheming her own next move. I absolutely need to get my healing and holy magic back as fast as humanly possible. While both of them were totally grinding their training, Aaron secretly thought to herself, man, if I could just pop a shield, Singu would never have been swallowed whole by those flames. Who knows how much time passed, but Singu finally teleported to a completely different spot. Aaron was still acting pretty stressed out though. Hey Singu, will people totally recognize you just from that flashy red car door? He already slapped his helmet on and replied, I locked it safely inside the rest zone, so we should be totally fine. But Aaron was still biting her nails over it. What if there are try-hard players out there with X-ray effect vision? I bet tons of players are swarming this place. Hearing her paranoid rant, Singu actually started second-guessing himself. She immediately launched into a full tactical breakdown for him. Dude, the problem here is not just your loud motorcycle. I know you covered your face, but almost nobody has a massive tank physique like yours. Finally giving in to her logic, he just shrugged. Alright, let us just assume you are right. How about we just bounce straight back to the main zone? She instantly locked in and agreed. But guys, you and I know nothing goes perfectly. Absolutely zero things went according to Shingu's plan, and honestly, the whole situation got way worse than expected. The situation spiraled out of control insanely fast. Just a few hours after the entire globe completely lost its mind over that massive incident down in Sanya Town. Boom. Literally every other country out there started getting completely overrun by horrific monsters. Miraculously, some folks still managed to keep the total chaos somewhat under control. Thankfully, there were not too many ridiculously overpowered monsters spawning in yet. So, a bunch of nations just deployed their heavy military cops and even elite special ops to completely crush them. Still, some countries totally fumbled the bag and could not react in time. Others completely failed because they were utterly blindsided, getting wrecked by terrifying monsters that were literally bulletproof. Absolute tragedy quickly swallowed up the whole globe. So, desperate people had no choice but to wait for those fancy Heaven City players to arrive. Sadly, millions of players worldwide were already heavily injured or totally wiped out. Everyone finally snapped awake to reality. Things were way more cursed than anyone imagined. These monsters were insanely faster, brutal, and way smarter than normal wild beasts, just randomly raiding and wrecking massive cities. Next to this apocalyptic nightmare, ordinary earthquakes and huge volcanic eruptions looked like absolute jokes. Because of this total madness, public opinion violently shifted gears. The angry public instantly canceled Heaven City. Wild conspiracy theories claiming these hideous monsters spawned directly from Heaven City started gaining insane traction everywhere. Trying to do damage control, Heaven City threw together a desperate press conference. Even though the actual players completely denied everything, since they honestly had zero clue where these beastly freaks spawned from, they were just as utterly confused as everybody else. Now, absolutely everyone felt totally helpless against this savage monster army, and ordinary humans literally could not do a single thing about it. Even though regular humans threw endless angry protests, it literally did zero damage. Honestly, Heaven City and those mysterious dungeons always remained completely out of reach for normal, powerless citizens. Yo, not even a straight-up nuclear bomb could leave a single scratch on Heaven City. The only miserable choice humanity had left was to just accept these invading monsters. By doing that, they basically gave up and accepted the insane existence of Heaven City itself. Wait, this mega disaster was nowhere near over. Things just got infinitely more chaotic when hordes of horrific monsters started swarming out of literally every single corner. Even the absolute biggest powerhouse nations, with top-tier military gear, completely failed to keep these raging hordes under control. Literally every city block was getting utterly shredded into pieces. Plus, you and I both know dropping massive heavy firepower inside crowded city limits just caused way too much devastating collateral damage. Plus, these monsters totally evolved. They don't even flinch at our weapons anymore. Once they hit a certain level, they are completely immune to modern tech, literally just like the Heavenly faction. The back-and-forth negotiations happen super fast. Governments desperately try hitting up the players, but get this. Every single player straight up refuses to bow down to any country. Total rebellious teen energy. Eventually, humanity totally caves and agrees to cooperate with the Heavenly faction. Instead of a global rule, they negotiate with each country individually, acting under their specific backing and epic VIP privileges. Just like that, the whole world bows to the Heavenly faction. Countries have literally zero choice but to treat these players like their actual bosses. But hey, at least they can control the monster chaos a bit better now. Now, everybody is staring straight at South Korea. Being the very first country to get completely wrecked by monsters, they are definitely pulling in some seriously weird attention right now. While other countries are still getting absolutely battered by non-stop attacks, there is one spot that is just weirdly peaceful. Sanha Town. Monsters literally just stopped attacking it. That insane difference has the rest of the world obsessively watching and trying to take notes. All eyes lock onto South Korea, and scientists basically start dissecting everything about the country. They want to know what makes them so special and what exactly blocks these monster attacks. And honestly, it seems like everyone just found the crystal clear answer. Every single crazy theory points straight to one guy. An absolute miracle happened over there. Even though South Korea got hit first, their actual damage was somehow kept to the absolute bare minimum. Everyone is obsessing over this mystery dude speeding down the street on a red motorcycle. He straight up vaporized a high-level monster at the speed of light. And the funniest part? Nobody even knows his real identity. But it is super obvious he is a crazy high-level player. Singu's face, supposedly hidden under his helmet, gets broadcasted right onto the TV screen. He just stares at it, completely panicking, and screams out loud. Oh, he is so dead! Eren literally just cracks up, brutally mocking him. Ah, you seriously look exactly like a superhero right now. His mom has him suddenly sneaks up from behind. Finally made the news, huh? Honestly, it took way longer than I thought. Singu gets jump-scared so hard he literally falls backward onto the chair. But Hazim totally chill. She casually says she always knew he was strong, but these weird new inventory skills are definitely something else. Meanwhile, Eren is standing right there, desperately spamming her stealth skills to turn completely invisible. Hazim gives him that deadly serious mom glare. You became a player, didn't you? Knowing he is completely busted, Singu awkwardly mumbles out a yes. Plot twist! She isn't even mad. Instead, she looks weirdly proud. Finally, her boy actually got exactly what he wanted. But wait, why didn't you tell your own mother? The sudden question completely blindsides him, leaving him totally speechless. Is there some kind of problem here? The warm sunlight shines down, making this super intense family standoff look weirdly peaceful. Who even knows how much time passes before Singu and his mom finally chill out and sit down for a real talk? He finally explains the issue to his mom. Turns out he is just slightly different from those other players. He tells her it is best if he lays low for a while. Hazim actually looks a little bit hurt hearing that. Oh, wait, did I cause you trouble? She sighs, saying she totally shouldn't have asked him to save her friend. Singu flashes a huge, goofy smile, waving it off. I basically saved the entire town of Sanha anyway. Hazim totally pictures her son's epic, hardcore battle scenes. Then she asks, the monsters stopped spawning in Sanha because of him, right? Singu doesn't even hesitate and just nods. Getting that answer, his mom goes completely silent, clearly deep in some intense thought. Mazim randomly warns him not to do anything stupid like flying overseas to hunt monsters. Let those other countries handle their own mess. Hearing that, Singu jokingly whines about how brutally cold she is. Hazim literally doesn't care. She proudly declares she loves her son the most. Then, she hits him with the hard facts. He absolutely isn't the only superhero out there in the world. She casually cuts a small apple slice, stabs it with a chopstick, and hands it right over. Here, feed your little invisible friend. That single sentence leaves Singu and Eren completely frozen in pure shock. Eren totally panicking inside. Wait a second, I am literally using stealth to hide. Singu nervously asks how she even knew. Hazim just glares at her clueless son with pure judgment. Dude, you randomly bought a massive dollhouse. And then you stayed up all night talking. Of course I knew. Caught completely red-handed, he awkwardly avoids eye contact. Mom radar is seriously overpowered, you guys. Hazim just savagely yells at him to shut up. Now tell the kid to come eat. Eren nervously drops her stealth and happily grabs the apple slice, thanking her. Hazim immediately switches to sweet mom mode, praising her for being so incredibly polite. Mate, wait, are you even helping this poor girl? Singu instantly fires back, claiming they are totally helping each other out. But her next savage comment absolutely destroys him. She casually asks why he's always flirting with girls. Eren just stands there, super confused. Wait, flirting with girls? After an intense pause, Hazim makes her final boss decision. He literally holds her hand out like a mob boss. Hand over some cash. Hearing that, Singu's brain short-circuits. Is he literally getting mugged by his own mom? But Hazim is relentless, bluntly pointing out he obviously has a massive pile of money now. Next comes that classic mom logic that leaves him totally speechless. She claims he obviously has zero clue how to spend his new wealth properly. Acting like a super responsible financial advisor, she promises to manage everything. She'll set up his bank accounts and cards. All he has to do is dump every single cent he earns right into them. Genius! Aaron turns around, super confused, and asks what his mom actually does for a living. Completely defeated, Singu sighs and mutters that she is literally his grandma's business partner. Unbelievable. So Singu finally caved in. Honestly, what else was our guy supposed to do? Staring at the massive stacks of cash just chilling on the table, Hazim's jaw literally dropped. She was totally stunned. Oh my gosh, how on earth did you make this much? Is every single player rolling in dough like this? Aaron chimed in sweetly, explaining that Singu is just a little bit special. Hazim suddenly got all awkward and hesitant. But hey, Singu knows his mom's dramatic vibe way too well. He totally called her out. You talk way too much, so you can't hide it, huh? Hazim fired right back, totally cool. Nope, it is not your place to worry. Claimed she was just surprised. Seeing her act like that, he offered her a cut. Just take some, Mom. But she totally brushed it off. Keep it, I do not need your money yet. Meanwhile, Singu was doing some mental math. Since he could finally use his cash, he figured the whole problem just magically solved itself. Nice and easy. Then Hazim dropped a massive bomb. You should move out. The whole thing came out of absolutely nowhere. Singu was completely blindsided. Wait, what? Hazim just blinked, perfectly calm. I really do not need your cash right now. Plus, you are going to be super busy. Do not bother coming home every single night. Singu was visibly stunned by his own mother casually kicking him out. Wait, seriously? Before the poor guy could even finish his sentence, Hazim totally cut him off. Look, you really do not need to worry about me. The sweet mom kept pushing her totally savage logic. Right now, you do not even have time for yourself. Singu realized she was dead right. He actually started blushing from the awkwardness. Meanwhile, Aaron was standing there completely lost. Watching this wildly chaotic mother and son duo flip-flop, their entire conversation was just way too much to handle. Fine, then I will head out. Need me to hunt down a place for you? Nope, I can totally handle it myself. Hazim happily skipped right into the kitchen, busy grabbing ingredients. Let me whip up an absolute feast for you before you hit the road. Hearing that, Singu politely gave his mom the game plan. I will go pack my bags and then fix the bike right after eating. Aaron watched the whole wild exchange and was seriously impressed. Your mom is so thoughtful. But honestly, Singu just shrugged it off, totally unfazed. Moms just learn to let stuff go when they have a chaotic son like me. Why are you even hyping her up right now? Time absolutely flew by. Now Singu had all his gear packed up and ready to rock. Our guy was prepared to bounce at any second. Right before he dipped, Hazim pulled out a small book and handed it over. This is your personal savings account. Nobody is going to judge how you spend this cash. But Singu just stared at it like a total goof. Wait, is this a fake mom? She looked absolutely done with him. Seriously? Did you really think making that was legal? Hazim threw in one last warning. Listen, kid, tons of people are hunting for you right now. Always wear your helmet when you ride out. Singu gave a slow nod, getting the message. I mean, I hate it, but fine. Still super anxious, his mom decided to rope Aaron into this. Aaron, my son is a total idiot. I desperately need someone smart keeping him in check. Aaron literally didn't even hesitate for a second. Yes, ma'am. Hearing that quick reply, Hazim instantly relaxed. Perfect. I am trusting you with him. Seeing his mom finally chill out made Singu super happy. Yep. With that, he hopped onto his bike and blasted off while she waved goodbye. Tucked securely inside his jacket pocket, Aaron was buzzing with curiosity. Are we seriously just driving around until we crash into a dungeon? Singu was overflowing with swagger. Do not stress, I have a detector that scans a 10-kilometer radius. We are golden. Now, you and I know he was basically broke on essence, but his sick ride just kept tearing down the highway, dodging right between those massive trucks. He finally realized how crazy important the rest area was, meaning blindly dumping everything onto the altar was a terrible idea. No, he mapped out exactly 2 smart scenarios for spending his precious essence. Scenario 1, crushing an easy dungeon. Scenario 2, hitting a dungeon perfectly matched to his current level. Our guy was insanely confident about this strategy. If the loot was just total trash, then even if he dumped all his essence, he would totally abandon the run and sink everything straight into upgrading the rest area. Aaron was completely mind-blown hearing this wild logic. But hey, even if he scored an absolutely legendary piece of loot, he still refused to go all in on the altar. He was strictly hoarding a massive backup stash, only burning it for critical moments, like hitting a red altar or bagging some insanely rare unique essence. Instantly fired back a question. What about dungeons that are just way too hard? Singu quickly reassured her. I am not smashing my head into walls. He laid it out with total swagger. Eventually, I am going to crush everything, but only after grinding my power up a bit more. Hearing his game plan, Aaron finally let out a sigh of relief. Okay, that actually sounds like a smart strategy. Suddenly, Singu slammed on the brakes. The tires shrieked violently against the asphalt. Stuck in his pocket, poor Aaron got tossed around like a total ragdoll. Super confused, she yelled out his name. But Singu completely ignored her. His eyes were wide open. No way. I cannot believe I am seeing this absolute madness again. High up in that clear blue sky, something was seriously wrong. A literal butterfly person was just floating there, completely motionless. Looks like they were knocked totally out cold, just free falling straight toward the unforgiving ground. Singu calculated the drop. Stick with me, it is go time. Aaron totally panics, screaming at Singu to back off right now. Singu looks totally shocked. Like, seriously? If he doesn't catch this guy, the dude is permanently logged out. But our girl Aaron claps right back. You catch him, you die. Singu completely freezes up. Aaron quickly drops the falling guy's lore. Turns out, he used to be in the Wind Guild with her back in the day. Sure, his level was lower, but the guy definitely tried hard. He tried to solo a level 25 dungeon. Singu starts doing the math. If a guy like him actually bites the dust and we accidentally step right into his dungeon just by catching his falling body. Suddenly, a crazy idea pops into our hero's head. Got it. You and I are about to see a totally insane loophole. The Ant Cave dungeon totally recreates how a player bites the dust, meaning a dungeon way beyond his current level is about to open. Full of absolute confidence, Singu sprints forward. Hey, I was perfectly fine catching you from a level 32 dungeon, right? Aaron desperately argues back. That was just a tutorial dungeon. Singu, I said no, and I mean no. But before our guy can even finish his sentence, things get wild. Wait, whoa! Singu quickly tries to assure her. He has a return orb, so he can totally bail if things get way too spicy. Aaron suddenly blinks. Wait, a return orb? After a quick think, Aaron realizes his crazy plan might actually work. It just might do the trick. But before Aaron can even speak, our boy Singu is already at the roof edge, launching himself to save the dude. She completely panics. Whoa! Since when did he? Singu jumps with so much insane force that the concrete literally shatters. In a flash, everything goes completely pitch black. The fallen guy, Seha, slowly opens his eyes with a confused groan. When his brain finally boots up, he realizes Singu is carrying him bridal style and absolute panic sets in. What the heck? Singu is just standing there, grinning like a total winner. Awesome. This dungeon is going to be epic. But Aaron is completely losing her mind over his reckless stunt. I totally knew you just wanted to jump into a hard dungeon. Singu just smiles patiently. Oh, come on. Seiya instantly recognizes that voice and his head snaps over. That voice. And just like that, Singu totally sticks the landing. But the celebration lasts exactly 0 seconds. The ground literally caves in, swallowing them all whole. Singu and the crew are screaming their lungs out as they plummet into absolute nowhere. Who knows how long they fall. Then the classic system notification pops right up. Ant Cave Area 84, Advanced Great Demon Zone. After crashing into some super sketchy secret basement, the whole squad is completely clueless. Singu just scratches his head in total confusion. While there is no clear time limit, Aaron chimes in with a solid theory. Maybe it's because he actually caught a player right before the guy died. Seha is completely lost. What the heck is actually happening here? Seeing the poor guy's totally bewildered face, our boy Singu decides to step up. Alright, let me explain things for you. Singu hits him with that pure main character confidence. You logged out and almost died. But I caught you, so now we both get a fresh start. Seiya just sits there in dead silence. Singu actually wonders if the dude is deaf. But suddenly, Seiya's face lights up with absolute unhinged excitement. This is unbelievable. I am so glad I am not dead. But man, oh my god. Singu stares at this super weird reaction, completely scratching his head. What the heck is this guy even mumbling about? Aaron stands to the side and throws out another solid guess. Maybe his system avatar is currently showing him some kind of secret information. Right then, Seiya suddenly bows deeply right in front of our hero, pouring out his gratitude. Thank you for saving me! Singu waves it off like an absolute boss. No need for thanks, I am totally bailing if this gets too sketchy. Then Seiya finally spots Aaron. Well, anyway, but the guy completely insists on being grateful. That doesn't change the fact that you saved my life, and I am so glad you are still alive, Aaron. Our girl slowly steps forward, totally caught off guard and stuttering out a reply. Yeah, right. Na just looks at Aaron and lets out a soft chuckle. He decides to spill the tea to our dynamic duo. I actually understand the current situation now. I also know that this is a crazy quest dungeon. Singu looks at him, totally mind-blown. Wait, seriously? Seiya nods with absolute dramatic confidence. Of course. Aaron steps right up to drop some knowledge. It is called a hidden quest. Some quests totally only exist in absolute secret. An entire dungeon can literally just be one massive part of a quest. Think carefully about it. Singu nods along like a total pro, locking eyes with Seiya, understood. He figured the newbie got the same quest as Aaron, but our guy? Being a hidden player means 0 personal quests. You and I both know what's coming next. Cue the absolute villain smirk. Either way, our dude's stuck babysitting this guy through the dungeon. But hey, carrying a noob probably means a sweet, sweet pile of loot at the end, right? Aaron throws her hands on her hips, towering over him with absolute sass. Let me make this perfectly clear, John Seiya. Instantly snaps to attention. Yes, ma'am. Drops the brutal truth. I seriously doubt we can clear this cursed dungeon. We'll peek at the first monster that spawns, then decide if we push forward or nope out. Seiya just stands there, swallowing his pride. So if we end up ditching this nightmare, don't hold it against us. Taking a deep dramatic breath, he slowly responds. Trust me, I am already mentally prepared for the absolute worst-case scenario here. Singu side-eyes Seiya, thinking, if we bail, he won't get brutally murdered, but he'll just starve to death waiting in the lobby. Wow, dark much? Our guy totally knows how weak Aaron and Seiya really are. Seiya should be panicking right now, but he's weirdly chill. Honestly, not many dudes just casually accept their own doom, even if they already logged out. Maybe it's just because these two have survived some seriously high-level nightmare dungeons before, but their whole mindset is just wildly different. Finally, our boy reaches a hilarious conclusion. Maybe they're just built weird. Breaking the silence, Singu finally decides to drop his own opinion. Hey, don't crush the poor guy's dreams just yet. We haven't even stepped foot inside. But suddenly, bam, a terrifying noise echoes through the hall, instantly grabbing his attention. Singu's whole vibe shifts, grinding his teeth in pure, unfiltered rage. This thing whips out his weapon, instantly going into full battle mode. Eren totally freaks out seeing our usually chill guy look so insanely intense. She's literally never seen him sweat like this. Panicking, she quickly turns to ask Seha, "Dude, what kind of dungeon forced you to log out?" Seiya rubs his chin, replying, "I noped out of the level 29 dungeon, the miniature battlefield. I was literally facing this insane high-tier boss called the Iron Archdemon General." Hearing that, Eren's eyes practically bulge right out of her skull. Her face instantly goes ghost white. The miniature battlefield? She is totally losing her mind over Singu's absolute crazy choice right now. Like, why on earth would he willingly pick that literal death trap? Singu suddenly calls out, breaking the tension. "Eren, wait, do you actually know that dungeon?" Just hearing the name makes her violently shiver uncontrollably. Listen, in my 10 years as a player, some dungeons are just pure hell. I retired at level 32, and honestly, besides that insane level 31 before, this level 26 dungeon is literally the absolute hardest thing ever. Then, her pure rage totally explodes. Eren gets right in Seiya's face, aggressively interrogating him. "Why the heck did you even go in there? There's literally another level 26 dungeon right here in Korea." Seiya totally panics, completely clueless on how to answer. Meanwhile, Singu just goes weirdly silent, deep in thought, while these two absolutely roast each other. But the loot for clearing the miniature battlefield is way more insane. Who even cares about the stupid loot? Honestly, poor Seiya is looking so ridiculously awkward right now. The guild wants to rush our progress, so they're treating us low levels like total garbage. Totally baffled, Eren immediately shoots back. But wait, why? But his answer is a total gut punch to fill the massive gap you left behind. Boom. Absolute dead silence fills the room. Eren literally looks like she's losing her mind, spiraling into hardcore guilt. Wait, so this absolute mess is entirely my fault? Singu has to sit through a whole nerdy breakdown just to grasp the drama. According to Eren's epic explanation, the miniature battlefield is this wild dungeon where players literally fight to decide a world's ultimate fate and crush the main boss. Obviously, the difficulty level is absolutely off the charts insane. It's packed with a crazy variety of monsters, famous for spamming ridiculously high-tier enemies everywhere. And if you believe the horror stories from the sweaty veteran players, out of every single monster there's one elite beast even more terrifying than the actual steel snake boss. Enter the Iron Archdemon General. You and I both know this absolute unit isn't called the boss of all bosses for no reason, guys. An Iron Archdemon is basically a massive fiend completely jacked up on crazy magical mechanics. And this general dude, he controls that raw power flawlessly, utilizing decades of hardcore combat experience. Eren totally drops the jokes, getting deadly serious as she warns Singu not to ever sleep on this guy. To beat the regular boss, you just gotta dodge some repetitive heavy attacks. But listen, you absolutely cannot take down the Iron Archdemon General relying entirely on just game knowledge. The totally unmatched power of this guy gets freakier the more she talks. Honestly, even the lower-tier Iron Archdemons serving right under his command have totally wrecked countless players with their insane strength and slick combat skills. Eren knows all this horrifying lore because she literally fought them herself. Even my absolute elite squad had to run away from those Iron Archdemons. Seiya nervously scratches his head, awkwardly nodding along. Yeah, us too. At that exact moment, the dude dramatically spins around, bowing his head in total apology. Well, we got completely busted. I am so sorry for letting everyone down. He was totally baffled watching this guy grovel, so he boldly throws out a wild guess. Man, the Wind Guild must be absolutely obsessed with hierarchy. Suddenly, Eren turns to him, getting super serious. Singu, I seriously think we need to bail. I feel super bad for Seiya, but this is worst-case scenario territory. Eren knows our boy is ridiculously stubborn, so she throws out all the logic she can. Even the basic Iron Archdemon grunts are easily over level 150. That general is definitely around level 180. If you act too cocky right now, you are literally asking to get destroyed. I know you've fought some absolute beasts, but the giant wolf and centipede were barely level 100, and that evil spirit was maybe level 120. She heavily emphasizes their insane power gap. These archdemons could literally wipe the floor with those old bosses. But Singu, yeah, he's totally ignoring her. In one ear, straight out the other. But hey, I'm kind of a monster too, right? Eren literally facepalms, sighing in pure exhaustion. You are unbelievable. Stick with me. Now it's finally our overpowered boy's turn to drop his big brain opinion. All right, grab your popcorn. Those soldiers are around level 150. Our boy here completely brushes it off, dropping that bold claim with total confidence. They are only 30 levels higher than that wraith. Plus, they are heavily armored. Mechanical armor? He thinks he can just burn it. she is officially left completely speechless by his absolute nonsense. Attribute-wise, sure, he is actually right. But Seiya, standing right there, can feel her absolute soul-crushing helplessness radiating through the air. He awkwardly interrupts their little chat, burning with one big question. Excuse me, but can I actually ask what your level is? Singu cheerfully drops the bomb. Level 26. Eren instantly runs damage control, knowing that sounds absolutely insane. Trust me, he is no ordinary level 26 player, and he wildly pivots the topic to distract him. Anyway, his enemy is way tougher than we initially thought. I seriously cannot handle this stress anymore. Hand over the return orb right now, mister. Singu tilts his head, completely clueless. Return orb? Wait, what do you need that for? He drops her voice, laying down some seriously undeniable logic. I know you got that consumable item as a reward for hitting a B rank clear. But listen, it is an absolutely epic item that can save the entire squad in a pinch. Speaking strictly from my vast experience as a veteran gamer here, surviving in this crazy heavenly city, where keeping players completely safe is supposed to be the top priority. Beating anything past D rank is a total nightmare. The fact you consistently pull off B ranks is just straight up absurd. Singu starts piecing the puzzle together. Oh, so in his specific case, just holding onto that B rank is already terrifyingly impressive. That is exactly what Eren means. Plus, that return orb is an insanely rare, ultra-valuable lifeline. He finally catches on to her master plan. So, you want to pop it when I am in danger so we can bail together? Hits him with a firm deadpan nod. Yes, exactly that. Knows this absolute madman's reckless habits way too well by now. So she calls him out instantly. One look and I know. You will never have the chill to actually pull the plug and run. Our boy plays totally dumb, scratching his cheek like an innocent puppy. Oh, why would you ever say that about me? Eren shows zero mercy. She hammers every single word, striking critical emotional damage. You are just hyped because you found an enemy stronger than literally any boss you have fought up until this very moment. Caught red-handed, he still desperately makes excuses, playing the tragic victim. What? I totally know how to value my own life, guys. I would obviously use the return orb if the situation actually got dangerously spicy. Did you really have to scold me that harshly? Eren has survived way too many near-death heart attacks with him. She straight up buys 0% of that lie. His definition of danger is completely broken. He finally drops it but throws a nasty glare. If you pop that thing when I am perfectly safe, you better prepare for the ultimate yelling. Singu just grits his teeth and takes the heat. He literally cannot resist the magnetic pull of that massive boss gate. Eren instantly switches into her reliable support role mode. Seiya, your stamina is totally drained. You better step back right now. You couldn't even pull off a basic ambush in this sorry state. Boom. The intimidating figure of Gazak suddenly flashes on screen. It looks like this hulking beast has already sniffed out fresh meat. Simultaneously, Singu catches that exact same killer vibe in the air. The colossal door slowly creeps open, and he just smirks. Oh yeah, the boss knows we are here. Radiating that classic manic confidence, he is literally vibrating for a fight. Alright, let's do this. A blindingly intense light slowly creeps outward, completely swallowing the entire room in its glow. Gazak is just standing there, patiently waiting to welcome his human prey. It has been forever since I saw such a sharp human, pure warrior spirit. Surprisingly, the boss does not just attack, choosing to drop some heavy monologue first. I am thrilled, yet deeply curious. You obviously know exactly how terrifyingly strong I am. Why did you march to your death? Singu flashes that trademark cocky half-smirk of his and casually exhales his absolute best line. Honestly, I have no idea. Right after that, his eyes ignite with pure, feral joy. Ignoring the boss's totally relaxed vibe, our boy shifts instantly into high gear, mentally locking in for an absolute bloodbath of a showdown. This is predicted to be an incredibly explosive match. I have never actually met anyone stronger than me, so I have always been deeply curious about what happens when I finally face someone better. But if I just run away, I will literally never know. You and I both know Gazak loves this. He grins from ear to ear like it is pure comedy. The beast joyfully hoists his massive axe, completely ready. Oh, I actually like you way more now. Now that is pure warrior spirit. Watching this madness unfold, Seiya gets insanely nervous. Singu barely has any mana. Level 26 and his mana pool is trash. Hey Eren, what is your take? Obviously, she had already spotted this massive glaring weakness too. Spot on. Singu's mana growth is painfully slow, and with his famously careless attitude, he probably does not give a single damn. Honestly, he might not even realize it. Eren suspects it is because his leveling path is absolutely nothing like a normal player's. I think it is totally linked to that monstrous, absurd physical strength he possesses. But hey, that definitely does not mean he is clueless about how to utilize his skills. She complains constantly about his battle-crazy brain, but secretly, she is insanely proud of her partner. You are going to be completely shocked by the utter chaos he can unleash, even with a tiny mana bar. Hearing her ramble on just leaves Seiya even more confused. Wait, monstrous physical strength? What does that even mean? Over on Singu's side, the boss fight is officially kicking off. True to form, he casually drops his ultimate taunt. Come and get it. Gazak refuses to be out-hyped, roaring back even louder. Bring it on, you puny human! Watch this closely. He launches himself with insane momentum, his agile body blurring forward fast as the wind. Meanwhile, this guy is already in position, swinging his weapon like a total menace, ready to kill our boy. Second, Singu steps up, This dude drops a buttery smooth slash straight at him. But our boy is fast, blocking it cold with his black wolf fang. Boom. The clash sets off a literal fireworks show of sparks. The impact is so ridiculously heavy that both of these absolute units are left trembling. Singu grits his teeth, takes a massive breath, and flexes every single muscle to focus his raw power. They both bounce back, creating a safe little gap between them. Now, Singu is glaring like an absolute wild beast. He lets out an earth-shattering roar, which obviously triggers Gajak's massive ego. I mean, nobody flexes on him. So the boss roars right back, literally shaking the air. Meanwhile, Seiya and Aaron are just standing there, completely dumbfounded by this absolutely ridiculous screaming match. They are seriously questioning who the real monster is here. Honestly, same. Suddenly, Singu gets a classic anime flashback to being bullied by some jerk named Zukan. He realizes that ever since he was born, never actually lost to anyone in pure muscle. I mean, the kid literally flicked that bully through a solid brick wall. So to be completely honest, our guy has just never had a reason to go all out. His mind is completely racing as an image of a shattered boulder flashes by, where he could casually smash gigantic stuff, but he never truly, boom, back to the crazy reality. Our boy pours every single ounce of his power into the Black Wolf Fang, super hyped to finally brawl with an absolute unit exactly his own massive size. But wait, things are totally different now. Gajak hoists up his massive weapon, completely ready to strike back. Obviously, our stubborn hero refuses to back down, gearing up for another hit. Bam! The weapons smash together, sparking a blinding flash of light. For the first time ever, our overpowered teen realizes his ridiculous brute strength is completely useless against this beast. Subconsciously, he starts rethinking his whole vibe as an underground player. We get this epic mental image of him just marveling at his own jacked physique, his entire body getting totally supercharged by raw, crackling mana. Suddenly, his body starts glowing like crazy. His eyes blank out in pure white energy, making him feel more insanely powerful than literally ever before. Meanwhile, Gajak just grips his hammer, completely unfazed and ready to counter. Our hero still cannot put a dent in this massive demon. The villain actually smirks, mocking him, saying he is way too soft. But hey, his skills are decent. Singu just flashes a cocky grin through gritted teeth, totally brushing off the insult. Because honestly, this is finally his golden ticket to show off his actual combat technique instead of just brain-dead muscle. His face goes dead serious. Totally locked in and completely resolute. Nobody has ever called him weak before, but honestly, he is kind of vibing with it. Without hesitation, our rebellious teen launches a wild attack. But Gajak is ridiculously fast and easily blocks it without breaking a sweat. Every single time this enemy flexes, our boy just goes into a total main character monologue. He remembers learning literally every martial art as a kid just to control his ridiculous brute strength. He studied like crazy, but nobody ever realized just how hard he was grinding. His toxic confidence shoots right back up. He figures he only needs one single finger to absolutely wreck these guys. He flashes back to his very first steps into the Heavenly City. Honestly, that overpowered energy never changed even after he started casually speedrunning dungeons as a pro player. He recalls all the trash mobs he completely bodied. Whether it was the werewolves in the trial runs, the brainless zombies, or those ugly goblins, it always just took one punch. The scene abruptly shifts to Saba and Bochun. But those massive boss monsters? Yeah, those are the exact freaks where his fancy martial arts moves are completely and utterly useless. Suddenly, Shingu's mind flips to a way more positive vibe. Honestly, this whole situation is pretty sweet, considering his entire reputation is basically built purely on raw, unadulterated muscle. After that incredibly long internal monologue, he finally reaches a conclusion. Humans are always evolving, right? He just wants to prove that his god-tier genetics from birth are perfectly matched by the intense skills he has actually grinded for. That pure rebellious determination snaps him right back into the deadly fight. Now his whole vibe is insanely composed. We are talking about absolute peak combat technique right here. This crazy brawl is honestly digging up some deep emotional baggage, forcing him to look back at all his sweaty, hardcore training from the past. Mastering combat techniques is exactly why he studied like a madman, even if he was not the sharpest tool in the shed academically. We get this hilarious montage of him aggressively studying and doing fine arts. The guy just wants to prove he is not some meathead who only relies on pure, raw strength. He is basically just trying to level up his life by experimenting with completely new hobbies. But suddenly, bam! He gets violently smashed right into the giant boulder behind him. But obviously, our tough guy instantly bounces back up to keep fighting. Wait, no, scratch that. He recklessly charges at Gajak like he has totally got nothing to lose. Honestly, that whole dramatic reason was super boring and way too harsh anyway. But our boy knows the cold truth. Just grinding hard without any natural talent is basically a massive waste of time and energy. His hand locks onto the Black Wolf Fang, completely ready to brawl straight to the death. So honestly, the stuff he truly values the most, it is not the things he blindly sweated and bled for. Besides, look at those ridiculously sharp eyes flaring with absolute hype. He is out here screaming to the world that he is not just a meatball, he actually has some real god-tier talents. Alright, you and I need to watch Singu right now. Suddenly, a million thoughts hit his brain. He knows he is smart, absolutely jacked, and he honestly just wants one single thing. Finally, all that pent-up energy just explodes inside him. He cannot hold it back anymore, screaming out loud to prove to everyone that he is an absolute legend, totally built different. Watching from a distance, Seiya and Aaron are just totally blown away. They cannot help but praise the guy. Pretty awesome, right? Yeah, apparently so. She smiles so softly, cheeks blushing red with pure pride. Our boy Singu is going through something way more important right now than just clearing some random dungeon and leveling up. Meanwhile, Gajok is still running his big mouth, mocking Singu. You are pretty good at dodging, kid. But how could a grand demon ever use cheap tricks like that, huh? Singu does not back down. He immediately claps back at the monster. Hey, you are not too bad yourself. Literally right after saying that, the monster shuts up. Then Gajok just roars, unleashing all his wild rage straight at Singu, screaming that the kid's attacks are way too weak for him to even feel. That insane, terrifying power actually makes our hero hesitate. A single drop of sweat rolls down his forehead. For the absolute first time ever, he is dodging purely out of fear. Memories of his endless training days suddenly flash back inside Singu's mind. Even though he learned every single way to dodge enemy strikes, he never actually had to use those moves until this exact crazy moment. Without even thinking, he mutters to himself. He had no idea he was actually this good at dodging. Honestly, it feels like this is his very first time putting in serious, real effort. Singu spins around, locking in for a huge strike. Useless, lazy practice totally does not compare to training when your life is hanging by a thread. Instantly, the veins in his arms totally bulge out. He feels every sense waking up, getting perfectly in tune with his muscle movements, second by thrilling second. Without missing a beat, Singu lands a massive punch right into Gajok's chest, totally riding that epic momentum forward. Successfully hitting the boss makes him grin like a maniac. He knew right from the start that coming to this dungeon was the best idea ever. Little does he know, Aaron is reading his expressions perfectly from far away. Yep, his face is literally saying all of that. Seiya hears this and is just left totally speechless, absolutely dumbfounded. Singu takes the chance to smash another brutal hit right into Gajok's leg, and that strike forces the monster to drop down to his knees. Grabbing his leg, the giant howls in pain, then laughs. Ha ha! You are pretty good! Seiya watches this madness and totally questions his own reality. Normal people definitely do not know how to fight against a massive hammer like that. But Aaron quickly drops the truth bomb. Applying weapons into the martial arts he learned is exactly how our boy overcomes pretty much any crazy obstacle. Saying that, she looks at Singu with the absolute most affectionate eyes ever. He has this unbelievably childish dream. He wants to become the absolute strongest guy in the entire world, and that wild drive is what keeps pushing him forward. Project gets super mad, wildly swinging his hammer for a fatal strike, but shockingly, Singu dodges it. Singu yells out in pure hype, I totally knew you were going to do that. Instantly, Singu swings his weapon with crazy speed, smashing right into the monster's face. This move is so insanely powerful that it completely destroys Gajok, making him fade away with a final laugh. Massive hammer crashes down onto the dirt, proving his total defeat. Seeing this, Seiya and Aaron drop their jaws to the floor, totally infected by his epic victory. Now Singu lifts his chin, pointing at himself with a super arrogant, victorious smirk. Turns out, you are still way weaker than me. Giant Gajok lies defeated right before Singu. Breathes a massive sigh of relief after fighting so hard against that beast. Phew! Seiya is totally shell-shocked, literally shaking with admiration. The guy just fought an Iron Grand Demon head-on. I did not even know doing that was physically possible. Standing next to him, Aaron just awkwardly laughs along. Well yeah, Iron Grand Demons are ridiculously hard to kill, right? Seiya explains it all frustrated like an upset kid. It is not even because they are good at using magic. It is not because they have some crazy special attribute, and it is definitely not because they use curses or sneaky traps either. He says this, looking at the knocked out Gajok with a bloody nose. It is because their raw strength and defensive power are just absolutely off the charts. And they use their massive bodies and weapons in ways normal players cannot even begin to imagine. Seiya yells out, clenching his fists tight, totally refusing to believe his own two eyes right now. That is exactly why normal players never ever fight Iron Grand Demons without super high-level skills and insane artillery weapons backing them up. Not many people out there can actually fight an Iron Grand Demon using just pure raw combat techniques, going toe-to-toe with such a terrifying monstrous enemy like that. Get this, Seiya stares at Singu's back, quietly judging the situation. I know I am supposed to be the main attacker, but I honestly cannot even compare to Singu. Saying this, Seiya's voice totally drops low, his trembling hands clenching super tight, and that is even though I am literally a top-tier warrior for the Cyclone Guild. He turns to Aaron, sounding a bit calmer now. If I focused on raw technique instead of just grinding levels and skills, maybe everything would be different. And honestly, you and I know he is completely right. Alright, let's check on Gajok, who is still taking a lovely dirt nap. Boom, his eyes snap open. He dramatically struggles up while Singu is just standing there chilling. Talk about ruining the vibe. Gajok's dramatic comeback makes Seiya and Aaron sweat absolute buckets in pure panic. But on the flip side, our guy just stares him down with massive disrespect. Hey, sleepyhead. Gajok finally reboots his brain enough to actually speak. Did you seriously just use me as a literal test dummy? He growls. Singu doesn't even miss a single beat. If you hate it, maybe try not sucking next time. The demon gets so insanely mad he literally snorts out fresh blood. Nasty. Grabs his weapon and unleashes a furious combo. Singu calmly whips out the Black Wolf Fang. Singu's face goes pitch black, looking terrifying. Seiya watches this whole edgy display and totally freaks out. Why did he suddenly stop moving? Wait a second. Hey, is that? Wham! Singu brutally thrusts his weapon straight into Gajak's meaty stomach. Absolute punishment. The sheer force leaves the big guy totally stunned and screaming in agony. Such strong fire. Seiya finally connects the brain cells and his voice totally shifts into full-on fanboy cheering mode. Oh right, iron-great demons are super weak to heavy artillery and fire. That's exactly why they wear that big chunky armor to resist it, but Eren plays the smart sidekick and finishes his thought. They completely fail against weapons enchanted with fire magic. But hey, Gajak is too stubborn to quit. He gets right in Singu's face. Don't think I'll run crying just because you toasted my armor a little bit. Singu could literally not care less. He casually spins around, prepping another devastating strike. The fire is just extra flavor. Smack! A brutal direct hit sends the big demon's weapon flying right out of his hands with an insanely loud, ear-piercing clang. Singu smoothly pulls back the Black Wolf Fang and gives a cold warning. The real damage. Without dropping the edgy axe, Singu swings with absolutely everything he has right at Gajak's thick neck. Damn it. Suddenly, the whole place goes dead quiet. The massive boss drops to his knees, while our overpowered MC is actually panting and out of breath. Singu glares up at his annoying opponent, cursing internally. So irritating. Gajak's ugly mug is completely covered in nasty, bleeding scratches right now. But guess what? The dude is somehow still acting incredibly stubborn and wildly arrogant. Yeah, he's somehow still alive. Singu stands up tall, dang super competitive. I might have technically won this pathetic round, but it's totally not enough. Which means I can't even clear this stupid dungeon yet. An image of the Iron Great Demon flashes right into Singu's mind. If taking down just this one ugly boss made me sweat this much, how on earth will I handle the absolute mountain of these giant demons waiting for me in this dungeon? Resting his chin, he starts doing some serious mental math. I lack raw power. I lack skills and definitely lack experience. Wow, it's been a hot minute since I felt this entirely useless. Plus, I desperately need a heal. Immediately, Singu points an edgy finger right at Gajak, making a wildly bold declaration. Next time we meet, I'm going to totally obliterate you. Just you wait. Honestly, that tough guy threat actually catches the demon off guard. Suddenly, he flashes the weirdest, creepiest smile. Gajak slightly bows his massive head and whispers, "Just finish me off." Now that's a plot twist. Singu is completely stunned. Seiya and Aren are also scratching their heads in massive confusion. But without waiting for an answer, the boss slowly spills his evil lore. I can feel it. This place. Gajak pauses for dramatic effect, taking a deep, wheezing breath to finish his speech. Will literally expand to the surface. His big, ugly face suddenly gets super serious. Bushy eyebrows knitting tightly together like a true villain. When this crazy dungeon absorbs way too much mana to be safely contained underground, that's exactly when we will finally invade the human world above. Oh great, he's definitely talking about when they completely raided Sanasao town. Singu quickly pictures those creepy little demons terrorizing the poor innocent locals. Yeah, so what? Gajak weakly raises a massive hand and boom, suddenly 3 little glowing orbs magically pop up. But if I die right now, all that juicy mana totally disappears and our grand invasion gets painfully delayed for a bit. Saying that, he looks up at our confused hero. However, the leftover mana in this zone will just rebuild my memories in my body anyway. Next time you visit, you better come fully prepared. Gajak gives another super creepy laugh, but honestly you can tell he low-key respects Singu's insane power now. I will gladly fight you again in a brand new, fully upgraded body. Isn't that basically a win-win for both of us? This weird flex of a decision leaves Singu totally speechless. Seiya and Eren look way more deeply confused than actually scared. Hello? And Singu just starts laughing at the sheer absurdity. I see. Gajak looks at him with actual gentle eyes. Way different from his grumpy combat face. I highly look forward to your massive growth, young warrior. Gripping his black wolf brush, our guy replies like an absolute boss. Won't take long. Boom. Singu flexes his power, obliterating the dude into straight-up black smoke. You and I know what this means, right? He is finally figuring out this wild dungeon mechanics. Job done. He casually walks out the door, meeting up with Seiya and Eren. Time to head home. Singu aggressively slams down a cardboard box. Seiya just stands there among the cardboard pile, looking absolutely speechless at the sheer absurdity. Pointing right at the cardboard boxes, our hero generously offers Seiya every single piece of food in his inventory. Seiya just shrugs it off like whatever. Sure, fine. Just don't worry about starving. Scratching his chin, Singu drops the wildest explanation with the goofiest face imaginable. Hey, if you die, you just become a ghost. What incredibly reassuring news, right? Hey. Despite being completely done with this nonsense, Seiya forces an encouraging smile. Seriously, man, just try to come back while I am actually still breathing. Back to the mainland we go. Hello, luxurious modern city life. Just a totally normal orange car cruising down the quiet street. Out of nowhere, a blindingly bright yellow door spawns right in the street. The driver absolutely loses his mind and swerves away instantly. Meanwhile, Singu and Aaron casually step out of that glowing portal, completely oblivious to the massive traffic panic they just caused. Singu is sweating buckets, frowning hard at Aaron. That was way too dangerous. He literally cannot believe they spawned back on the exact same street where he grabbed a cab. Well, the escape stone definitely worked. Singu just grabs his head, letting out a massive sigh. Seeing him look so utterly exhausted, Aaron sweetly offers to heal his wounds. Surprisingly, he just completely shoots her down. Nah, no need for healing right now. Let's just head straight back to the rest area. He starts walking off looking cool as heck, while Aaron casually floats right behind, following his every single dramatic footstep. Our boy desperately needs to focus and think. Singu being this intensely quiet actually makes Aaron super worried. Finally, back inside the quiet rest area. Just the two of them alone in the room. He shifts his vibe, sitting right on the bed to spill his guts to her. He admits he never expected to get completely steamrolled like that. Aaron tries encouraging him. Technically, he didn't even lose the fight. But shockingly, Singu just looks totally miserable about it. Beating himself up completely, it feels exactly like losing. While venting, his mind is totally replaying that crazy battle, silently analyzing every single brutal mistake. If he hadn't used his fire move, that monster would have literally eaten him alive. Just ridiculous. The bloody vision of a totally brutal defeat flashes in his mind. It would be entirely stupid to think he could solo a greater demon using just one basic trick. Realizing this, Singu suddenly snaps his head towards Aaron. His voice turns completely serious. It is officially time for a massive training arc. It is not just about beating one greater demon, it is about the entire insane future. The terrifying memory of that ferocious hammer-wielding Garak haunts him. That nightmare was only a level 26 dungeon boss. Imagine what lurks deep inside the actual Heavenly City dungeons. There are definitely way more ridiculous monsters waiting up there. You literally cannot even fathom it. Singu is sinking dangerously deep into his traumatizing battle memories. Tuning out everything around him, he has to swallow his pride. That Iron Greater Demon possessed an absolutely disgusting level of power, completely blowing away his expectations. Honestly, he feels super embarrassed for getting cocky over a few simple level-ups and beating basic monsters back in town. His intense gaze slowly shifts over to Aaron. Think about it, even Aaron's standing right here. He is a legit veteran who cleared dungeons 6 levels higher than him. Comparing himself to her just piles on the pure mental exhaustion for Singu. And globally, there are hundreds of absolute freaks way stronger than her. He realizes he has an impossibly long road ahead. Deep down, he starts muttering to his own ego. There are just way too many ridiculously overpowered people out there. Suddenly, Singu bursts into a super weird, psychotic little chuckle. It is creepy enough that Aaron literally jumps back. There are dungeons far beyond level 32. If he accepts being total trash compared to those pros, it is game over. He fiercely snaps his head up, absolute determination burning on his face. He refuses to stay stuck at the bottom forever. Standing up, Singu stretches out dramatically. Boom. Confidence fully restored. Step 1 on this crazy agenda, he has to completely dominate those stupidly strong greater demons. Next up, destroying that Iron Greater Demon General. Aaron floats circles around him, looking totally confused. She asks why he seems so hyped, expecting him to be crying in a corner. Singu throws her a cocky little wink, hitting her with maximum confidence. Getting compared to stronger players does not magically make him any less awesome. Just because there are absolute monsters roaming out there does not mean he needs to lose his own cool self-respect. You and I both gotta respect that insane optimism. Aaron is honestly super impressed. The only thing that truly matters now is knowing he can endlessly grind to improve. Knowing is half the battle, but this guy actually has the insane willpower and a crazy method to pull it off. Closing his eyes thoughtfully, Singu drops a surprisingly wholesome line. He is genuinely thrilled to be a player, purely because it gives him the chance to level up his life. Then he flashes a massive blinding smile, acting like he didn't just almost die. That right there is his absolute truth at this very moment. Listening to that speech, Aaron unconsciously smiles right back, totally unable to hide her fluttering feelings. Not missing a beat, Aaron immediately hits him with some playful snark. So basically, you are just coping about getting stronger right after losing a fight? He covers her mouth, giggling like crazy. You are adorable, like a little kid. Naturally, that teasing completely flusters him. Shut up, he snaps back, blushing fiercely. Later on, Singu finishes taking a much-needed shower. Stepping out and drying his hair, he shoots Aaron a serious look. Leveling up is absolutely my top priority right now. Aaron nods. But honestly, that is not enough. Look, you and I both know real progress starts the second you face your own glaring weaknesses. Totally agreed with that hot take, adding some context. Exactly right. Just today, your combat skills leveled up like crazy while brawling with that massive greater demon. Yet Singu was not exactly throwing a party, just brooding over his literal flaming hand. But that is not enough. Our guy needs serious training and combat experience immediately. He just clenched his glowing fist, stealing his nerves, and the wild result of that? Aaron flashed a sweet smile, finishing the thought, skills and passive ones too. She crossed her arms, dropping some strict but totally adorable teacher vibes. Active and passive skills might look the same, but they are wildly different. Active skills happen when we spam mana the exact same way over and over, carving a literal highway right through the user's soul. Aaron wrapped up her lecture. That is why they do not show easily, but the mana shockwaves are completely insane when used. And get this, she even flexed the skill right there so Singu could easily understand it. Passive skills are always on. It is basically mana mutating into a set shape and just chilling permanently inside the player's body. Speaking of which, Aaron straight up started using his own body as a visual aid. Like your Chaos Tail and Soul collection, those are super obvious outward flexes. A mental image of Shingu's glowing chest popped up. Hard to feel since you literally just got them. But your other passives already crystallized into mana gems. They are glittering all over you like tiny stars. The dude was listening hard, totally hyped. If I feel them naturally and master using them, I will literally become unstoppable. And then, waiting for Singu to tightly clench his fist. Face absolutely locked in. You can forge passive skills just like you did with the active ones. Aaron kept pushing the reality check. I know you think you get it, but pulling that off is insanely difficult. Most players rely on dungeon clears or achievement drops to score passives. She shot him a dead serious glare. Like you have been doing. Aaron kept breaking down the power scaling. Anyone lucky enough to bag combat passives, especially weapon ones, spams them to easily hit absolute peak strength. Now those guys are running all the massive power guilds. And she described what happens to a body gaining skills. Passives only rely on the mana used during creation. After that, they work perfectly no matter your mana pool. You can rely on them just like your own arms and legs. Hearing this, Singu totally cut her off. Wait, so you mean I can just spawn new limbs? He looked right at her and fired back. If I just compress my mana and mold it to serve one specific goal, then isn't that a passive skill, she groaned. Wow, you make pulling that off sound way too easy. He glared at him, absolutely not having it. Do you realize how insane that will be for you? You have literally never used mana in your entire life. Classic Singu, totally ignoring the giant red flags and charging in. Let me just try rolling a passive for weapon and physical stats first. Here we go. You and I both knew he tuned her out 5 minutes ago anyway. Absolutely done with him, Aaron just started monologuing in her head. Creating passives demands way more than just raw mana control. You need deep understanding of the ability you are forging. It is super tough, but for our chaotic boy Singu, she snapped back to reality. Singu, before you do anything crazy, let me drop a massive truth bomb. What now? Aaron pointed at him, spitting facts. Your mana is way too low to attempt creating passives. That absolute violation left Singu frozen stiff. Aaron went off on an epic rant, making his head spin completely out of control. Besides, every time you forge a passive skill, you permanently burn off some mana, and since you are already broke on mana, you might completely lose the ability to use active skills. He was speechless. Just scratching his head, he grumbled internally. Being broke on mana ruins everything. He brooded for a second, then a wild idea clicked. Only one way out of this. The best play is the slow grind tactic. I need to conquer dungeons and level up by spamming them. Milk my overpowered god-given strength to the max, grind out weapon and physical skills fighting monsters, and then use mana to craft passives. But here is the massive catch. He absolutely must do all this before Seha dies. That smiling face flashed in his mind. Do not forget me. Leaning on the wall, dropping that moody main character pose. Now I have got my answer. All right, you and I know we gotta move fast. Our boy declares they need to raid every dungeon possible before their essence stash dries up completely. Aaron looks at him like he is totally crazy. Wait, you are leaving right now? Singu nods instantly. Yep, absolutely. This mission is way bigger than just the two of them, so for once our guy is actually dead serious. They gotta hustle to save her teammates. Not wanting to waste another second, he sprints over to his absolute true love, his sweet motorcycle. All right, then, let's hit the road. But right as Singu grabs his helmet to look cool, a loud alert blares out, followed by some massive breaking news about the players. A massive screen on a nearby building flashes the latest news scoop. Every single player who barely escaped the dungeons using an escape stone is reporting the exact same crazy thing. The difficulty level just completely skyrocketed out of nowhere. Even the Tornado Guild, literally the most famous and powerful guild in all of Korea, officially announced that despite their insanely careful preparation, they still lost a ton of members. The broadcast even mentions the tragic passing of their top guys, including the famous John Seha. They report that this sudden crazy difficulty spike lines up perfectly with monsters throwing massive tantrums all over the world. But wait, it gets even wilder! The news feed keeps updating with crazy stuff. Breaking news, everyone seriously needs to hear about the winged people. Yep, they mean the players! The number of new player candidates has completely exploded again, something nobody has seen in a super long time. Based on the juicy data they dug up, South Korea alone just popped out 1,000 brand new cases. And compared to other countries, the numbers are genuinely terrifying. We are talking about hundreds of thousands of new cases springing up worldwide. This actually sparks some hope for everyone getting completely wrecked by monster attacks. But honestly, people are totally arguing right now about whether this is actually good news or a total disaster waiting to happen. Singu ditches his rush to leave and just stands there, listening like a total nerd. Players can make millions inside these dungeons, but where does that cash actually come from? And why isn't the economy totally ruined by inflation when players drag out mountain-sized piles of cash? Reporter Kim Econ is on the case. Alright, gossip time is officially over. His bright red motorcycle aggressively tears down the highway. It seems all these shiny new players are popping up across the globe just to balance out the crazy wave of monsters flooding our world. Like some twisted universal rule, we are basically watching a massive crazy purge happen. But at the exact same time, the high-end dungeons just got an insane power upgrade. Even veteran players with over 10 years of hardcore experience are getting straight-up deleted, and plenty of total newbies can't even survive the super basic tutorial dungeon. After a ridiculous string of wild events, regular daily life has seriously started to mutate. That weird Sky City everyone used to completely trash talk? Well, now it holds major power over the entire world, which obviously makes people put way more of their desperate faith into the players. Finally, our dramatic boy drops a grim theory. Basically, as more players quit the game, more dungeons spawn. You and I can tell a massive, world-ending disaster is probably knocking at our door. Suddenly, he feels a super weird vibe. And yeah, his sixth sense is completely cracked. Right there on the side of the street, a glowing neon dungeon entrance is literally just chilling on the sidewalk. But wait, the absurdity does not stop there. There is literally another one sitting right inside a children's playground. Oh look, the park fountain has its very own dungeon too. And right where Singu parks his beloved bike, yep, another dungeon. Our guy just stares in absolute disbelief. Wow, we don't even need a scanner anymore. Meanwhile, Aaron is completely done with this nonsense. Yeah, I agree. He whips out his phone to do some quick detective work. He bets there are at least 20 popping up in Seoul alone. And probably dozens more across the whole nation. This ridiculous dungeon outbreak gives her a seriously terrible gut feeling. I am honestly too terrified to guess the global count right now. With all her veteran experience, she figures out the terrifying truth instantly. All this chaos just proves there really aren't that many new players surviving, and most of these weak wannabes are dropping like flies right inside the starter tutorial dungeon. This heavy truth completely ruins Erin's mood, leaving her stressed out and spiraling. I mean, most hardcore veterans literally beg these reckless newbies to take basic survival classes first. But of course, nobody ever listens. And since the tutorial dungeon cranked its difficulty up to nightmare mode, fresh meat can't just win with blind courage or some fake main character energy. On the flip side, Singu is terrifyingly optimistic right now. In his twisted mind, he basically just scored an all-you-can-eat dungeon buffet, completely entirely for himself. He isn't scared at all. The madman is totally loving this. Oh man, the world is practically overflowing with free dungeons. His gamer curiosity is practically vibrating out of his skin. Alright, where should we even start farming? Aaron reads the room instantly and shuts his hype down. Let's start with the absolute easiest one. But obviously, Singu blatantly ignores her logic. I need to practice my slick combat skills, so we are definitely skipping all the boring easy ones. Those are literally just tutorial zones. Trying not to choke him, she firmly repeats herself. Just start with the easiest one, you idiot. He totally ignores her, keeping up his solo comedy routine. We should at least pick the normal difficulty, right? Aaron completely snaps, absolutely losing her mind as she screams, I literally just told you to pick the easiest one. Singu pouts like a grumpy toddler, secretly grumbling to himself. Sure, he really wanted a hardcore dungeon where he could fight a giant iron demon, but honestly, you never know what you'll get until you walk inside. But the moment he catches her absolutely terrifying, murderous glare, our fearless boy actually sweats. Okay, but we should at least try a dungeon with somewhat decent difficulty, right? Finally, he throws his hands up in total defeat. Damn it, fine. I guess I have to listen to you. Aaron finally chills out, but makes sure to hit him with a petty. I really hate you sometimes. Our guy's gamer brain starts doing the math. He figures he can still practice his slick moves even in baby-tier dungeons. He can still grind for precious experience points and sweet essence. If the quality is absolute garbage, he will just spam it and make up for it in pure quantity. Right on cue, the holy system flashes a prompt. Ant Cave Area number 231. Target, the absolute weakest demons alive. Time limit, 3 hours. Looking incredibly edgy and cool, our boy boldly steps right into his brand new dungeon playground. Alright, you and I know all this peace makes Singu sick. He keeps whining endlessly. He randomly picked a safe zone dungeon earlier. But surprise, surprise! There is literally not a single player soul anywhere in this boring place. Suddenly, something wriggling on the ground totally grabs his attention. But wait, what the heck is that? A bunch of slimes are slowly crawling his way. Now our boy never backs down from actual massive terrifying monsters. Yet facing these gooey things, his inner self is absolutely screaming, so incredibly gross. Ningu suppresses a total panic attack, turning to his teammate. Are these really the slimes I used to know? Aaron stares super seriously and replies, yeah, back when we first started out. I cleared plenty of dungeons exactly like this too. Let me explain these tiny freaks. Slimes are those classic weak mobs you see in literally every single fantasy story out there. But if we actually dive into their true origins and biology, these gross little monsters have a completely unique, bizarre, physical structure. Their power is actually no joke, totally immune to all physical attacks. highly corrosive, and they always swarm in huge numbers, wiping out everything in their path. Well, that is how the theory goes anyway. But compared to Singu's insane physical stats, Eren is totally confident. For these weaklings, he just needs to poke or smack them to win. Even stepping on them lightly is way more than enough. Our smart guy catches on to the plan instantly, completely understands. Suddenly, the entire slime squad rallies and charges right at him to attack. He instantly activates his combat mode, and his feet start flashing with pure epic energy. Ripping the Black Wolf Fang, he fiercely dashes right into the enemy swarm using charge. The slimes literally do 0 damage to Singu. The exact second they touch him, they just violently pop like water balloons. Wait, I can clear this whole dungeon just by running around? What kind of easy baby mobile game is this? To wrap this fight up super fast, he immediately unleashes his ultimate move, Battle Cry. The echoing sound successfully taunts the entire slime horde, making them swarm towards him. Singu just charges straight ahead, totally ignoring them as they melt against his raw mana. Thanks to that, he figures something out. Some skills clearly work way better when enemies are this weak. Honestly, he cannot help but feel incredibly bored right now. Too easy. Just gather them up with Battle Cry and spam charge to win. Seriously, he could probably complete this entire quest with his eyes closed. Who knew just running around with charge could secure easy kills? But Eren actually knows exactly why it is happening. Well, that is not entirely true, boss. She is totally used to his overpowered stats. His body is basically a living weapon anyway. Getting praise gets Singu super hyped up. I should definitely practice these 2 skills in easy dungeons from now on. After sprinting non-stop for a while, he finally spots the end of the line. Oh, there's the boss room door. Seeing the slimes jumping out to attack, his hands are itching for action. Alright, let us wipe this dungeon clean. Eren hurriedly calls out from far behind him. Hey, wait for me. Right then, the giant boss slime finally appears, blocking his path. Singu does not rush in, seriously observing his opponent instead. Looks like one tackle will not beat this guy. His grip tightens on the Black Wolf Fang. Getting ready for a critical hit. Gotta practice combining charge and smite. Singu immediately dashes right into the front line. Holding the Black Wolf Fang, he prepares to strike the boss. Suddenly, Eren flies over, shouting a warning. Mingu, it has only been 2 seconds. That giant slime can actually harden its body using raw mana. It quickly defends itself by forming a super tough, rigid web armor. Completely ignoring that fact, he just smashes a savage hit right down. The monster instantly shatters into pieces like tiny water droplets. Watching from a distance, Eren absolutely turns to solid stone. Singu crouches down, staring at the goo, and sighs heavily. Damn, a total failure. Switching skills after your mana takes shape is way too hard. He instantly turns back to Eren. So, what exactly was its special ability again? He just gets completely helpless confusion in return. Wait, what? I didn't say anything at all! Right at that exact moment, the system pops up a status update. Dungeon cleared. Total time, 17 minutes and 5 seconds. 341 slimes and 1 giant slime defeated. Special speedster achievement unlocked. Agility increased by 5 points. Now, you and I can see this awesome result actually satisfies Singu. I finally unlocked a special achievement. Guess speedrunning these easy dungeons is the real trick. It literally gave me 5 agility points, when normally I only get 2. He absent-mindedly thinks about his own insane strength and wonders. I literally had no idea stats could boost like this, just from clearing special achievements. The exact moment my agility goes up, I can actually feel my muscles changing. Eren suddenly interrupts his deep thoughts. You look like a total psycho right now, Singu. Hey, getting stronger is always a good thing. Yeah. While celebrating his awesome gains, he suddenly notices something else. It is another random system message popping up on screen. You have received the special achievement secret. You almost became a certified peace activist out here. Singu reads the info, rubbing his chin in deep thought. Thought it was another cool achievement, but nope. What the heck kind of secret is this? Honestly, he suddenly feels dumb as a rock. The system is literally giving him a secret so stupidly obvious, even a monkey could figure it out. And here is the thing, guys. The system is totally trolling him. Thinking about this, Singu shakes his head. He knows this is no joke. And his reaction? It is making Eren completely freak out. Then Singu brushes it off, but his face? It turns insanely serious right after. Every dungeon has a boss. This is not a one-day job. Absolutely not. Why is this situation so brutal, yet his messages are weirdly positive? Singu decides he just has to check it out. Boom! The system pops back up, shoving a wall of wild info right into our guy's face. Clearance rank FB, bonus reward, greater demon essence. Wait, a greater demon essence? An essence packing massive demon power. He can actually get its raw strength just by consuming it. Sounds totally safe, right? But eating it later gives him the memories of the giant demon boss. Then the system calculates his clearance experience points. Huge level up incoming. The demon's Messi remains slowly vanish under his boots. Completing an unranked dungeon with a rank of FB and getting a reward this broken? That is totally a system bug. Not to mention the insane leveling speed. 2 thoughts clash in his head. Before he can even process the craziness, Eren butts in. She totally did not expect him to snag that essence. So this is the epic loot you get for hitting rank FB. In his hand, 3 gorgeous little crystal shards. Sure, they are tiny, but they hold the boss's actual memories and mana. Even killing a boss in a low-tier dungeon rarely drops loot this insanely rare. Our dude hit the absolute jackpot today. Winks at Singu, acting all smart. If you want everything from just one raid, you are being way too greedy. Hey, listen up, Singu. How many demon dungeons do you think are left in the city? But our guy completely ignores her question. The only thing bothering him? Being called greedy. Oh, he is salty. Singu gets totally annoyed and just walks right away. He shoots back with super heavy sarcasm. Oh, you are brilliant. Then just keep everything in your inventory. Do not just eat all day. Seriously, stop eating. Yeah. He walks off, casually tossing the 3 new essence shards up. He is thinking sacrificing all this essence probably would not earn him anything useful anyway. Better to stash them at the rest area to be safe. Suddenly, Singu gets a wild new idea. What if he just speedruns the low-tier dungeons? That would save so much time. Bam! Now pay attention, guys. A super bright yellow triangle pops up. It is a 3 question mark dungeon. Danger level? Insanely low. Walking ahead, Aaron spots it and totally jumps back. Whoa! Brand new dungeon literally spawned in 20 minutes while they were just standing there. Our funny guy Singu instantly pivots to totally freak her out instead. Or maybe Earth is trying to wipe out the population? Bro, you just completely changed the genre. I am so scared right now. Suddenly his mind flashes to Jia Chun and Bo Gun. His heart genuinely aches. It is absolutely tragic how many ant tunnels spawn from the trial dungeon. But seriously, just sitting around crying about it will not fix anything. Everyone knows the crazy risks of trying to become someone special in this world. Saying that, Singu clasps his hands and laughs out loud. If they cannot handle it, they are trash players. Which means there are plenty of dungeons left for him to farm massive demon essence. He even winks directly at Aaron. We should go harvest all that essence first. Sounds awesome. Let us hit somewhere completely safe. Scene totally cuts to a random roadside apartment complex. Inside that exact building, a giant dark hole looking like a massive ant nest. Right on cue, the system flashes in a notification. Ant Cave Area 237, Rat Paradise. Time limit? Just 4 hours. In no time, our duo drops down into the cave. 2 steps in, and he is already complaining. Why do I always have to do this? Suddenly, a scratching sound completely freezes Aaron in place. Rats. Actual literal rats. Pure panic hits her as she grabs her head. Rat dungeons are the absolute worst for noobs. I have literally spent my whole life dodging them. Whoops. Singu instantly figures her out. Is it because you are scared of rats? Aaron pouts, totally defeated, and just admits it. Yeah, bingo. She gloomily explains herself. At least other monsters actually look like monsters. Beasts or demon dogs. Yeah, they are properly terrifying. A horrifying rat image totally flashes through her mind. But inside these rat dungeons, the crazy rat monsters are literally still just tiny mice. Then she remembers past players who entered these rat caves. So players come in here and get super careless, even though they definitely should not. Yet Singu just stares blankly, not getting it at all. So what? Dude, they literally use sheer numbers to crush quality. Aaron patiently explains further. If you drop your guard for a second, a whole swarm surrounds you. Honestly, you do not even get time to be careless. Saying this, her fear spikes, making her visibly shake. Huge rat swarms will eat everything. Weapons, armor, giant shields, and then your entire body. Out of pure habit, Aaron mutters to herself, that is literally one of the most tragic ways to die while raiding a dungeon. But Singu looks completely unconvinced. Stick around, guys. What about the boss? Alright, guys, his clueless question completely cranks up her panic. Because what is worse than a boss? Hundreds of massive, nasty rats attacking. That news actually makes Singu question reality. Wait, an individual is weaker than a normal boss? Yeah, but honestly, that is not the problem. Suddenly, he flashes this wicked smile, cutting her off completely. Nope! Total excitement fills Shingu's face. Right now, that is the absolute most important thing to him. Soon they enter a damp, slimy tunnel. The absolute nasty filth is so unbelievably bad, he literally has to plug his nose to keep moving. The vibe is completely awful. It seriously looks like Europe during the actual Black Death. She feels sick. Terrified by the darkness, Aaron hides right in Shingu's pocket. She literally looks like a tiny pocket doll. Plus, Aaron is practically rat-sized right now. She must absolutely hate facing these nasty things. Still, she never forgets her guide duties. Notice those creepy glowing eyes hiding in the dark over there? It is like they are waiting for him to step out. But Singu, totally calm, zero fear. These things are just super weak, way easier to destroy than the slime demons. What are you even saying? Suddenly, he just completely summons the black wolf claws, along with the poison bug fangs. Wait a second, what are you doing? Mingu smiles back confidently. You seriously never learn until things get incredibly bad, huh? If he drops the hammer and gloves into his inventory, he only has armor left and totally cannot attack. So a peaceful guy does not fit here. Saying that, Singu drops into an attack stance. After that, he sprints insanely fast, hoping to save mana for the boss room. Before rushing, he warns Aaron, hold on tight. Then our guy Singu takes a super deep breath, completely ready for battle. Alright, let's just run for it. Then he builds momentum, launching himself straight into the depths of the completely dark dungeon. The gray rats rush forward instantly, letting out these incredibly high-pitched, absolute ear-piercing squeaks. The leading rat bumps right into his leg and instantly explodes just like a literal water balloon. Right after that, just slightly touching his body makes every single one of them completely explode. Feeling like this game is just insultingly easy, Singu actually sighs in boredom. They keep rushing so fast I cannot even use my battle cry. This is literally even easier than the Great Slime Demon. And with every single gray rat destroyed, rewards just keep dropping constantly. Eren absolutely screams out a quick reminder. The essence. Singu! The essence. But he never slows down, he just runs faster. We will collect everything after we completely beat the final boss room. Hearing that, she feels completely confused. The final boss room? While still fighting, Singu calmly explains his wild theory. Alright, here's my totally crazy hypothesis. When we totally cleared the previous dungeon, we only killed the Great Slime Demon using a charge attack, and only attacked it with one single weapon. To prove this crazy theory, he tries something totally different. Then the system literally drops a massive hint, like it actually pities him. So what if he uses 0 weapons from start to finish? Stick with me here. What actually happens if he simply never attacks the monster mobs, but still totally clears the entire dungeon just by running around in absolute circles? Eren goes totally speechless. She snaps in disgust. You seriously sound like an absolute maniac right now. Being insulted out of nowhere totally annoys Singu, making him grit his teeth to just bear it. He quickly drops the logic he thought of earlier. If he can actually kill them all without even throwing a single punch, he might seriously score some massive Peace Action Achievement award. He has sprinted far now with tons of gray rats constantly throwing their lives away. He totally does not think charging counts as a melee skill, since it is literally just a basic secondary skill anyway. Eren absolutely refuses to hear any more explanations, completely covering her ears and loudly snapping. This is an absolute joke. What part of this madness even counts as non-violent anyway? Her mood turns completely sour, secretly thinking to herself, can he really kill them all without even officially attacking? But honestly, this absolute madness perfectly fits Singu because his entire body, our guy is literally a walking human weapon. Deep inside this incredibly dark dungeon, endless waves of those nasty gray rats just keep swarming out without stopping. Watching this mess totally makes Eren space out. They seriously look like that famous fairy tale where rats blindly march right off a cliff. Honestly, just because they turned into terrifying monsters does not mean they actually gained a single brain cell along the way. 0 intelligence here. And since hundreds of rats just exploded, totally spraying toxic green blood everywhere, Singu is completely covered in it. Ew, absolutely gross, am I right? Eren is absolutely disgusted by this nasty mess. She aggressively hides inside his pocket, basically screaming, "Do something about this blood, and do not even ask me. I am absolutely not coming out of here." Just then, massive heavy footsteps start stomping toward them, followed by an incredibly ear-piercing shriek. A ridiculously oversized rat suddenly steps out of the shadows. Eren is super quick to spot it, immediately noticing it is a massive glowing green rat. Her voice completely shakes with anxiety as she realizes this is definitely a high-tier monster. It is a mutant rat spreading toxic disease. But before she can even finish panicking, Singu steps up, casually sends it straight to the afterlife, triggering an instant system notification. The charge skill has reached level 7. Singu feels this massive power boost and cheers like an absolute maniac. His levels are absolutely skyrocketing right now. Eren mentally cries in complete defeat, wondering if he even cares about the danger anymore. Honestly, our boy is just hyper-motivated to rush headfirst into the enemy center. It is genuinely insane that his skills keep leveling up endlessly just from running around in circles. His powerful footsteps rhythmically slam into the ground. Even better, as his level goes up, Singu realizes he is running way faster while using way less mana. With his current stats, this dungeon is basically just a giant treadmill for him. He figures he might as well keep spamming that charge skill constantly. Eren screams at that absolutely reckless decision, begging him not to take this so lightly. But Singu is a totally carefree rebel, so obviously he ignores her, fully focused on mastering his epic skills through everyday running. Sounds awesome, right? She completely gives up and just begs him to avoid using the punish skill every single day. Suddenly, our dude realizes something is super weird. This specific dungeon is way bigger than the very first Archdemon dungeon. Right on cue, the path splits entirely into 2 separate ways. Eren panics immediately, yelling at Singu about the fork ahead. He puts on this super serious thinking face and asks her, "You really think I cannot pull off a wild U-turn right now?" She is totally confused, just screaming out, "What?" I'm too impatient to wait. He hits the gas and fiercely drifts straight into the right tunnel. He acts exactly like a rebellious toddler who just wants some desperate praise. How was that epic drift? But poor Eren is absolutely not having a good time, practically crying that she wants to throw up. During this crazy dungeon run, Singu actually picked up another wild skill. He figures that since he ran so much, he literally learned how to alter his momentum mid-air. The real secret is just perfectly controlling the exact direction of the force. He suddenly acts like a mad scientist, confidently dropping a major conclusion. If he understands which exact muscle moves and how mana fuels that movement, shifting his impact direction is not going to be hard at all. Honestly, he is absolutely abusing his insanely overpowered stats right now. The raw force stays completely intact, so he casually uses it to just obliterate this seemingly endless rat army. That random thought actually makes him pause for a brief second. Muscles, mana. Mingu loses his absolute bloodthirsty glare, suddenly looking strangely confused and weirdly conflicted instead. He falls into deep thought, flashing back to those quiet days before he became a player. He actually loved living a super normal life without any magic mana involved, and he happily survived like that for 24 solid years. His mind is spinning with totally unexpected doubts. Should he seriously keep acting the exact same way, even after his entire body got permanently flooded with all this wild mana? His body subconsciously keeps sprinting forward, but his brain is completely overloading about active and passive skills. Does he really need to treat them differently than his own flesh and blood? Sure, this whole setup feels exactly like a video game, but that absolutely does not mean he is actually inside one. A wildly carefree guy like Singu is definitely not built for this much stressful overthinking. He decides he cannot possibly figure out this stupid logic puzzle right now. He glances down at his tiny pocket companion who is still desperately dodging the slimy goo. This whole philosophy thing is way too complex to handle today. He is totally positive that even Aaron could not possibly understand this confusing problem. So he instantly trashes all that annoying brain drama. Anyway, all the facts completely point back to just spamming that epic charge skill. Suddenly, Aaron joyfully shouts out loud, "Singu, I finally spot the main boss room ahead." He still has one funny little question though. What about all the leftover rats trailing them? She has zero clue, so she just throws out a random guess. I think there is still a tiny handful creeping up right behind us. Hearing her totally helpless answer, our boy flexes his talent, hitting maximum speed to violently flip his direction. Is that seriously it? Time for a completely insane U-turn. Alright guys, watch this. The gray rats take one look at him turning around and absolutely lose their tiny minds. Singu loves this. Did they really think he would just let them walk away? Nope. Every single heavy step he takes instantly flattens the entire squeaking pack into pancakes. Absolute overkill, but we love to see it. Just like that, the conditions for the final boss battle are totally locked in. Alright, time to hit the boss room. But Aaron suddenly panics, realizing his insane plan. Wait, Singu, are you seriously running straight in? He instantly nods like it is totally normal. He is sprinting at max speed. Honestly, the disgusting slime covering his entire body is just driving him completely crazy right now. He just wants to finish this garbage and take a massive shower. Meanwhile, Aaron is just holding her head, basically crying out of pure exhaustion. Yeah, she needs a break too. Slowly, the final dungeon door creeps open. Boom. Right in front of him, an entire army of nasty mutant rats is just standing in formation. Aaron takes one look at these smelly freaks and screams in absolute misery. Oh, gross. There are literally hundreds of them in here, and they are bigger than cats. Mingu just flips the switch to predator mode. As always, he shouts his super dramatic battle cry. Bring it on. Hearing that, the gray rats instantly swarm out like angry hornets. They charge like maniacs, but seriously, in just 1 minute, his insane damage output completely wipes the entire nest clean. The system instantly flashes a new prompt. Battle Frenzy has hit level 8. Aaron sluggishly floats out, completely traumatized. She swears she is never stepping foot in this nasty dungeon again. Singu sighs hard, totally agreeing with her on that 100%. But wait, he has not forgotten his main goal here. Time to crunch some numbers and see, and figure out if his crazy theory was actually right all along. Tears open his inventory, frantically digging around until he grabs a water bottle. No hesitation at all, he dumps it straight over his head. Then he just violently shakes his head to dry off his hair. Honestly, watching him do this, Aaron thinks he looks exactly like a giant wet puppy. He casually wipes the dripping water right off his face. Alright, time for the moment of truth. Let us check the results. The system pops up with the final tally. Dungeon cleared, total time 0 hours, 15 minutes, and 36 seconds. Fast! Just as planned, our guy Singu successfully scores the epic reward. Special achievement unlocked, Campaign for Peace. And the sweet bonus prize is a brand new player skill. Murderous Intent, passive level 1. It is a wild skill that literally fuses mental focus, raw physical stats, and mana capacity just to project an aura. Designed purely to weaken and completely terrify your enemies. It can straight up kill them if the output is high enough. Plus, leveling it up gives you way better control over how much deadly pressure you actually release. Singu studies this super seriously. The insane irony of getting a murder skill from a peace achievement is literally killing him right now. This totally proves Aaron right, and she immediately jumps at the chance to roast him. See, I told you your methods were not actually peaceful at all. But honestly, you and I know he only cares about the shiny new power. Murderous Intent is just way too cool. Weakening his enemies without even lifting a single finger? That is completely overpowered. Literally cannot argue with that logic, so she just sighs. The only real problem? He just got this scary skill, meaning his control over it is absolute zero. She totally bets this aura is the exact reason why nobody wants to be anywhere near him right now. Thinking back to how he literally destroyed everything just by jogging past it, he nervously avoids eye contact. Yeah, she is unfortunately 100% right about that. But with his massive teenage ego on the line, he instantly makes up an excuse. Hey, it is just a passive skill, and that does not tell the whole story. It is honestly a super amazing skill to have. He immediately forgets her warning, completely hyping himself up in his head. This is easily the best passive ever, perfectly mixing raw physical strength with pure magical mana. plus that awesome unexplainable secret sauce they call mental capacity. Feeling his stats steadily climbing, our guy sees some massive potential here. If he just studies this thing, he will be totally unstoppable. 3. Getting a free natural skill handed over just for an achievement? It could literally be the ultimate cheat code for controlling and evolving all of his crazy expanding powers later. Lauren watches him totally geeking out and finally throws him a bone. She admits it is probably broken, since this is actually the first time she has ever seen it, even back when she was playing the game herself. His eyes instantly light up like high beams. He literally looks just like a little kid who got a brand new toy. She lets out another heavy sigh but looks at him with pure affection, basically 30% helpless and 70% spoiling the guy. But suddenly Singu spots something off, his face dropping in absolute shock. New system prompt hits the screen. Completion rank FP, bonus reward just 2 regression orbs. Experience calculation finished. This weirdly low score completely throws him off. Wait a second. He did not even level up this time. He goes full detective mode, trying to Sherlock Holmes his way through the logic. Even with an FP rank, all he scored were 2 measly regression orbs. As he speaks out loud, his voice slowly starts trailing off into complete hesitation. He did not get a single extra stat point, new skill, or character trait. Watching his face drop, Aaron instantly senses something very wrong is happening here. He just freezes. All right, buckle up. He flashed a totally villainous grin at the world, then excitedly dropped his master plan, which meant he still had 2 more shots. She instantly caught onto his totally unhinged scheme. He shrieked at the top of her lungs. Singu, we are leaving right after you level up, right? Please say yes. Singu just tilted his chin and hit her with a ridiculously charming wink. Of course. You trust me, right? Aaron absolutely did not dare to reply. She just stood there and suffered in pure silence. He spun around, staring at where those ugly gray rats had just completely vaporized into thin air. Only shiny little loot drops remained. Time to vacuum up all these sweet items. Meanwhile, totally destroying Singu's hype, she just grabbed her head and groaned in absolute misery. I really cannot believe this guy. Time flew by like a wild dog sprinting across a field. Boom, 1 whole week vanished. Singu's totally desperate scream literally shook the entire northwest mountain range. He had cleared over 40 dungeons. So why the heck was he not unlocking a single new special achievement? Right on cue, the system window popped up. Singu, unregistered player, currently sitting at level 35. They finally took a break after endless days of non-stop fighting. He just sat on his bed looking completely miserable. Aaron saw her party member acting like a total drama queen and tried to comfort him. Singu, it has literally been 3 hours since you entered the rest zone. You should probably just go to sleep. But he completely ignored her, spiraling into total agony. Why? Every single one of my skills is absolutely flawless. Looked ridiculously disappointed, grabbing his hair and stressing over the reason. I mean, he actually loved how fast his skills were leveling up. Plus, after he totally wrecked a few more great demon dungeons and completely absorbed that giant demon essence, the crazy system handed him a much harder defensive skill, literally turning his own body into pure iron. And yeah, that is definitely a top-tier ability that will absolutely save his totally reckless life someday. Overthinking it just made his brain hurt more. Singu was officially losing his absolute mind. Why in the world could he not unlock a single new overpowered achievement? Aaron quickly tried to calm him down before he literally exploded. Listen, those special rewards are not just things you get because you throw a tantrum. Watching him freak out over nothing actually made her laugh out loud. Honestly, your current stats are already totally insane to me. Then she finally took a breath and dropped some serious gamer knowledge on him. A normal player literally never gets 2 whole stat points for raw strength, or agility or stamina every single time they gain a new level. That is just how the game works for normal folks. They only get extra bonus points if they get super lucky or unlock some crazy new achievement. Singu finally stopped acting like a toddler and actually paid attention. For example, normal mana stats only jump by 1.5 per level. That keeps things balanced so people do not accidentally explode while casting. But then Aaron literally pointed right at his face. The way you level up? It is totally completely broken and weird. From day 1, he was nothing like regular players. His mana only goes up by 1 tiny point per level. Absolutely pathetic and ridiculously stingy by the system. But here's the wild part, the real plot twist. All his other physical stats shoot up by 2 whole points, which means he is physically built like a tank compared to anyone at his exact same level. Singu nodded, actually sitting there like a good student for once. Sure, his tiny mana pool did not really mess with his crazy combat style, but how he uses it, absolutely insane. I do not know if it is because you are unregistered or if you were just born a complete freak. Aaron paused, suddenly looking dead serious like a true anime mentor. But Singu, you... And then her vibe flipped completely upside down. She started cheering like a totally hyped fangirl. You are getting so much stronger than literally every other player every single time you level up. Hearing that actually made his brain completely short-circuit. His eyes went wide with pure shock. Seeing his brain still buffering, Aaron quickly tried to hype him back up. You might feel weird about this, but honestly, this is a massive win for us. Even though our guy was still sitting there totally speechless, She kept dropping hardcore analysis. Your leveling speed is the absolute best proof. Man, you can really tell she has 10 whole years of heavy gaming experience. Literally knows the game mechanics inside out. Stat distribution is literally the highest tier of all mana-based skills. She smiled brightly, totally waiting to see his mind blow into tiny pieces. Leveling that up totally depends on how fast your pure mana techniques grow. And trust me, I know you are an absolute beast at controlling your mana. Honestly, Singu was being weirdly edgy and quiet today, just brooding. But seriously, your growth rate is totally breaking my brain right now. Aaron ignored his emo vibe and kept giving her TED Talk. Yeah, you are doing amazing, bro. Everything is totally flawless, so just chill out for once. Finally, our dramatic guy spoke up with that cool main character voice. Alright, fine. Maybe you are right. I would think he finally understood, but nope. Totally went into one ear and out the other. Get this. That just means we need to grind the Iron Demon dungeon right now. Erin's happy smile literally shattered into a million pieces. She completely froze, like somebody just slammed the pause button on the entire universe. Ooh, the totally soul-crushing scream, echoing down the entire street, and boom, in a flash, Singu dragged his blazing red warhorse straight out of his inventory screen. Erin was still totally glitching out from the shock, repeating herself like a broken record, desperate to wake up. Do we seriously have to go back in there? The boy slaps on his helmet, itching to hit the road. Oh yeah, he's totally ready to roll right now. What if we just don't go? Erin asks. But you and I know this absolute menace plays dirty, hitting her weak spot. Your coworkers are literally gonna starve. Erin scrambles for excuses to just stay in bed. Look, we've already cleared out almost every single dungeon in Seoul. But that's literal peanuts compared to the massive dungeon outbreaks across the whole country. We seriously don't need to make this super hardcore decision right now. Singu isn't having it. That is exactly why we have to go. Classic stubborn MC energy. Aaron is visibly questioning his sanity right now. So Singu finally drops the edgy lone wolf brooding and explains himself. He wants to crush that specific dungeon before ditching Seoul, because if those freaky monsters actually break out, total nightmare. Aaron is absolutely speechless. Like Error 404, brain short-circuited. She literally has no idea how to react. Our boy remembers those brutal great demon monsters and gets surprisingly real with her. Every single one of them is a highly trained psycho who lives just for the fighting thrill. If they break out, it's going to be an endless bloodbath. Sure, I know Korea is packed with ridiculous high-level players. Pauses, actually admitting his fears out loud. But honestly, aren't those great demons like the most terrifying bosses ever? Aaron thinks he's totally overreacting and tries talking some sense into his thick skull. But with your crazy growth rate, you'll totally outclass them in just 10 days. We seriously have so much time before any dungeon break actually happens. Honestly, surviving together all this time has made her realize a few absolutely insane things about our battle-crazy protagonist. His leveling speed? Absolute cheat code status, completely abnormal. Maybe it's because his body is just perfectly primed to absorb all that insane power. Million wild theories crash through her head. Or maybe it's just the fact that this dude literally never takes a break from grinding his stats. Or maybe his natural talent is just that insanely broken. Actually, scratch that. It's probably a chaotic mix of all those things combined. Bam! Singu snaps her right back to reality, and that right there is exactly why I have to go. RMC stares intensely at his scarred, battle-hardened hands. He clenches them into fists, looking like a total action hero. I might not be able to completely wipe the floor with them yet, but I still have a real fighting chance. Yep, his personality hasn't changed. Once this absolute madman locks onto a target, nothing changes his mind. Right now is the absolute perfect time. It's my only window to seriously level up both my physical stats and my skills. Drops this dramatic speech while sneaking a quick side-eye glance to see how Aaron is reacting. Plus, I haven't fought a single decent boss in ages. He doubles down on his point, hungry for a real challenge. This right here is the epic moment I've been waiting for. Ooh, it's my one ultimate chance to push limits by fighting those guys, and you and I know he loves that. Aaron knows she can't win this argument. She lets out a dramatic sigh and gives in. Fine, whatever. You totally win this round. Mutters softly, totally roasting her own choices, but definitely making sure our MC hears it loud and clear. You really want to risk your life grinding in these nightmare tier dungeons. And here I am, the clown who thought I could convince you to farm safe, easy mode dungeons instead. Then she whips her head around for one last reality check. So you're seriously using great demons as your personal training dummies? Unfazed, he hits her with the coldest, most confident smirk. Exactly. Yep, she is officially done trying to stop this absolute madman. Now all she can do is drop a warning. You know, you have a bad habit of dropping incredibly terrifying ideas way too casually. But before we head into hell, I'm warning you right now. Singu actually stops and listens. What is it? Cut to him revving his beast of a ride, zooming down the highway like the ultimate edgy street racer. The adrenaline is totally pumping now. Seeing everybody scramble out of my way, man, I literally feel like an ambulance right now. Aaron, who is chilling comfortably inside his pocket, fires back. That's just because your murderous aura passive skill is leaking. Which is exactly why I told you to watch it. Busted. He awkwardly tries to defend himself. Hey, I suppressed it as much as I could, but it just slips out. Meanwhile, his brain is buzzing with a totally different problem. Physical stats and mana output, mana and physical limits. This crazy passive skill requires way too much research to master. Luckily, our boy already has a big brain plan. Right. Except there's one massive annoying problem here. If things were just a tiny bit more peaceful, he would actually research this skill safely at a rest stop. Typical RNG luck, he gets plenty of the garbage he doesn't want. But the exact drop he needs? Super rare. Just like his free time. Suddenly, Aaron spots something totally wild. Two glowing eyes staring from a giant lake. Alright, check this out. We are finally here. He hops right off the ride. He smoothly parks the motorcycle right into the storage gate. Just as she suspected, they successfully come face to face with a dungeon entrance. The system immediately pops up with the details. Advanced Archdemon Zone Dungeon. Threat level, absolutely off the charts. Singu eyes a massive crack on the road. Maybe because he was here before, the entrance looks super fragile. Honestly, one casual whip of his tail could probably bust this whole thing wide open. No hesitation. He decisively slams his chaos tail down once again. Honestly, I bet that wild tail has way more uses than just smashing random stuff to pieces. Instantly, a massive shockwave rings out, sending rocks flying absolutely everywhere. Time to head inside and see the chaos. Just like always, they easily stroll into the waiting lobby. The Ant Cave area, Advanced Archdemon Zone number 84. The time limit to clear it? Exactly 3 days. Seeing this, they both look totally caught off guard. Wait, what? Singu casually points out the issue. There is an actual time limit to finish this now, which means... Aaron quickly catches on, jumping right in to analyze it. They definitely will not give us any special treatment on this second run. Or maybe some other player already walked into the ant cave and made everything way worse. That little comment actually hits him right in the gut. He suddenly feels like this whole mess might be entirely his fault. An unbreakable dungeon literally got way more dangerous just because he decided to barge his way in earlier. Still, Singu tries his best to completely brush off that thought. What a ridiculous and seriously annoying piece of news. He slowly takes the lead, walking deeper into the dark, so it will just reboot itself if we stop halfway through. Aaron senses some serious risks hiding here. We just need to send an anonymous report to the Whirlwind Guild. He totally agrees with her, but they have to handle something else first. Right now, let us find Seha. Right then, using her crazy sharp sixth sense, she pinpoints their teammate's exact location. Seriously, a woman's intuition never misses. Aaron quickly points toward where she was just looking. He is right over there! Seiya appears looking completely trashed and rough. All of his food supplies are just scattered everywhere. Singu looks at his miserable state and obviously cannot resist roasting him. Are you dead yet? Startled, the guy awkwardly replies back. No, not exactly. He stares at Aaron, speaking like it is his final will. I am trying to get used to not having a physical body anymore. As time passes, I might just shrink down to Aaron's size. Seisha's blank eyes shut in total exhaustion, his voice dropping into a really depressing tone. Then I will just disappear without a single trace. Naturally soft-hearted, hearing these dramatic words makes her super emotional and sensitive. Singu is right here, so stop talking like that. You really look incredibly hollowed out. With a heavy heart, he spills his true feelings. I was genuinely shocked. I felt terrified and so jealous. Now listen closely. Singu is not as cold as he looks. Seeing his teammate like this actually breaks his heart. He literally looks like a dying man. Singu refuses to watch someone die right in front of him, especially when it is someone he actually knows. Aaron sharply catches on to his hidden feelings. Standing close like a personal tutor, she explains it. He is still completely unused to handling loss. Other players have to go through the pain of losing their teammates at least a few times. Seiya weakly speaks up to join their little chat. Anyway, I will just wait right here, even though I should probably follow and support you. He keeps sulking like a guy drained of all his life force. I feel like I will completely lose myself if I step out of this spot. Hearing that, Singu slightly raises a brow in surprise. He turns away but gives Aaron a strict order. Even though I should help you, Aaron, just stay right here. He uses his usual arrogant attitude to calm her worries down just a bit. I cannot possibly fight an archdemon while trying to protect you at the same time. Just like always, she cannot win an argument against Singu, so she just sighs heavily. Aaron instantly sets a condition as her way of silently agreeing. Hand over the return orb to me. Seeing her face look a bit better, he feels relieved and follows her request. Alright, fine. But she quickly adds another line. I will not actually need to use it anyway. The more she speaks, the redder the little girl's cheeks become. She shyly sends him some encouragement. I really love your total confidence. Aaron reaches out and tightly hugs the return orb. Despite her brave words, she is seriously trying to calm herself down. He honestly doubts Singu would lose to an archdemon in a one-on-one fight. He beat them before, back when his level was literally 10 whole tiers lower. But stopping that anxious feeling is just totally impossible. All she can worry about is exactly how he plans to clear this insane dungeon. Her nervous energy turns into some slightly salty words. Let us see if you stay this relaxed when 3 archdemons jump you all at once. Ningu keeps his insanely arrogant vibe and fires back. That is only if I can beat them one by one. More than anyone else, he is completely confident in his own raw power. 3 or 30 demons? It literally does not matter to him at all. Then the dungeon gate slowly creeps open. The outside light creeps right into the pitch-black room. Sensing the sudden movement, the boss Hookjan immediately snorts a few times, sniffing the air to see what is going on. The moment he sees Singu strolling up, he just smirks. Ha! Stick with me, guys! This fight is gonna be wild! Me, a literal human. Our guy frowns so hard his eyebrows are practically French kissing. Seriously, you and I are wondering, why is the monster reacting like that? Singu totally expected a nostalgic little reunion here. But honestly, this demon's bizarre attitude just leaves our boy completely baffled. Like, what is up with this weird reaction? Why on earth is he acting like this is his very first time seeing our hero? The dude just sits there, glaring at our guy with absolute pure disgust. And honestly, it makes our usually cocky teenager actually hesitate for a hot second. No way. Singu quietly sizes up the massive enemy. Is this guy actually a totally different great demon? Demon just furrows his brows, narrowing his glowing eyes to scan our hero from head to toe. This suffocating tension actually freaks our boy out. He stands frozen like a total statue, barely daring to breathe. He honestly has zero clue. Until finally, the big boss breaks the silence. You are an incredible warrior. You are completely different from all those other pathetic mutants out there. Those freaks have totally unstable mana and weak bodies. But surprisingly, the demon actually keeps showering our guy's power with wild praise. A rock-solid build, an absolute mastery of skills. The beast roars with pure joy, flashing a mouth full of horrifyingly sharp teeth. Absolutely amazing. I never thought a human warrior like you could actually exist in this world. Getting hyped up to the heavens by his enemy, Singu awkwardly takes the compliment. Yeah, sure, whatever, man. But that little chat actually helped him test the waters. At least this big guy is still saying the exact same stuff. With that in mind, our boy grips his weapon tight and violently launches himself like a missile straight at the boss. Charge! Wild battle cry echoes through the entire room. Hey, take this, you ugly beast! The monster just laughs like a maniac, super thrilled to finally have a worthy opponent. A brave and totally reckless attack, not bad at all. He finally stands up to join the fun, dropping into a stance ready to counter. Singu cranks up his mana, wrapping his entire body in a blazing inferno of pure energy, flexes his power and screams to assert dominance. Punishment time! The boss immediately senses the danger, feeling his massive body suddenly get weighed down super hard. In literally the blink of an eye, a massive strike straight up blasts the helmet right off his ugly head. Metal clangs against the floor with an absolutely ear-piercing screech. He's totally dizzy. That single strike officially ticked the monster off. I never thought I would lose from the very first attack. Seeing this, Singu feels super cocky. Now that I can stack multiple skills together while charging in, things are going to play out way differently this time around. He straight up roasts his enemy. Are you even awake over there? The demon might be losing ground, but he refuses to fold. A simple but insanely strong skill, but do not assume you are the only one who has it. Singu knows this boss is just warming up, so he throws out some prime trash talk. Yeah, I know, so prove it to me. The demon stops holding back, his terrifying eyes glowing bloody red. All right, human, I will show you the true power of a great demon. Right then, our boy remembers a warning from his ally. Iron great demons might blow all their mana running that mechanical armor, but get this, that does not mean they are completely out of hidden skills. They have a crazy innate skill that only triggers once you have pushed them into a total state of panic. At that exact second, the monster completely finishes his wild transformation. And yep, this is the exact danger point his friend warned about. His innate skill activates. The dude literally got a 200% power boost. He lets out an earth-shattering roar, launching himself forward faster than a hurricane. Leaving only blurred afterimages in a literal microsecond, his massive blade is already swinging right for our hero's skull. Singu barely dodges backwards to escape the lethal strike. The heavy blade smashes the floor, ripping the solid ground wide open. That absolutely insane sequence leaves our boy totally stunned. This massive demon just became way faster than a tank should ever be. You and I knew the big boss was strong, but our guy definitely underestimated him. That last wild swing? Yeah, that was actually pretty terrifying. Singu keeps his cool, going right back to his snarky teenage commentary. Okay, I see it now. So that is your hidden innate skill. Demon respects our boy's insane confidence. You actually dare to clash head-on with the maximum power of a great demon? I'm starting to really like you, kid. Even with death staring him down, our rebel smirks like he owns the place. Singu rapidly calculates his next chaotic move. Back when I was just a total weakling, I couldn't even tell if this big guy had special skills. Alright guys, grab your popcorn. Our boy Singu is literally leveling up just by throwing hands. All that insane non-stop brawling, it seriously turned his battle rush skills into an absolute cheat code of pure, wildly useful power. Wookjian is absolutely fuming at Singu being so chill. He barks out, "If that weak stuff is all you got, you are never going to beat me in a million years." But Singu is a total savage. He snaps right back, saying, "Nah man, that is exactly what I was going to say to you." And just like that, boom, these two monsters violently clash into each other. Hukjan swings a brutal slash right at his face, but Singu does a slick matrix dodge, bending straight backward just in time. Singu instantly counters, whipping out his black wolf weapon, but the big guy literally just ducks and dodges it completely. Then Singu starts showing off, spinning his heavy hammer like a crazy helicopter to create a massive energy ring. Once his mana is fully charged, he aims straight for the villain. But get this, Hookjian dodges again, and the hammer smashes right into the dirt. So Singu just straight up ditches his weapon and quickly activates his skill. Total mana distribution. He violently channels all his wild energy right into his shoulder, delivering an absolutely brutal direct hit straight into Hookjian. The demon is totally caught off guard. That insane internal damage makes him literally puke up a bunch of gross, slimy junk from his mouth. While he barely tries to shake off that crazy mana, Singu is already violently rushing him again. Singu is so smug about that insane damage output. He proudly thinks about how he boosted his speed using Battle Rush, and smashes him hard into the back wall. He tiredly wipes his sweaty forehead, still making sure to sarcastically compliment his beaten opponent. Phew, you are actually pretty awesome. He looks down and sees the guy crawling on the dirt, still stubbornly gripping his weapon. Singu lets his trash talk fly again, yelling, "You still refuse to let go of that thing?" He just adds fuel to the fire, totally provoking him into another crazy round. "Get up right now, man. You still have some more stuff to teach me, right?" Singu stands there casually as Hookjian endlessly rants. "When it comes to raw physical strength, you might equal me, but you completely outclass me in both mana and battle skills." Suddenly, the demon just bursts into an absolutely psychotic, unhinged laugh. Then he literally points at himself, looking ridiculously angry like a toddler throwing a giant tantrum. "Fine, hit me." It is just the natural, raw instinct of a monster to desperately fight against truly strong opponents. He aggressively screams right into our boy's face. "We only fight until the bitter, bloody end." Despite all that screaming, Singu just smiles so weirdly calmly. And honestly, we cannot blame Aaron for standing nearby looking incredibly anxious about this absolute mess. I cannot even help him at all, but she bites her lip super hard, realizing the truth of it all. There is no way I can ever picture Singu losing. Hookjian glares with wide, crazy eyes and drops another edgy taunt. "Are you really so incredibly weak that you cannot even kill me?" Singu casually swings his black wolf hammer and replies, "I am purposely not ending you right now, dude. Can you seriously not grasp the current situation? Try a little bit harder." Immediately, the two of them violently clash again, turning the whole battlefield into absolute chaotic madness. He throws a heavy punch while screaming directly in his face, "You actually look like you are enjoying this brutal fight." Singu flashes this cheeky, unhinged grin and replies, "I have never let any enemy who fought me head-on just walk away alive." Amidst the deafening sounds of weapons violently clashing, his brain is working in overdrive. "I used to lack so much strength that I could not use a single technique to safely close the gap. But now, everything is totally completely different." He swings his black wolf weapon like he is literally dancing in the air. "Every single time I violently clash with him, every single time I flawlessly dodge his heavy attacks and tap into my own core, I can seriously feel myself leveling up and evolving mid-fight." That feral battle lust is written all over his face. The more Singu fights, the more recharged he gets. This feeling is absolutely exhilarating. Thinking that, he aims straight for the raging, furious Hookjian. I am only fighting one Iron Great Demon right now, but honestly, what insane stuff is going to happen next? Singu lands heavily on the ground, that cocky teen attitude totally still there. "If I just get even stronger, I can go crush way more insane, overpowered monsters." The raw thrill of just destroying my enemies. This euphoric feeling hits an absolute peak, making him shout out loud, "This is going to be seriously awesome." And just like that, Singu recklessly charges straight back into close combat. Being able to burn massive amounts of energy without worrying is exactly what I have been dying for. Throwing hands with enemies packed with ridiculous power and monsters I just have to absolutely obliterate. Literally nothing in this world can stop my momentum now. Look, you and I are about to see pure madness. Suddenly that black wolf weapon in his hand lights up, feeding off his chaotic energy. Our guy can spam every single crazy skill he has ever learned. He can even upgrade them. Time for punishment. Zero hesitation. Singu just swings that thing and absolutely floors Hookjian. The adrenaline is totally spiking his brain right now. He is more hyped than ever, realizing he can totally copy and unlock even more ridiculous new moves to wreck people. That final swing makes the demon cough up blood, his armor basically turning into expensive confetti. Seeing Hookjian totally flattened out, with zero fight left in him, Singu totally pats his own back. Victory is his. Our dude didn't even bother dropping any fire spells. He absolutely wrecked this guy using nothing but raw mana and some seriously flexed physical combat skills. But the big guy weakly sits up and coughs out, "Yeah, I lost." Hookjian stares at our incredibly smug hero and sighs out loud, "Warrior, there is absolutely nothing left for you to steal from me. Your combat technique is already flawless." The battered demon tries to force himself upright, still talking. But whether you can actually mix it perfectly with your mana is something you really gotta work on. Singu just dramatically rolls his eyes. But he secretly agrees with the big loser. Yeah, he was totally thinking that too. Singu glances over at the demon's totally shattered hammer. And honestly, that is exactly why he wanted to pick a fight with these giant iron freaks anyway. He wanted to steal some combat clues, but these guys don't even use normal martial arts styles. Then he looks at the miserable demon, who cannot even stand up straight. These iron guys are only good at throwing blind punches and using pure beefy muscles to win. Suddenly, Shingu chuckles to himself. Too bad for them, because our boy is basically a natural-born genius at that exact same meathead fighting style. The demon finally catches his breath from the brutal beatdown. Speaking way more clearly now, he says, I bet you really want the skill that matches the heartbeat in my chest. Hook-John points a massive finger straight at Shingu. But listen up, that is a wild power reserved only for elite demons who survive like a million hardcore battles. For a squishy human warrior like you will have to invent your own luck. The guy squints his eyes, trying to sound super mysterious and deep. I can already see the very beginning of it. Shingu blinks in surprise and just repeats the beginning. But right after saying it, our dude completely jumps in realization. Oh, he covers his mouth like a dramatic teen who just figured out the craziest gossip ever. Even though it is totally a random skill he stumbled onto, he is super confident he will find something just like it by the end of this insane journey. Then he flashes this absolute goblin grin, totally looking like an excited kid. Honestly, nothing is better to beat up than these giant iron freaks. Shingu turns back to the defeated demon, sounding weirdly grateful for the tip. Thanks for the free advice, big guy. This fight was a total blast. The monster surprisingly laughs it off. I totally enjoyed the brawl too, but you seriously need to watch your back out here, little human warrior. The demon suddenly gets all nostalgic about his monster squad, casually dropping a huge warning. There are literally hundreds of my kind, plus warriors who are way more overpowered. Now, here's where you and I gotta pay attention. The demon's eyes go wide with pure hype, and our insane captain is out there leading them through everything. Jian points at our boy again, dropping the serious mentor voice. You seriously need to level up your game if you want to crush all of them. But Shingu just smirks with that arrogant main character energy. Oh, do not even sweat it. Suddenly, boom! A massive hammer slam echoes out and black monster blood goes absolutely flying. The demon's giant body just poofs into a pile of dusty ash. Shingu lazily throws the black wolf weapon over his shoulder, dropping a cold one-liner. Having a fun little duel and actually conquering a deadly dungeon are two completely different games, buddy. The dust finally clears up, revealing this super shiny ultra-rare red gem just sitting there in the dirt. Shingu talks to the dead ash pile like a total savage. You could only use basic combat moves, but you never even tapped into your massive energy reserves, right? Our dude literally just turns his back and walks off looking cool as ice. I totally held back my killer instincts and did not even use this weapon's full power. Aaron finally zips out of hiding to obsess over the shiny loot on the ground. Suddenly, Shingu glances back at the ash pile with a cocky grin. I held back purely because I wanted the massive flex of beating you using my own raw physical strength. Yeah, just pure mana control and basic brawling skills. Meanwhile, the little fairy totally hugs the giant rock and floats back over to listen to his nerd talk. Come on, flexing was not the only reason our guy dragged this epic fight out forever. His chaotic brain is already doing a million calculations. He snagged all the data he needed. He completely downloaded the fighting style of those massive iron freaks, figuring out the absolute perfect way to dodge and counter them. He zones out for a second, totally picturing himself standing outside some incredibly creepy dark cave, planning exactly how he will style on enemies inside. Snapping right back to reality, Shingu checks out his hand to review his stats. I only have half my mana left, so I better start hoarding it like crazy. He rubs his chin, doing some hardcore gamer math, while Aaron just hovers nearby looking completely fascinated. Should I just camp here until my MP bar hits 100%? Nah, what if I absolutely fail to conquer it? Gripping his weapon tight with both hands, he makes a super cocky choice. If things get ugly, I can just pop a return gem to heal and teleport out. So what do you and I learn from this? Honestly, he could have saved so much energy if he just one-shotted the monster. Alright, you and I are about to watch our guy figure things out. His face lights up with absolute hype. Okay, let us test this next room out. Shingu immediately grabs his chin, doing that hilarious dramatic thinking face. Apparently, every single room in this totally massive dungeon is spaced super far apart. He totally wrecked the first room, making a huge mess, but literally zero monsters showed up. Hearing his complaints, she just chimes in, saying he should definitely be happy about that. But Shingu completely ignores Aaron. Classic. Instead, he guesses maybe the monsters thought it was some sacred holy match and just decided not to interrupt his epic solo vibe. They were totally right about that. His absolute childishness honestly just makes her burst out laughing. Wrong guess, buddy. Aaron instantly flips into her strict teacher mode to explain the real deal. She patiently explains that dungeon rooms are actually designed to be totally secure and unbreachable. She slowly guides him through the basics step by step. It is basically an unspoken gaming rule, unless a player aggressively tries attacking while moving straight from one room right into the next. Or if you try destroying the whole dungeon, the monsters totally will not attack you first. Nods slowly, acting like he totally gets it. Shingu glances over at Aaron and his whole tone gets incredibly serious. Good job, Aaron. You can follow me, but you have to stay exactly one room behind. She instantly agrees like a totally good teammate. I will stay close enough so my healing spells actually work on you. She points at herself, looking super proud and smug. I am strong enough now that casting a few healing spells will not make me pass out. Giving him this intense, dead serious look, Aaron really tries to prove herself. You are not the only one who has gotten a major power upgrade. I have been regaining my strength by clearing these wild dungeons with you. Right then, Seiya pops up out of absolutely nowhere to back her up. A supporter levels up proportionally with their player. Seiya also activates his own little teacher mode, explaining that if the main player gets a level up, the exact same thing naturally happens for the supporter. If you train your mana hard, Eren will totally heal herself. With blushing red cheeks, she hypes Shingu up to completely conquer this dungeon. Fueled by her cute cheering, our boy Shingu agrees without even hesitating once. Sure thing. But honestly, Eren does not look super thrilled about previous dungeon runs lately. Basically had zero chances to help him out, even after getting all her magical energy fully restored. But she quickly bounces back with total confidence. Things are super different now. This is her ultimate chance to finally prove she is not just some useless freeloader hanging around. Wow. After that, Eren flies over to Seiya and tells him to wait right here. Seiya happily replies back to her, looking super enthusiastic, but warns her to definitely be careful. And smiling warmly, Seiya gets this slightly sad look in his eyes, noting that the great demons are incredibly strong. Shingu completely agrees. Our MC steps forward, covering his mouth to whisper, "Wait, is he actually starting to look a little bit smaller now?" Eren frantically holds up her index finger, signaling him. Shush, that is exactly why we need to hurry up. After walking a bit, they notice something super weird. Wait, is that actual light up ahead? Pure curiosity drags our duo closer, and when they finally realize what they are looking at, they gasp in absolute shock. Wow, an entire massive lush forest is right in front of them. They cannot believe this exists underground. Shingu sees this wild sight and is totally amazed. I honestly do not even think this is a cave anymore. Look straight up at the sky to check, adding, there is literally a ceiling up there, so it definitely has to be a cave. Eren looks even more insanely hyped, just flying around like crazy, checking everything out. This advanced Great Demon Zone is basically a dungeon perfectly simulating the crazy demons from difficulty level 26. Now this is actually awesome because we do not have to stress about random extra monsters, but it is definitely super annoying for anyone just wanting to rush the fights. Shingu hears this and gets super thoughtful. But their dramatic entrance has already attracted the total attention of two massive iron great demons. A pathetic human is actually breaking in. But is our boy scared? Absolutely not. He just flashes this incredibly wicked, sneaky smirk. You guys finally decided to show your ugly faces, huh? The two giant iron demons stare with wide eyes, totally shocked seeing Shingu casually standing right at the entrance. Wait, is that really a human? A human is actually invading us! Seeing them, he just gives this badass little smirk. Die, I will totally crush you right now. Eren's face instantly fills with absolute panic. Wait, there are literally two great demons here? To vent a little bit of his anger, he stares at them and mocks them. You are way too slow. You stupid turtles! Absolute rage immediately explodes in the eyes of those two twisted demon freaks. Turtles? How dare a pathetic human like you? We will show you the true terrifying power of the great demons. Shingu just chuckles, highly amused by the incredibly stupid behavior of these two giant clowns. I absolutely love how totally shallow they are. He grips his black wolf whip super tight, staring straight ahead with crazy, unshakable determination. Even though I have to take down two of them, there is literally nothing to fear when I already have these enemies right in the palm of my hand. Crazy crunching and cracking sounds instantly rip right through the quiet air. Shingu's brutally decisive attack straight up slices one of the demon's arms completely off, sending the freak flying backward. Eren watches with pure hype as the shattered pieces completely fall from the demon's broken arm. But wait, you and I need to watch this. The Iron Demon actually boosts its attack speed, pushing its joints like a crazy jet engine. Perfect timing. Shing smashed the air dwarf with his hammer, making it explode like a balloon. You guys watching this? The hunchback charged furious. Little brat! Shingu just stared back, totally fearless. Singu smirked. Cool cyborg parts for extra power, bro, but that machinery is exactly your fatal flaw. The demon sneered, totally not buying it. Weakness? Are you kidding me? Raw strength crushes any weakness. Shingu spun around, building up crazy momentum. Oh, exactly what I wanted. Let us see whose raw power is actually way better. Boom! His jump literally shattered the ground beneath him. In a flash, Shingu was completely in his face. Crack! That sickening sound echoed, striking pure terror into the guy. Under 2 hits, the Iron Demon got absolutely wrecked. Eren held her breath, totally amazed. Shingu's insane battle instincts had been hidden by his brute strength for way too long, finally shining against these metal freaks. Seeing 2 massive iron demons get totally humiliated and utterly destroyed, it was absolutely mind-blown. Was she literally watching the epic awakening of a legendary player that the whole world would totally fear one day? After the totally chaotic brawl, our duo walked deeper. This creepy ant cave felt super mysterious and incredibly dangerous. They looked around. Yep, definitely a giant ant nest. It felt like someone dragged and dropped a whole chunk of the miniature world battlefield straight into this gloomy place. And Shingu just smirked with massive confidence. This was actually his playground. His brain calculated fast. Room size? Irrelevant. Only 2 out of 3 great demons spawned per room. The most he ever fought was 5. He suddenly stopped. Boom, 2 massive iron demons guarding the gate. Was our boy scared? 0%. Mind was running absolute laps. I can totally lure these big guys into traps set inside the smaller areas. Or I could kite them around the big zones and completely dominate the fight. The two giants eyed Singu then looked at each other, extremely confused. That puny human! Why no alarm bells for an intruder? Singu swung his black wolf claw with a cheeky grin. Are you guys the scout team? Just like a real army. Suddenly, blinding lights exploded around them like crazy fireworks. Massive, sturdy tree trunks launched right at the enemy, making him absolutely panic. Meanwhile, Shingu's brain was still totally scheming. They definitely dropped their guard for a solo invader. But the demon reacted insanely fast, swinging his arms to smash all those incoming trunks. This is absolutely nothing. But then Singu made his incredibly dramatic entrance. He gave the guy an evil demonic grin, but the monster just grunted calmly. Then super panicked voices echoed out. He came from behind the trees! Wait, no! Came with the trees. Aaron saw that and smiled awkwardly. Singu, are you a hero or a savage predator? See this, guys? 3 iron demons blocked his path, glaring with caution. He is way too strong! We gotta gang up on him. Hearing that, Singu actually smiled, clapping back. Smart choice, but you demon losers are way too used to fighting totally solo. You casually watch them charge. Forcing yourselves to suppress your savage instincts and coordinate like a team? That just exposes so many more hilariously dumb openings. One brutal slash and he completely took a demon's head. Witnessing that insane scene, Iron Chin howled in agony. Simon. He charged like an absolute madman. You killed Simon. And Goo's face went totally dark, chuckling creepily. Heh, we'll join him soon. Aaron saw this and nervously laughed. Looked like a villain. Singu. Iron Chin dove down like an arrow. You crossed the line. Using pure speed, spun to counter. The black wolf claw smashed right into his face. The last guy standing was none other than Dented Face himself. Before the freak could even blink, Singu blitzed him, throwing a vicious bare-handed punch. Glared at the beast with absolute disgust. Honestly, weapons are just totally optional tools. Yep, Dented Face started foaming at the mouth, his ugly mug turning completely green. Singu saw this and was genuinely surprised. So being polite, he casually punched him again. The monster writhed and gasped. How can you even use poison? Hearing that, Singu was totally dumbfounded. Wait, poison? I used poison? Aaron quickly flew over to explain. Singu, check your epic gloves. Automatically stared down at his badass gloves. Well, guys, look here. These gloves are insanely top tier for offense and defense. Our guy has used this thing a ton, but hold up. Isn't this the very first time a hidden option actually triggered? Right after information about the venomous swarm fangs pops up on screen. The system drops some extra lore at the bottom. We are looking at a pair of gloves crafted from pure, highly toxic centipede essence. They are durable enough to keep his hands totally safe. Plus, those tiny spikes on the knuckles are perfect for punching enemies in the face. Singu stares at the venomous swarm fangs, wondering if his 50% mastery caused this, but Aaron shuts that down fast. She explains that how quickly these traits show up depends entirely on the sheer power levels they hold. Looks over at the black wolf claw. Wait, the first trait of this weapon still has not appeared, right? Yep, she confirms it. Flashing back to the system data he got earlier, our boy deduces that the black wolf claw should definitely pack 2 distinct traits. It also has the ability to poison enemies, just like those toxic gloves. But honestly, the chances are probably way too low right now. It has literally never poisoned anyone like those gloves do. Alright, you and I should definitely subscribe to the channel right now. Do not miss out on these epic videos where our boy stacks insane powers. After flexing his brain cells, he turns to Aaron. So how long has it been since we casually strolled into this crazy dungeon? He happily replies, a little over a day. Honestly, you were only supposed to meet 5 greater demons in the first half. You are moving way too fast. Hearing that actually makes him feel a little bit depressed. He totally lost track of time while blindly rushing forward, completely obsessed with the absolute thrill of fighting monsters and leveling up like a maniac. After thinking it over, he cheerfully tells Aaron, alright then, let's just take a quick 1-hour break right here. Aaron looks absolutely stunned. Are you some kind of robot? Singu loses all his excitement immediately. Come on, you should get some rest too. But she quickly flies right back into his pocket. I am not a machine like you. So I have no idea if I can sleep for just 1 hour. And with that, Aaron passes out instantly. Singu feels completely helpless against her adorable antics. Giving up, he leans his tired body against a nearby tree to finally catch a break. All right then, when exactly is this guy going to attack? In the distance, a massive shadow is stalking him. Those glowing red eyes are watching every single move our boy makes. He narrows his eyes, sinking deep into his own thoughts. Oh, I know you have been waiting for the absolute perfect moment since my last crazy battle ended. This is not some magic skill or mana detection. Our guy was literally just born with insane instincts like this. That massive iron demon patiently watches, while Singu plays it totally cool. Obviously, the enemy has zero clue that he has already spotted. Otherwise, there is no way it would approach with such sloppy caution. Or maybe this absolute unit is just way too confident in its power. While Aaron sleeps like a baby, Singu keeps his guard all the way up. You and I know it is great if they attack now, while he pretends to lower his defenses. The iron demon slowly and quietly creeps up toward him. Thanks to his crazy sharp instincts, Singu quickly spots the weird vibe. Is this giant monster acting a little too suspicious? I think it is literally trying to analyze my breathing. After observing, our guy smiles to himself. What an incredibly sharp monster. Its aura is way heavier than any iron demon we have seen so far, especially with those insane stealth skills it is using. Finally, the iron demon completely reveals itself to us. Say hello to Blood Axe. Quietly guesses that this big guy must be a high-tier monster. Even with his eyes completely closed, Singu silently tracks every single one of its footsteps. It is coming. No, wait, it just stepped back again. He stands perfectly still. That relaxed face hides all the chaotic calculations in his head. Alright, I should probably force this big guy to approach. Singu takes a tiny peek at Aaron snoozing in his pocket. Sorry, little one, but I have to interrupt the sweet sleep you totally deserve. Then he sinks right back into his edgy thoughts. But after this dungeon, only pure hardship awaits us. So please just try to endure it. Blood Axe suddenly accelerates, charging right at him. Singu focuses entirely on reading its chaotic movements. It is way too fast. Neat. 20 meters away. And 17 meters. Once the gap drops to 10, he snaps his eyes open. Completely caught off guard, Blood Axe crashes straight into a hidden trap. The massive beast faceplants hard onto the ground. What in the world just happened? Our boy tightly grips his black wolf claw and smirks. Honestly, who even cares anyway? Alright guys, you and I know he is not missing this crazy chance. Blood Demon glares up at Singu, totally furious. He growls, you literally set a trap that even I did not notice. You obviously knew I was heading straight into this place. Singu just chuckles. He swings his black wolf weapon up, totally oozing with cocky confidence. Duh, of course I already knew absolutely everything. Boom, he launches a lightning-fast strike right after talking. Luckily for the demon, he barely blocks it. The demon stares down at his totally bruised and sparking arm, thinking, I did not even spot that trap there. But whatever. I am going to use absolutely everything I have got to completely provoke this guy. Suddenly, the monster lets out a crazy roar. That ear-splitting sound completely shatters the chill silence. Wham! Another brutal hit smashes right into the blood demon chest, triggering a supermassive explosion. That crazy impact knocks both of them flying backward. But Singu does not even hesitate to charge right back in. He clenches his fists super tight, secretly respecting his rival. He thinks what an insane spirit, especially with all that hardcore obsession he has got. I guess that is exactly why he is a top-tier monster. The blood demon glares at his fist with total disgust, scoffing that a weak human punch could never work. But oh boy, Singu is about to prove that trash talk totally dead wrong. Our guy quickly gives him a brutal taste of what getting punched into tomorrow really feels like. The demon yells, I have never seen this in my life. Blood just goes flying everywhere after that epic punch. Then Singu unloads a crazy non-stop barrage of wild attacks, leaving this poor demon absolutely zero chance to even fight back. By the time he finally stops, the blood demon is basically collapsing. But right at that very moment, you can see pure stubborn rage flashing in his eyes. Who even knows when Aaron woke up? Her crazy magic is secretly backing him up right now. The demon is beaten so badly his face is a total mess. He lies flat on the dirt and weakly asks, what the heck is that magic anyway? Are you the one who caused that massive explosion? Singu looks totally deadly. He casually swings his black wolf claw up one more time and mocks. Are you happy now that you figured out the actual truth? Singu distractedly looks at Aaron floating right in front of him and asks, so you finally woke up? Aaron totally pouts, I literally told you so already. But super fast, she bounces right back to her happy, bubbly self, cheering, I totally leveled up. Singu just bows his head and secretly chuckles at her goofy teasing. He turns his back to keep going. Alright, thanks, let us move. Then he points at the forest behind them, telling her, now help me crush the 20 massive iron demons hiding over there. Angrily screams out loud. Wait, what? It only took him 16 hours, 39 minutes, and 11 seconds to finish the trial. Aaron completely bugs her eyes out at the bodies everywhere. Wow, you actually managed to kill 20 giant demons or whatever without dying. That is totally insane. Hearing that, Singu just lets out a tired sigh. But the funny thing is, he only gets the actual experience points after clearing the entire dungeon. Honestly, he does not even think he can pull that off. Aaron gets totally mad and starts scolding Singu like crazy. Why are you complaining now when you literally made it this far? You just need to completely beat them right now. And then next up is definitely the final boss room. Suddenly, 3 totally massive veteran iron demons pop up right out of nowhere in front of them. The second she sees them, Aaron totally loses her smile and cocky vibe, instantly looking super nervous. Meanwhile, those loud iron demons start making a huge, chaotic mess everywhere. Kill the freak who wiped out our entire army formation. Seriously, what kind of humans raise a totally crazy warrior like that anyway? That would literally be you guys. Okay, you and I know all that noise just makes Singu furious. He silently dashes over and violently smashes the roaring demon right on the head, sending him packing forever. The other guy sees this and heartbreakingly screams out loud, Simon! Singu just freezes and totally wonders, wait, are they all named Simon? The other ugly demons furiously roar, I will absolutely kill you and get totally epic revenge for Simon. How dare you brutally murder our comrade like that? Singu just smirks with his perfectly cold, cocky smile. Dead is dead. There is no such thing as being cruel or glorious here at all. Aaron hears that and quietly laughs, secretly calling out his massive bluff. Even though he acts so cool, the guy literally does not want to die. Singu grabs the Black Wolf Claw with both hands, thinking, I honestly feel like I could unlock a passive skill if I just keep brawling a bit more. He glares right at them with totally steady eyes, realizing that fighting all three at once does not actually feel all that different. So the only thing left to do is, and then you and I watch Singu just randomly drop the word general, completely terrifying those ugly guys. The ugly one roars back with pure defiance. You will absolutely never get to meet the general. All right, you and I are about to see something wild. Barely finished talking, and boom, he eats a totally casual smack from Singu. Singu turns to the destroyer with this absolutely savage look in his eyes. Just one guy left now. I will send you to your buddies real soon. The dude hears that and literally starts shaking. You bastard. The destroyer suddenly completely freezes up. And Singu spots something wild and turns his head. A super weird object just comes flying right at them. Poor luck saves him from the hit, but the destroyer totally chickens out and runs away, leaving our guy Singu standing there looking so confused. The other generals will destroy you for me. Singu just stares at the dude running for his life and mutters to himself. You really gonna hold back your anger right now? Erin is seriously not amused. She calls out to Singu sounding super worried. Huh? That coward is literally forcing open the final boss room door. Yep, he is totally sprinting straight toward that massive door that has been shut tight this whole time. Erin screams at him. You have got to stop him! Singu just smirks, turning around to launch his Black Wolf weapon. He says thanks to her. Like that was not already super obvious. He throws the weapon with crazy perfect aim and it smacks the destroyer right in the head. Singu dashes forward looking way too excited about this. Gotcha. Follows it up with an absolutely flawless jumping attack. Singu is here! Rushes in and hits him with a massive, fully charged punishment strike. But before our guy Singu can even land his next awesome combo, the destroyer just completely shatters into tiny pieces. Erin stares with her eyes wide open in pure shock. Honestly, Singu looks just as surprised as she does. Finally, everything completely fades away into nothing. Singu breathes a huge sigh of relief. Phew! He is totally dead. Erin, though, is absolutely freaking out right now. She yells that he did not just kill him, he literally blew the dude up. What in the world is even happening? Our boy stares down at his own hands and gives her a totally honest answer. At first, he just wanted to use charge, full punishment, and his iron skin skill. He says he could not pull it off. But somehow, his instincts kicked in screaming to finish the guy, and he randomly used all three skills at the exact same time. Erin is completely mind-blown hearing this right now. He seriously combined 3 different skills just using pure instinct? There's absolutely no way. Suddenly, something crazy shifts behind his back. His body randomly feels like it is on actual fire. A system window pops up. Active skill, fiery charge unlocked. Singu just stands there looking completely clueless. Wait, an active skill? The system immediately fires right back with this massive glowing alert. Fiery charge level 1 has entered the chat. It is a fusion skill. The text breaks down this absolutely insane effect. Basically, you can blast out this terrifying shockwave by forcing all that wild, chaotic mana into one exact direction. You just have to match it up perfectly with your own breathing to get exactly what you need. It even scales with literally all of his stats. He is super shocked but also totally hyped right now. This is totally the second active skill he has actually created himself. Erin is totally thrilled and starts cheering for him. He always manages to pull off things way beyond anything she ever expected. Like, dude, you literally just created a brand new active fusion skill from scratch. Singu does not even hesitate to name his new ultimate move. Let us just call it C2 to keep things super short. Erin immediately rolls her eyes at his terrible naming sense. She admits it kind of fits, but begs him to absolutely never call it that. Getting a little worried that he completely drained his magic tank, she asks him nervously, You are practically out of mana now, right? Singu just flashes this incredibly awkward smile. He is literally sweating bullets, but trying his absolute best to look cool. Yeah, pretty much! But it is definitely going to be an insanely useful skill. He slightly frowns, mentally doing the math on how much energy that just burned. Honestly, burning through that much mana just to stack 3 skills at once is brutal, though he figures the energy cost will drop once he gets used to it. Since it is officially a complete skill now, it should be way easier. Hearing that, Erin gently tells him to take a solid break. You know, before charging right into that final boss room for the big showdown. There should not be any random monsters waiting in there anyway. But then Singu suddenly completely stops in his tracks. You can easily tell he just got a super wild idea. Yeah, but before that, he grabs his hammer and smirks like a total menace. Let us smash these traps first. Erin just completely blanks out, deep in thought. These dungeons are normally packed with super deadly traps, ready to destroy monsters and players alike. But ever since our boy hit his very first trap in the tutorial dungeon, he has been smashing every single one on sight. His totally unhinged motto is better to destroy everything than miss even one. And the craziest part? He has not been wrong about a single one yet. She still cannot wrap her head around how this dude manages to sniff out literally every hidden trap. It feels so completely bizarre. Honestly, it just looks like he is swinging his hammer and wrecking stuff totally at random. While she is overthinking it, Singu is already busy smashing things to pieces. You and I both know the insane part is he actually guesses every single trap perfectly. Suddenly, this tiny little blue spirit magically pops right out of absolutely nowhere. Eren is instantly obsessed with how cute it is, but Singu? He looks absolutely disgusted, acting like this adorable thing just totally ruined his day. The little spirit slowly flutters her eyes open and quickly starts inviting them over. All right, stick with me here. Welcome, valued customers. Care for a refreshing glass of cold tears before you hit the brutal boss of this crazy dungeon? The two of them are completely stunned, practically falling over. After finally chilling out, Singu grabs his massive hammer. He glares hard, fully ready to smash this goblin instantly. Better crush this sketchy thing right now, since who knows what kind of trap it is. Eren frantically stops him. Wait, Singu, do not! A moment later, the goblin finishes dropping some serious lore. She is completely mind-blown by this wild info dump. And yeah, his reaction is exactly the same, freaking out over a goblin. Now, Ruta happily introduces herself with a huge grin. That is right, I am Ruta the Goblin Merchant. I can fly literally anywhere you guys want to go. Goose strokes his chin, aggressively analyzing every single little detail about her. She definitely does not look like a retired player like Eren or Sia. He suspiciously interrogates her. Are you some freaky monster disguised as a human? Despite the harsh accusation, she calmly and slowly explains the actual situation. You can call me a monster, mistake me for a retired player, or even conclude that I am secretly tied to the crazy dungeon system itself. Ruta casually shrugs her shoulders. I am simply a merchant. I only provide you guys with insanely awesome items at super reasonable prices. Nothing more. Singu turns to get Eren's take on this mess. She tries calming his intense paranoia, saying absolutely nothing like this exists up in the Heaven City. She hesitates before speaking. I know the Ant Cave is packed with totally unpredictable events that Heaven City lacks, but seeing someone who isn't a monster or a player, that is seriously wild and suspicious. Eren gives him a fiercely determined look, trying hard to make her teammate trust her gut instinct. Having a highly intelligent third party show up like this is just way too shady. Ruta just quietly stands there watching the duo fiercely debate. Shingu's brain suddenly clicks with a basic gaming concept. I bet she is basically a non-player character. The exact type you always see in role-playing games. An artificial intelligence specifically designed to help out the main players during their absolutely crazy adventures. He secretly locks in on the true identity of the girl right in front of him. That whole game character concept perfectly matches this weird merchant. Seeing them hopelessly stuck in a debate, Ruta chimes in to comfort them. I know I look super suspicious, but chill out. I am absolutely certain you already figured this out. Desperately wants them to realize she has zero bad intentions. I seriously have no plan to hurt you or even pick a fight with you guys. Even with her little speech, Singu stays ridiculously cautious. That is exactly what makes you so dangerous. He fakes being friendly. All right, Ruta, what is your deal? You are truly a merchant. What exactly are you trying to sell us? Thinking her super edgy customers finally opened up, she gets visibly hyped. To be super accurate, it is actually a hardcore barter exchange system. All I really want are essences. She eagerly lists out all her awesome tradable loot. And what you guys probably desperately need right now are health potions, return stones, and some epic gear. And so on. Literally everything you need to survive this dungeon. I will hand over whatever you want, provided the price is right. Singu is slowly getting convinced, mostly because she wants essences instead of actual cash. Hilariously ironic, if you ask me. I guess I can totally trust her just a tiny bit more now. He starts mumbling crazy stuff to himself. This is just stepping up from a total scammer who swindles parents to a massive jerk who rips off their own friends. Seeing our guy Singu sprouting absolute nonsense again, Eren dramatically sighs in defeat. Are those not basically the exact same thing? He instantly sulks, looking ridiculously depressed. I do not even have any friends! Hearing that, she totally freezes up in pure awkwardness. What a depressingly sad comparison. Watching these two absolute loners banter like total weirdos makes Ruta stand there grinning from ear to ear. Ha ha ha. He quickly spots a totally bizarre next-level business opportunity right here. He holds up an item and flexes it to her edgy customers. Since you guys clearly have trust issues, I will toss you a free gift. Just this once, alright? Singu stares with wide, disbelieving eyes. A free gift? This stamina potion looks incredibly legit, from the cap size right down to the super official label. Ruta quickly hands it over. He is ridiculously confident in the epic loot she sells. It has the official system interface, so it is definitely not a cheap knockoff. Go ahead, check it out. The system flashes the item info. Stamina potion, a dope brew easily mixed with sweet drinks that massively reduces physical strain on your poor body. Fully restores vitality and stamina. Singu suddenly gets hit with an ultra-suspicious feeling. Have you been secretly stalking me? Ruta flashes a deviously wicked smile instead of actually answering his intense interrogation. He cheerfully breaks it down like a legit certified doctor. You seriously look like a guy who desperately needs a long nap right now. Without a single second of hesitation, he chugs it. Eren frantically tries stopping him. He flashes her a reassuring smile. It is totally fine. The system interface absolutely cannot be fake. Realizing she was probably overreacting like crazy, she completely stops arguing with him. Yeah, that definitely makes total sense. The system chimes in. Health and stamina? Completely maxed out again. A flashy light wraps around our guy Singu. He totally feels the sweet healing magic fixing up his battered body. Oh, wait. After chugging that epic potion, he instantly transforms into a lone edgy wolf. Aaron just stares in absolute silence. Our dude suddenly looks way too hyped up, totally killing the serious vibe. Singu feels every single muscle fiber bulging with insane new power. Man, this feels absolutely fantastic. He has been sprinting through this miserable dungeon for days without a single proper break. Just seconds ago, he was completely dead on his feet. But right now, all that miserable fatigue is literally history. Sensing the perfect moment to hustle, Ruta slides right back in. Hey bestie, want to buy a juicy mana potion from me? Like, right now. I will hook you up with a super sweet first-timer discount. 5 iron great demon essences and it is yours. She turns on the max level salesman charm. Trust me, the boss loot will be way better if you heal up right now. Way better than awkwardly waiting around to regenerate before fighting the big bad guy. Come on, is that not the most epic deal ever? Singu shoots her right down. I honestly cannot stand you people. Despite getting brutally roasted, Ruta just giggles it off like a champ. Oh bummer, because I am totally starting to like your edgy vibe. No, you know it. Singu talks a big game, but when he spots top-tier loot, he still reaches out his greedy little hand. Fine, just hand over the stupid mana potion already. True to her hardcore capitalist nature, Ruta snatches the payment and stashes it instantly. I will just gladly take those 5 shiny essences now. Pleasure doing business, sir. Only after counting the cash does she drop the magical potions. Singu chugs them down like a maniac and instantly feels the crazy rush kicking in. Alright then, looks like the mana tank is totally full. Seeing her customer looking so delightfully fresh, Ruta flashes a massive grin. Anything else you need? Hard pass on that. She hits them with a super polite bow. Catch you guys later, okay? Always remember to be nice to your absolute favorite fairy merchant, the fabulous Ruta. And poof, she literally vanishes in a flash. Aaron waits until she is gone to start aggressively pouting. Seriously, I pray we never ever cross paths with that annoying scammer again. Singu casually tries to chill her out. Hey, at least we actually found a living breathing thing we can interrogate about this creepy ant cave. He is totally making wild guesses here. Maybe she even knows some juicy top secret intel about the Heavenly City. Seeing our boy acting so wonderfully clueless, Aaron just rolls along. He sharply drags his brain back to reality. That fairy is not dropping secrets for free. Singu totally agrees, but a guy can dream. Alright, let us just wait and see. He aggressively drops the whole gossip session because it is time to face the final boss. None of that side quest garbage matters right now. The main event is the Great Demon General. He scopes out the area like a pro. This ridiculous final boss room literally looks like it was smashed onto a mountain peak. And it is ridiculously massive, making it super annoying to just run up and smash the boss. Right up ahead sits the Iron Great Demon General Taimo. He is chilling on his edgy throne, completely surrounded by a massive pile of literal corpses. He growls, flashing an absolutely terrifying demon face. The pathetic little bug who locked me up here, was it you? Singu just hits him with a sassy smirk and absolute 0 words. That cocky, disrespectful silence cranks the awkward tension up to 100. Taimo is insanely triggered because literally nobody has ever disrespected him like this. Singu looks super cocky, but honestly, our boy is totally sweating buckets inside. Just eye contact alone is basically suffocating him. This giant dude radiates a terrifying dark aura way beyond the normal demons. After milking the epic dramatic silence, Singu finally fires back. Bro, it was definitely not me. But honestly, whatever man, let us just pretend it was me. Unlike our absolute savage of an MC, Aaron is practically turning green from pure terror, totally speechless. Taimo sees this insane disrespect and actually gets wildly entertained, busting out a wicked evil laugh. Kekeke. The massive demon is actually hype about this tiny human. You clearly sense my absolute rage and you know you are painfully weak, and yet you still dare to flap your gums. Singu drops a wildly cheeky wink. I figured beating you down would be way easier if you completely lost your temper first. Aaron stands there with her eyeballs popping out. This absolute madman is provoking the final boss without even knowing if he can actually win. Mo totally loses it, roaring like an absolute monster. Now watch this. You and I are about to see him test his crazy limits. Singu constantly asks himself, how does he actually react when hitting an impossible brick wall? He is totally locking in to win this chaotic boss fight. I guess he finally found his answer. Our boy confidently smirks right at the giant beast. Bring it! I never back down. Oh yeah, our boy instantly jumps right into attack mode. He has literally never half-hearted a single thing in his entire life, folks. Quitting? Yeah, that word is not in his dictionary. He does not care how insanely high the wall is. Shingu's only mission right now is to absolutely shatter his own limits. He is just going to keep running and running until that stupid wall crumbles. Radiating some serious main character energy, our guy steps forward like a boss. Wipes his mind blank, no more overthinking. A hardcore declaration of war echoes out, and we are in for a wild ride. Come at me. Not wanting to ruin the fun, Timo instantly accepts the crazy challenge. Using that stupid brain is totally useless. I am taking your head. Singu just stares back at him with this wildly excited, expectant look. Oh boy. Looks like the big guy wants the exact same thing. But Aaron is totally freaking out. Basically begs him, saying this is not a guy he should mess with. But Shingu just roasts the dude. Classic all bark and no bite situation here. Well, sure, this monster is way tougher than the other great demons, but fact check, the big bad villain is still completely relying on clunky robot parts. Our hero eyes Timo like a hawk. This metal freak definitely has a blind spot. Iron great demons are literally born with hardware glitches. Shingu has exploited their pathetic little system errors a million times before, so this is nothing new. His gamer instincts are absolutely never ever wrong. Singu does some quick math. Stuffing robot parts into your own flesh for a power-up is a pretty metal choice, but organic bodies and random machinery just do not mix perfectly. There is always a lag in the system. Clenches his jaw, going full serious mode with his guard all the way up. He has seen tons of these cyborg experiments totally crash and burn in dungeons. And there are zero exceptions to that rule, no matter how special you think you are. Before the brawl, Timo demands to know if Shingu wiped out his crew. Our boy flexes his kill streak with zero hesitation. Yep, didn't leave a single one alive. The demon glares and charges in. Honestly, that is just one more reason to hate him. Thankfully, Shingu ducks right under the massive swing, a total miss. And just like that, our guy spots the golden ticket, a wide-open attack window. But wait, Timo randomly fires up back thrusters and takes to the sky. Shingu gets totally jump-scared and cannot dodge in time as the villain deliberately rams into him super hard. Ouch! And Shingu frantically backpedals to get some space. So the big guy faked an opening just to land a cheap shot? Wow, that is literally the exact same cheesy strat our MC always uses. Timo thinks he is fighting a total noob and starts trash-talking. He basically says Shingu will never win if his entire game plan is just hopping around and watching from the sidelines like a complete coward. The disrespect is real. But Shingu serves the sass right back, betting that the oversized hunk of metal cannot swing that weapon forever. Getting called out hits a serious nerve, and the demon absolutely loses his mind. Oh boy! In a flash, that massive axe is right in Shingu's face, ready to slice him into two neat pieces. Yet our boy just stands there, unfazed. Knows spinning an axe for a few minutes will not drain this cyborg. Actually, Shingu knows his own stamina bar will empty out first. He smoothly dodges the lethal swing and revs up for a juicy counterattack. Because to beat this raid boss, he's got to pinpoint that one fatal weak spot, and then smash him so brutally he cannot ever hit back. Meanwhile, poor Eren is totally stressing out, begging him not to overdo it, reminding him that bailing is totally allowed. But our guy just hits her with a super chill okay, calming her nerves. Don't sweat it. He just quietly waits for the perfect strike. Running away? Never happening. He literally just needs to push forward one more tiny step, and boom, he can unlock a brand new passive skill. Singu calculates this master plan perfectly. He does not even need to burn a single drop of mana. His physical stats are already insanely buffed and modified by magic anyway. All he has to do now is ride out that sweet newly evolved powerhouse energy. It is honestly a totally unrecognizable level of strength. Noticing the big demon is finally lagging, his eyes lock onto a tiny gap in that clunky armor. Time to land the absolute most efficient critical hit possible. Seeing him just standing there like a statue gets Timo raging mad. He yells, asking if our boy is going to turtle up like a wimp after all that trash talk. Even with the demon screeching his lungs out, Shingu just flashes this incredibly condescending, smug smile. Ah, and here comes another massive weapon swing. Hit that subscribe button to support the channel, guys. Anyway, the demon hits even harder, but even knowing that brutal fact, our boy literally cannot look away from this freak. Shingu tracks every single twitch Timo makes, cooking up a fresh strategy. Honestly, this dude's movement mechanics are totally wild compared to the usual great demons. He is zooming around out there like his soul, his metal body, and his weapon are all perfectly synced into one killer machine. Our guy quickly scans through all the boss's sick abilities and stats. And you know what? He is actually getting hyped. It is super impressive. Honestly, if he could, he would battle this guy 1,000 times, straight up master and disciple style. Singu just keeps relentlessly analyzing every single move. Alright, check this out. Our boy literally ditched active skills just to max out his passives. He straight up invented a martial art nobody else can pull off, all thanks to that absolute monster of a body. And Eren? She's watching from the sidelines, completely mind-blown. Can see exactly what Singu is cooking up. The crazy dude is using the absolute bare minimum mana just to dodge those demon strikes. She knows exactly what he's planning. But wait, she suddenly realizes something is seriously off here. Is it really worth risking his neck like that? Meanwhile, big ugly demon guy is losing his mind. You little punk, you're annoyingly good at dodging. Hearing that twisted compliment, Ningu just smirks like a total boss. Oh, so I'm a dodge master now? But then right in front of Big Bad Timo's eyes, boom. What the heck? Singu isn't even sweating this. Zero fear. Our guy actually has the guts to talk trash. I've never had to run away my entire life. But hey, I'm pretty cracked at it anyway. Guess we just aren't built the same, bro? Then his face gets dead serious. His eyes lock in, pure savage determination. And Big Bad Timo, he's actually starting to panic from that insane aura. The demon loudly screams out, completely just trying to hype himself up. You are all talk, you little punk. Wait. Are you seriously just use me a punching bag to practice your dodges? Honestly, the demon's whining goes totally in one ear and out the other. So show me what else you got, ugly. Step by step, our boy Singu starts making his move. Time for the next level. Can he actually pull off the ridiculous flash step from his charge technique? Gripping the black wolf claw, his brain is doing pure math, waiting for the exact perfect millisecond to dodge this massive enemy strike. But Timo jumps the gun. He swings a wild strike that barely shaves Singu, followed by a nasty blow right at his head. That big lug's moves are so insanely fast, Singu is totally mind-blown. Absolute madness. But hey, a guy can pull off literal miracles when his life is on the line. His charge skill just randomly leveled up twice in the blink of an eye. Mo notices our boy is panting. "You were basically out of mana, kid, and you just wasted it running away like a scared little rat." Only response to that garbage talk? A highly disrespectful, totally smug smirk. Honestly, those big, heavy swings are starting to look like annoying slow-motion flies. Singu is totally reading every single move this guy makes. Keep laughing while you still can, loser. That crazy broken skill that copies enemy moves? It's basically handing Singu the exact blind spots of this giant demon. Sure, he learned raw power from the iron demons, but those brainless monsters literally never change their fighting style when they grab a weapon. But a general class demon? Totally different ballgame. Our boy Singu is running a full scan on this general's skills. He realizes he just needs to watch those massive muscles right as the axe swings. The rhythm of the guy's nasty breathing. Every single heavy footstep. Even the way those creepy eyes hunt for his literal weak spots. All of that data perfectly calculates the exact path of that giant axe. At the literal very last second, Singu unlocks the crazy ability to read enemy techniques. And suddenly, these flashy little sparkling stars were mana crystals. The crazy glowing light exploding from his body perfectly syncs up with that massive weapon. His brain is just firing off a million crazy thoughts at once. Maybe it's because he's literally inches from death, but it finally clicks. He finally gets what a passive skill actually means. It is literally always there. It just quietly chills in the background without being flashy at all. And the exact moment Singu finally figures this out, bam! One massive, epic hammer swing completely shatters that demon's armor into pieces. Mo drops to his knees in pure agony, clutching his busted shoulder. "How did you?" Ningu isn't even slightly surprised by the guy's epic confusion. "You didn't feel a single drop of mana, did you?" Timo gets absolutely triggered, feeling like he just got completely trolled. "Did you seriously just steal that technique from me? In that incredibly short amount of time?" Ningu just dials up the snark to max level. "I literally told you, bro, I'm not just good at dodging stuff." The second he drops that line, he blitzes forward. "I'll show you." And Timo? Totally helpless, just screaming, "You bastard." And then, slice, Singu completely styles on him. That massive axe the demon swung out of pure panic? Singu read that instinctual trash easier than reading a comic book. Our guy is flexing so hard on his own ridiculous strength. I mean, obviously, he totally hacked the system by perfectly understanding his enemy's passive skill. Just to literally invent his very own custom skill, he turns to Timo, ready to talk more trash. Honestly, sometimes I even blow my own mind. And man, Timo is taking massive emotional damage from this. Desperately tries to pin Singu down just to save his own shattered ego. "You are way too cocky for a completely noob warrior who just started." Honestly, Singu seriously hates villains who talk too much during a fight. "Are you absolutely sure that is all I've got, you massive idiot?" "Alright, you and I are about to see some absolute madness." Singu lands a brutal hit right where it hurts, then drops a nasty hook. Aaron watches, blown away by his crazy strength. The whole deal with passive skills, they take all that hidden energy bottled up inside your body and drag it out, pulling out every single drop of potential you've got. To forge a brand new passive skill, our guy needs to deeply understand a specific move, totally master it, and perfectly sync up his mana with that exact motion. This demon boss had insane strength even before soaking up mana. Because of that, the big guy actually had no clue how to use his own mutated body properly. But by brawling with this giant iron demon general, our boy Singu finally figures out the deep secrets of his own body and that massive weapon he swings around. Meanwhile, Big Bad Timo is totally missing an arm. He is forced to his knees, taking a brutal lesson from Singu. That new passive skill makes his heavy weapons hit with the absolute crushing force of their pure weight. So is that really all you have left to show me? Nemo's ancestors are working overtime to keep this guy alive, but his big mouth just won't quit. He yells, "Do not look down on the raw combat experience I have built up over all these years." Singu is officially out of patience. "Let us wrap this up if you cannot." And triggers his skills, combining charge and smite into one epic combo, blasting straight into Timo. Boom! A system screen pops up, heavy weapon combat level 1 acquired, boosting every single attack made with heavy gear. Singu and Aaron finally stand before the exit door. Sure, he permanently sacrificed 5 whole mana points for this, but the skill description is hilariously basic. Aaron totally agrees with him. Honestly, it would take more than a whole day to explain every tiny detail of a brand new skill anyway. Singu looks seriously stressed out, second-guessing everything since this is his very first custom skill. He wonders if this was really the best possible outcome. Meanwhile, Aaron is still completely starstruck by his new power. At the end of the day, it buffs literally every heavy weapon fight, which is insanely good. It is absolutely wild. This thing does not just help him swing big weapons or boost his damage, it buffs his entire fighting style. Seriously, what kind of broken, overpowered skill did our guy just invent? There is no way he could pull this off without perfectly understanding his own body. Weapons and combat flow. Aaron gushes that she has never seen a skill with such insane wide-reaching buffs. She is laying on the sweet talk thick, all just to get a reaction out of Singu, who simply asks, "Did I do a good job?" Aaron instantly jumps on the opportunity. "You did better than every single player I have ever known." Honestly, just hearing that tiny bit of praise is enough to completely hype Singu up. Meanwhile, the boss is literally foaming at the mouth. Aaron tilts her head, wondering why he did not just kill the demon general instantly. Singu gives her a totally chill reply. The answer is simple. He needed a punching bag to perfectly master his brand new passive skill. His eyes light up with pure gamer greed. Killing the boss right now gives that skill a free level up. Aaron slowly backs away, terrified, calling him an absolute demon. Her fearful reaction just feeds his massive ego even more. He smirks and says, "Thanks, it has been way too long." Mo lets out a painful, pathetic scream before Aaron kindly prays to help his soul pass on. The timer screen finally freezes. Dungeon officially cleared. Total time used is 2 hours, 8 minutes, and 35 seconds. 455 Iron Great Demons defeated, plus 32 Iron Great Demon veterans. 1 Iron Great Demon General crushed, final clear grade B. For the bonus reward, he scored a Fire Cannon Summoning Scroll. Experience calculation is completely finished. Boom, you just leveled up 15 times. Aaron excitedly stares at the glowing system alerts. Because our crazy MC pushed himself to solo a dungeon completely out of his current league, that massive mountain of experience points goes entirely straight into his pockets. As a result, she just stands there, totally picturing Singu's entire body glowing with an endless armor of passive skills. Singu feels that massive power jump too. He can literally feel this insane ocean of mana violently flooding through his veins, completely upgrading his body from the inside out. He thinks to himself, even though I can feel the changes, I am definitely not used to this wild sensation yet. Suddenly, his whole body glows bright and he lets out a heavy breath, like dropping a massive weight off his shoulders. The system proudly lists his fresh player stats. Singu level 50. Passive skills include Chaos Tail level 1, Courageous Push level 2, and Poison Resistance level 6. As for his active skills, Boost level 20, Smite level 15, and Charge level 14. Singu furrows his brows, taking in these crazy new attributes. Slowly, his eyes turn super dark and intense as he slowly turns to look straight at Aaron. His entire body is basically radiating a bizarre new power. Wait, heavy weapon combat is already at level 2? I literally just got it! He smirks, knowing that using the Demon General as a leveling stepping stone was the absolute best decision ever. Singu clenches his fist tight. Sure, permanently sacrificing 5 whole mana points definitely stings a lot. But the crazy confidence he feels right now, totally worth it. He thinks snagging this rare passive skill so early is going to be a huge advantage for me in the future. That is when he finally notices little Aaron standing there. Her body is also visibly reacting to the massive level up. "Oh, you leveled up too?" Aaron shyly squirms in place, and Singu instantly notices something totally different about her sudden evolution. Did she actually get bigger? Totally oblivious, he watches Aaron get super flustered and start angrily shouting right in his face. You and I know it is not just my size changing. As a proud supporter, her level just shot way up. So now her mana is totally refilled, plus she got all her old passive and active skills back. Absolutely broken, right? She isn't just stuck doing 4 measly healing spells a day anymore. Now that she is fully recovered, you and I are about to watch them dive into way harder dungeons. But completely ignoring her insane fighting spirit, our guy Singu just wants some peace and quiet. He suggests grinding easy dungeons for a while. Obviously, this completely ruins her mood. She was literally just getting hyped up to destroy things, and he instantly hits the brakes. Singu just gives this awkward little laugh. Sure, fighting strong enemies sounds epic, but dying? Yeah, he hates that part. This last dungeon was absolute torture. Aaron is totally not buying his excuses. He is definitely going to regret this. But then something super weird catches our cautious hero's attention. Violently snaps his head to the side. Something big is coming. Boom! Seiya suddenly pops up, smiling bright, saying thanks, leaving both Singu and Aaron completely speechless. Wait, Seiya? Seiya is literally jumping out of his shoes with joy. He honestly thought he was toast, but our dynamic duo actually clapped the Demon General. Ningu just stares at him, pointing out the obvious. Yeah, he disabled every single trap and monster around here, but the final boss room is literally miles away from the entrance. Seiya proudly declares he is the group's vanguard. Getting completely ignored makes Aaron pretty salty. It isn't just a one-man show, you know. She helped too. Seiya starts panicking and apologizes. Oh my god, Aaron. He is so sorry. Meanwhile, Singu is looking at Seiya like a talking toy. He is honestly just glad the kid isn't super depressed anymore. But dude, he is incredibly tiny. Like, small enough to easily fit inside one hand. How can someone that miniature look so happy? Seiya tightly clenches his tiny fists. Anyway, thank you so much for this, Zep. Singu gets super awkward and wary. Stop calling him that, it brings back some major cringe memories. But Seiya's eyes are practically sparkling with anime determination. He refuses to stop, claiming it is the absolute best way to show his extreme gratitude and deep respect for Zep. He pledges total loyalty, swearing to smash every obstacle in front of them like a true vanguard. Aaron is totally down to adopt him into the squad. She loves that fiery passion of his as long as he doesn't mess everything up and cause a disaster. Singu just sweat drops. You sound like a cartoon villain making threats. Seriously, stop it. Singu stares down at his two fun-sized little supporters. Because of their lower levels, they absolutely have to stick closely to their level 40 carry if they want to survive. He smirks like an evil genius. Since they can briefly pop back to normal size by burning mana, he can totally use them as his ultimate secret weapons in battle. Then Singu randomly cuts into their hyped conversation. What about their actual gear? Aaron calmly replies that they are rocking the exact same equipment from when they logged out. They can totally use all of it when returning to normal size. But sadly, the stats got totally downgraded along with their tiny bodies. Hearing this, Singu scratches his chin in deep gamer thought. So their gear actually shrinks with them? That means he won't have to grind for new weapons for a while. Stick with me here, because this is where his loot goblin brain kicks in. He violently smashes his giant hammer down, splashing fresh monster blood against the rocky cliff. After a moment, he whips out a glowing red essence. Farming session officially completed. Time to claim that sweet dungeon loot, but Aaron can read him like an open comic book. She knows he plans to blow all the essence at once. Singu just shoots her a super annoyed side glance. Man, she really knows him too perfectly. Next, he tosses out a shiny golden plate packed with extremely rare essence drops. The thing starts glowing with wild intensity, practically blinding anyone looking directly at it. Aaron's eyes go wide. The shiny essence is literally overflowing everywhere. That has to be around 200 pieces. Singu slowly lowers his hand, taking a closer look at the glowing jackpot. The system screen pops up saying congratulations. He has officially hit the absolute maximum reward limit, but then the shiny light slowly fades away. Having hyped himself up way too much, Singu is completely devastated. Are you kidding? What a total scam. Aaron quietly reassesses this whole ridiculous situation. First they dealt with that broken enhancement altar, and now a rigged reward altar? Then it clicks in her genius brain. Even though this cursed dungeon was absolutely packed with overpowered demons, the game always puts a hard cap on how much loot you can grab. Singu spots her thinking face, and wow, that is one terrifying smile. In return, she drops a harsh reality check lecture on him. You literally cannot pull an ocean of epic loot out of a basic demon zone. Mingu sighs, completely depressed. But he still farmed all this precious essence in here anyway. Aaron keeps right on roasting him. He only got that massive pile of essence by soloing the entire dungeon. And he had insanely weird drop luck with that essence, even if you count the sheer number of attacks he was throwing around out there. Her brutal logic hits him right in the feels. He knew deep down this massive letdown was bound to happen sooner or later. Singu painfully scratches his head. He doesn't really get her math, and honestly, it doesn't even matter now. Might as well just check what the actual reward is. Suddenly, a helmet floats right out of that golden essence plate. Singu instantly eyes up his shiny new gear. It is a menacing black helmet. No clue what the base stats are yet, but it looks incredibly solid, like it could easily tank a few hammer strikes. Then the system panel finally pops up. Knee rank Undying Will, an epic helmet forged purely from the unyielding spirit of a hardcore warrior. Infused right into the metal, that is when he realizes the defense is actually higher than standard body armor. You and I can finally sigh in total relief alongside Aaron. Alright guys, a C-rank armor piece. Phew, our boy Singu can finally relax. He suddenly remembers that completely tragic old-school helmet. Yeah, honestly, it was not terrible. But hey, at least now he does not have to swap out that annoying detached helmet while riding his motorcycle around town anymore. He slaps the combat helmet right on his head and signals Aaron, all done. Let us bounce. But Aaron is totally confused about all that leftover essence. She asks, are you actually spending the rest of the essence on the rest area? The golden pig is fully charged up with essence. I mean, he has been hoarding a massive amount of essence anyway. His eyes totally light up now that the upgrade limits are completely gone. We have more than enough power to upgrade this thing right now. Dea is completely clueless here. What rest area? Singu just smirks and says you will see soon enough. That is exactly where you are staying from now on. He smoothly whips out a shiny golden key, points it at the ground to unlock the secret bunker. The floor absolutely glows, blinding everyone in the room. The door swings open. Seiya hesitates, acting like he just scored a VIP ticket to heaven. He asks, do you think he was literally blessed by the gods of Earth? Aaron hears this total nonsense and is just not having it. God of stupidity, maybe. It makes sense. A human chosen to be a player, heavenly cities and dungeons, completely ignoring modern technology. Naturally, this whole crazy situation made people start questioning the existence of a supreme being, which led to the ridiculous idea that players are some elite squad handpicked by gods. Honestly, that is just classic toxic elitism at its absolute finest right there. Seiya listens patiently as Aaron says, I would just laugh it off if that was everything. But then humans dove straight into the highest tier dungeons and faced the real monsters. And those ugly freaks completely crushed any proof that gods do not actually exist in this world. These monsters literally screamed out the names of specific gods and suddenly got a massive power boost. Seiya keeps rambling with his wild theories. So wouldn't it be the exact same for humans? You just believe in a specific god and magically inherit all their crazy superhuman powers. Maybe someone out there actually did it. They might even have insane strength that totally crushes anyone who just relies on standard divine power alone to survive. These exact same rumors are spreading like absolute wildfire through all the elite guilds right now. And then they started geeking out over different elemental attributes and crazy ancient myths. Aaron patiently listens to this entire nerd rant. She says, well, our guildmaster can also control some seriously intense fire abilities. We must have been totally blessed by the god of fire. But suddenly, her expression turns incredibly sour. Seiya smiles at her and asks, you look pretty unhappy right now. So she finally breaks down the drama for him. I know he is the boss of the guild I used to roll with, but I honestly cannot stand the guy. He is super strong. Definitely has the skills to lead the absolute top guild in South Korea. But even if that is totally true, he is way too competitive and suffers from massive delusions of grandeur. Aaron really tried to dodge him, and on top of that, he just kept aggressively hitting on me. She shudders, flashing back to that incredibly awful past she had to endure. Even rushed to clear a difficulty level 32 dungeon just to flex on the foreign guilds. And that is exactly why I had to quit the game for good. Hey, that is how I met Singu! So I do not stress about it anymore. That definitely does not mean I forgive that jerk, though. Just thinking about his stupid face, Aaron quickly changes the subject. Anyway, whatever the case might be, I am absolutely not believing in gods until I see one with my own two eyes. She completely does a 180. And if he was blessed by a god, then I definitely do not need that kind of god. Seiya quickly interrupts her. Oh, that reminds me of the spicy rumor about your engagement with. But before he can even finish, Aaron just fiercely snaps at him. Total garbage. That is nothing but a stupid rumor. Not ever bring that up again. Seiya, who was smiling this entire time, finally realizes how absolutely terrifying Aaron can actually be. All right then, nervously thinks to himself. I can literally feel her insane rage radiating off her. Aaron is so exhausted from this messy past. Nobody dared to come near me because he was way too obvious about his creepy obsession. That punchable face just keeps popping up in her head. It is entirely his fault that I could not even hold hands with another guy back then. Until the day I finally retired. Aaron is still completely furious at this dude from her past. I really should have experienced being led on like a total fool at least once. And our boy Seiya is standing there completely lost in the sauce. Wait, what? An experience? With him? Aaron redirects her angry wrath right at him and screams, shut up! Yes! Ma'am. Singu hears them yelling like absolute maniacs and calls out a warning. Our guy literally snaps. Are you two actually dating? Stop whispering and get over here. Aaron instantly panics and denies it. We are absolutely not dating. The secret room unlocked by that key is finally fully decked out. Welcome to the rest area. Seiya looks around, totally mind-blown. Whoa, this is way bigger than I expected. He is just fanboying right in front of Singu. Honestly, pretty shocking. The fact that this massive space is an artificial artifact makes our main guy insanely smug. You've got a good eye, newbie, Singu smirks. Gaze instantly sharpens like a hawk. I am gonna upgrade the bed. Dramatically places his hand on the bed while his two sidekicks just stare. But then the system pops up. Error. You must upgrade the entire rest area before upgrading the bed. You can use 30% of your total essence to upgrade the rest area. Do you wish to continue? Singu just stands there, totally embarrassed. Wait, what? Didn't I already upgrade the rest area just so I could do this? You and I know he was trying to look cool, but the system totally clowned him. He absolutely loses it. What is happening right now? This is a straight-up scam. Bring me the admin. Aaron starts panicking right along with him. Dude, calm down. We need to figure out a solution, Singu. Hey, when you upgraded this place last time, did it actually say you needed level 2 just to upgrade the bed? Awkward silence fills the room. Singu finally snaps back to reality and thinks no. It definitely did not mention any annoying details like that. He silently curses, thinking he could just easily sync the furniture's level to match the entire rest area's level. Huge mistake. I definitely got scammed. Aaron tries to break it down gently. You honestly might not even be able to upgrade the bed after hitting rest area level 3. Seiya casually decides to shatter the heavy tense silence. I guess living on your own is pretty tough. Good luck, man. Mac. Singu immediately whacks the kid right on the head for being a total smartass. Let's just upgrade the whole area first. The system instantly chimes back in. Rest area upgraded to level 3. The physical space will now be magically expanded. Level 1 refrigerator has been successfully added. Singu flinches. Wait, a literal fridge? Level 1 fridge stores food, and get this. It literally spawns a random magic potion after a set amount of time. Singu is actually pretty thrilled with this new toy. The system is basically trying to baby him by handing out cool little alternative prizes. Hey. Takes a good look inside. The weirdly realistic furniture just keeps piling up, and it's always exactly what he needs. He seriously suspects some admin is just messing with his life for fun. One day, I am absolutely punching that jerk in the face. Our boy totally loses his mind, yelling at thin air like a crazy person while his two poor sidekicks just watch. You are totally trying to distract me from the bed by giving me shiny new appliances, aren't you? I see right through you. Aaron just sighs, looking exhausted. Singu, please, just calm down. Then the system chimes in again. You can now upgrade furniture. Option 1, upgrade the bed. Cost 20%. Upgrade door. Cost 50% of your essence. Singu instantly freezes like a statue. Wait, what? He slowly turns his head toward the room's exit. I mean, I love that it finally tells me what I can upgrade. Now I can actually fix my bed. But seriously, where did this door even come from? The entire room slowly finishes its magical renovation. Rest area hit level 3, the bed sits at level 1. Recovers stamina and mana while sleeping. The buff effect just increased by 10%. Even his boring little storage drawer got an upgrade. Drawer level 1. It holds items safely. Now introducing bathroom level 1. Players can finally take a nice bath. It completely wipes out all remaining toxins, nasty curses, and horrible negative debuffs. And then there is door level 1, a literal exit outside. Singu starts digging through his memories. Oh right, even though I am totally playing off the grid, this door takes me up to the surface. Means you and I both know this is no ordinary door. Our guy Shingu was absolutely agonizing over his massive spending spree. Seriously, why did upgrading this thing drain more essence than a whole forest? Aaron just stood there roasting him. Like, dude, you were gonna upgrade it anyway. She told Shingu to stop whining and just face the cold, hard facts. Getting hit with that harsh reality check made Shingu super depressed. He literally told her, "You are getting way too cold-blooded these days, you know?" But Aaron did not care one bit. Instead, she hit him with a full-on lecture. Your reckless courage passive skill is literally a deadly curse. We're just gonna do absolutely whatever you want, touch everything you see, and kick open every random door. You will fight every single freaking monster you bump into, right? Every single word she said stabbed right into Shingu's guilty conscience. Meanwhile, Seiha was just totally fanboying. You are way too cool, boss. The bed in their rest area had finally leveled up, and honestly, the thing became massively wide. They all realized it had turned into a massive king-size bed. Even the pillows and bedposts looked super fancy now. Shingu gloomily plopped himself down right onto the mattress. They slowly took in the insane comfort of this awesome new upgrade. It was just ridiculously soft and cozy. Well, until Isaiah started yelling at them. Get off of there, you two! The system popped up with another alert. Level 2 bed unlocked. Sleeping on it boosts your stamina and mana recovery by 20%. Plus, your skill proficiency actually slowly levels up over time. Shingu was totally shocked that this new bed had such crazy hidden perks. Completely ignoring the crazy recovery stats, Aaron was also just absolutely mind-blown by the whole thing. Wait, you can actually grind up your skills just by sleeping on this thing? But in Seiha's wild imagination, things looked a bit different. I can totally train you while you sleep. Shingu was completely exhausted. He just wanted to faceplant onto the mattress, but reality wouldn't let him. Man, he desperately wanted to sink into that sweet, sweet bed right now. But he still had way too many unfinished projects to handle. Shingu stared at the door, his mind racing. So, will this awesome door magically take me anywhere? Just imagine. Out of nowhere, Aaron was already daydreaming about going on some epic fancy vacation. Ningu, I want to go travel to Greece. Helplessly, he just handed over all his essence. All right, here is the essence. Then boom, the system panel popped up again. Level 2 door unlocked. A literal exit door. Now you can use essence to warp straight into the nearest dungeon. Using the rest area key to get the exact same result works perfectly fine too. Honestly, the upgraded door wasn't that flashy. It just had one crazy new feature. A direct shortcut right into a dungeon. Shingu stepped out completely mind-blown as he crossed over to the other side. Wow, this is exactly how I'd feel if my daughter came home rocking a crazy's medieval hairstyle. Aaron instantly wrecked his weird fantasy. Dude, you literally do not even have a daughter. She kept breaking it down for him. Every time you hit a dungeon now, at least you won't have to dig a hole with your own stupid tail anymore. And honestly, that is pretty awesome news, right? You and I both know Shingu had to surrender eventually. Objectively speaking, it was a solid choice. Aaron totally hyped up the crew. Look, we are basically running out of dungeons here in Seoul. And if another massive dungeon outbreak happens like last time, just stab the key right into the dirt. Who cares if people stare? But she totally forgot our guy Shingu is as stubborn as a literal rock. Not changing his mind that fast, obviously. It still has its limits, though. Shingu slowly pointed out all the terrible flaws he could think of. Like, what if you use that door to warp into a dungeon and it drops you right into the Demon King's castle? I'd have to run away instantly. Aaron was so freaking done with his endless overthinking. Oh, so you actually know how to run away? She just smiled, staying super optimistic about her argument. We should only use this thing once we have enough return scrolls. This whole update didn't make Shingu feel better at all. Honestly, it just made him aggressively rip his hair out in frustration. Once I completely conquer the Great Demon's colony for this current quest, I seriously have zero clue what I'm supposed to do next. He angrily brushed the whole thing off. Whatever, man, let's just wash up and hit the bed. Aaron immediately volunteered. I get to go second. Sia awkwardly raised a hand to ask, so what am I supposed to do now? Ingu's face went completely dark when Aaron decided she was going to take charge of him. They all dragged themselves to the local convenience store and actually bought a little toy house. The cashier at the store cheerfully smiled at them. Your little niece is absolutely going to love this thing. After that weird shopping trip, day quickly faded away into the pitch-black night. Shingu and Aaron finally woke up, fully energized. All right, let's go hunt down a brand new dungeon. But Aaron completely blocked his path. Nope, shut up. You desperately need more rest. He was so confused. Dude, I literally just rested. Aaron glared, nagging like an angry little wife. I would not bother you if a simple night of sleep was enough, but it is a totally different story when we are talking about level sickness. Shingu turned totally pale just echoing her words. Level sickness? Suddenly Seiya chimed in, having eavesdropped on the whole thing. Yeah, that is exactly right. It is completely true. This kind of thing never happens to an average talent guy like me. But for someone like Aaron over here, since she had such a high-tier background back when she was an active player, so she has totally gone through it. Aaron just sighed, continuing to explain things to our blockhead Shingu. You and I both know you have been overworking yourself way too hard. You are constantly speed-running these dungeons like an absolute maniac. Alright, you and I are jumping right into the madness. Our guy tries learning a passive skill in a higher dungeon, but leveling up too fast broke him. Aaron absolutely rips into him, diagnosing his sick body with pure stupidity. She keeps the savage threats coming. Because when he levels up that crazy fast, his brain literally lags behind his physical body, leaving him super sick and completely vulnerable. If he keeps throwing punches while glitching out like this, things will get catastrophically bad. That is exactly why our guy desperately needs a timeout to recalibrate his stats. Drops one final brutal reality check. Balance and hardcore professionalism are key. Mangu finally listens up, realizing her nagging actually makes sense. He normally tests his limits before spamming skills, but dude literally skipped 15 whole levels. If he triggers anything right now, instant disaster. Aaron is definitely not letting him off the hook here. Sometimes you gotta sleep to get overpowered. Shingu takes the total verbal defeat. Fine. He finally agrees to rest, checking out his current physique. But staring at the ceiling feels like a massive waste of time. Maybe some light training? Aaron totally reads his mind, giving him massive creeps. Why are you staring at me? He hits him with maximum emotional damage. I figured your destiny was dying totally alone. Singu literally shivers. Wait, what kind of trash talk was that? The room turns into absolute chaotic noise. We should totally go shopping together. Great, another noisy roommate. Isn't a basic plastic dollhouse enough for you? No way, no cheap dolls here. We need a bathroom and real beds. And just because we are tiny does not mean we never starve. Singu gives them the ultimate dead fish stare. He entirely forgot about that detail, and food delivery definitely does not drop into dungeons. If he was home, the microwave would just beep! He proudly stares at the shiny new break room fridge. Finally got a fridge. Aaron is completely and utterly unimpressed. Look incredibly smug right now, Shingu. She lectures him like a disappointed mom. Dude, I bet you could buy 100 fridges. Seriously, why not just drop that cash on a massive luxury mansion? You and I know he has farmed infinite cash wiping out level 100 plus monsters lately. Shingu totally shuts her down. Nope, a real-world base just makes us massive easy targets. Aaron just dramatically sighs at him. Who exactly are you running away from? Ignoring that, Shingu bolts out and grabs his trusty helmet. Time for a shopping spree. Aaron quickly dive bombs right into one of his jacket pockets. Seiya slowly tries to sneak in too. Gets instantly blasted. What on earth do you think you are doing? This pocket is VIP only. Seiya awkwardly backs away. Hey now, my bad. He heavily sulks onto Shingu's shoulder. I thought your body would feel super cozy and warm. Singu gets massive goosebumps. That is insanely creepy. Never say that again. The two keep roasting each other on the scooter. Wait, what about the license plate? Slapped it on the back. Relax. Just make sure to follow the traffic laws. No, I know. It's a totally boring red light. Ooh. Shingu actually obeys and stops. He looks around. Wait, are those identical scooters parked everywhere next to him? His brain short circuits. Why are so many people riding right now? They all have his exact red and white paint job. Oh man, I am getting so hungry. Deha is literally only thinking about food. Must be new Chinese spots opening. But Aaron spots the reality. Oh, they are 100% copying your style. And Shingu is hopelessly clueless. Why would anyone copy me? She sighs. Because you went super viral on the news, dummy. Aaron shakes her head hard. You really do not understand the massive media hype. You grabbed the entire planet's attention by stopping a huge disaster before it even happened. Crazy stuff. Trust me, you and I know if someone uploaded your fight in high def, every single viewer would become wildly obsessed. Gu just blinks like a confused puppy. Are you for real? But aren't there way better players out there? The more he talks, the more Aaron sounds like an exhausted grandma. Yes, freaks with way more mana exist. Alright, you and I know there is a huge difference between actual legends and absolute posers. Take Kim Haryong. Seiha still cannot process how much that dude got completely wrecked. Meanwhile, Aaron's breakdown is looping in Singu's head, how he just casually rolled up and toyed with a massive hobgoblin. He literally one-shotted the veteran beast with a single hammer swing, dropping everyone's jaws. The trio parks their motorcycle right next to some girls totally fangirling over the leaked footage. Did you see the video? It has 1 billion views. The face plastered on their phone screen? Yep, it is Singu. They are totally hyping up the Sanha village incident, calling him the ultimate goblin slayer. I heard he is literally the greatest hunter on the planet, one whispers. And yeah, Singu is standing right there, hearing every single word. They are absolutely losing their minds over his new fan club. One yells, I want to join. Same here. Deha is basically glowing, just standing next to a living legend. He smirks, noting that hitting the mark at first is completely crucial. Singu is utterly confused. Are you an economics major or something? Hey, what are you even saying? Eha breaks it down for our clueless hero. Sky City is always packed with players. But you were the crazy guy handling the ground monsters before anyone else. Aaron looks super puzzled. Wait, so what are the other players even doing then? Seha suddenly remembers an epic auction he watched online. Coincidentally, they held a massive auction that day. So obviously, absolutely everyone was busy hanging out up in Sky City. Singu grinds his teeth. Damn it, I really should not attract any more attention right now. Aaron nods, totally loving his serious tone. But then our guy realizes a hilarious loophole. With so many cheap cosplayers running around, nobody can actually pinpoint the real him. The squad then casually strolls into an insanely crowded shopping mall. Being a full-time monster hunter, Singu is super paranoid. Way too many people here. Seiya eagerly scopes out the scene. Everyone is hoarding basic survival stuff. They are stacking up on long-lasting canned food just in case they get totally locked down indoors. And of course, other wild gear. They are even buying melee weapons like axes and bats to smash monsters. Seiya practically has to teach our OP hero how to shop like a normal human. Honestly, that trend completely wiped out the local thieves. Meanwhile, Singu blankly wanders into the kitchenware aisle. Aaron chimes in, our hideout lacks a kitchen, should we really buy this stuff? Singu shuts that down instantly. I cannot cook and we literally have zero electricity back at the base. Suddenly, Seiya spots something super weird going on. Wait, how does the fridge even work then? Do we at least have running water? Singu chuckles at the kid. Honestly, that is a fantastic question. Now, you and I know things are about to get chaotic. While shopping, the TV blasts a massive news segment about Singu. Look, he is on screen again. The reporter desperately begs the public. If anyone has absolutely any information about this legendary player, please contact us immediately. Singu seriously wishes he never looked up. His face goes completely dark. He is being treated like a wanted criminal. They want people to snitch on him? Our boy is glaring so hard at that broadcast, he literally completely forgets what he was even trying to buy. A massive new mountain suddenly flashes across the TV screen. Everyone watches in total suspense. The footage shows hordes of incredibly ugly hobgoblins. Another wild shot reveals a gigantic mutated cricket hunting for food. Singu squints in pure confusion. Wait, is that not a dungeon? The broadcast just keeps looping insane clips of these dungeon monsters. Aaron is completely shocked. That place is way too huge to be a standard dungeon, and they are filming it live. Before she even finishes, Seiya totally geeks out. Boss, is that not Seiraxan Mountain in Soksho? My parents dragged me to every single tourist trap there when I was a kid. The TV broadcast keeps rolling. The monsters spawning around Biryong Waterfall at Seiraxan Mountain were initially wiped out by the local players they called in. The incredibly brave news anchor explains the horror. An insane wave of new monsters spawned out of nowhere, spreading like absolute wildfire in mere seconds. They literally cannot track how many beasts are roaming out there anymore. Plus, tons of innocent civilians are totally trapped on that deadly mountain. The government is terrified of acting rashly, and honestly, this is just a tiny glimpse of the massive global monster outbreak. Over in South Korea, the #1 hunter managed to crush the dungeon super early. But out in other countries? Other countries are failing to clear dungeons. This causes massive global dungeon breaks. Stick with me here because if this absolute nightmare keeps up, these monsters will fully colonize Earth and multiply. Are we just going to watch humanity get evicted? The epic broadcast wraps up by desperately hunting for Singu. If anyone knows anything about the heroic player who can end this nightmare, please report his exact location to us immediately. Seriously, please? The mall crowd completely loses their minds. Wait, is that not the exact guy they just mentioned? But, hold up. There are way too many cosplayers copying him right now. Is he actually a real player? He does not even have wings. A realization suddenly hits Singu's brain. Get it now. This is exactly why they are hunting me down. Aaron stares at him, totally stressed out. What is his next move? Alright, you and I are watching Singu totally space out again. Clearing the dungeon was already a huge mess. Plus, if the final boss monster already escaped, what is our guy even supposed to do there? If people think he is just God's personal janitor, he definitely needs to correct that massive misunderstanding. Singu realizes the current issue. He is pretty confident the stronger players are already in the system, which means they can easily handle all the monster drama themselves. Him just standing around there will not magically save anyone else. Aaron completely disagrees though. She seriously doubts there are any players out there stronger than him. Deha chimes in too. If other players heard that, they would question their whole decade of existence. Aaron argues back, but it honestly does not help much. He's insanely proud of Singu's raw power. Our guy basically had level 100 strength even before he officially became an awakened player. Wild, right? Then he hits level 50 illegally and casually unlocks a passive skill all by himself. Absolute flex. He stops walking, whatever. Singu points at himself, realizing he needs to normalize his chaotic body by finally taking a nap. And if Seiraxan Mountain is still an absolute war zone by then, while Seiya and Aaron listen super closely, he might just go check it out. Singu's eyes get dead serious. There has to be another totally unhinged way to fix this, even with the dungeon already breaking out. But deep down, he is just daydreaming about looting sweet monster essence. Even without it, getting high-tier monster mana crystals is way more exciting than boring real-world stuff anyway. After having that thought, he and his trusty supporters jump straight onto their motorcycle, ready to ride. Time to head back. The whole squad then rolls into the rest area. Singu drops into deep meditation mode. He starts feeling these literal starlights inside. They are shining super brightly from deep inside his own body. It is not like Singu can physically see them. It is more like something rushing right through his emotions. He can only feel their abstract existence, but he is completely sure they are there. The unique vibe of this starlight, how it connects to his body and what it does. Each little star shines in its own rebellious way, totally proving they exist. There are exactly 5 stars total. That is actually 2 less than his total passive skills. The tiniest star is just an intersection between 2 others, representing his poison and fire resistance skills. Those 2 stars flare up the most whenever fire or poison tries to ruin his day. It is definitely his smallest and most basic power. Still, if Singu grinds hard enough, he could easily fix his own annoying weak points. These 2 only work when he gets attacked, so he does not really gain that much from them anyway. Now, here's where it gets fun. The next star is his newly crafted heavy weapon combat passive. He did not think it would just apply to hammers. Axes, massive swords, or literally any heavy weapon gets a crazy boost from this specific skill. Singu knows this will be super helpful in fights where chucking heavy weapons around matters. He imagines his future brawls, analyzing and perfectly using the exact weight of each weapon. That lets him move insanely fast and efficiently, all while dumping massive amounts of damage right onto his poor opponents. That is the whole point of this busted skill. Singu slowly figures out his own passives. He smirks like an absolute menace. If any monster tries him just because he looks slow with a hammer, they are getting smashed to literal pieces the very next second. This skill is the epic result of Singu trying really hard to boost his body speed and totally remove any annoying delays during his attacks.
Cool.
Still, it is pretty concerning for him since that little star is currently fluctuating like crazy. Singu grips the crane claw tight, but since he is the one who created it, it reacts to him the most. Its synchronization with his body and its actual usefulness in a messy fight are honestly top tier. He stares at the fading sunlight. It even levels up proportionally with how often he swings that hammer in combat. What a massive advantage since it depends on both his body and his weapon. Singu happily brags about it to Aaron. He thinks he is completely done mastering his body. In return, he gets Aaron's extremely unimpressed stare. So he rested and checked his body just to use heavy weapon combat. Singu clenches his fist, showing off his total dedication. His body has changed a ridiculous amount, but he figures he can fully exploit every single part of it right now. He wants to sprint outside and wildly swing his hammer around. Aaron instantly crushes Singu's little dream. Should he not check out his other skills while he is at it? Singu gives a super cheeky wink. He was totally planning on doing that anyway. She still cannot believe him. Really? Next up are the 2 brightest stars, staying far away from the others. One is killing intent, and the other is his most mysterious passive. Singu's eyes turn super calculating. That casual attitude is actually pure courage. His whole vibe flips completely. A terrifying aura explodes around him. If Singu looks through his killing intent first, it is a skill deeply combined with all his power, including his body, his soul, and mana. It swallows him whole, sharpens its own crazy image, and blasts straight outward, so epic. Alright, you and I are seeing something wild. This passive skill literally shatters enemy souls without draining a single drop of energy. Our boy Singu shuts his eyes, trying to connect all these crazy dots. If he digs a little deeper into this broken skill, maybe he can figure out how to combo it with his other moves. Plus, there's that whole messy clash between totally different energy sources. But yeah, pulling that off right now, not happening.
Would you?
He actually throws his hands up, instantly giving up on his own thought process. It's way out of his current league anyway. With barely any juice left in the tank, he moves on to courage. This was the very first passive skill Singu ever got, and honestly, it's still the biggest mystery of them all. It supposedly reduces damage or totally softens the impact from sneaky ambushes and traps whenever our clueless guy isn't paying attention. It has absolutely zero to do with his physical state or mana pool, even though it lives inside his body. This skill relies purely on his awareness and whatever random outside factors hit him. Even Singu himself hasn't fully cracked how this nonsense actually works. Staring hard at the passive aura, he thinks, I totally should have come up with a skill that breaks all normal logic considering my current messed up state. Seriously, classic main character logic right there. This wild stuff probably only became real thanks to the dungeon's insane mana and the sheer power of his control achievement. Our guy Singu is currently sitting on 5 entire passive skills, which basically means he has nothing left to learn, except maybe swinging around heavy-duty weapons like an absolute maniac. Next up are 2 passives existing outside his body. First is that weird tattoo-like thing stamped right onto his hand. And then there's the literal lizard tail growing out of his butt. It's so bizarre he can't even picture it properly, let alone figure out how to start using his soul power. Plus those other souls have just been chilling there since Singu scooped them up. Turns out most people don't exactly cough up their souls without a serious fight. Thinking back to all the spooky spirits he's encountered, Singu realizes something. I actually haven't seen a ghost in a hot minute. I've got a seriously bad feeling I'm gonna run into one real soon. He goes right back to comparing his crazy moves, skills, and passives. That chaotic chaos tail of his? It's basically made zero progress lately, completely useless. He totally neglected it, figuring it was just a giant weird key for opening dungeons. But since he upgraded his rest area and unlocked totally new ways to enter, Singu honestly lost any real reason to even swing the thing around anymore. He stares down at his own swishing tail. Wait, isn't there some totally awesome, different way I can actually use this thing? You and I know this guy well. Singu suddenly clenches his fist in pure determination. No freaking way. No part of his epic body is allowed to be totally useless. He just needs to train it right. Singu's chaos tail immediately starts swishing back and forth through the empty air, targets a cup and wraps right around it. Singu is absolutely thrilled. Nice! He trains the tail to grip the cup tight, realizing he can totally move it freely. It's not just for digging holes anymore. Compared to when he first started training this weird appendage, all the awkward clumsiness has completely vanished into thin air. Clenching his fist, he sets his ultimate goal, wielding that tail freely, especially when both hands are busy fighting villains. Seeing the chaos tail, Seiya flutters right over to him. Man, I'm honestly super jealous. I've got a whole extra arm back there. Singu just casually drops a comeback. You want to trade it for those shiny wings? Seiya instantly backpedals in pure panic. I am so sorry. Watching his two supporters circle his awesome tail, Singu mentally facepalms. Why didn't he think of this sooner? Other players out there can literally fly around freely with their wings, giving them absolutely insane mobility advantages right from the very start of the game. So, wrapping this logic up, our guy concludes he can absolutely whip this tail out as a killer weapon in active combat. Singu suddenly flashes back to using the chaos tail as a glorified dungeon shovel. Caught between memories and reality, he totally spaces out, just mindlessly swishing his tail around the rest area. This thing is huge enough to trigger his heavy weapon combat skill. Eren desperately dodges out of the way, yelling, "Dude, you're literally gonna smash the whole freaking floor." Singu thinks back to all those ugly monsters. Problem is, the tail just isn't long enough to smash enemies right in front of him. But once he actually masters wielding it, he totally believes he can obliterate any sneaky enemies attacking from behind. Snapping out of his deep thoughts, Singu spins right toward Eren. He curiously asks what would actually happen if his precious new tail ever got terribly injured. Painting a totally hypothetical picture, she explains, "I'm pretty sure your tail works exactly the same way as our magical wings do. And honestly, we absolutely will not lose our wings, no matter what crazy stuff actually happens. Taking damage won't make the wings completely vanish. Instead, all that nasty pain transfers straight into our main bodies." Eren keeps breaking down exactly how their wings recover from serious battle damage. That damage gets fixed by potions or healing magic, but if it's way too massive, none of those normal tricks will actually work. Singu instantly connects the dots. He'd literally die from the damage transfer, even if he didn't use the wings as shields. Eren looks pretty stressed out just imagining a body part vanishing. "Once my energy completely runs dry, I literally won't be able to fly around anymore." And that's exactly when I'd forcefully log out and crash straight into the ground. Singu grips his knees hard, thinking deeply about his own bizarre anatomy. Well, at least I definitely don't have to worry about my tail getting sliced clean off during a fight. You and I know what's next. He gleefully jumps up. Time for another massive fight. Seeing his epic hype, Seiya is totally amazed. "Is it finally time for battle? I can actually help you out now." But Singu completely ignores him. "If you do so awesome that the broadcast cameras catch it, it'll cause insane trouble for us. So just stay put right exactly there." Leaving Seiya utterly devastated, crying out, "No freaking way." Singu flashes this incredibly smug grin. The Tornado Guild is totally losing their minds right now since he and Eren just up and quit. "Wouldn't it be hilarious if I rolled up with both of you?" he says. Then our guy raises one finger and starts his little lecture. "Look, I know you are dying to repay the guy who saved your life. But hey, isn't there a dungeon nearby? I am really looking forward to seeing what you can do in there." Seiya just bows, totally ready to follow his orders. "Understood loud and clear, boss." Eren watches them getting all chummy and gets a tiny bit jealous. "You two sure look close," she mutters. Singu just shrugs it off. He's just way too hyped, he tells her. "But seriously, keep your guard up. Because if they actually catch you, I am going to end up throwing hands with that Harrian guy, or worse." Instantly, Eren pictures the exact dude she hates more than anyone else on the planet. Seiya instantly catches the heavy sarcasm Singu is throwing down. "That Harrian jerk? Yeah, he is the complete creep who claims to be Eren's fiancé. Who knows what kind of crazy stuff he would pull if he caught them. Just thinking about that absolute weirdo gives Eren major goosebumps." Seeing her get entirely creeped out, Singu smoothly changes the subject. "I really hate hanging around guys who only think with their lower half anyway." Too bad he cannot dodge her sharp comeback. "Sounds like you used to be exactly like that," she fires back. Singu shoots back with zero hesitation. "Look, I do not need to do it to understand it, okay?" Then he completely cuts her off. "All right, enough talking. Now then, let us hit up Mount Siarak." The three of them happily stroll off, leaving nothing but a chaotic trail of banter behind them. "Hey, maybe we should grab some extra potatoes and corn while we are up there." "Stop being so picky. Though honestly, I am a huge fan of those potato rice cakes too. Guess we already know what is for lunch today. But while these three are goofing around, Mount Sayrak is dealing with a totally different vibe. A local defense militia is currently hiding deep in the tall grass. Thick black smoke shoots into the sky. A helicopter just went down. They totally figured out we were tracking them from up there. Panicked voices echo through their radios non-stop. What is going on? Up until yesterday, these freaks were not showing any organized movements at all. Do you think this has something to do with that weird flash? One guy in the squad stays on high alert, terrified the enemy might jump out and ambush them any second. Even their absolute best fighters are shaking in their boots right now. Sure, they can blast those tiny goblins and lesser demons with guns, but that definitely does not mean they are safe from the real nightmare waiting out here. Plus, that chopper already caught footage of some seriously massive monsters. Being backed into a corner like this is pushing everyone to their absolute breaking point. Damn it, I literally just got back from my vacation last week. Even with their lives dangling by a single thread, two soldiers just cannot stop gossiping. Well, that is exactly why this whole thing is better. If you had just left and this mess popped off, you would get dragged right back anyway. Man, I honestly did not even think about that. What do these players even look like anyway? Nothing great, but word on the street says there are an absolute ton of them. Both of their gun barrels are aiming straight up into the sky. Hey, watch your aim. Just blast anything that looks shorter than an actual human. I seriously doubt they can make it out this far. But hey, if all those players die, we are definitely next on the menu, so stay alert. Suddenly, Singu's voice casually floats over from out of nowhere. Oh man, I guess I really cannot ride my motorcycle out here. The two soldiers freak out and immediately aim their rifles at him. Who is there? Hey idiot, do not just point your gun like a total maniac. The two guys tackle Singu to the ground and aggressively rip open his plastic bag. Inside, literally nothing but a few completely useless rocks rolling around. Singu scrambles away as fast as his legs can carry him. Our enemies are literal monsters. Why the heck would you aim a gun at a human voice? Aaron gets all unexpectedly shy. This was actually one of my mom's favorite snacks before she passed away. But seeing Aaron act so completely laid back about it, Singu just cannot hold back from scolding her. Can you try being even a little serious when talking about super sad memories? He snaps. Meanwhile, Seha completely interrupts them. We really should have just sneaked right past them. Singu completely ignores his new subordinate. Hey, that is just the price they pay for surviving. I am about to save their lives, so I absolutely get to troll them. Why does every Korean guy love messing with fresh soldiers so much? Aaron sighs, sounding totally done. I will never understand it. She closes her eyes, tuning her mind into the surrounding frequencies. Suddenly, her eyes pop wide open, sparkling with pure disbelief at what she just picked up on the radar. There are absolutely no players anywhere near us. But get this, her very next sentence makes the vibe incredibly weird. Wait, I am not sensing a single monster out here either. Aaron instantly flips into full encyclopedia mode, trying to break down this totally bizarre situation for him. Think about it. There were barely any players in all of Korea from the start. They must be incredibly busy doing their whole training montage at the Heaven City. Real veterans do not usually just jump into a huge fight right off the bat. The twisted, ugly faces of those massive demons are still giving Aaron major nightmares. Goblins and lesser demons are bad enough on their own, but that crazy video literally caught a greater demon on camera. Bringing up that absolute nightmare fuel makes Singu pause and do some serious mental math. Yeah, I am guessing this is not just from a couple of random dungeons. Alright, you and I are about to see some insane mystery logic here. Think about it. How do dead players from completely different dungeons all end up dropping into the exact same location? Makes zero sense, right? Our boy Shingu just tilts his head, innocently asking if maybe it is some kind of mega dungeon. That clueless question actually makes Aaron burst out laughing. Dungeons are not theme parks, Shingu. She is so done. And tries dumping it down for him. Even an anthill makes more logical sense than this mess. The only way this works is if their entire mini-world crashed down to Earth. And yeah, the odds of that happening are practically zero. Aaron stares at the creepy trees, pitching a brand new theory. Something wild must have gone down when the dungeon broke, and the final boss escaped out into the open. Guess we will find out if we just interrogate the monsters ourselves. Shingu totally agrees, spinning around and pointing into the woods. He figures they probably ran off this way after we got some distance. Seha is just standing there, completely mind-blown by his sharp senses. It is so cool that you can track them from this far away, he says. Listening to Seha totally glaze him, Shingu just keeps his mouth shut. Cannot let them know the actual truth right now, because they would definitely flip out if he admitted it was literally just a lucky guess. He suddenly sprints deep into the forest. His logic? If I just keep running in one direction long enough, I will find something. The wind fuels his blind, ridiculous confidence. I am bound to hit a monster eventually. But then a terrifying scream echoes out, making Shingu stumble back, his face completely pale like a crashed computer. Please, help me. The air gets super heavy, pressing down on Aaron. There is definitely a monster nearby. I can hear someone out there. It is the real deal. Shingu cannot help but panic. How on earth did those guys even survive while trapped on a mountain like this? He shifts gears, sprinting at full speed toward the screaming. The tall grass totally kills his momentum, forcing him to slow down. Finally, he gets a front row seat to the absolute nightmare causing all that horrible noise. It is a completely unfair bloodbath down by the cliff, players versus a massive horde of goblins. These bloodthirsty little freaks are backing the last survivors into a corner, growling with those nasty rage-inducing noises. 3 dead players are already tossed aside like literal garbage, forgotten. Neri desperately uses a cloth to stop Jugun from bleeding out. Her strongest guy, Baeko, is trembling but holding the front line like an absolute boss. Even shaking, his raw loyalty forces him to raise his sword to protect his squad. From his high vantage point, Singu sees the full disaster unfolding below. Hundreds of armed goblins everywhere. But wait, there is more. They brought backup. Dozens of massive hobgoblins wearing full armor. Aaron slips right into her tactical support mode, trying to hold him back. She says you could literally fill an entire mid-tier dungeon with this ridiculous amount of enemies. But one thing is totally off. Even a veteran player like her has never seen a mixed army like this. Monsters from completely different races teaming up on the same side. Wild. Compared to her deadly serious vibe, Singu is just way too chill about it. His voice is so casual, he just goes, well, in fantasy comics this happens all the time. Maybe some demon lord or dragon showed up to rule over them. Typical villain stuff. That goofy attitude makes Aaron realize exactly who she is dealing with. You accept this anime logic way too fast. Realizing she got totally distracted by his absolute nonsense, she snaps back to reality in a panic, screaming out, "No! That is not the point right now. We have to save them." Singu is literally sweating bullets from her yelling. I know! He takes a running leap off the cliff. Yes! And his unbreakable will is pulled straight out of his inventory. When he slams into the ground, he is fully decked out in armor, gripping the black wolf claws tight. Goblins nearby freak out at this new guy dropping in. A fresh sacrifice, offer him up. They start blasting him with their janky handmade guns. Kill him. Ringu arrogantly tanks all those weak attacks like it is absolutely nothing. They completely lose their minds in panic. Fall back. This guy is not normal. Winds up, ready to absolutely obliterate these annoying little bugs crowding him. Using the black wolf claws to break free, Singu quietly activates his skill. Charge, time to go crazy. Massive, deafening explosion from behind violently grabs the attention of the front row goblins. Now here is where you and I enjoy the payback. In a flash, these monsters are sent flying into the sky without wings. Singu bulldozes straight through, launching everyone blocking his path. Right before he smashes into the boss goblin, he pulls off a super artistic dodge roll that nearly gives the monster a heart attack. What? He lands the perfect superhero pose right in front of the players. You and I are watching a masterpiece unfold. Singu just barks at Baeko to protect his friend, making the poor guy flinch instantly. I get it. While taking a quick breather, those little goblin freaks suddenly shoot darts right at him. His perfectly good outfit is totally ruined, forcing Singu to yank the dart out in sheer agony. Pure, unfiltered rage instantly boils over in his mind. His deadly eyes lock onto those punks. His massive hand tosses the sharp darts right back, aggressively returning their little act of politeness. Those tiny projectiles slice the air at supersonic speed, instantly sending a few goblins straight to the afterlife. One goblin sees this absolute bloodbath and instantly chickens out, crying about how stupidly strong he is. But of course, his idiot teammates reject that idea immediately. We are going to kill him for the sacrifice, a total sacrifice. Singu swings his black wolf weapon with lethal energy radiating everywhere. He brutally mocks them, saying, "Sacrifice this, you absolute freaks." His heavy swing smashes straight into the dirt, creating a massive shockwave. The ground completely shatters, sending debris flying high into the air. That handsome face drops some terrifying Grim Reaper lines. If you guys try to run away, I am going to hit you so much harder. The goblins absolutely freeze up, too terrified to even breathe. Singu sees them standing totally paralyzed and gets ridiculously excited, like he just won the lottery. Good. Stay right there. The black wolf weapon swings high. The absolute massacre has officially begun right now. With a highly artistic hammer swing, Singu sweeps the goblins away like falling autumn leaves. Baeko is totally dumbfounded by the sheer arrogance of this unknown hero. How is this guy so ridiculously strong anyway? Nari sits watching the fight, eyes literally sparkling while spitting out non-stop compliments. He has to be a high-ranked player, I am absolutely sure of it. 3. Seeing that insanely badass weapon in his hands, Baeko is half skeptical. Does anyone in Korea actually use a huge hammer like that? She frantically searches her memory to back up her wild claim. I think it is him. His silhouette is exactly the same. Her subtle hint actually helps him piece together the guy's real identity, that famous person from Sanha. Unlike the totally relaxed vibe of our human, the goblins decide to rush a quick victory in pure anxiety. We need a sacrifice. A sacrifice for the new world. He watches these naive preys willingly hand over their bodies. Singu secretly celebrates this easy win. They are charging in like moths to a literal flame. Even better for him. He lowers his center of gravity to get the perfect attacking angle before completely executing these clueless monsters. Barely even needs to move. Just swing the giant hammer. Before they even realize where he is, they stare in absolute horror as their weapons snap in half. He swings his arms like he is casually farming combo points. Those guys take every single brutal hit without him missing once. Even Seiha hiding behind the leaves drops a comment that makes Eren nod in total agreement. He is literally just playing whack-a-mole right now. Amidst the spreading fear, the terrified goblins whisper to each other, "Sacrifice. Sacrifice." With completely deadpan eyes, Singu snuffs out their stupid words like crushing a tiny matchstick. Yeah, you guys really still talking about that nonsense? No need to activate toxic mode, his mouth automatically stabs them right where it hurts. Do you weaklings even count as proper sacrifices anyway? That innocent face casually drops lines that completely destroy their fragile self-esteem. If he brutally kills all of them, will some new monster actually show up? Boss Demon, for example. Eren knows exactly where this cocky talk leads, so she does not even try to stop it. If things get dangerous, you better run immediately. Singu tightly grips his black wolf weapon in front of the goblins like a grim reaper omen. From now on, he will be much more careful to completely avoid dying. The closest goblins suddenly feel a terrifying chill shooting down their spines out of nowhere. Something is extremely wrong with this guy. The bearded one starts shaking violently in absolute, unfiltered terror. This is truly... Wait, what is happening? Before he can even fully process it, the goblin screams wildly because his friend's head just literally explodes right in front of him. Now you and I know this hit is legendary. It strikes them like a sonic bomb, causing complete screaming chaos like a crashed internet livestream. There is absolutely zero chance left. The mana completely stops spreading. The dark ritual has totally stopped. In that noisy panic, one slightly braver goblin dares to point a finger at Singu. That bastard right there, he is a weird human. Eren suddenly blurts out her smart deduction after observing this chaos for long enough. I am not sure what is happening, but I am clearly blocking them. Maybe it actually relates to Singu secretly being a hidden underground player. Listens closely, his eyes gleaming with a really weird light. Whatever, not his problem anyway. Right now, it is time to focus on wiping them all out. Pure lethal energy completely floods the air, making those cowardly little goblins desperately retreat and run away fast. He leaps high into the air, his voice mixing pure excitement and bloodlust. You guys can attack freely, but do not even think about escaping me. A flock of terrified birds frantically scatters the moment that massive hammer echoes across the entire forest. The goblins turn to dust. You and I know it looks exactly like Thanos snapping his fingers. Alright, you and I know a boss when we see one. The battle ends and his back radiates bizarre, overpowered energy. Dugun barely gets his breath back before completely losing his mind over Singu's skills. Like, dude literally wiped out everything single-handedly. Bako can't even hide his total fanboy mode right now. His voice is literally shaking as he mutters, "Wait, he solo cleared that whole mob in like 5 seconds flat?" Ding, the classic system screen pops up. Singu hits level 51. His other stats haven't spiked much, but our guy is completely caught off guard by this sweet little surprise. Wait, I leveled up? Okay, now things are getting incredibly spicy. Singu squints, staring hard at the goblin mob slowly turning to dust on the floor. Wait a minute. Just killing overworld monsters grants you actual XP? That completely shatters every single rule he thought he knew. Meanwhile, Seiha cautiously double-checks her own status screen in pure shock. Get this, even the pure support players leveled up from that crazy carry. Eren's brain is practically short-circuiting right now. So, you're telling me you can actually level up in the real world just by hunting dungeon break monsters? Wait, does everyone get this exact treatment? Singu is scratching his head too. Is this insane leveling hack active for every single player out there? Or is he just getting special VIP treatment because of his hidden player status? Eren doesn't miss a beat. She deadpans, yeah, I'm definitely betting on the latter. Our resident teen genius starts breaking it down. Honestly, this dump looks way more like a creepy bug nest than the Heavenly City. Flashbacks of those totally unhinged demons replay in her mind like some edgy black and white indie movie. Honestly, that probably explains why the monster mobs were freaking out so incredibly hard earlier. Just hearing that theory is enough to get Singu's battle junkie blood pumping again. He flashes a grin. Alright, let's go test that out. But before running off, he turns to interrogate the 3 random players. Hey, did you guys level up after slaughtering these ugly things too? But right on the spot, Bako nervously answers for the group. Absolutely not. The guy drops some basic gaming knowledge on him. We've shredded tons of monsters out here, and literally 0 happened. You only get that sweet XP when you completely clear the official dungeons back in the Heavenly City. Well, theory confirmed. Singu's whole vibe instantly turns super serious as he mutters, so that's how it is. He then casually changes the subject to check on the wounded guy he spotted earlier. Hey, is your injured buddy holding up okay? Dugu awkwardly replies to their overpowered savior. Yeah, we are doing much better now. Nari immediately jumps into the conversation. Once we make it back to the Heavenly City, we'll get proper healing. She hits him with a super dramatic, respectful bow. Seriously, thank you for saving our skins. But that deep bow accidentally flashes some major cleavage, making our badass hero blush bright red. Yeah, no problem. Nari decides to just blurt out the question they've all been wondering. Hey, are you by any chance from Sanha? Singu shuts that down instantly. With a totally ice-cold glare, he flips the script. This zone is getting way too sketchy. You guys need to bounce right now. Got it? It's a simple threat, but insanely effective, because Nari immediately stutters in total fear. Yes! Meanwhile, Dugu looks like he just saw a ghost. Still, Nari glances back over her shoulder, her voice dropping into a crazy depressing tone. But our teammates didn't make it. Underneath stark white cloths lie the cold bodies of the fallen. The whole vibe just instantly shifts into pure, heavy sadness. Singu stares at Nari's trembling back, feeling way too awkward, and just averts his eyes. Man, these rookies definitely aren't used to seeing the game over screen in real life. He then catches Eren and Seiya totally vibing with this super depressing funeral mood. They probably lost friends back in the Heavenly City too, before getting instantly booted back down to Earth like it was nothing. Our guy just quietly mutters to himself. So players who die out here in the real world just leave actual corpses behind? But Bako's shaking voice suddenly interrupts his edgy inner monologue. We can't seriously just abandon them out here like trash. Nari complains, looking absolutely torn up but totally helpless. But what the heck are we supposed to do? I literally can't even carry one body. Singu hears this whining and just sighs heavily. He then drops a casually brilliant suggestion. Dude, just stash them inside your inventory space. The three rookies immediately light up like they just won the lottery. Oh my gosh, right. Even Seiya and Eren just stare, totally synced on the exact same wavelength. Okay, are you and I the only ones thinking stuffing corpses into a magic backpack is insanely unhinged? But hey, it beats letting them become goblin snacks, right? Suddenly, a crazy bright light bursts from beneath the three white sheets, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. Blinding glow just keeps pulsing for absolutely zero reason. Bako, who's standing way too close, suddenly spots the absolute madness. The physical corpses are literally evaporating into thin air. He completely panics and dives forward, waving his hands to stop whatever glitch is happening. No! What the hell? Three glowing orbs shoot straight out from the sheets, just floating there in midair. While Singu just stands there looking bored, those three weird energy orbs aggressively rocket straight into his chest while everyone watches in shock. The absolute second those things sink into his body, a flash of light erupts, way more intense than a second ago. The weird symbol on his hand starts venting out these three little trails of edgy purple smoke. Mingu blinks at the crazy system pop-up. Soul collection leveled up to 2. Total soul zone 4. Okay, you and I both know our guy just became a literal Grim Reaper. Alright, you and I are jumping right into absolute chaos. His mind is totally scrambled. Our boy has zero clue what is happening. But honestly, he is kind of digging the vibe. He looks at Bako, who is literally sobbing his eyes out. Singu realizes they totally missed the crazy stuff that just went down. So he just steps in to brutally cut off this mega depressing pity party. Player bodies usually disappear anyway, bro. Seriously, stop crying right now. Nari sniffles, sounding completely salty and super frustrated about it. But hey, his curiosity and absolute zero empathy suddenly end there. He just turns his back, walking off like a total boss. Either sit there crying and attract every single monster around or move. Honestly, he literally does not care. Yet for some weird reason, Nari aggressively pulls him back. Wait up! Singu stashes his undying will right back into his inventory. Every random step he takes just unlocks a billion new brain blasts. Normal players simply cannot get totally buffed by hunting ground monsters. But guess what? Our guy is built insanely different. After scrapping with those demons, he is casually discovering totally unknown concepts. Maybe it is because those freaks broke out from the ant cave dungeon. But hey, at least he figured out a massive cheat code. He does not even need to clear entire dungeons to farm crazy experience and mana points. The wild glowing symbol on his hand totally steals his attention. More insanely though, the lost souls of all those dead players literally just sneaked right into his own body. Singu looks totally dark, failing to hide his massive anxiety. Outing their souls just feels mad creepy. He stares blankly at the free birds flying way up above. But those souls literally came to him voluntarily because of his sick soul collecting skill. This whole situation is absolutely anything but normal. Without dropping a single word, he dashes into the hazy void. Too many weird mysteries, but honestly, whatever. A totally psycho laugh erupts as Singu looks straight up at the sky. End of the day, it is a huge buff. Time to keep grinding this wild rescue mission. His sudden unhinged behavior makes Eren and Seiya, flying right behind him, start brutally judging him. Wait, you said rescue, right? Are we actually going to go rescue other people? Singu dives in, beating down those goblin demons like absolute trash. The younger players furiously spam him with thanks for the totally epic dramatic rescue. Meanwhile, his dark wolf claw swings fiercely through the wind, casually shredding the giant monster faces nearby. The more he brawls, the more hyped he gets grinding loot. A super nasty mix of blood and fine dust quietly trails behind his epic silhouette. Looking fully exhausted after that insane workout, Singu lets out a really heavy, exhausted sigh. Badly needs a sick ranged weapon. Eren just stares as he sits smugly on his epic loot. She cannot help but laugh at him. Bro, how can you even say that when you literally smash greater demons by throwing rocks? Seriously, an actual massive demon got totally wasted by a tiny pebble he chucked as a complete joke. So what kind of ranged weapon works then? Eren is totally clueless, blurting out literally the first dumb thing crossing her mind. How about a slingshot? But Singu aggressively rejects that boomer idea because of the annoying mechanics. Are you actually telling him to scavenge rocks forever? Singu's brain immediately cooks up an image of an insanely badass handheld machine gun. Our guy wants a broken skill to delete enemies from far away, just like a heavy machine gun. Aaron acts supportive, but secretly thinks this whole thing is insanely extra. Honestly, killing greater demons with random rocks already seemed way more than enough. She sharply calls him out with zero hesitation. Well, then you better start grinding that magic bullet skill. You seriously neglected that one forever. This wild reveal totally makes Seiya's eyes pop out in shock. Yo, boss, you actually have that skill? He hypes Singu up, shouting that it is a super rare skill. But he just gets Singu's most punchable, totally unbothered attitude back. Bro, who actually cares if it is rare? Just to prove he is not capping, he instantly blasts a crazy light beam right into the nearest tree. Boom, it casually blows a perfectly round hole straight through the poor trunk, and he feels zero remorse. This lame skill cannot even scratch a basic demon. It is literally the only active ability our guy has not completely overleveled yet. While he is completely stuck, Seiya suddenly gets possessed by the god of physics. What if you make it spin? In comics, skills are always a million times stronger when they spin. Aaron sits there listening to this wild theory, her brain immediately trying to picture that totally magical, insanely epic visual. The mental image of gravity fully wrapping around a perfectly spinning bullet upon firing actually makes Singu stop and think. A spinning projectile fully balances the center of mass, stops trajectory deviation, and absolutely skyrockets the damage output. He tilts his head toward the sky, vividly flashing back to his previous sweaty training sessions. The big problem here? I tried that exact move a billion times and totally failed. I rage quit because it was literally harder than cooking up a brand new passive skill. Suddenly, his brain broadcasts an insanely sharp galaxy brain idea. Wait, what if I casually mix it with another broken skill? Singu totally flips into full mad sinus mode with Aaron. The bullet is basically just an application of the punishment skill. What if we violently combine it with impulse? Exactly like when I created the crazy wild frenzy impulse. This makes her utterly despair, losing faith in humanity. How are you even planning to do that? Aaron struggles finding words to explain the complex skill mechanics. Impulse transfers pure destructive energy and wild speed into the mana, locking it completely into place. These super heavy academic words make him pause and intensely reflect. It looks super basic, but it is actually an insanely complex ability, since it literally involves altering raw mana properties. Singu's entire body fires up with intense crazy energy after fully connecting all the dots. He realized this wild trait super early and trained like an absolute madman. So now, he controls the impulse mana as easily as simply breathing air. Sure, he looks ridiculously cool winking, but actually listening to him makes everyone want to fiercely flip tables. That is how he made Frenzy Impulse, so maybe this is way easier. Temporarily transforming into a crazy professor, Singu kicks off a lecture on using his mutant skills to spam Frenzy Impulse. You just gotta fully fill your whole body with impulse mana, detonate it using the punishment principle, then simultaneously fire mana in every direction to trigger the absolute iron-clad defense. Seiya awkwardly scratches his face, looking completely confused. You and I can totally relate, right? Just hearing this makes my brain want to explode. How did you even invent that insane skill? Aaron lets out a painfully exhausted, super pitiful sigh. I literally told you. He hyped him up like a massive superstar. Yeah, Singu might have low mana, but trust me, he uses it way better than anyone else out there. Singu stared at his absolute fan club doing their little hype routine, quietly thinking to himself, why on earth are you guys prouder of my skills than I am? So with some free time to burn, our guy decided to test it again. The trick was pushing all that mana straight into his fingertip, mixing it with a little dash of battle aura. Singu took a deep breath, totally aware of the worst-case scenario. If he held it too long, his finger would literally snap. The insane energy swirling around him forced its way right into his thumb. Now, the second that mana locked in, he had to fire it off. Blasted that magic bullet straight ahead with his absolute crazy skill. The shot flew so wildly fast, the wind actually slapped his two sidekicks right in the face. In a blink, the bullet smashed directly into a massive rock nearby. Boom! The impact triggered an earth-shattering explosion of total chaos. Debris rained down, and pebbles bounced right at his boots after that big bang. As the smoke cleared, it revealed a huge trench in the dirt stretching 100 meters. Seeing that pure destruction, Singu just froze, totally terrified of his own madness. Meanwhile, Aaron's brain completely blue-screened, failing to reboot. And Seiya? His soul basically logged out from the sheer shock. Singu snapped back to reality and casually tried to play it cool. Wait a second, why has nobody ever tried this simple trick before? Aaron was so annoyed, she instantly fact-checked him. That is not simple at all. Mashing skills together is not some easy joke. He barely got her sanity back before having to lecture this absolute weirdo. I told you already, Battle Aura is definitely not a beginner skill you just throw around whenever you feel like it. I got super curious about Singu's hidden specs. Yo boss, can you actually rapid-fire that thing non-stop? And he instantly hit him with the most confident reply. Actually doing that is way easier. Singu scratched his head awkwardly at the massive mess he made, but I am skipping that for now. Gotta watch out for nature, you know. Seiya shamelessly hyped him up right away, calling it a super wise move. Alright, you and I know he is totally overthinking this new formula. Combining the magic bullet with battle aura drains a ridiculous amount of mana compared to just shooting regular bullets. Singu started stretching out his limbs, doing some casual gymnastics under the extremely judging eyes of his crew. But hey, it did not actually stress his body out that badly. The roller coaster of panic completely flipped into pure arrogant joy. That was literally just a basic test run, but man, I just found myself an incredibly overpowered new weapon today. Yeah. Suddenly, a wicked pain ripped through his entire body, making him dizzy and completely wrecking his breathing rhythm. He frowned on total instinct, his eyes showing a mix of pure confusion and wild shock. This reaction feels exactly like when I scored that berserk battle aura. His body slowly got used to this crazy rare feeling. The only real difference is, this is not a new memory, but an old one rewritten in a completely different way. A fresh system prompt popped up the second he absorbed it. The active magic bullet skill just officially upgraded into the power bullet. Power bullet level 1, baby. 3. Right below that, the text explained the wild logic behind it. The skill literally evolved through fusion, letting him blast a specially boosted mana bullet to absolutely obliterate any target. After reading that, his eyes got super intense. The skill actually changed. Erin chimed in with her 2 cents, saying it was practically the same deal. He floated right up to Singu's face and pointed out, well, I am guessing it is way easier to spam now since it is an official system skill. Seha was literally sweating bullets, counting up all the crazy buffs this guy got. 2 active skills and 1 passive skill in such a stupidly short time. The kid could only come up with one single logical explanation for this madness. He is seriously getting carried by the gods. Erin almost blew a gasket hearing that absolute fairy tale nonsense. Shut up! Meanwhile, Mingu jumped right back into his own mental plotting session. Maybe hunting down an artifact for the magic bullet actually is not a bad idea. His brain conjured up some demon targets to visualize the hype. Power bullet is strong enough to smoke goblins, lesser demons, and maybe even a massive grand demon. But on the flip side, Erin was secretly stressing out big time. Singu is already an absolute monster, and now he has insane range skills too. Watching his overly cocky pose, she just shook her head in total defeat. Seriously, who could possibly stop this guy now? Somewhere up on that rocky mountain, an exhausted Erin finally asked Seiya, so how long has it been? His voice fired back like lightning, 3 straight hours. And the only reason Erin sounded so dead was because Singu went into turbo hunting mode non-stop. Level 53, secured. He stared off into the distance across the epic peaks. This mountain is ridiculously huge. Even tracking monster footprints takes forever. Erin stood aside, quietly muttering to herself, I cannot even imagine how many dungeons got totally wrecked around here. Her heavy thoughts slowly faded away, even though a few sketchy spots straight up looked like old broken down dungeons. Looking at the dead monsters scattered everywhere, her brain was spinning with a sudden wave of total anxiety. There are way too many freaks roaming around here, and yet zero sign of any ultimate boss monster. Singu stopped to catch his breath and randomly checked on the outside world. Anything wild online? Erin furiously scrolled her phone held up by Seiya, replying back. Nope. How could there be any real updates when the monsters are literally shooting down helicopters? But then her eyes randomly locked onto something crazy, making her gasp out loud. Oh, Singu noticed her acting super weird and asked, yo, what is going on? Right then, Harrion and his crew pulled up looking incredibly boss. We are about to see this. The Hurricane Guild cleared the dungeon and they are heading down. Singu cheered happily. Oh, that is awesome. Alright, you and I are watching him step up as boss. This place is just way too massive for one guy to handle alone. They even found some civilian bodies lying around. Calling in backup right now is super crucial to keep the body count down. Erin just shoots him this incredibly annoyed glare. But hey, she totally welcomes other players showing up to smash some monster faces. He waves at Siha, saying they should probably go hide somewhere. Siha instantly starts sweating bullets, but awkwardly agrees to tag along. Our guy officially raises his hand, boldly declaring he left his old guild behind. Now, he is strictly rolling as Singu's personal backup. While he is busy giving this dramatic solo speech, Singu and Erin straight up ditch him. She smells a fight brewing nearby and yells at Singu to wait. Some random dude with a super spiky beard furiously tenses his face. Deiko and his crew are busy fighting off a massive horde of goblins. Meanwhile, Singu just watches from a distance, deciding they look completely fine. Seiya confidently claims they are totally winning this fight, but Erin quickly humbles him, pointing out some players actually have way more mana than him. Completely embarrassed, he just awkwardly agrees. He promises to leave them alone. Singu equips his dark wolf claws and casually walks away like an absolute boss. Seiya floats right behind him, mind blown that he can actually turn invisible too. Erin watches them and snaps. He tells Seiya to stop goofing around. Suddenly, Singu gets this super intense dark look on his face. He realizes something major from seeing so many battlefields. These creepy monsters actually care way more about the fallen players' dead bodies. Get this, the goblins literally drop their weapons in absolute panic when a body vanishes, even when players are insanely busy fighting and cannot protect their fallen teammates at all. The monsters are completely terrified of losing those precious dead bodies. Singu gives them a freezing cold stare. He figures whatever these ugly monsters are hunting for has to be connected to mana. The panicking goblins start whispering like crazy. Wait, the sacrifice? The precious sacrifice just magically disappeared. They are totally losing their minds over this vanished corpse. Their super nutritious sacrifice is just completely gone. Meanwhile, Singu is casually absorbing that soul right into his hand. A wicked glowing magic seal suddenly pops up on his hand. A system alert pops up. Soul collection skill hit level 3, and he is now rocking 13 total souls in his inventory. Seiha stands behind him looking totally serious. He finally connects the dots, guessing these monsters are strictly hunting for pure mana. Aaron raises her hand to drop some serious lore. Whether it is mana or souls, even as a top-tier player, she never learned soul control. She bets mana and souls are actually the exact same crazy magical concept. Now, you and I need to pay attention here. Aaron points directly at Singu and his arm, boldly declaring that his soul collection skill is actually incredibly special and completely on another level. Seiya literally grabs his spinning head. Too much information is frying his brain, so he loudly begs them to stop talking about all this confusing nerd stuff. Suddenly, Singu catches a sound and immediately shushes the group. Aaron instantly drops the jokes, shifting right into super serious combat mode to listen closely. Seiya goes on high alert, scanning the whole area. Singu stares straight ahead with laser focus, casually mentioning he can sense a massive battle nearby. It is happening about 300 meters away. He closes his eyes, raising a hand to lock in and track the chaotic sounds of the fight. Whoever is throwing hands over there sounds ridiculously strong, but Aaron gets worried, pointing out they are getting swamped by way too many monsters. She desperately asks what their next move is. Singu just slowly opens one eye, totally weighing his options with a dramatic He finally makes his big call. Yeah, they should probably go help them out. Even if that person is the notorious Zolok Guild leader. Singu instantly takes off running, but Aaron hilariously screams at him to cover his face first. He shoots back that he already knows. Singu slaps his immortal mask on, screeching to a sudden halt at the cliff edge. He looks down and gets totally startled, carefully scanning the crazy scene down below. Our boy is absolutely shook. Down there, Marina is packing a massive gun, facing down the goblin horde all by herself. The monsters are screaming about this incredibly strong enemy. But then, the goblins actually spot Singu up high and start yelling at him too. They think he looks super weird, completely different from their usual targets. His eyes dart across the battlefield, noticing something insane. Monster corpses are just scattered everywhere, and their weapons are literally snapped right in half. Marina has absolutely demolished them all. Singu is just stunned, thinking about how insanely huge this monster army actually is. There are even high-level boss monsters mixed in there. Oh, please do not tell him. He is completely mind-blown by Marina and her raw power. She wiped out everything solo. She glares right up at Singu, screaming to ask if he is human. Like, can you help out? So what do you and I learn here? Those elite monsters swarming Mount Sirac are insanely strong, some even over level 100. But right now, they are just lying completely dead in the dirt. Alright people, pay attention. Look at those overpowered monsters getting absolutely wrecked without putting up a fight. Singu just stands there thinking while Marina yells her lungs out. Honestly, wiping out this many freaks requires some seriously high levels. She waves her hands like a crazy person trying to get his attention. What the heck, are you even human right now? After spacing out for a solid minute, our boy just dramatically sighs. Singu literally yeets himself off the cliff, totally jumping the goblin squad. They instantly panic and brace themselves, screaming, "He is here! Stop him right now!" Stop that crazy punk. He just rockets straight forward, radiating this wild destructive energy that totally blasts those little ugly dudes away in pure battle madness. The goblins get yeeted into tomorrow, completely helpless. Marina just stands there, jaw literally hitting the floor, absolutely speechless at the sheer chaos. Finally pauses with the goblin squad lying totally wrecked at his feet. She stares at Singu and demands, "Seriously, what kind of broken skill was that?" Casually pulls out his black wolf claw weapon straight from his inventory like it is nothing. Singu readies up for round 2. What are you doing? Are you not going to fight back? Marina just silently watches him. The goblins totally freak out while she takes forever to answer. Yeah, I will, and then we can have a little chat. Marina and Singu march forward like two absolute menaces, ready to absolutely obliterate this entire monster squad and mop the floor with them. Singu aggressively swings his hammer and shouts to hype himself up. Mercilessly smashes it straight into the ground, creating an earth-shattering boom that leaves the goblins absolutely terrified and completely shocked. Brutal light blast from the hammer like a grim reaper scythe, totally slicing two unlucky chumps. Half of a body goes flying into the backline, making the rest scream in pure terror. He is strong, way too crazy strong. That wild scene seriously gives Marina a massive reality check. Her emerald green eyes just shoot wide open in shock. He is just casually swinging a giant hammer around, but somehow using it exactly like a sword. Singu has zero clue that he just broke Marina's brain. He tightly grips his hammer and casually mutters to himself. I tried using that sword technique I learned earlier, but I guess it does not really work with a hammer. Right at this exact moment, she finally starts taking his ridiculous level of power seriously. His raw power is one thing, but those movements. Marina nervously watches the goblins shaking like totally terrified leaves behind Singu's totally badass silhouette, wildly guess. This guy literally looks like a player over level 200. She watches Singu slicing through goblins like chopping carrots, feeling super weird about the whole thing. How have I literally never heard of this guy before? Marina violently shakes her head, trying to dump those useless thoughts straight into the trash. She tells herself now is definitely not the time to wonder who he is. Biting her lip, she throws on her most determined game face. I obviously cannot just stand around forever, not waiting a single second longer. Marina aggressively cocks her weapons, dual-wielding two sick handguns like a boss. She is totally hyped up on adrenaline now, her face screaming that she is super eager to test things out. Time to jump back into this crazy fight. Marina finally decides to actually treat Singu as a real teammate. Even though I really do not mind fighting on the front lines, I always pop off way harder when there is a reliable partner tanking ahead of me. Two goblins sense the huge threat and desperately start screaming, "Stop her right now! Stop that crazy woman immediately!" Even though they know they are basically charging a ticking bomb, they nervously attack while panicking that something totally horrifying is coming. Super scary indeed, Marina softly whispers, "Way too late." Right. As the two goblins get in her face, she flexes her skill, turning her pupils into glowing red targets locking straight onto the enemies. Marina smirks darkly and unloads a massive combo, unleashing an epic storm of glowing bullets right at them. Singu literally breaks a cold sweat watching this insane power. Are those magic bullets? Does she really have guns that shoot actual magic bullets? Every single bullet that rips through leaves a brutal, gaping hole in those poor goblins. These monster freaks apparently have zero fear of death, just blindly diving headfirst into the bullet storm. She looks like she is genuinely having a total blast, playing with this demon army, smoothly backing up while perfectly sniping them one by one. Singu is completely speechless watching this absolute one-sided epic beatdown unfold, only managing to blurt out, "What in the world?" Remembering Marina's overly dramatic reaction from earlier, his mind fills with some seriously confusing and bizarre questions. Then why was she acting so shocked about my power? If I do not keep my distance right now, I am absolutely going to get shredded like a piece of cheap cheese. Meanwhile, some sneaky loser in the back quietly readies an axe to literally backstab him. Obviously, this dirty little trick fails miserably. Singu just casually lifts his leg and delivers an earth-shattering kick that straight up decapitates the guy, yelling out loudly. Not happening. The last two guys plotting against him completely lose their minds in terror after witnessing that brutal massacre. I just want to go home now. They suddenly remember he has another crazy heavy hitter named Aaron beside him, totally panicking. Singu is basically an unbreakable shield that destroys absolutely everything by just ramming straight into it. And the crazy woman behind him is endlessly blasting out totally lethal bullets. Each of them is an absolute nightmare alone. But now they are actually teaming up together. At this point, the goblins finally realize they are hopelessly outmatched and decide to bolt. Run for your lives, we cannot possibly handle these psycho monsters by ourselves. Alright guys, these sacrifices are just way too special. Singu is hyped and totally ready to chase them down. But wait, Marina actually decides to spare their pathetic lives. Nah, it is totally fine. Just let them go. She stares at the scattered mangled bodies and severed limbs all over the dirt, warning our guy against acting way too extreme here. Marina is playing 4D chess with a flawless master plan. Let the runaways cry to their boss for some backup. Then we track them down and obliterate their leader. Singu nods along like a total bro. Honestly, brilliant idea. Grips his giant hammer, about to agree, then totally flips the script. Without a single word, Singu just yeets his hammer straight at the running demons. It spins like a massive boomerang, effortlessly wiping out half the demon squad. Then he literally hits them with the finger guns, firing off invisible blazing magical bullets. Those bullets aggressively hunt down the fleeing goblins like homing missiles. Singu casually catches his returning hammer, turns around and simply smirks. We really do not need to let that many of them escape. Suddenly, Marina literally teleports into his face, eyes totally bulging out, scaring him half to death. She is furiously curious and demands answers. What was that magic bullet just now? That was definitely not a normal attack, right? Singu sighs deeply at her super intense, fiery expression, quickly running through this crazy girl's entire background right inside his head. Her name is Marina Bissett, 22 years old. Hailing from a place super famous for its wild nature, she was born in California. Digging deeper into her past, she was actually one of the very first players to awaken when the Sanctuary first appeared 10 long years ago. According to basically everyone, she is heavily praised as an absolute genius. She has insane mana control, an unbreakable will, and absolutely top-tier combat skills that put everyone else to shame. For instance, get this, she completely destroyed the tutorial dungeon, easily ranking first among all her peers. She then became the very first player ever to unlock a crazy active skill shooting pure mana directly at enemies, known as the legendary magic bullet. As dropping Marina's name makes monsters literally shake in their boots. Thanks to a ridiculously massive mana pool that puts other players to shame, rumors say she has solo cleared entire dungeons using absolutely nothing but her signature magic bullets. With jaw-dropping skills that players worship and a flawless monster-slaying record, she did not exactly choose the solo player life. It was strictly because of her chaotic combat style. Honestly, all the other players simply could not keep up with her insane growth speed. But even absolute legends hit a wall eventually. She finally faced a massive roadblock after reaching difficulty 30 dungeons, purely because she just could not solo those insane nightmare levels all by herself. Too impatient to wait for the noobs to catch up, she went full mercenary mode, jumping into massive dungeon raids all across the globe just to keep leveling up. One totally epic, unforgettable event that permanently burned Marina's name into every single player's brain, and you guys gotta respect this, was the massive difficulty 32 dungeon raid by the Cyclone Guild. Everyone was way too busy cheering that South Korea was the very first country globally. Singu smugly exposes the real truth behind the hype. I totally get it now. That historic victory never would have happened without her carrying them. Marina shoots him the most judgmental side-eye glare ever at his totally goofy expression. What on earth are you mumbling about? Singu is so spaced out in his own little world, he completely ignores her. He suddenly remembers Aaron totally fangirling over Marina before. She is literally a top-tier powerhouse, and on top of that, she is absolutely gorgeous. So unfair, even Seiya had to complain about it. Her insane skills and flawless looks were completely legendary back in the Cyclone Guild. This is honestly my very first time seeing her up this close. Sure, Marina is totally awesome, but you and I know our boy is loyal. Wait, is Aaron not also a gorgeous top-tier player too? Singu shamelessly checks out the girl standing right in front of him, forced to agree. Wow, Aaron was totally right about her being insanely pretty. Plus, probably because she is a hardcore player who trains constantly, she is surprisingly tall too. Eyes accidentally drop down to her chest, secretly doing the math. A bust that huge has got to be a massive nerf during combat, right? Scanning down just a little bit further, a super tiny waist, crazy long legs. Yup, even her overall proportions are literally flawless. At this point, Singu actually blushes. She seriously could have been a supermodel or a famous actress if she had not become a hardcore player. After that massive internal monologue, he finally snaps back to reality. Marina practically begs with beautifully clasped hands, screaming, "Teach me." But all she gets in return is a totally cold, completely ruthless rejection from Singu. No way. She screams in a way higher pitch. Seriously, teach me right now. Watching her totally throw a massive tantrum, he actually just feels incredibly amused. Seeing this legendary player whine and complain like this honestly just makes her look like an oversized, super curious toddler. But he stands his ground. No means absolutely no. Getting rejected on repeat makes Marina go completely insane. Even so, she stubbornly pushes her point. I have literally never seen anyone else use a magic bullet that weirdly except for me. Marina even pulls out the most ridiculous excuse ever. I am the absolute first and last person to use magic bullets. I have the sacred duty and the right to know literally everything about this skill. Singu hard passes on her crazy demands and instantly shuts her down with a life lesson. Well, you just learned that this world is way bigger than you thought. You definitely cannot achieve a single thing just by throwing a childish tantrum. Congratulations. Singu checks out the massive pile of dead monsters everywhere and just sighs. Alright guys, this is definitely the most insane battlefield we have seen on this mountain. Plus, there are so many high-level creeps lying around. He quickly steps up and totally smashes their bodies into pieces. Hey, if they are actually high-level monsters, might just score some sweet mana crystals. Exactly like that one time with the veteran goblin boss. Bingo! Just as expected, the dead body vanishes into thin air, leaving behind a super shiny, sparkling little stone. Singu eagerly snatches it up, basically throwing a whole party in his head. Found it! But wait, Marina is standing right behind him and totally spots it too. Oh, so you know about mana crystals too? Then boom, she suddenly remembers her actual plan and starts straight up yelling at him like a total maniac. Wait, that is totally not what I wanted to say. Suddenly, she flips the switch into peak cute, mischievous anime girl mode, pouting and begging Singu. What was that crazy bullet anyway? Huh? Come on, tell me! Please, please, please! Mingu just stares at this whole performance. You can literally see the ... above his head. Dude is completely speechless. After a painful few minutes, he just sighs and brutally drops the most casual roast ever. Honestly, even a stray cat begs better than that. Ouch. That completely destroys Marina, turning her face bright tomato red. Ah, she never expected her ultimate boy-crushing charm to get shut down so brutally. Her peak cuteness has zero effect on this guy. She is literally panicking. Is this dude blind, completely immune, or just incredibly clueless right now? Singu just watches her wild tantrum and gives this completely helpless little smile. Honestly, deep down, she is not exactly some completely spoiled, terrible kid. He seriously sizes up the chaotic girl in front of him. He totally acted super cold on purpose just to see how she would react. And honestly, he respects that she did not immediately jump straight into throwing violent threats around. Because let us be real, whether it comes to raw mana or crazy achievements, she is actually way, way stronger than he is. But the fact that she did not just use her insane powers to force him into talking, that actually deserves some serious props. Because even if you totally know what the right moral choice is, actually doing it in real life is super hard. The more our guy thinks about it, the more frustrated he gets. Literally grits his teeth. But man, she is still way too young. If she finally realizes that crying and demanding stuff will not magically get her way, she really needs to find some smarter alternative ways to solve her teenage problems. Finally, Singu decides to lay down the law and set a condition. So what exactly will you pay me if I actually teach you? Seeing his super dark, completely terrifying villain face totally spooks Marina. She completely freezes up, not even having a single second to react. Ah! Boom. And this right here is exactly the big lesson he pulled for us. A real transaction never ever starts with a stupid threat. Take notes, everyone. Instead, it has to start with totally understanding the other person. That is how you stop yourself from completely losing all your cool value. Our guy doubles down and repeats his demands. I told you already, I will actually consider teaching you if you can offer a decent price. That is, if this secret info is truly worth it. Shouldn't you hand over something just as valuable? Honestly, Marina is totally used to getting her way without any pushback, so this absolute disrespect has her literally shaking with absolute rage right now. But Singu, he absolutely does not care. He is not changing his mind. It is all about give and take, baby! Finally, she just gives up, totally defeated by his rock-solid stubbornness, and agrees to compromise. Ugh, fine. I would never give this to absolutely anyone else, but your crazy skill is actually really worth the heavy price tag. Hearing that, his eyes instantly light up like literal stars, super hyped. Marina opens up her magic inventory and starts aggressively digging through her stuff. Then grunting, she violently drags out this massive epic Thunder God sniper rifle. But holy crap, this weapon is just way too gigantic and bulky. It instantly throws the tiny girl completely off balance as she stumbles wildly. Ah, it is too heavy. It is way too heavy. Grab it right now. Singu panics and awkwardly rushes over to save her. Really? Dude effortlessly grabs it in one hand. He starts carefully inspecting his sick new epic loot. Lifting it up like a total boss, Marina sees his absolute badass aura and just has to admit it. I totally noticed this when you were casually swinging that giant hammer around, but you are seriously insanely strong. Even if I tried my hardest, I literally cannot even lift that thing. Even though she is voluntarily handing over the goods, she is still super salty about it. That is exactly why I cannot even use it. Despite having a few annoying restrictions, that heavy weapon is still 1,000,000 times better than my basic little pistol. Singu tries to play the nice guy, awkwardly offering some comfort. Hey, you literally said you could not use it, so do not be too bummed out. But Marina completely takes it as a sarcastic roast. It is an absolute top-tier masterpiece, okay. Furious, she instantly rips out her handgun and aims it right at him like a total rebel. If you treat my precious weapon like trash, I will seriously shoot you for real. Honestly, this girl's unhinged, super impulsive personality makes him a bit nervous, so he just awkwardly laughs it off. Haha, but wait, staring at the gun from every single angle, something suddenly clicks in his brain. Based on this crazy size and wild shape, the name of a super legendary weapon suddenly pops into Singu's head. Wait, is this the Peerless Thunder God cannon or something? The quality is seriously insane. But Marina completely loses her chill and screams out loud, no, it is absolutely not a cannon. She starts lecturing him like a super serious nerd. It is technically a rifle. Honestly, even I do not understand why a massive Thunder God weapon is weirdly classified as just a normal rifle in the system. Meanwhile, Singu's wild imagination is completely checked out, obsessing over 3 glorious words. Literal Thunder God. Right on cue, the classic system window pops up. Thunder God Rifle, sealed state, rank B+. An epic weapon literally forged by the Thunder God using pieces of his very own divine body. Get this. If the user actually has a magic bullet type skill, they can fire that ability through this gun to make the attack completely overpowered and massively destructive. But classic anime logic here, its true god tier power is totally locked away. Stick with me though, because once proficiency hits the max limit and a special condition is met, that very first seal will finally shatter. Singu definitely did not expect this gun to have so much extra baggage. Wow. Just holding this incredibly rare loot is making him sweat under the pressure. Oh boy, he really just scored something insanely broken this time. You can literally feel it humming with a completely different, crazy level of energy. Seriously, this is his first time ever holding a mythical treasure named after an actual god. The raw damage this beast can dish out is definitely going to be absolutely disgusting. Only catch? It is still totally sealed up. Alright guys, check this out. Singu starts agonizing over this, literally swaying left and right like a confused pendulum. Finally, he turns to Marina and says he just cannot accept it. She is completely stunned. She did not expect him to flip his decision, especially since this thing is way more valuable than his precious secret info. But honestly, Marina could not care less. To her, upgrading those magic bullets is the absolute ultimate prize. Nothing in this crazy world matters more to her right now, so she practically begs him to just take it. Singu is caught off guard by her stubbornness. Why the heck is she so ridiculously obsessed with this? He gives a cool smirk, feeling like this girl is seriously interesting. Honestly, that wild, intense obsession is probably what pushed her to survive this long. He casually double-checks just to be absolutely sure, warning her that his secret intel is completely useless unless she actually has all the required skills. Marina? She does not hesitate for a single second to reply. She casually declares she will just go out and collect those skills. Singu respects the hustle. This girl is a total wild card, a truly gritty mercenary. roaming the entire world. He figures he literally cannot say no when she puts it like that. After brooding for a dramatic second, he officially decides to keep the legendary rifle. All right! He agrees to hold up his end of the bargain. Fast forward a bit. The two finally complete their little trade. But wait, what just made Marina freeze up like a total statue? She gasps, calling it absolutely impossible. Combat charge? She literally pulls her hair out, looking absolutely terrified like she just saw a ghost. That specific skill can actually upgrade the pure raw power of magic bullets? Hold on. Why on earth did he try combining a close combat melee skill with magic bullets? This wild reaction actually makes Singu feel a tiny bit guilty. It looks like her mood completely crashed after hearing his ridiculous secret. Meanwhile, our girl Marina is just aggressively screaming her lungs out in pure disbelief. How is she even supposed to pull that off? Even with all the secret cheat codes, it sounds completely and utterly impossible. So our guy steps in with a quick fix, casually asking if she just wants her sniper rifle back. Immediately shuts him down with a loud no. Her insanely stubborn personality is actually exactly like Singu. She is absolutely going to get exactly what she wants. Bullet enhancement. She fiercely promises herself she will absolutely forge it. He stares at her like he is looking in a mirror. He easily figures out her entire vibe and totally gets it. Her sky-high ego totally blocks her from regretting her crazy decisions. Honestly, you and I both know the strong always have solid reasons for becoming absolute powerhouse monsters. Suddenly, Marina gets super curious. She spins around and asks, since she has never seen anyone stronger than him, where the heck has he been hiding this whole time? Singu obviously cannot answer such a wildly vague question. He casually brushes it off, saying he does not know her either, so they are even. That little comment suddenly jogs her memory. She sticks her hand out for a proper handshake and finally introduces herself as the one and only Marina Bisset. She gives this shy little smile, adding that she used to raid dungeons alongside the famous Hurricane Guild from Korea. But she totally ditched them because it got way too tough. Now those guys actually called her back here for backup. Singu stays on high alert, literally giving her the classic suspicious side eye. After a few tense seconds of pure dramatic silence, he finally bothers to respond. He agrees, but flatly states he is absolutely not dropping any juicy personal lore today. Hearing this hard shutdown, Marina deflates with a sad huh. Since our edgelord refuses to talk, Marina starts cooking up crazy theories. She guesses he secretly grinded out tons of levels while hiding his real identity, which is why he is playing so hard to get. She just keeps muttering to herself, suddenly realizing she looks like a total goofball. Darn it, she curses, insisting she is not the type to get played easily. Overhearing her little rant, he coldly roasts her, calling that the most unbelievable thing she has said all freaking day. With that savage mic drop, he turns away, getting ready to bail out. Since their business is officially over, Marina frantically interrupts, shouting for him to wait up. She pitches the idea of teaming up, pointing out they are heading the exact same way anyway, so why not stick together? Before he can even celebrate losing his annoying new shadow, Singu just lets out this massive tired sigh. What? Sensing an epic rejection, she quickly scrambles to convince him. Aren't they both about to chase down those ugly monsters anyway? Deep down, our guy begrudgingly admits she has a very solid point. Marina puffs out her chest, trying to look super reliable, promising she will absolutely not drag him down. Do not worry, she claims to be a pro hunter. Hearing this bold claim, Singu actually starts hesitating. True, but things could get super sketchy if this loud girl ever tries to sneak a peek at his secret wings. But hold on, remember his two poor teammates still miserably hiding? Plus, Aaron and Seiya are probably dying to finally break out of their boring little hideout. Marina drops a spicy taunt, teasing that she knows he just wants to retreat. Knowing his wildly competitive ego, she purposely hits him with that sarcastic high school drama tone. He smirks, warning that if he bails, she will get there first and slaughter everyone. Aren't you hunting the final boss species? Aaron totally knows he is absolutely dying to say yes. His ghost buddy tells him to stop stressing over them. They definitely won't get caught. And honestly, wrecking those ugly monsters with her loudmouth backup is a solid game plan. Seiya was totally thinking the exact same thing. I totally agree. I want to get a way closer look at her, but I'll follow your lead. Information overload just completely short-circuited Singu's brain for a second. Alright, fine. Our guy finally caves and takes the lead, a silent yes. Hurry it up, let's go. Marina gets her way and literally jumps for joy. Now that sounds way more like it. And just like that, the crazy road trip begins. You and I are watching them blast straight through this insanely dense forest. Wow. Suddenly, Marina totally catches onto something weird and spins around to ask. Singu just plays it cool, patiently waiting for her interrogation to drop. What is it? She finds it super sketchy that he's just burning pure man at a sprint. Why aren't you just using your wings to fly? Exactly as our boy predicted, Marina totally locked onto that massive glaring red flag. Though I gotta admit, I'm pretty blown away. You can actually keep up without using them at all. And his brain instantly goes into overdrive. Player wings. Those flashy things literally let people fly around, and once they grow big enough, they actually buff up your stats with crazy defense and speed just by popping them out on demand. Our guy scrambles to play it cool and gently brushes her off. Not happening today. But Marina is way too nosy to drop it. Wait, are you not a player? Singu instantly claps back at her. Then what the heck do I look like? Without skipping a single beat, she fires right back. A monster. Honestly, his insanely overpowered strength just made it totally impossible for her not to notice. I mean, the guy was literally mixing close combat with magic bullets. If you ask me, that is totally how a monster fights. Yeah, you are an absolute monster. Absolutely gives up and just shrugs it off. Sure, whatever you want to think, crazy. Singu just flat out ignores her and goes straight back to cooking up his master plan. 3. Once I completely wreck this mountain, I should probably double back and totally farm those ant caves for a bit. His absolute biggest headache right now? Keeping his totally illegal identity a giant secret. If I just get way stronger than her, I wouldn't even have to sweat about hiding who I am anymore. This whole mess is just because I'm still too weak. I need insane levels of power so nobody dares mess with me, even if I go completely public about being a totally illegal shadow player. Mid-thought, he shoots Marina this super calculating side-eye. I need enough raw power to basically force everyone to just play by my rules. He's getting away with it because Marina is honestly pretty clueless. But if some top-tier hardcore players show up, yeah, it definitely wouldn't be a walk in the park. Just thinking about it instantly brings one super annoying guy to mind. That absolute jerk Harrion is totally going to be a massive pain in the neck. Trying to kill the awkward silence, Singu finally decides to break the ice. Yo, are you absolutely positive we are heading the right way here? Marina flashes a super confident grin. Oh yeah, I'm already catching their ugly silhouettes up ahead. She squints way off into the super thick bushes. Yep, I can literally see their stupid necks from here. Sure enough, there's a bunch of scrawny goblins absolutely running for their pathetic lives. These guys are booking it like their tails are on fire, constantly yelling at each other. We literally can't do a single thing without his greatness. Hurry your butts up. The boss is going to be super hyped when we drop off these epic sacrifices. Singu's squad is already chilling in the shadows, just watching these goons party and cheer. Let's give it everything we got for the absolute future of the world. Instead of just rushing them, Singu gives off this weirdly serious review. They're honestly kind of cool, dropping just enough breadcrumbs about this mysterious boss to keep us playing this stupid guessing game. Marina is just utterly grossed out by the whole thing. I literally have zero clue why you're hyping them up, but whatever. Right then, he completely cuts her off, dramatically pointing a finger off into the distance. I can actually see exactly where these losers are heading. Singu's eagle eyes lock onto the absolute most critical clue yet. It's the exact crash site of that helicopter, way up on the highest peak of Mount Sirak. And boom, the massively epic visual of this towering mountain just totally dominates the view. Peak of the fortress. Hearing that specific name, Seiya totally loses his cool and starts getting super emotional. Back in the good old days, my dad would always take me up there. So Singu hits the trail, creeping right along the goblin tracks, pushing through the thick, crazy brush deep into the gnarly forest. Suddenly, his eyes bug completely out of his head. You and I gotta see this. Down below, there is a massive mosh pit of goblins screaming their lungs out. We are so insanely close to finishing this. Slaughter more of them. All those screeching monster voices just smashed together, turning into this totally absolute nightmare of a heavy metal scream fest that literally shakes the entire zone. Alright guys, you and I are about to see something totally insane. Picture this. Werewolves baring their fangs, totally ready to brawl. Across the way, giant demons flexing, packing heat. Marina sees this absolute circus and her brain just totally short-circuits. Like what? Realizing she totally gasped out loud, she slaps her hands over her mouth, looking literally ghost white. Are there seriously this many freaky monsters in the real world? Like, what is happening right now? She's quiet, scoping out the scene, feeling completely dizzy looking at this supermassive army. Sure, she's definitely seen giant monster hordes like this inside the dungeons before. She normally just totally skips out and dodges them. Suddenly, Singu jumps in, totally bursting her bubble. He's absolutely certain there are way more of these ugly creatures hiding all around Sirak Mountain. This entire massive zone has probably been completely hijacked by them. Or worse, maybe they're right beneath their feet. The whole setup is looking insanely sketchy right now. Hearing this, Marina starts totally freaking out even more. We seriously need to ping the Korean government right away. Just the Korean players alone? No way they can stop this total mess. Looking at that ridiculously huge army of beasts, it's straight up nightmare fuel. We should rally every single player in Korea right now. Or honestly, just totally nuke the entire mountain. Just imagine these freaks breaking out and swarming the whole country. Sweating bullets, Marina instantly whips out her smartphone, ready to dial for urgent backup. We absolutely gotta warn the government before everything totally hits the fan. But right then, Singu throws an arm out, blocking her. He shoots her this super intense, dead serious look. There is actually something way better we can try first. Just look at the monsters. Turns out our boy has been low-key analyzing the enemy this whole time. Most of them are just absolute trash mobs, totally under level 100. Oh, they just need to hyper-focus on the super buff ones chilling right in the middle. Step 1 of this completely crazy master plan. Find the boss. Singu starts silently judging the biggest, ugliest dudes in the crowd one by one. Not him. How about that totally overly aggressive-looking werewolf guy? Nope, not him either. But then his eyes zero in on a specific spot. A super cocky smirk totally takes over his face. Oh yeah. Down below, this dude Ungor is standing on a platform, totally barking out bossy orders. We need blood, mana, and more souls. Listen up, my brothers. Singu stares at this super unique boss, not even trying to hide his total shock. Such insanely violent energy coming off him. He looks way tougher than the Iron Demon General. His eyes lock hard onto Ungor, his voice completely dripping with straight-up killer intent. We gotta totally wipe that guy out. Seeing this, Marina instantly looks super worried and totally stressed. Is anything good actually gonna happen if we just straight-up kill him? She's honestly totally nervous about rushing in way too fast like this. They're only being controlled because there's a boss around. If we completely zero out that big guy, the rest might just go completely psycho. Meanwhile, Erin has been totally eavesdropping on the outside drama. For once, she feels completely relieved. Like, I would be sweating buckets if Singu was just out here totally solo. They are totally an awesome duo, and honestly, Seiha is completely on the same page. This absolutely suicidal mission actually looks doable if these two badasses team up. Singu takes a seriously deep breath, letting out this super dramatic, heavy sigh. He starts spilling the tea on clearing dungeons across Korea. Based on his crazy hardcore experience, the monsters in Sanya Town completely vanished right when the final boss got wrecked. Her eyes go totally huge, her face lighting up like she just unlocked a secret cheat code. Ah, I totally get it now. I thought you were just super big. Totally jumps when Marina points right at his face, super loudly declaring, "You must be the first hunter." Then she totally covers her mouth, giggling like an absolute chaotic gremlin. Singu just awkwardly drops his head, stuttering super hard. That sounds completely gross. Please never call me that. That totally wild piece of info just sparked an insanely awesome idea in her chaotic brain. Marina looks completely smug, her eyes literally shining with totally unhinged excitement. Oh man, I am literally the only person on this entire planet who knows the first hunter's true identity. But after totally overthinking it for a second, she suddenly gets hit with a million questions. Wait, but I have totally crushed plenty of final bosses in other zones too. Nothing was different at all. Maybe you just got super ridiculously lucky, huh? This totally makes Singu pause. Is there some hidden mechanic? Or maybe totally blitzing the boss first really is the ultimate meta. His brain is totally doing the math. Honestly, that actually sounds kind of logical. A massive ton of dungeons suddenly completely exploded altogether. Suddenly, Marina completely panics, yelling out, "Hold up, Hunter!" As her brain completely processes the madness, she absolutely shrieks in pure terror. Those freaks! What are they seriously doing right now? Our guy is completely clueless about the total chaos unfolding. Are you guys seeing this madness? Down below, the totally crazy goblins are randomly grabbing their weapons and literally stabbing themselves right in the guts. Erin just peeks her head out and is absolutely traumatized by this nasty sight. Seiya wants in on the gossip, but one look totally sends her into absolute shock. Only Shingu's face goes completely dark, his dead serious eyes totally locked onto the madness. Literal sacrifices. Right then, Unger totally hypes up the crazy army. The time has finally come, we absolutely cannot wait any longer. "Who is your god?" he screamed. A few guys tried to answer, but nope, he totally shut them down. "You're all lost," he yelled even louder, going full dramatic. "Your roots have been stolen, so answer me. Listen up, you and I are about to witness some pure insanity. Who is your god?" Right then, the whole mob of monsters roared back, echoing through the entire forest, "Our god is." Watching this absolute circus, Singu was totally judging them. It felt like watching a cheap comedy show full of nonsense. But get this, their mana and memories were literally leaking everywhere. Meanwhile, Marina was grinding her teeth, absolutely raging. "Those freaking fanatics," she spat out. That word instantly caught our boy's attention. Fanatics? Super annoyed, she broke it down. Every single monster worships a god, and honestly, those deities are just massively irritating. 3. Looks like that whole weird self-destruct stunt was actually on purpose. It had to be some super twisted ritual for their god. Seen it before, but this time, this was just totally extra. Shingu's brain was lagging like dial-up internet, totally missing the point. A god? She just smiled and said he probably knew already. Erin was listening in, getting low-key frustrated. Seriously, Marina was giving Singu way too much credit. Did she seriously think he just magically understood every single thing she knew? Playing tutor as usual, Marina explained that these gods constantly try to spread their influence. They did it up in heaven, and now they are trying the exact same garbage here. For some reason, that got Singu totally hyped. "Wait, you believe in gods too?" he asked. She instantly called out his clueless attitude. "Come on, gods actually do exist, obviously. Even that rifle I gave you was totally blessed by the thunder god." That sentence absolutely blew his mind. He literally froze on the spot, zero reaction. Thinking about it, he realized Marina was completely right. Seriously, how did he miss something so totally obvious? That epic gear literally held the thunder god's power. That thought gave Singu major anxiety. If the weapon was already that insanely overpowered while still sealed, it being a literal gift from a god made total sense. Marina's voice snapped him out of his messy thoughts. But hey, knowing they exist and actually trusting those jerks are two completely different things. She was brutally honest about her own vibe. "I honestly can't stand the gods. Like, I seriously really hate them." So that was the real reason behind their trade earlier. She got stuck with the rifle, and that's exactly why she dumped it on him. Marina totally saw his reaction, so she hit him with a savage reality check. Yeah, I completely scammed you, dude. They do the craziest garbage in the name of their gods, she said. And honestly, that is the absolute worst thing ever. Her eyes were packed with pure disgust, practically spitting every single word. You and I can tell a messy mini-holy war just happened here. Singu totally agreed, saying he had never seen anything like this before. Marina kept dropping knowledge bombs. They fought this hard up in heaven too. Human history is literally packed with this stuff. One religion completely swallowing another. You know what I mean? The second she finished ranting, she racked her signature shotgun. All right, let's go totally wreck this boss. Fueled by pure rage, she was so ready to brawl. We definitely can't wait for the government. But then she realized she was basically just monologuing to herself. Annoyed, Marina spun around to hype Singu up. Let's take out that lion mask freak first, yeah? Yanked back to reality, he was still pretty zoned out. But boom! His crazy fighting spirit instantly returned. He was totally ready to wreck everything. Locking into formation, Marina was super hyped for this brawl. Awesome! Let's go! Saya watched the crazy duo vibe. He couldn't hold back. This is literally the strongest duo on the planet. Aaron got super jealous. It's a temporary team. But before charging, Marina suddenly hesitated. You okay? There are literally so many monsters. Singu calmly shrugged it off. Enemy numbers are never a problem. His crazy strength was unquestionable. Too many or too few, it completely didn't matter. The real issue is if you can protect yourself. Hearing that, she realized her worrying was totally pointless. Super absurd, but honestly very convincing. Singu started laying out his calculated master plan. The plan was dead simple. One distracts and the other goes full attack mode. Claim distraction duty. Marina's eyes went insanely wide. She felt like her ears were glitching. What? He quickly comforted his panicked teammate. What are you worried about? They literally look weaker than me. Obviously, those words didn't stop her massive panic. But there's literally thousands of them. Suddenly, she remembered their insane battle from earlier. Guess. Marina finally just cooled down. Listen to this. She turns to our guy and asks, what are your stats anyway? What, Singu? He plays the mysterious card. Just take a wild guess, he smirks. Oh, that totally ticks her off. But she actually tries to seriously calculate it. Meanwhile, our dude is already creeping forward with total focus, not forgetting to drop a quick warning for her. Guide carefully, he tells her. Marina is still pouting, throwing some serious shade back. You better set up a perfect shot for me. He grips his black wolf claw and launches straight into danger. He takes a massive breath, locking that energy inside. Then an absolute beast of a roar rips through the air as he screams. The sonic boom hits like pure thunder, shaking the entire place like an earthquake. That epic scream instantly grabs the attention of all those ugly little demons hiding nearby. Even the massive boss demons in the area totally freak out when they hear it. Ungo literally freezes up like a solid rock statue. The guy blinks for 5 whole seconds, totally clueless. Then he realizes the huge threat. He starts screaming at his mindless minions, crying about a sacrifice, a super strong one. Go catch him and turn this dude into our ultimate final sacrifice right now. Singu swings his black wolf claw high into the air, looking absolutely furious. He is totally sick and tired of hearing these freaks whine about sacrifices all day long. Aaron has the perfect bird-eye view of everything, shouting a warning. Singu, watch out! His eyes widen following her finger. Suddenly, a massive energy blast smashes directly into the exact spot he was standing on. The scary aura in Tesserin's eyes suddenly flashes with fiery rage. Ungo gets so mad he literally grabs 2 little demons by the head, summoning dozens of floating fireballs. This psycho's blazing hands literally burn the heads off those poor minions, their horrifying screams echoing everywhere. Seeing this absolutely insane move for the first time, Singu actually freezes up. If that ugly bug is actually creating those massive fireballs, this enemy is definitely no joke. But hey, while they are busy showing off, our hero can do some serious damage with his rifle. Aaron quickly snaps him out of it, warning that there is zero time to stand around analyzing the situation. Feeling a bit insulted by that, Singu fires back with pure confidence. Do you seriously think I would get hit by such obvious attacks? Under the boss's command, those massive fireballs spin and blast straight toward our guy. But Singu's eyes just flash with his crazy, super sneaky brilliance. And he smirks like he is about to drop the wildest surprise move ever. Suddenly, his hand shoots out and grabs the nearest little demon. He squeezes its throat so hard, leaving the ugly thing making these pathetic choking noises. Oh yeah, he literally turns these guys into his personal meat shields. Tosses them straight into the blazing fire. The crazy impact sets off a massive explosion that rocks the whole place. The lucky demons that survive just scream in pure rage, yelling about sacrifices. A super strong sacrifice. Catch him and make him our ultimate prize. But Singu, being the absolute genius he is, suddenly figures something out. Oh, I see it now. He completely calculated the exact path of those fireballs. He thinks to himself, it probably wouldn't even hurt that badly if I took a direct hit. He squints his eyes, totally testing them. Did he just tank a hit to level up his fire resistance? Aaron is like, you aren't actually thinking that, right? Ignoring her, Singu leans way down, cutting through the wind to boost his speed. He claims he will dodge what he needs to and block whatever he has to block, and if he can't, he will just smash them mid-air. Honestly, he says anyone with decent eyesight could totally pull this off. After hearing his wild logic, Eren sarcastically says she would love to throw a punch with her eyes wide open too. His flex is so ridiculously convincing that even Seha just slowly nods along with it. Honestly, I totally agree. But our boy Singu, he just completely activates his selective hearing mode. He just keeps moving. Our guy blasts straight through the blazing flames. The insane wind from his speed blows the fire absolutely everywhere. Marina is hiding behind a bush, her jaw literally dropping to the floor while watching his absolute freak show of a performance. Okay, you and I gotta admit this is wild. He perfectly dodged dozens, no hundreds of fireballs. Those super creepy demons that got powered up earlier start chanting their weird orders like a bunch of soulless robots. Oh great, our big bad master wants us to eliminate this guy right this second. The brainless little minions instantly obey the command. Get the sacrifice. This is our glorious ritual. Come on everyone, destroy that punk. Kill that absolute jerk right now. But our hero just spins his massive hammer like an absolute pro, crushing these reckless bugs with literal god-tier speed. Little Eren is just chilling in his pocket, looking super stressed and begging him to please conserve his mana. But the dude just looks back, totally chilled out. Mana? I haven't even used a single drop of it. That massive flex hits her like a truck. Wait, what? He swings his giant hammer around, literally bonking them left and right with physical power that is completely off the charts. In basically 2 seconds, the rest of the demon squad gets beaten to absolute dust, completely clearing out a massive space for him. Even with all her veteran experience, Eren is absolutely mind-blown by this guy's insane disrespectful level of pure action. He seriously hasn't used any mana at all? You mean this is just pure raw physical strength right now? Bro, we are so past basic leveling right now. Stats don't even matter anymore, dude. Our guy's raw power is basically hitting absolute god-tier status at this point. Meanwhile, check this out. Our main guy Singu is literally losing his mind with extreme excitement. It's like the crazy dude just suddenly grew a whole second heart-pumping pure adrenaline inside his body. He's going absolutely feral out there. Pouring insane power into every single swing, you can see him practically feeling himself getting massively stronger with every smash. Talk about a wild emotional outburst. His crazy swing turns into an unstoppable one-shot, one-kill fatal strike. Just the leftover shockwave from his sick Black Wolf Claw literally sets off a massive mini-explosion right in his face. Absolutely epic. Singu just smirks like a total boss and flexes his weird custom sound frequency skill. Oh yeah! He's saving his mana purely for his war cry, not wasting a single drop on these trash mobs. But while he's flexing, Ungo sneaks up and chucks a whole barrage of fireballs at his back. Singu quickly dodges backward while Eren literally gasps in shock. She starts overthinking everything. This crazy boss is literally lobbing fireballs right into his own mob army. It's like he's super desperate to take down Singu, even if he has to nuke his entire squad to do it. Then the villain's super creepy booming voice completely echoes across the entire crazy battlefield, yelling about an altar filling with blood and how sacrificing our boy would make everything perfect. Gross! Singu only catches half of that villain monologue before zoning out to do some serious thinking. An altar? Is this guy talking about the same one from before? Yeah, probably shouldn't ask the bad guy for directions. Meanwhile, Marina is completely frozen just watching this madman. Ungo is literally wrapped in this super creepy, smoldering dark fire. Our boy Singu's spider senses immediately start tingling, knowing something is going horribly wrong right now. Wait, did the fireballs actually stop? Nope. Eren immediately clocks the danger and screams out a massive warning. It is definitely not over yet, Singu. This cheating boss isn't just using his own mana. He's literally draining power from his high-level monster buddies. He's totally gonna jump scare you the second you blink, probably packing some crazy speed and straight-up invisibility hacks. The pressure is getting super intense. Singu instinctively grips his Black Wolf Claw tighter, basically saying, chill out. I'll dodge this invisible nonsense the second it pops up on my radar. Poor Eren's quiet freaking out about his chill attitude gets completely drowned out by his wild battle cries. From up top, Marina watches his insane, overly dramatic attack and is just absolutely flabbergasted by the sheer chaos of it. What the heck? This dude is straight up built like a monster. Watching his wild moves is literally putting her brain through the ultimate speedrun cardio workout. His fighting style is insanely reckless, straight up feral like a wild animal, but somehow also super precise without wasting even a single drop of energy. It's totally unfair. She's realizing he's built completely different. She basically gave up and just focused on mana control after accepting her own physical stats were pretty much just absolute garbage tier. Marina shuts her eyes, having a whole dramatic teen movie flashback about her life choices. You thought our boy was just a mana nerd, but boy was she wrong. She swears she won't ever underestimate this absolute unit of a man again. Yeah, he's super reliable, but right now she desperately needs to focus on whatever sneaky garbage the final boss is pulling. Glares at Ungo, feeling the villain's pure evil danger levels spiking with every breath. This scumbag is totally sneaking mana to charge up some highly cursed spell, literally sacrificing his own elite monsters to pull it off. This ain't your basic fireball, folks. This dark mana gives off major creepy vibes, and our boy is seriously about to get wrecked. While Marina is busy having her tragic inner monologue, Singu is straight up out here enjoying this wildly chaotic brawl. She holds her breath, hyper-focusing on the massive explosion fest below. But she can't even text the guy a warning! Her staying completely hidden in the shadows is literally the entire point of their big brain strategy. Plus, sniping the final boss right now is a huge nope, not with that absurdly thick cheat code level mana shield hugging his entire body. She's got her sniper completely loaded with mana. Honestly, her staying hidden this long is already a massive miracle. But the second she finally takes that shot, there's zero chance for a do-over. If she misses, they gotta run for their lives and leave the boss alive. Marina is totally trapping herself in an overthinking spiral right now. Like, major yikes. What on earth is she supposed to do? Like, seriously? Nope. She finally snaps out of it. She absolutely knows what to do. She has to save her dude. Korea failing this mission is completely whatever compared to the entire world losing an insanely overpowered legend like him. A super dramatic aura of pure resolve literally explodes all around Marina's body. Alright, let's go. Suddenly, her eyes go wide as saucers at the crazy stuff happening down below. With just a quick cheat code spell, Ungo literally blows up the floor, summoning these gross, creepy ghost hands to sprout up and form an actual living fence of pure nightmares. That wild plot twist throws Marina into full panic mode. The villain completely outplayed her. It is honestly kind of wild that this jerk can dual-wield both earth magic and dark mana at the exact same time. Super unfair. Those massive, creepy hands snatch up Shingu's shredded body, totally trapping him inside an inescapable prison. Basically getting bear-hugged by literal demon hands. From her sniper spot up top, Marina gets a front-row seat to the absolutely broken boss-level powers Ungo is flexing. We're talking high-tier, nightmare-fueled dark magic here, summoning literal zombie hands from the dirt to drag you straight down to an instant game over. Even our genius sniper girl has absolutely zero counters for that garbage, except maybe praying her magic resistance stat is high enough. It is literally one of the most overpowered homing spells ever made. Is she seriously just supposed to sit in timeout and watch her hero get totally deleted? Our boy is dangling mid-air with these gross ghost hands wrapping around him like hungry snakes squeezing the absolute life out of their dinner. But wait, a sudden crazy plot twist makes the boss freeze right in his tracks. Up above, Marina's eyes practically pop out of her head watching the chaos. Alright, even with his head bagged like yesterday's trash, Singu is just chillin', figuring a way out. A couple slick moves later, he snaps the cuffs and dusts those creepy shadow hands. Ungo's jaw literally hits the floor, and honestly, even Marina, who has seen this dude pull off some absolutely insane stunts before, is standing there completely stunned by the sheer disrespect. Like, did he seriously just stomp his way out of dark magic? Whatever it is, prime time to strike. Two massive energy blasts fuse into one crazy shot. It shreds through the air and smacks Ungo right in the face. The blast totally wrecks his defense, blasting clean through him in a split second, and leaving nothing but a freezing, empty void behind. The guy just drops without a peep. Straight up looks like a broken toy tossed out after a really lame magic show. His lackeys start totally freaking out, running around the forest like headless chickens. The boss is dead. The humans actually smoked the boss, and right when they were so close to finishing. Oh man, they are toast. The big bosses are going to punish them so badly. Singu just shrugs and lets out a bored sigh, like, yeah, I handled that. The system immediately pops off with notifications. He stopped the corrosion, nerfed the monster, and jumped up 6 whole levels. Plus, his ignorance is courage skill just hit level 7. Heavy weapon combat bumps to level 3, and his charge skill hits 18. Finally getting a breather, our guy literally facepalms, remembering a totally rookie mistake. Like, seriously, why did he ever think tanking a magic spell was a genius idea, right? Meanwhile, Erin is just standing there with her usual eagle eyes, ready to drop some brutally honest and chill facts. What does he mean? It is obviously just because he is super ridiculously brave. When he saw that dark magic coming and decided to just eat it, instead of dodging, she legit thought he was totally toast. Because honestly, those sketchy spells are literally designed for ambushes and instant one-shot kills. But wait. His passive skill, Ignorance is Courage, actually chops ambush damage right in half and totally blocks any fatal hits from skills he has absolutely zero clue about. Staring at Ungo's wrecked body on the dirt, she bites her lip. That final boss seriously tried to pull a completely unblockable, undodgeable magic move on him. Seha immediately jumps right into the middle of the chat. Pavement energy activated. But yeah, that is exactly why that big flashy spell did absolutely zero damage to our boy Singu. Aaron chimes in, sounding weirdly soft and almost sad for the boss. If Ungo had actually known that, he would have literally died of pure rage anyway. But let us be real, that dude was getting smoked no matter what. Singu, being the absolute show-off he is, flexes super hard, claiming he didn't dodge because his killer instincts already knew all of that, which just annoys her, so she instantly claps back. Since when has his intuition ever been that on point? Random noise nearby suddenly makes him snap his head over. Well then. But those random goons didn't drop dead with their boss, nor did they get vacuumed into some magic dungeon portal. Seha suddenly clicks with how weird this whole setup actually is. He is totally right. So much for that classic manga trope where beating the boss magically fixes everything. But Singu's galaxy brain instantly cooks up a spicy theory no one saw coming. Basically, he can completely skip the areas where dungeon outbreaks already popped off. Like there are plenty of other tryhards out there grinding. If he is not the sole main character of this mess, he would much rather just grind experience in those ant caves. But Erin, being the buzzkill she is, instantly points out the massive plot hole. They have zero clue if this rogue player is connected to their sketchy sacrifices. That massive reality check leaves him completely speechless. Yeah, they definitely need to dig into that mess a little deeper. But definitely not right now. Inside that chaotic brain of his, gears are rapidly turning. Marina literally vaporized that boss's head with a single, ridiculous shot. Is nowhere near strong enough to pull off a flex like that yet. That magic bullet was insanely compressed, way beyond his pay grade. We are talking destructive power that regular human brains and tech can't even begin to comprehend. Like, is she actually the only person walking around with that kind of broken power? Even that Cyclone Guild Master is out here getting blessed by literal gods. Our guy's definitely not ready to show off in front of these freaks yet. Singu violently shakes off his total existential crisis to lock back onto reality. But hey, first things first. A loud clanking noise echoes out with every edgy, totally emotionless step he takes through the war zone. He aggressively fakes being the good guy, totally shameless, saying he should probably help clean up this mess before the actual authorities show up. But Aaron sees right through his massive lie. He literally just wants the loot drops. Suddenly, Marina dive bombs from a cliff, totally crashing the party. Hey you. Marina asks the big question, how do you block that dark magic? Singu just shakes his head like a total edgelord. You actually thought I'd tell you? Marina gets totally furious. You could have just told me from the start if you wanted to. Made me worry for literally nothing. He swings his black weapon up. If you have time for stupid rants, Singu interrupts, literally smashing monsters to absolute pulp. Then focus on killing these high-tier freaks instead. The goblin mob totally panics, grabbing their ugly heads, screaming. My brain cells are leaving. God abandoned us. We are totally lost right now. Marina actually listens, swinging her hand and just blasting them with zero hesitation. Spitting toxic trash talk non-stop. Pathetic. You guys are pathetic. Seeing her blasting firepower like a total badass, Singu copies her, raises a hand and shoots energy straight through a goblin's shoulder. He holds the edgy pose, eyeing the scattered corpses. Marina playfully winks at him. Okay, that was actually sick. Singu turns back around. Is that most of them yet? She keeps it completely real. It will take a whole freaking week to kill the runners. Throws up two fingers like a boss. Since we killed them together, let's split the epic loot. She starts acting all analytical. The trash mobs that escaped the dungeon didn't drop any essence. But hey, they literally left all their other stuff behind. Points at him, totally blunt. Let's loot this before those other guys interfere. Marina raises her voice with peak sarcasm. Those stupid tornado bastards didn't even bother showing up while we did all the heavy lifting fighting these freaks. She loves her own toxic logic. But now that we're done, I bet they'll show up acting fake nice. So you and I know the drill. Grab the loot and ditch them fast. Singu nods aggressively, fully on board with the drama. Sounds completely fine by me. Stares at the dude he just brutally decapitated. Well anyway, his head exploded to mush, so we'll never know what he looked like under there. Marina grabs the creepy mask to inspect it. I bet this is some crazy artifact. Boom, the system pops up, Teggeran mask. Rank B++. It even comes with a super detailed instruction manual. Crafted from a high-tier Teggeran and a temple boss. Crappy defense, but apparently it makes the wearer incredibly charming and magnetic. Enough to terrify enemies and impress allies. Oh, and there's the totally secret hidden trait locked away. Marina stares at it, completely mind-blown. Temple boss? Don't tell me this connects to that creepy temple. She just stands there, totally overthinking it. Then she shoves the mask right into Singu's face. Alright, you want this weird thing? He rejects it instantly, zero hesitation. You keep it, I've already got a sick helmet anyway. Marina generously points to another drop on the corpse. Fine, then you take these shin guards. Singu looks confused. Shin guards? The system flashes again, Torota's Glory, rank B+. The description is aggressively long, made from tendons and skin of a high-jumping magical frog. They aren't just durable as hell, they give the wearer an insane jumping boost. He smirks like he just won the lottery. Always wanted lower body armor, especially high-tier rank B gear. Singu forcefully stomps the ground to test them out. This is absolutely perfect. Basically like getting a free passive skill. Marina looks incredibly smug that everyone got paid. Alright, everything's awesome since we both got what we wanted. She glances over, hesitating slightly. At least, that's what I meant. But, here's where you and I gasp. The system interrupts with, loyal subject, rank B+++. Alright, you and I gotta see this! The info is super basic. The Bell of Awakening literally summons whatever you might need. Marina leans in close, totally suspicious, like is this a trap? Singu rubs his chin, agreeing. It is sketchy, but bro, it is the main treasure no matter how you look at it. After that, they just stare at each other. Super awkward silence. Marina quickly calls dibs. She is like, I totally killed this dude, right? Singu is not backing down. He fires back. You know you could never pull that off without me, right? I say we split the credit 50-50. Stands her ground, arguing she got the final hit, so shouldn't she get first pick? Singu thinks her logic is hilarious and goes petty mode. He tells her if the rewards are completely equal, then sure, use your precious first pick. Stands her ground, arguing she got the final hit, so shouldn't she get first pick? Singu thinks her logic is hilarious and goes petty mode. He tells her if the rewards are completely equal, then sure, use your precious first pick. Right then, Aaron gets a super sharp bad feeling and warns them. You gotta hurry up, Singu. I can literally feel other players getting way too close. Marina scratches her head, looking totally stressed out. Then she shocks Singu by handing him the bell. Fine, I will give you this. But she instantly drops her terms. I want the mana crystal and corpses. Singu finally gets her sneaky little plan. So this is what you wanted all along. Claps back with major attitude. Yeah, so what? He does not want drama, so he just agrees. All right, fine, it is a deal. Marina sighed. Still looking totally bummed out. Man, I really wanted that bell too. Singu is so lost on girl logic. Why are you sending me all these mixed signals? He gives her major side eye. She keeps acting like somebody actually forced her to do this deal. Suddenly, Marina asks about his next move. She plans to play dumb and join the Gale Guild. What about him? Singu drops a hilarious line, saying he will just vanish into the wind. Since they are splitting up anyway, he just calls her out. Because she wanted that corpse, he guesses the mana crystal is not the only epic loot here. Then Singu drops a massive truth bomb on her. Even if you take it, you cannot do anything. Take it if you want. Marina's eyes instantly light up like literal headlights. See that? I knew we could make a deal. She kindly drops a warning. Can you actually sneak out of here? Singu turns around and waves goodbye. Do not worry. I am out of here, Marina yells after him. Wait up. Aaron is totally freaking out in her mind. We are going to crash into other players. Is she planning to tell everyone about him? Mingu looks back, super annoyed. Why do you keep blushes so hard and shyly murmurs? If we meet again, you can call me Marina. Our boy did not expect this romantic comedy plot twist. He freezes, his cheeks burning up. Marina finds this dead silence super awkward, so she frantically slaps her mask back on. Singu waves his hand, acting all cold. All right, but there is no next time. He asks in pure confusion. Are you being serious? He ignores her entirely and pulls out the sweet little rest area key. Stabs it right into the dirt, and a crazy blinding light shoots straight up. Singu vanishes instantly into that epic beam of light. Gale Guild crew flies over and asks, are you okay out here? Arian stares, waiting for an answer. Marina breathes a massive sigh, then turns, smiling super bright. Yeah, I am better than okay. I am so glad you are looking good too. Scratches his head like a total goofball. Haha, of course. We fought a crazy strong monster. Arian starts his cheesy motivational speech, thanking the guild members. Meanwhile, Marina is totally zoning out in her own world. I just knew he would say there is no next time. Looks up, full of hope. I just know we will meet again. Meanwhile, you and I can see our boy passed out, literally drooling on his bed. After surviving that wildly insane boss fight, Singu just wants to flop down like a salted fish. Later, he complains to Aaron. I was totally fine fighting, but now I cannot even move a single muscle. She goes full nerd mode, explaining it seriously. That is because your muscles are finally relaxing after being super tense during that whole crazy battle. He ignores her, just staring at the mana crystal floating above. Seiya is totally obsessed with this weird item. What a massive crystal. Boss level? Alright, you and I need to hear this wild lore. This shiny trinket? Yeah, Singu snatched it from a high-tier monster near that lion mask. While she is totally amazed like him, she also spots something crazy. This stuff is completely different from normal monster essence. And of course, he totally agrees. Obviously, being different is a huge flex here. Regular essence feels totally like dead mana. But this crystal, it literally pulses with raw living energy. He suddenly bolts right up in bed. You can basically see the light bulb flash above him. Singu just blurts out his crazy idea without thinking. He wants this crystal mana. Should he just casually eat the shiny rock? Aaron instantly panics, trying to shut down this absolutely unhinged teen logic. No freaking way, she genuinely begs our wild guy to drop the crazy idea. His own mana cannot safely mix with foreign energy. He will literally explode if he tries forcing them together like a mad scientist. Thanks to her panic, Seiya finally gets it. Oh, so that is exactly why normal people just turn these into fancy little treasures. Despite the explosive warning, our rebel is still super tempted. He smoothly switches topics, trying to distract everyone like a total pro. Thinking about it, leveling up after wiping a dungeon happens because all his epic dungeon achievements magically convert into raw mana, feeding directly back into his own stats. Based on his wild experiences, Singu drops a pretty smart theory. Maybe these dungeons were specifically designed just to do this. This perfectly matches everything else they have seen. It just supercharges the whole process of transferring mana from dead monsters to players. They both just stand there stunned for a few seconds. Who knew he had a brain? Aaron finally snaps out of it, admitting that is an incredibly cool theory. She never even thought of that before. But our boy knows his own brilliant theory still has a massive plot hole. So why did he randomly level up while sweeping monsters at Sirak Mountain? She awkwardly offers her own 2 cents to solve the weird mystery. Maybe it is because he does not need to process mana. Seiya quickly jumps in to support this idea. Or maybe he just auto-processes mana outside dungeons anyway. Having successfully distracted his gullible friends, our guy pulls a fast one. Singu snatches that mana crystal so fast. If he is already a walking exception, why on earth should he hesitate now? Before anyone can even blink, he just violently swallows the rock like a greedy dog. Aaron screams for him to stop, but nope, too late. He actually swallowed the shiny rock whole. Absolutely zero regrets and no going back now. The blue crystal inside him suddenly gets engulfed by roaring, intense magical flames. He instantly goes into meditation mode to digest this crazy new power. It literally feels like a massive raging fire is burning him up from the inside out, completely covering Singu. But to normal viewers, he just looks like a guy sitting there doing absolutely nothing. Soon enough, he snaps out of it, opening his eyes. She immediately panics, asking if Singu is actually okay. He is honestly just as worried too. The system pops up to reward his reckless teenage behavior. Your mana increased by 1 point. Even though he guessed it, the mad lad is genuinely shocked. Oh wow, it actually worked! Aaron is totally not buying this tough guy act. Are you seriously okay right now? He is forced to explain. Yeah, honestly, he fully expected to explode or something, but surprisingly, he feels completely fine and normal. This whole digestion process gives Singu a very weird feeling. He absorbed that spicy mana like it literally belonged to his body from day one. Since his first wild experiment did not kill him, our boy is going all in. Time to test the limits of his crazy iron stomach. Let us just eat all these leftover crystals now. Immediately, the trusty system chimes again. Your mana has increased by 7. The power inside him surges like a wild, unstoppable bonfire. Awesome. Every single drop of mana he wasted on that heavy weapon fight is fully restored and loaded up again. He finally realizes her lecturing was totally useless. She promised herself not to question his insane logic ever since he heroically caught her falling from the sky that one time. But seriously, he is just so ridiculously cool anyway. Dea also gets a massive reality check. Regular players score 2 big prizes from dungeons. First is the shiny, super refined mana crystals, and raw essence, along with the pure mana rewarded for their dungeon performance. Yet our absolute cheat code of an MC earns mana both ways, even when hanging out outside the dungeon. All this hardcore fangirling does not swell his ego though. He knows his own weird broken abilities way better than anyone else. A rogue player completely ignoring the game's rules. Stick with me here, guys, because those nerdy mana crystal researchers would absolutely lose their collective minds if they ever discovered his crazy secret. But right now, Singu has another annoying headache to solve. Does this mean hunting random monsters outside is just as important as clearing the actual dungeons? First up on his hit list, if he grinds his way to level 100, he can easily crush Marina Beset into the dirt. Our boy instantly plots out his next edgy game plan. Step 1, hit level 100. Step 2, hoard all those sweet mana crystals. Alright, you and I are about to see something wild. Aaron thinks this is nuts, but she trusts him completely. Beating a top player at level 100? She believes he can. Goose slowly flops onto the bed. He hits pause on the heavy talk. Tonight is for sleeping people. They will start the big trip only after getting used to their shiny new levels and mana. Looks pretty amused. Isn't this like his first time actually chilling outside a dungeon? Thinking she didn't get it, he over-explains. It is called resting, okay? Plus, he needs to check his upgraded skills and figure out how to work his literal tail. But his brain is still buzzing with worries. He just knows the peace at Mount Siorak isn't going to last much longer. Aaron sighs at Shingu's classic overthinking. All she can really do right now is talk some sense into him. Like, hello, you cannot protect the entire world alone. There are totally other capable players out there who can help out. You don't need to carry everything, she says. He thinks for a second. Other players? Reading his mind like a total psychic, she suddenly gasps. He totally thought of Marina Beset. He doesn't deny it. He really respects that girl. She is a seriously amazing woman, he says. Suddenly, Aaron's threat radar starts blaring loud. But she is a foreigner! Aaron blurts out, immediately realizing she overreacted way too hard. She spirals into a mental panic. Great, now she sounds like some grumpy old conservative dude. The dusty guys in history books would love that line. Back then, a boss says play that music, and the workers just do it without a single question. But shockingly, Shingu completely agrees. Yeah, he actually nods. That is exactly what he dislikes about Marina too. Aaron hesitates, guessing awkwardly. I guess you're pretty old school too, huh? Plot twist. He casually adds that he has just never seen a player like her in Korea. Aaron completely freezes. Oh no, she totally misunderstood his whole point. Yep, you're so right, she squeaks. He is totally clueless about her freakout. What's wrong with you, he asks. She just turns away. Absolutely nothing. And Shingu doesn't care enough to push it, easily changing the subject. Speaking of which, that guildmaster. You and I both know this guildmaster is trash. Shingu has zero clue how he got the job, but he is awful. Aaron totally agrees with him. Shingu sees right through the guy's shady motives. Avoiding the battlefield was completely intentional. He ignored the monsters just to keep his own guild from losing any power. But there's one thing Shingu just can't figure out. It's not like the guy was fighting the battles himself. Guesses the guy is high level and super talented. So what is he so scared of? Seiha thinks it over and totally agrees with him. Yeah, honestly, you are absolutely right. This is exactly why Shingu takes on way too much baggage. Like, what is the Korean government even doing right now? Are they seriously letting other countries handle all the giant monsters? Way too much heavy thinking for one night. His brain officially goes offline. Whatever, time to sleep. Taeha suddenly throws a super serious military salute. Good night, boss. Singu is utterly speechless. Stop being dramatic, you are literally not in the army. Singu settles into bed and drops a quick goodnight. Barely 3 seconds later, he knocks out cold like a literal rock. Seiya is honestly amazed by this god-tier lightning-fast sleeping talent. He fell asleep so fast, Aaron says, feeling super bad for him. That battle was totally exhausting. Once he is totally out, her face softens into a super sweet smile. He did a really amazing job today. A late but ridiculously sweet whisper escapes her lips. Sweet dreams, Singu. Cut to a sharp gaze and an intensely commanding voice echoing out. I am the Almighty. Surrounded by storm clouds, Red Destiny makes an absolutely epic, dramatic declaration. I am the law, and this world is mine. Launches straight into the gloomy, storm-filled sky, radiating this absolutely overwhelming aura of pure absolute power. Then he lets out a crazy, vicious roar. The sound echoes out and literally blasts the gray clouds away. But behind that scary face, our guy is super confused and secretly panicking. I do not understand this, and I am not carrying dead weight. Red Destiny shoots forward like a missile, fully obsessed with one single thought. Everything will be completely fine, as long as I can just survive. Even so, he knows exactly how bad things are. I absolutely cannot stop right here. And stick with me, because in this crazy moment, he tears through the sky at insane wind-breaking speeds. He leaves a fiery, blazing trail cutting right through the darkness. Thunder totally rumbles. Massive dark shadow spreads its wings, sparking a ring of fire. The ruler has arrived. His voice suddenly carries this super deep, tragic vibe. I cannot move forward, but I refuse to stop. Holding on to that stubborn determination, he completely flips the script. I choose to step back. All right, watch this. He clenched his fists tight, every muscle bulging and screaming inside his chest. Right in the dead of night, blinding light exploded like a massive meteor crashing down, completely lighting up the entire mortal world. When that crazy, mysterious energy finally faded, the world finally felt the morning sun after being buried in absolute darkness for ages. He just floated there alone in the open sky, turning to face that wild, hope-bringing light. Amidst the roaring fury of the world, he quietly swore a vow. I will slaughter every last petty god when my journey ends. And then, bam! That hyper-dramatic fantasy dream completely shattered as Singu woke up with a massive jolt, back to his totally boring, everyday normal reality. Still totally dazed from that wild dream, he instinctively sighed, staring at his plain old familiar ceiling. But wait! A massive wall of system pop-ups suddenly slapped him totally awake. The crazy news? All of his stats just got a massive boost. Plus 10 mana. His Chaos Tail hit level 2, instantly becoming so much harder and completely solid. Sharper and way thicker too. But those next two alerts were seriously wild. Aura upgraded into Divine Dragon Fear, passive skill unlocked at level 3. Literal fraction of almighty power crushing enemies, emitting an aura that burns pure terror straight into their souls. He just stared at the screens blocking his view. Singu was absolutely baffled. Wait, wasn't all of that just a completely random nightmare? Right then, Erin groggily woke up on her pillow. Hey, Singu? She opened her eyes and got completely jump-scared. Holy cow, what in the world happened to you? That shock quickly turned into total pouty anger. Wait, did you seriously go hunting without bringing me along? I had no clue he was just as confused. No way, literally all he did was go to sleep. Suddenly, his hand brushed against the bell string, making a soft little jingling noise. The moment he looked at it, Singu completely froze. Holding it right in his palm, he still totally doubted his eyes. Wait, is this the divine bell? Aaron sighed, looking disappointed. It is ruined. He could only guess one completely stupid reason for this disaster. Did he accidentally pull it out while sleeping and literally crush it with his body? Hearing that ridiculous logic left her utterly speechless. I have literally never heard of such violent sleeping habits. Taking a much closer look, she dropped the bad news. There is 0 mana left here. This thing is not a treasure anymore. But then a genius idea completely smashed the gloomy vibe. Oh, I bet the Divine Bell grants permanent stat boosts. You know, those crazy epic rewards actually pop up in dungeons sometimes. That got him super hyped, staring at the item. So, was my wild dream caused by this bell? Aaron was completely clueless and super curious. A dream? But he quickly brushed it off, hiding the details. Oh, it is nothing, just a seriously weird nightmare. Right at that exact second, a super sharp spiky tail just magically popped out. Singu completely freaked out, totally losing control of this sudden action. A dragon tail. With her sharp eyes, she instantly spotted the crazy upgrade. It is way harder than before. Honestly, having a dragon tail makes way more sense than a snake one. Then she flashed this super sneaky, meaningful smile. A dragon, huh? Honestly, it totally suits you. Didn't sweat it at all, looking completely confident with that cool comparison. With that mystery solved, he finally hopped out of bed. I am done sleeping, time for a workout. But she completely disagreed. Nope, I am catching some more sleep. A perfectly sunny, chill morning rolled on. Singu's status board updated again. Acceleration hit level 5, punishment level 20, and charge reached 25. When the trio finally reunited, a late Seiya was totally stunned. Dude, you got insanely strong overnight. Early bird Aaron knew more, so she was absolutely mind-blown. How could you get stronger this fast? You and I know he's built different. Ignoring their freaking out, he looked super relaxed, like he just finished morning yoga, easily mastering his skills and making them completely overpowered. She playfully poked fun at him. Are you a literal monster? Surprisingly, he looked totally proud of that nickname. Heard it plenty. Seiha, feeling completely left out, practically screamed, "What happened?" Mingu rubbed his chin, carefully picking his words. To explain it simply. And his so-called simple explanation literally dragged on for several minutes. Seiha's eyes literally sparkled like massive stars after hearing that story. Oh, I totally get it now. You are seriously blessed by gods. Instantly locked onto one specific word, gods. All right, folks, buckle up for a wild ride. In his insanely vivid dream, Red Destiny literally declared he would massacre every single puny god once his whole epic journey finally ends. He was so completely lost in thought that he accidentally blurted it out loud. But honestly, killing gods sounds super cliche, right? Meanwhile, Aaron just stood there, completely clueless about what the heck our edgy boy was muttering about. But she instantly recognized his new toy. That is the legendary Thunder God rifle. Naturally, he had zero plans to hide his next crazy move. Yeah, he totally traded ammo crafting info with Marina to get this. Though knowing her, she is probably at the Fair Trade Commission right now, completely snitching on our guy. Right now, he has one seriously important question. How the heck do I even use this thing? The totally overpowered, badass interface of the gun actually got her super hyped. You knew magic bullets and had this awesome relic, you would be a master sniper. Sadly, our guy is completely clueless. That is definitely not his current situation. Use it like the Black Dragon pen? Nope. She instantly shut down that uniquely dumb idea. Bro, this is absolutely not a melee weapon. Since he had zero clue how it actually worked, Singu just disappointedly tossed it straight back. Basically, after touching it, he reached a quick conclusion. This thing is way too long and incredibly heavy. He should just stash it in his inventory and only pull it out when things get real. Aaron dropped some lore to cheer him up. It is called swapping. Once you actually get used to it, this trick is going to save your life a ton. He casually pushed the issue aside for now. Alright, fine. He will definitely practice that awesome trick later. Then Singu threw on his basic jacket, making sure to equip that nasty mutant insect Poison Fang. After fully gearing up, he immediately plotted his next chaotic move. Time to hit the arena and actually test drive this crazy new gun. Before even firing it, he was already fantasizing about the action. It felt exactly like his old army target practice days. But Siha just awkwardly laughed and brutally crushed that delusion. Seriously, dude, that epic rifle is definitely not some standard issue folding stock K2. You and I are about to see things get totally crazy. He did not want to chill in that room anymore, stepping straight through the portal. Boom, a wild system alert pops up. Ant Cave Area 126, Syrian Cemetery. 12 hours limit. The creepy scenery instantly made Singu curious. Wait, is this a living corpse dungeon? He double-checked the horrifying info with his tiny partner. Yup, it is a literal zombie dungeon. Aaron completely freaked out at this revelation. A living corpse dungeon. The very second she screamed the terrifying name, she cowardly dove straight into his jacket pocket. This specific undead mission was basically her absolute worst nightmare brought to life. I absolutely hate living corpse monsters. I seriously despise them. Honestly, he was not even slightly surprised by her totally dramatic meltdown. You already told me that before, remember? The speaker was careless, but our guy actually listened. Her mood instantly brightened up completely. You actually remembered that, Singu? Thankfully, Seiha quickly chimed in to calm her down. Aaron, I really do not think you should get super emotional over this right now. Singu finally flipped his serious switch on. I guess I finally understand what those weird numbers behind the area names actually mean now. Meanwhile, Seiha paid the price for his brutally honest mouth. Why do you hate me so much? Ignoring his dramatic teammates, our guy explained everything perfectly. This is a crazy tough difficulty level for sure. The smaller the number, the stronger the monsters, and vice versa. Shingu immediately started analyzing this crazy dungeon. Alright then, let us see here. Number 231 was the highest number. The Iron Great Demon Village was 84. So this one is definitely weaker than the Iron Demon spot. Aaron helplessly tried to warn our super confident guy. Shingu, you seriously should not lower your guard like that. Living corpse dungeons are insanely harder than any other dungeons at the exact same rank. He totally felt like he had heard this exact warning before. Did you not say the exact same thing at the Iron Demon Village? He instantly flared up at his incredibly dismissive attitude. Yes, I did, but this is entirely different. He got insanely anxious and rapidly dumped the lore on him. You should already know this from those movies. It is genuinely so hard to kill a zombie. On top of that, every single monster is horribly poisonous and they strictly move in massive swarms. Just visualizing it made Aaron turn totally pale. They literally smell like completely rotten onions and just blatantly stare at you with those utterly gross, decaying eyes. It totally gives me huge goosebumps all over. Unable to stop her dramatic emotional breakdown, he strategically tagged in his second smart assistant, Seiha. Hey dude, you just take over the boring explanation part from here. Immediately obeyed the command. Yes sir. Two vastly different fates flipping completely upside down in a single blink. felt total disbelief. Did I just get aggressively demoted? He rapidly filtered out the most critical info for this exact moment. With your overpowered poison resistance skill, you absolutely will not be affected by zombie venom. But considering this dungeon's crazy high difficulty, way stronger undead monsters could actually show up here. Skeleton beasts absolutely starving ghosts. And phantoms. You seriously need to be careful with all of them. Not just their poison, but their annoying skills too. Although this advice was super helpful, Singu only cared about absolutely smashing them. Alright then. Thanks for the awesome warning, my guy. 3. But I can definitely still attack those ghosts just like people normally do in those classic fantasy novels, right? B. Seiha absolutely did not disappoint with his massive knowledge pool. That is completely correct. An awakened player's physical body can actively utilize mana. Therefore, you can actually interact with the spiritual realm. Stick with us, guys, because when he buffs his attacks with pure divine power, things get totally insane. Alright, you and I are jumping right into this crazy mess. With this team's power, Singu is chillin'. I mean, Eren is literally a top-tier high priest. Taking out a bunch of walking rotting corpses? Yeah, that won't take our boy long at all. Eren is super hyped to help since Singu leveling up practically restored all her juice. But then boom! Out of nowhere, Alenia just jump scares the living daylights out of them like a literal ghost. Acts all dramatic. Oh, it has been so long. I am thrilled to finally see the living. Singu nearly jumps out of his skin, barely holding back his fighting reflexes. He awkwardly stammers, "Wow, long time for me too, I actually almost punched you." Meanwhile, Eren instantly cowers in absolute fear due to a hard counter. She figures this girl has to be an undead zombie. But our guy Singu lives life in the fast lane. Wasting time is not his style. Stop yapping, just tell me what the quest is. But she keeps laying the whole tragic poetry act on thick. You are here to save my soul. Whatever your true motive might actually be, your kind heart will absolutely end up saving me. So dramatic. Finally, she gets to the point. Ah, a quest! The only 2 words currently burned into my soul. But of course, you must be pretty curious right now. Singu has zero clue what she means by curious. But Eren, her focus is completely somewhere else. Wait, is this ghost girl seriously speaking English right now? Right on cue, the famous system notification instantly pops up. Dungeon quest found! The hope of the Sarian graveyard none. Turns out poor Alenia lost her entire squad while trying to clear this insane dungeon. The goal? Help her and find the identity of the sealed ghost in the graveyard. Quest 1 free spirits, 0 out of 1. Oh, and a nasty penalty drops if you dare refuse it. Singu immediately turns to Seiha, totally confused. Bro, how is this any different from just smashing the final dungeon boss? Seiha puts on his serious teacher face to explain the mechanics. Not every dungeon is a simple beat-em-up game. Some of them are packed with crazy hidden secrets and twists. Even though the info is pretty vague, our guy Singu catches on super fast. So this ghost isn't the final boss, but a special monster that only spawns when the exact right conditions are perfectly met. Seiha just nods and flat out confirms it. Spot on. Now Singu is slowly realizing he probably missed out on some epic loot before. Darn it. If he had known this little trick earlier, he totally would have hunted down every single hidden secret in the previous dungeons. Eren gently tries to calm him down. Hey, do not feel too bad now. Not all dungeons actually have hidden stuff anyway. She seriously knows how to cheer him up at the perfect time. Honestly, just wiping them out fast like you always do is great, Singu. Clearing them as fast as possible is still the best option hands down. Seiha totally agrees with her on this one. Yeah, she is absolutely right about that. Overpowered monsters like you do not even need to waste energy looking for those extra secrets. So he stops being so salty and locks in on the current mission. The dungeon inside the Holy City versus the dungeon inside the Ant Cave. Can you actually guarantee that they are exactly the same? Lenia touches her chest with pure sincerity. They are one. Mana forming the dungeon and the structure too. Plus, I am literally just a quest-holding ghost. What more concrete proof do you even need right now? After getting the full picture, Singu immediately makes up his mind. Alright, I will accept it. He smiles in massive relief, looking like a huge heavy weight was just lifted off her. Thank you. Then the system chimes in again. Quest accepted. A harsh penalty will drop if you fail. The squad starts following her lead. Alright people, let's get moving. I am just asking, but hey Eren, what is the deal? Before he can even finish his thought, she quickly fires back. I seriously do not get this type of dungeon. I never thought something like this would even exist in Korea. He actually has his own theory. That ghost must have fallen from super far away, but her focus is completely stuck on his nerdy brain. But Singu, wait a second. You are actually crazy good at English. Is there literally anything you cannot do? Our guy just flashes a confident smirk, acting like this whole game is totally a breeze. All I did was pay absolute attention in class, and obviously I just reviewed my textbooks like a normal person. Eren cannot believe she has been hanging out with a secret academic god this whole time. That is honestly even scarier. His footsteps suddenly grind to a halt. He stares in absolute shock at the crazy scene right in front of him. What is this? Lenia is totally used to this reaction. Welcome. She does not leave him hanging in suspense for long. This right here is the Syrian graveyard. 3. Even though the lights are completely shining bright, there is not a single living soul anywhere. 3. In the blink of an eye, he completely rethinks the whole place. This looks way more like a dead city than a graveyard. Now, you and I need to appreciate Aaron roasting the architecture. Whoever made this place has absolutely terrible taste. She takes a closer look at the surroundings and adds more commentary. That literally looks like a real night sky, not just a dungeon ceiling. Oh my gosh, it has to be some crazy illusion magic. Saya spots another wild detail. I think they are totally using spatial manipulation magic in here too. Guess that is the only way to fit a massive holy city inside a literal underground cave. Singu finally snaps out of his initial shock daze. So you are telling me we entered this city through an alley full of buildings straight out of medieval Europe? This is completely unhinged. It seems all the noise from the new guests has officially woken up the zombie horde. They start crawling out from literally every single direction. All of them share one exact goal, heading straight for the only living squad left. He completely fakes asking for her opinion. So, this city is totally flooded with the undead. Do I have to kill them all? That question is painfully pointless to Aaron. This is literally no different from what he always does anyway. Alright, you and I are about to watch some pure chaos, because Alenia finally decides to drop the lore. She tells the crew this dungeon is packed with walking corpses, bone monsters, and get this, starving ghosts that literally eat other monsters. Since the dead souls have already mutated into full-blown phantoms, one single squad shouldn't stand a chance at clearing this mess. Seriously, it's a total death trap. But obviously, those terrifying details don't faze our guy Singu at all. He just shrugs. Thinking he's totally clueless, Alenia patiently over-explains that the vengeful spirits are hiding super deep underground, heavily protected by those massive graveyard guardians. Basically, they have to hunt down those monsters and smash the magical array sealing the spirit away. And here's the worst part of the quest. Once the spirit pops out and you kill it, every single walking corpse in the area is going to wake up cranky. Alenia quickly tries to chill him out before he panics. But don't worry. Back when she was alive, her guild actually researched a huge chunk of this exact city. And since the dungeon's layout hasn't changed a bit, they should be able to track down that magic circle fast. But Singu just instantly cuts through her massive info dump. I get it. Based on what you are saying, I just need to completely destroy absolutely everything. He stares at him, totally baffled by his completely unhinged brainwaves. Excuse me, but what? While normal gamers carefully plan things out, this dude is already taking the wildest shortcut. If I smash everything, the magic circle shatters, and the spirit gets forced out anyway. Am I wrong about that? Poor Alenia is visibly sweating, trying to hide her massive wave of panic. Obviously that would happen, but then all the other walking corpses will go into a total raging frenzy. Who knew her terrified little warning would actually guess his true master plan? Bingo. That is exactly the chaotic mess I want to happen. Wasting zero time, Singu casually yanks his heavy weapon straight out of his digital inventory. He smirks, feeling the weight in his hands. Is this a joke? I do not even need to practice swinging something this stupidly simple. Next step requires his trusty sidekick. Aaron, hit me with that holy power. She groans out loud, floating over lazily. All right, I am coming. Closes her eyes, focusing hard on the chant as a soft divine aura glows around her. The second she opens them, a totally bizarre symbol flashes deep inside her pupils. Then bam! She literally punches the holy energy straight into him. The system notification instantly pops up again. You have been buffed by a divine strike. Your total damage dealt against walking corpses is now increased by 30%. You are now highly resistant to undead poison and curses. That wild magical rush flowing from her insane buff makes Singu instantly addicted to the feeling. Wait, seriously, what is this? This is absolutely top tier. I could literally smash through undead dungeons all day long, as long as I keep a priest chained to my side. Aaron, absolutely furious at being treated like an item, snaps back. Over my dead body, you psycho. Their weirdly aggressive teamwork makes Alenia feel like a total third wheel. Oh, so you are actually a priest! I am so sorry I cannot physically help, but I am super glad things are actually progressing like this. Right then, he catches her deeply depressing, super gloomy expression. So, to stop her from aggressively overthinking, he decides to instantly show off his raw destructive power. No need for a pity party. I am going to clean this whole mess up nice and neat. So, seriously, do not worry so much. Right after saying that, Singu violently swings his black wolf claw, slamming a massively overpowered strike directly into the nearest structure. The sheer shockwave from that hit feels like a literal earthquake. It completely wipes out all the surrounding houses. Aaron panics at his totally unhinged, destructive playstyle. What the heck are you doing? You just destroyed our only exit route. She tries to stop him, but it is useless because Singu just keeps erasing the map anyway. Massive explosions boom everywhere, leveling absolutely everything in sight. Once the violent tremors finally die down, the whole scene is reduced to nothing but falling dust and crushed rubble. Seha instantly activates his ultimate fanboy mode. That was so incredibly cool, boss. All you literally did was bash really hard into a single wall, but it made all the connected walls collapse like a giant domino chain. Alenia is just staring with her jaw on the floor. You destroyed 7 whole buildings with just a single strike, but somehow this totally terrorizing result still doesn't satisfy our crazy MC. Still not enough. There are 30,000 buildings in this city, so I will need to swing my hammer 4,000 times. Hearing himself say that out loud makes him pause to think. Well, that is still totally doable. Hearing his insane logic just makes her sweat nervously. Right on cue, a system screen pops up. You have discovered the presence of hidden magic within the city. You need to search for more clues if you want to learn about this magic. This super grindy collection process quickly sparks a wild sense of excitement in his eyes. Oh? So this is how the game developers lead me to the next objective. It feels exactly like playing a detective novel. Because Singu is nerding out way too hard, Aaron urgently yells at him. Singu, they are here! The disgustingly unique visual design of the zombie horde makes her want to instantly quit life. I knew they would show up, but they are literally flooding out of the woodwork. Sia totally did not expect this dead city to be so overpopulated. Just how many people died here? Even Alenia is shocked they spawned this fast. You and I are about to see a literal wave of zombies. Out of everyone, he is the only one standing there with zero fear. So what are they exactly? I honestly thought real-life monsters would look a bit cooler than the movies. Look at our guy's chill vibe. Total opposite of Aaron, who's literally shivering in pure terror. How is he this calm? These zombies will rip their arms off and chuck them right at him. But his focus is somewhere completely totally different. Like, wouldn't that hurt them? Oh boy, Singu finally decides to get a tiny bit serious here. Alright, he hates dirty stuff. Time for a light warm-up to kick things off. The zombie horde starts rushing him like crazy. One guy versus an absolute massive swarm. He is not dumb enough to just charge in. Instead, he casually kicks a massive boulder right at them. Boom. That random rock hits them like a literal bomb. Before Aaron can even try to stop him, she is left totally frozen in shock. Like, wait, what just happened? Thanks to our boy, these zombies suddenly have real feelings. Some are crying, some are panicking, screaming about how much it hurts. Too bad that does not spark zero mercy from Singu. Alright, let us keep it rolling. Suddenly, the rock in his hand gets coated in this epic glowing yellow energy. Aaron sees this wild move for the very first time and asks, "What did you just do, Singu?" Gives a super quick answer. "I buffed this rock using the holy power you gave me." But honestly, she is still totally confused by it. Wait, how did you even do that? Pauses for a second, rethinking things. Hold on, you probably should not try this at home. Aaron just shakes her head at his ridiculous imagination. Nope, never mind. Of course our guy can easily pull that off. Absolutely. Why the heck not, right? Singu jumps right back into the fight, whipping out his dark wolf weapon. And then? He just bats that massive rock like he is playing Major League Baseball. It crashes down exactly like a flaming meteor, saying hello to those terrified zombies with a heavy dose of holy purification. That single hit literally drops like a mini nuke, completely blasting away a massive chunk of the enemies. The others in the back just stand there with their jaws dropped, watching the front line get completely wiped out. First time they have seen this since arriving here. They finally taste a solid hard counter. The entire mob just instantly freaks out and panics. That dude cannot be human if he is that insanely strong right now. He could never have survived this long. His meat is probably way too tough, and our teeth definitely will not be able to chew through that. Seiya thinks this is way too obvious. They are like the fox, and you are those sour grapes, boss. Aaron is still totally trapped in utter shock. Look, the zombies are actually retreating. Honestly, she is not even scared of them anymore. I have never seen a zombie run away before. Singu, on the other hand, just looks slightly disappointed. I was actually getting pretty hyped seeing them charge at me. But in their eyes, his dramatic entrance was basically the literal Grim Reaper paying a visit. I mean, he does not care what they do next. This right here is the true start of the zombie apocalypse. And the only ones suffering are these weak dudes running for their absolute lives. We do not want to die. Seriously, not a second time. Our guy instantly dashes forward, eyes shining bright. He is definitely not missing out on this brand new fun. Oh no, you do not. She quickly yells at him to pay more attention. Singu, do not trip. Before those monsters can even finish retreating, he drops an insanely powerful attack dead center right into the zombie horde. Sia and Aaron can only stare completely frozen as their leader turns them all into essence drops like raining candy everywhere. You cannot even believe these insane drop rates. The sheer number of monsters in this dungeon is wild. But how are literally all of them dropping pure essence? Singu just stays super chill, like nothing is weird. It always happens to me. The guy just has to accept this absolutely unreal, totally broken level of wild luck. Yeah, I see that. This is just normal for you, huh? Suddenly, the system pops up a notice. Time limit to clear is 11 hours, 13 minutes, and 42 seconds. Seiya is finally getting used to being totally hard carried through this stage. It has not even been one single hour since we entered, but this dude already wrecked half the city. Suddenly, not too far away, some seriously ugly monster who failed to escape just takes an entire building straight to the face. Everything happens so stupidly fast that his brain literally cannot process it. Wait, was not that crushed monster supposed to be a super strong living corpse just a second ago? Even she gets massive chills down her spine. Though honestly, there is no way to verify its strength because it died before even showing up. The system pops up again. You have successfully found the rough location of the magic seal. But to weaken the sealed beast, you must destroy the magic arrays boosting those living corpses. Singu is actually quite surprised by this fresh info. Wait, huh? There is an actual way to weaken the wraith? You and I know that changes everything. Even an insider like Alenia is completely clueless here. This is literally my first time ever hearing about this. He can only stand there and try to figure out what that message really means. Weaken? I guess I cannot just go around destroying absolutely everything here. Aaron finally finds a solid opening to jump into the chat. Are you just now realizing that basic fact? But of course our guy stubbornly sticks to his old crazy logic. What if he weakens the Wraith by accidentally destroying the wrong building? So you and I know the overall essence count and recorded mana levels would definitely drop down too. She was completely helpless. Talking to him was totally impossible. Seriously, these two are stressing over completely opposite things right now. After finally grasping Singu's ridiculous strength, her entire attitude shifted to super cautious. So should I give you a proper tour of this ruined city? Only then did our guy realize he was totally missing out on a unique tour. Honestly, if they had let this little ghost lead from the start, this whole trip would have been way more interesting than whatever they were doing. To make up for it, our hero quickly accepted. Alright, Ghost Girl, lead the way. Lenia almost cried actual tears of joy. He was finally acting like a normal human. Great, we will probably find the magic circles faster since the city is completely wrecked. He guided our chaotic squad while whispering a strict warning. This way and stay perfectly quiet. But Seiya thought she was totally overreacting. Look around, the monsters are literally running away. Aaron actually felt kind of bad for the poor monsters. Yeah, we really don't need to sneak. Singu, being the absolute loot goblin he is, wouldn't miss this. Let's just collect some essence along the way. He pointed like he was tossing a Pokeball. Go Seiya, I choose you. She immediately dashed forward without a single wasted movement. Yes, boss. She was totally annoyed, wanting justice for them both. What do you think supporters even are, huh? Yet he just stared at Aaron, silently asking why she was still standing there. She completely gave up. Fine, I will go too. Only after that chaos could Elenia finally resume her tour guide role. There are countless magic circles sealing vengeful spirits here. Even gave a super detailed explanation on how to deal with all these split identical magic circles. Basically, we have to find every single one and destroy them. But there's a huge catch. If we get unlucky, breaking the circles could actually power up the vengeful spirit. Singu listened closely and just nodded. Oh, I get it now. This entire ruined city is just a giant minigame. Now our OP hero faced a brand new dilemma. Should I help the spirit get stupidly strong before killing it? Or should I just wipe it out quickly for easy XP? Meanwhile, his two hardworking bees kept gathering loot behind him. His brain just works differently, folks. What an absolute dilemma. Elenia was totally confused by his weird hesitation, but just played along anyway. Yeah, you are right. They finally reached their target destination. Right in front of them sat a creepy stone tablet glowing with magic formations. Singu tilted his head, super curious. So is this our very first magic circle? She instantly felt absolute disaster approaching and panicked. Hey, you seriously need to be careful. Having learned her lesson, she warned him way earlier this time. These magic circles are always guarded by a powerful demon. Luckily, he actually caught the most important part. Wait, a super powerful living corpse? Singu was practically vibrating with excitement. Where is it? Aaron quickly spotted the terrifying monster literally trembling behind a pillar. It's hiding from you. Right over there. Big Bad Guard lasted exactly one panel before Singu smacked it straight into its next life. A system pop-up instantly flashed. You just learned that this sealing magic circle has locked down a living corpse inside the middle zone. The vengeful spirit is a monster blasting huge walls of offensive fire magic. A fraction of the magic circle sealing the spirit's power is now broken. The spirit's mana is rapidly rising. He was about to cheer but stopped and wondered out loud. How many circles are left? Aaron stared like he had multiple personalities. Did you just celebrate for the boss? Meanwhile, Elenia was still super tense, yelling out. There are 8 left. Hearing that, he just got even more hyped. Awesome. Let's hit the next building immediately. The moment they arrived, Singu happily smashed another one. This time, the system message completely updated. You have just discovered the vengeful spirit's past. She was originally a fairy presiding over death, but after dark magic corrupted her, she became an evil spirit spreading endless death to humanity. And now, another piece of the seal on the spirit's power has been completely shattered. I felt so bad hearing that tragic backstory. The second boss was a complete idiot too. But Singu? He only cared about the last sentence. Wait, so unlocking the spirit's lore directly buffs its power level in return? Are you kidding me? Even so, Singu just wanted to smash another one because his hands were itchy. Ding! The system popped up again. You discovered the spirit's past, a living corpse that shifts appearances. The broken seal causes its mana to absolutely skyrocket. Only after finishing his intense rock-smashing side quest did he finally turn around to scold Elenia. You're honestly terrible at predicting things. She panicked, awkwardly apologizing. I'm so sorry. But honestly, Seiya was way too stressed to care about those tiny details right now. Singu, the Wraith's insane power, is completely engulfing this entire city. It's seriously way stronger than even the Iron Great Demon General. But obviously, that warning went straight out the window. You guys know the drill. Fear simply doesn't exist in our guy's dictionary. I've never seen anything this strong. Honestly, this might actually be the perfect opportunity for exactly that. Lenia kept on leading the way. The next one is right down this road. The magical runes on this stone monument were way denser than before. She practically yelled, urging him on. "We are almost there!" "You break this." Singu eagerly raised his weapon high. "All right, let's do this!" Bam! Another absolute powerhouse smash from our favorite madman. The final system notification immediately popped up on screen. The seal was totally shattered. The Wraith had fully recovered all of its dark power. For hundreds of years, this boss cosplayed as a civilian to lure countless poor adventurers straight to their doom. He just got the new intel when a super creepy sound echoed from behind. Finally, the big bad boss of this place finally opened her creepy eyes. Velsa started letting out a screech to call in a whole bunch of ugly backup. Hearing the boss's command, those bony monsters came swarming like a flood from absolutely every direction. Even the starving ghouls caught the scent of fresh meat and rushed straight toward the center. She smugly bragged with a face that could literally curdle milk in freeze time. "You stupid, arrogant human, you have absolutely no idea what kind of nightmare is waiting for you." Aaron and Seha both yelled out a desperate warning. "Boss, that spirit!" But our guy stayed completely chill as always. Yeah, I get it. You should feel totally honored that I chose you as my target practice today. I already know everything about you anyway, so let's just skip your boring villain intro entirely. The total noob Velsa completely blue-screened when she faced her prey's weirdly calm reaction for the first time. "What the heck? That makes zero sense!" Before she could even process it, Singu busted out the Thunder God gun right in his hands. Bam, the energy vortex hit and instantly deleted half of her ugly body from existence. Honestly, just that single attack hit like a literal cannon, completely blasting through hundreds of walls behind her. The system chimed in with a sweet update. Power Bullet had officially reached level 5. Velsa was stuck losing the very second she showed her face, so she was incredibly salty about it. "I don't trust your rotten soul. I don't care if they were holy priests in a past life, or if they just have some friendly fake smile that's meant to easily trick absolutely anyone around them." Even though he didn't quite get her rant, he corrected her without hesitating. "My only teammates are my totally awesome support crew, Aaron and Seha." Aaron's face instantly bloomed like spring flowers, while Seha was literally sobbing a river. "Boss, I'm so incredibly touched right now." Singu, being such a nice guy, helpfully pointed out the enemy's massive weak spot. "You were totally wide open during the middle of that fight." She couldn't understand his crazy logic. "Then why did you let her transform like that?" "Oh wait, did you actually plan to fatten up the boss from the start?" He told them already. She was just way too weak. He wouldn't get much essence or any decent skill drops unless he literally buffed up her current form first. Hearing this, Velsa literally turned purple with rage because he treated her like basic mob trash. What an absolutely fascinating reason. He instantly threw her head back and unleashed a massive, ear-shattering screech at maximum frequency. The crazy sonic power rushed forward like a literal flood straight toward our guy Singu. Too bad for her, he read her like a book and instantly popped his fierce battle charge skill to tank it. An intense, blinding light violently erupted all around him. It was strong enough to shatter every single inch of ground within his blast radius. He even called out to Aaron, and since they were totally mentally synced, she understood immediately. "Oh wait, you want me to use the Cursebreaker skill?" After that, she desperately speed-read the magic incantation like a total pro. The second she finished, she rapidly transferred the massive buff straight into his glowing body. Singu was already a total powerhouse, but now he was basically chugging magical energy drinks. Every single step he took tore through the wind, sending shattered rocks flying absolutely everywhere. At the same time, he didn't forget to summon his trusty signature weapon, the Black Wolf Claw. The distance between him and Velsa was instantly closed in the blink of an eye. Actually, the thing Singu was gripping was a massive sledgehammer, a rank D3+ weapon. Sure, it might be a bit too weak against a boss-level wraith, but this was the absolute golden opportunity for him to secure a quick and completely brutal beatdown. Losing half of your ugly body must have weakened you just a little bit, am I right? I can definitely handle this thing. Even though she was furious right now, only an absolute idiot or someone with a death wish would just stand there and take it. Alright, watch this. Our guy steps up and Versa actually waits, letting out another massive roar. Half the sound wave's power totally vanished, but it still slammed into Singu, messing up his footwork big time. Honestly, getting hit with a nasty curse like that is just a totally terrible vibe. Sure, Aaron's buff skill gave him a tiny bit of armor, but wait, is this seriously what her weakened state looks like? But Singu? He is way too cocky to back down now. He goes all in, never stopping his counterattack for a second. After all, he wouldn't have dragged this epic fight out so far if he wasn't absolutely certain he would win. That first heavy slash drops, and she barely escapes getting chopped in half. But Singu instantly locks right onto her tricky little movements. He pulls a lightning-fast 180 spin with that beast of a hammer, and without a single second of hesitation, chucks the weapon straight ahead. The flat side of the hammer smashes her face, leaving Versa absolutely nowhere to run. She just ragdolls straight down from the sky, and our guy completely seizes the moment, dropping into his absolute perfect battle stance. The exact second she drops, he sprints like an absolute maniac straight at his target. She barely turns around, completely helpless and way too wrecked to fight back. Right as she lines up perfectly in his strike zone, Singu spins and delivers a totally brutal, goal-scoring kick straight into her. That single hit is nasty enough to completely scramble her insides. Even as he tries to hit the brakes, his intense momentum just shatters the solid ground beneath him. Versa goes tumbling away like a broken toy, while our boy is still absolutely burning with battle hype. The Black Wolf Fang drops from the sky, and he casually catches it. In a flash, it is right back with its master. It fits his grip totally perfectly. Singu snaps right back to his badass pose. You and I both know it is totally time to end this ridiculous circus. Suddenly, a fresh system pop-up appears. His wild battle frenzy skill just hit level 3. Now, anytime he makes physical contact, a massive shockwave blasts out, dealing extremely heavy splash damage to any unlucky enemies standing too close. Singu casually tosses the Black Wolf Fang over his shoulder and strolls closer. But then that crazy ghost shoots a super hateful glare behind her. She slams her hands down, launches up, and pulls off a flawless spin. Eren watches this wild stunt and quickly shouts out a warning. Look out, Versa is trying to run away again. Singu just coldly stares at his prey doing her desperate final struggle. Honestly super persistent. Versa throws her hand up, opening her freaky mouth full of razor teeth to screech loudly. Every single bone monster around hears the noise and wakes up. In their creepy little heads, a voice echoes on repeat. She is calling us. Versa totally hijacks their brains, ordering them to swarm him. Move in and rip the living sacrifice into tiny shreds right now. Eren panics at the super ugly horde creeping up. Guys, we need to handle these bone freaks first. But Singu? He just grips his weapon with this huge, crazy grin. Oh man, things are finally getting so much more interesting around here. Alright, let the crazy games begin. But suddenly, Seha hears something super weird. He instantly snaps his head around to warn the team. Zep hears it too and his face totally drops into serious mode. There is no way! Impossible or not, that is definitely the heavy sound of the final boss room slowly opening. These massive, hellish doors creep open, and something absolutely bizarre starts stepping straight out from the shadows. Singu tightens his grip on the Black Wolf Fang, watching the mob. We all knew this ghost was a hidden boss, but the dungeon boss is her minion? His vibe flips to pure disrespect. Come on, a final boss ditching its room just because it got called like a lapdog? What kind of stupid joke is this? Versa, being completely clueless, thinks she has won. She screeches about eating his soul, getting her power back, and marching straight up to the surface to build herself a brand new graveyard. But Singu? He does not care about her villain speech. He just smirks, soaking in the heavy rain. Velza waves her hand, the monster squad charges, and our guy lifts his weapon, fully hyped for round 2. His hammer swings wild, cracking the earth wide open. He spins like a tornado, using the Black Wolf Fang to bat these bone creeps away. They are zero match for him. They get blasted into literal powder after one hit. Velza watches this and starts dripping cold sweat. Realizing she messed up big time, she shoots straight up to bail. But he is definitely not letting her slide, blasting off right behind her. Versa cranks her jaw open for another massive screech, letting an insane burst of energy explode out. Wave after wave of pure shock blasts outward. Singu gets pushed back and just has to wait for a solid opening. Okay, this round is totally different. Our guy actually needs to use his brain. Eren's buff is officially gone. I guess leaning on that fancy curse-breaking skill is pretty much off the table for us now. From way in the back, she cups her hands and screams like a cheerleader. Fire off another magic bullet, Singu. One good shot could wrap this whole circus up. But Singu just gives her this super awkward, hesitant look. Yeah, he knows that, but his mana tank is totally running on empty. And before they can even rethink this, a ridiculously massive shadow steps into view from afar. Seiya stares at it, completely terrified, stuttering out a warning. The literal final boss of this monster mob is approaching. Eren never expected the big guy to show up this fast. Suddenly, a heaven-shattering scream violently rips right through the darkness. Alright, you and I are finally seeing Zeroth crash the party. A huge, starving ghost. Velza's losing his mind with excitement. You just made a huge mistake. A fatal one. The absolute classic arrogant human blunder. Suddenly, out of nowhere, an insane amount of iron chains comes raining down from the sky. Just die already. You belong to me now. Those endless steel chains shoot straight at their target like crazy. But get this, Singu just stands there, totally hyped and ready to tank the hit. Plot twist. The chains actually swerve and lock tightly around his wrists. Eren totally freaks out at this sudden trap, screaming her lungs out, Singu! She zips over, spamming her Holy Blessing skill to break the binding. Right then, Eren instantly feels how ridiculously overpowered this enemy actually is. Singu's sweating a bit now, calculating his next move. I can tank this curse, wipe out the boss monster first, clear the field, and punch that ghost back to the afterlife. But honestly, that safe strategy is going to take way too long to clear this dungeon. The absolute Giga Chad play here? Obliterate the ghost right now, then smash the boss monster so there's zero headache left. Big brain time. A glowing golden aura starts shining right above Singu. He realizes the mana Eren tweaked for him is actually pure holy power, perfectly built to completely nerf and delete this annoying curse. Sure, I can't just magically spawn this holy energy, but I can definitely hack and upgrade what I've already got on hand. If I just apply some basic energy transfer rules to this, I can totally. Suddenly, Seiya drops in wearing some ridiculously heavy armor, looking fully human-sized. Eren flinches so hard flying below him. Wait, Seiya, why the heck did you turn back into your normal size? Seiya just smirks, adjusting to the height with total swagger. Boss, I'm jumping into this crazy fight too. Our guy takes a massive leap. His arm is strapped with this ridiculously sharp, super long spear. Okay then. Heroic charge. Eren hears this cringe anime name and is just absolutely speechless. Are you seriously praising yourself right now? But Seiya just keeps his hyped up anime protagonist energy and explains. That's literally just the name of the skill. Ha! The dude is a literal bulldozer. Every single monster in his path just gets instantly skewered on that giant spear. Mission accomplished. And with that, Seiya totally gasses out, collapsing and shrinking right back to his tiny original form. That one attack literally drained my entire mana pool. Eren stares at the pile of wrecked monsters, honestly completely stunned. Wait, seriously? Seiya suddenly snaps his head up, eyes going dead serious. Meanwhile, Singu's wrists are still locked in those heavy iron chains. And Zeroth? He's basically breathing down his neck while Seiya screams. The boss is right on top of you! Eren is totally panicking, completely helpless, just screaming Singu's name. Seiya thinks our guy went totally deaf and just yells it out again. Boss. He's literally right there, but Singu, he's just zoning out, deep in his own galaxy brain thoughts. Got it. I just do this. Boom! His entire body explodes with a blinding flash, blasting a massive energy wave that shatters those chains. The classic system screen instantly pops up right on cue. Skill level officially hits 27. Velza is losing his mind, refusing to believe his own eyes. What? Eren stares at this dude who is literally glowing with fire and goes, Singu, what the heck did you just do? Now Velza is finally sweating bullets, literally shaking like a leaf. Impossible! There is no way you just casually broke my ultimate soul chains. This guy is in total denial. He furiously launches another massive wave of chains. Just die already, you filthy human! Now here's where you and I get hyped. That holy light shielding Singu is basically an impenetrable tank wall. He flawlessly snatches a chain midair. You know reverse card, baby. Singu grins like a menace and yanks it hard. Time for bed, idiot. 3. Velza can't even react before getting forcefully dragged straight into the danger zone. He arrogantly tries to launch a counterattack, completely clueless that Singu's other fist is already pulled back, locked, loaded, and ready to unleash hell. Boom! A god-tier punch slams squarely into Velza's chest, a punishing 5-hit combo supercharged with pure holy power. The flex is so blindingly fast, Velza just gets instantly vaporized. Now, there's literally nothing left in front of Singu but a little lingering smoke. But wait, did that insane combo scare Zeroth? Nope, it actually just hyped the big guy up even more. The beast clenches his massive fist, throws his head back, and roars. Ningu just watches this crazy flex and flashes a cocky smirk. Hey, don't worry, I'm sending you straight to your master real soon. Zeroth shows absolutely zero mercy, brutally snatching up the bare remains of that bone monster. The towering blood-red beast slowly shoves its own teammate into its jaws, violently tearing it apart. Okay, wrap it up, folks, because Eren and Seiya are totally disgusted by this twisted cannibal show. Just utterly horrifying. Alright, you and I are jumping right back into the madness. Zeroth is absolutely glowing with wild energy. That giant hungry ghost ate all the undead and actually found a way to make itself completely overpowered. But Singu just clenches his fist, winding up for a brutal strike. He launches a massive punch straight into the enemy's glowing red circle. Zeroth's breath slowly fades away. Singu is still side-eyeing this weird thing. It just feels way too weak. Eren stares at the leftover energy, totally confused. I mean, honestly, this final boss doesn't feel like a final boss at all. Singu closes his eyes, basically figuring out the whole gimmick. Usually when a final boss powers up like that, it just means our main character is so insanely strong he forces the enemy to sweat. A real final boss should just crush guilds without needing cheap tricks like that. Even though Eren still has questions, they cleared the stage, so she happily teases him. You literally just rejected every basic rule of role-playing games, dude. Her eyes suddenly drop, getting super serious when the real root of the issue pops up. The Syrian cemetery, a totally ruined absolute wasteland of a place. Not a single breath of life here, just like Eren said. It used to be a city of death, and now, it's literally a city of the walking dead. Suddenly, the system screen pops up, flexing their crazy clear stats. Dungeon cleared. Time taken, 2 hours, 35 minutes, and 56 seconds. Kills, 1,327 zombies, 915 skeletons, 164 hungry ghosts, 59 phantoms. Oh, and 1 wraith plus 1 giant hungry ghost. Next up, the screen dumps all their sweet loot. Special achievement unlocked, Dungeon Destroyer. The player gets a sick passive skill for debuff resistance plus a secret detector wand. Boom, you just leveled up 6 times. Singu is now level 66. Eren stares at every single line of that notification, feeling super weird about it. It is absolutely not normal to grow this insanely fast after clearing just 1 dungeon. Singu doesn't even care, just waving it off and making up a random excuse. Hey, I also grinded a ton of those tiny dungeons, you know. People usually average things out like this anyway. She gets so mad her face turns completely red, going off on a long rant. A normal person cannot clear this massive amount of dungeons in the starting area if everyone leveled up like you. It would literally take them a whole year just to beat a difficulty 32 dungeon. The item details finally pop up. Secret Detector Wand B rank, a magical item that literally sniffs out hidden secrets buried inside the dungeon. When you get close to a secret, it starts vibrating wildly and using it reveals the hidden stuff. Oh, but it completely vanishes after just 3 uses. He holds the gadget, already calculating a sneaky way to cheat the system. Yeah, it disappears after 3 uses, but if he just manually searches the area after it starts vibrating, he can totally find the secret without actually spending a use. Big brain move. Seiha watches with his chin resting on his hand, totally amazed. Adventure-type players would go absolutely crazy for this treasure. But Eren still feels like things aren't that simple. All he did was clear 1 single dungeon, yet he casually scores an absolutely top-tier item like this? Unreal. Singu holds his shiny new reward, completely hyped and ready for the next mission. Alright, let's go find that shrine right now. Besides, he figures they should trade the essence of the Wraith and the giant hungry ghost for some sweet relics. Eren floats right behind him, suddenly remembering what happened earlier. Hey, by the way, Singu, how the heck did you amplify the holy blessing I gave you? Singu keeps walking steady, explaining it with a totally straight face. It was an amplification, sure, but I just used it in a slightly different direction. Hearing those 2 words, Eren completely loses her mind. Wait, you seriously used amplification? If literally everyone else out there could do that, nobody would ever be scared of zombie monsters again. Singu just shrugs, looking completely unfazed like it is no big deal. It would be really weird to call it impossible. It is just that nobody has ever tried doing it before. Eren gets so mad she literally starts waving her arms around. So priests wouldn't be treated like royalty anymore, just because they know how to use holy magic. The altar starts glowing with this blinding yellow light. After a few seconds, Singu says something that sounds kind of ridiculously dumb. He feels like the essence might literally pop out like popcorn if he dumps it all at once. Eren ignores his joke, locking her eyes on the altar. I really hope we get some extra boots. Singu doesn't even hesitate, just chucking the item straight into the glowing altar. Just use the essence from the Wraith, the giant hungry ghost, and the high-level monsters. Boom, a massive beam of light shoots up, revealing a strangely familiar weapon inside. Seiya and Eren hover behind him, staring at the silhouette, totally confused. Wait, that looks like a hammer. Yeah, but he already has one, right? Mingu just crosses his arms, waiting calmly. Even though the Black Wolf Fang is enchanted, he still totally needs to upgrade his weapons even more. The system rapidly flashes the stats. Giant's Howl C++ rank. Attack power 1350 to 1950. Mastery 0 out of 400. Traits. A hammer packed with the power of a mid-level undead. Any living thing will panic just touching it. Tons of power are still completely locked away. Grabs it, staring hard and feeling the weight. Yeah, it is pretty heavy. It is way heavier than the Thunder God gun. Eren crosses her arms, looking at the Giant's Howl and suddenly dropping a theory. I bet its true rank is still hidden right now. Singu hears this for the first time and looks a little skeptical. Wait, is that actually possible? A whole bunch of different weapons with crazy attributes pop up as Eren explains. Of course, this one is definitely one of them. You know, the kind of relic that changes rank once your mastery maxes out and the traits unlock. It is basically known as a hidden piece. Now, here's where you and I gotta feel bad for Seiya over there, regretting his life choices. Man, I still hate dividing loot based on public ranks. Mingu looks at the guy practically collapsing from defeat, muttering softly. Wow, that is a seriously brutal wound to Salt. He stashes the weapon in his spatial inventory, ready to move on. Alright, let's put this hammer away and max out the Black Wolf Fang's mastery first. Eren stares at the glowing altar right in front of them. What is it at right now? Singu, getting ready to upgrade, keeps it super brief. 229. Hearing the hammer's level, Eren is genuinely shocked. Just wow. Singu stares off into space, his brain running wild. His Dark Wolf mastery is totally maxed out at 240. But wait, there's still one hidden trait left. Could be a missing puzzle piece. A teleportation portal pops up right next to him. Time to bounce out of here. They totally miss Sirak Mountain. Singu hears a hint of panic but instantly plays it cool. Stop saying that, you are making our boy worried. Fully geared up, he flexes with absolute confidence. Alright, even if there is a massive crowd out there, our guy still has this trusty hat to hide his face. The trio stands tall in front of the portal. One by one, they step right in. Alright, get a load of this twist. They literally get teleported straight to the bottom of the ocean. Singu is sinking fast. His precious oxygen is draining away second by second. All 3 of them thrash around wildly, blowing sparkly little panic bubbles everywhere. Singu finally hits the literal rock bottom of this watery nightmare. With crazy precision, his hand slams the key straight into the dirt. Boom! A massive glowing magic circle erupts beneath them. Right before vanishing, our guy spots a terrifying bloodshot eye watching him through a creepy rift. A gigantic, freakish eyeball completely covered in veins. Singu tries to widen his eyes for a better look, but being underwater makes pulling that off incredibly difficult. Finally back in their room, the whole squad collapses onto the floor, totally wrecked. Singu wipes his face, instantly complaining. Seriously, who came up with the awful idea of underwater dungeons? Eren is completely breathless. Her bright red face shows she is still recovering. Honestly, why did none of them think about this obvious fact before? Earth is mostly covered in water, so obviously a ton of dungeons are going to spawn straight in the ocean instead of on solid ground. Singu slowly shakes off his incredibly heavy soaked jacket. Honestly, he really should have killed that creepy thing they saw before returning home. Or Aaron was drowning earlier and literally saw absolutely nothing around her. Wait, there was an actual underwater monster down there? Are you absolutely sure it was not just some random fat whale? Singu just stares and bluntly asks, "Do you want to go back and check?" For a tiny girl who hates water like Aaron, the answer is an obvious heck no. Singu grabs his phone to check the latest news. After a quick scroll, his voice drops with sheer disappointment. Zero new updates regarding those ocean monsters. Aaron leans over to gently comfort him. If you really think about it, that lack of news is completely natural. Images of incredibly creepy mutant creatures flash in their minds as she explains. After all, it really has not been that long since monsters first popped up on solid ground. But ocean spawning requires way more complex conditions. First off, these ugly things actually need to be able to move and survive underwater. Seiya finally manages to stand his exhausted self up. If those normal dungeons erupted down there, can you imagine exactly how many monsters drowned instantly upon escaping? Singu strokes his chin, very seriously analyzing this hilariously dark problem. The ocean must be getting incredibly polluted right now. Aaron crosses her arms, brainstorming all kinds of wild reasons. Maybe some smart countries secretly invested in ocean operations early just to farm and collect those dead monster bodies. Ningu smirks, totally teasing her. Do you think regular fish just ate them? Now it is Seiha's turn to be utterly speechless. He has no idea how to respond. Haha, you and I both know that if normal fish mutated into brand new monsters, we definitely would not be sitting here laughing right now. Both Singu and Aaron are absolutely stunned by his incredibly dark and edgy theory. Seiha, bro. Seiya definitely did not expect them to react so strongly. He desperately tries to defend himself. Come on, guys, insane stuff like that only happens in comic books. Singu, sharing the exact same brain cell, suddenly declares no. Maybe that horrific monster was actually chewing on the other monsters that escaped those dungeons. It honestly looked exactly like a giant fish. His absolute genius of a brain goes into overdrive, wildly imagining giant fish eating zombie flesh. Aaron is so totally done with these two dudes. Why are you purposely picturing that gross stuff in your head? Singu drops the gross topic. He pulls off his shirt, flashing those ridiculous rock-hard abs. Let's just shower first because I am completely soaked. Ah, you should totally shower with me. Hearing this, Seiya cannot hide his absolute fanboy excitement. Yes, boss! The big guy and the little guy strip down together without a single ounce of hesitation. Aaron, being the only girl here, acts all flustered. But honestly, she is totally enjoying the view while pretending to be shy. Hey, wait a minute. Stop tossing your clothes everywhere. Later on, waves of warm water comfortably wash over Aaron. After a super relaxing shower, she finally steps out feeling completely refreshed. She uses a fluffy towel to dry the water dripping off her hair. Singu, already dressed in some simple clothes, notices her completely weird vibe and asks, "Why is your face looking so depressed? Are you mad we showered first?" Not knowing he struck a nerve, Aaron gets annoyed and fires back. It is not about that. She is actually imagining a totally pitch-black future. Looking absolutely heartbroken, she mutters, "Monsters are currently flooding the entire ocean. That basically means humanity will never be allowed to use it again." Meanwhile, Singu's brain instantly imagines epic warriors violently clashing with massive mutant sea beasts. Oh man, no! They would totally have to hire players just to guard their boats. You and I are jumping right into an epic movie scene. Singu snaps back to reality. Let's ignore the ocean drama and focus up. We have dungeons to absolutely wreck. They approach the massive door. Aaron is still totally traumatized by what just happened. She nervously asks if the next dungeon is underwater. Singu confidently leads the way, roasting her instead of offering comfort. Maybe the system notification pops up. Ant Cave Area 127. Nearing Graveyard. Clear time limit is 12 hours. The squad gets teleported inside the dark cave. Singu lazily crosses his arms, glancing around. Ah, he completely knew it. Aaron sees something horrifying off screen and looks totally depressed. Like, are you actually serious? Seiha points at the person who just popped up. Zed, the spirit, is literally an old dude. Haggard face, barely any teeth left, the old man groans. You finally made it. The epic heroes who will avenge me. Ningu notices the guy's super weird look and whispers, "Did the Wraith just put on a lame disguise?" Aaron stares at him, totally clueless. I do not think it knows we already cleared this dungeon once before. The mission is still ongoing. Singu zones out, calculating the easiest route. Because seriously, this is already his second time running this exact dungeon. One option? Massively buff the Wraith. The other option you and I would totally hate? Ignore the zombie horde, which makes the final boss way stronger. The squad absolutely speedruns through the gates. Singu casually smashes every magic array just like the ghost instructed. The crew finally makes it outside. Singu points at the massive monster horde rushing them, looking completely bored. Oh wow, look, zombies and hungry ghosts. You would expect an epic slaughter, but Singu randomly dips into another alleyway instead. Nope, let us turn back. The old dude watches him, a super shady look crossing his face. He's literally avoiding everything. Even a tiny group of weak monsters? This guy must be an absolute scrub. On this path, creepy white shadows start floating around. Singu points right at them. Oh wow. Ghost. His massive black wolf claw swings out, giving it absolutely zero chance to block. The ghost is instantly deleted. The old man starts violently shaking, sweating literal bullets. Hey wait, why only kill the ghosts and skeletons? Singu does not even try to hide the brutal truth. Because they look disgusting. The old dude completely short circuits at that ridiculous answer. What is wrong with him? Like, is he overpowered or weak? Yep, this ghost is totally having an existential crisis. He stares at Singu's back and makes a choice. No, I am easily getting my crazy powers back right now. I absolutely do not need to start a massive fight yet. Suddenly, an absolutely insane explosion shakes the entire cave. Velsa makes his grand entrance again, looking way more menacing than before. You stupid humans! Who casually pulls out his epic Thunder God gun and blasts the enemy dead on. His entire body erupts with insane mana as he violently rushes forward. Before Velsa can even react, Singu's massive hand is already completely crushing his throat. Oh yeah, game over! Singu smirks with absolute confidence, cutting right to the chase. Call your little boss pet out right now before I end you. Exactly as planned, Velsa screams his lungs out, the crazy shockwave echoing everywhere. Singu holds his badass pose and casually glances over. Seiha, is that final boss room open yet? Seiya covers his ears and quickly yells back. It is completely open, boss. Velsa's face is completely twisted in agony. You trash-tier humans actually already figured it out? That I am the Wraith and the boss is my puppet? Singu flexes his massive brain, of course. The amazing Singu totally planned this whole thing. Aaron rolls her eyes and instantly calls him out. You are acting incredibly arrogant for a guy who has literally only cleared this dungeon once. Even while choking, Velsa keeps acting tough. You utter trash. You really think I will just die after this insane humiliation? Ningu clenches his fist with a crazy psychopathic grin. Well then, goodbye. See you in the next dungeon. Throws an absolutely devastating punch right into Velsa's ugly face. Before Velsa can even cry about it, he gets completely dusted. Gone. And Singu gets totally hyped watching the massive shadow approach. Stick with me, because we still have time. Alright, picture this. Our boy holds these bright red essence cores, smirking like an absolute menace. Should he just wipe this whole place out while waiting? Why not? It is just ghosts and skeleton mobs. But Aaron is honestly shocked by his insane, overachieving work ethic. He tells him, your crazy dedication to the grind is honestly amazing. Meanwhile, those skeleton mobs are running around like headless chickens without their boss. The master is totally dead. Singu grabs 3 stones, winds up, and chucks them forward with pure force. The boneheads just stand there, taking the hit. Energy bullets explode from his body, ripping right through the skeleton squad. And Zeroth, just gripping his fallen comrade, screaming in pure rage. The guy slowly eats the core like it is a gourmet snack. Gross. Meanwhile, Singu literally pulls his hammer out of thin air. He casually asks, hey, do I get bonus points for totally destroying this entire city? The massive Black Wolf hammer slams down hard. Rocks shatter everywhere. He is swinging that hammer like a maniac, having the time of his life. Aaron just watches, thinking he looks like an RPG hero smashing random pots just to steal loose change. Seiya completely agrees. Great analogy, Aaron. Suddenly, Zeroth opens his jaws and screams. Creepy purple energy completely wraps around him. But Singu is just smiling. Everything is going exactly to plan. Looks like you ate your veggies and got much stronger, right? He says, glad to see it. Our guy steps back, gripping his weapon tight, totally ready. Well then, see you later. He swings the hammer, and bam, the rock launches straight up like a literal missile. But Zeroth is not going down that easily. One simple punch completely deflects the attack. Ningu smirks. He is actually super happy with his opponent's power level. Suddenly, Zeroth's massive body starts shrinking. Seiya feels the weird vibe and yells, the giant ghoul is getting smaller. But wait, its mana is actually getting way stronger. Zero fear, our boy rests the hammer on his shoulder. Is this a secret boss phase? Aaron looks extremely worried. Did you actually know this dungeon had double secrets all along? Ningu just flashes a confident look. He guesses all his hard work is finally paying off. The system screen pops up with a big reveal. The dungeon's final boss, the giant ghoul, just evolved into a greater fiend. A massive towering monster with bloodthirsty red eyes has fully entered the chat. Sweating bullets, Seiya quickly warns them. Greater fiends are high-tier monsters only found past level 30 dungeons. They are huge, ridiculously fast, and spit a toxin so bad that just smelling it poisons you. Singu does not even care, casually looking around. Thanks for the massive lore drop. Glances over, casually deciding his next move. Should I just punch it? Aaron, get a spell ready for me. She is just totally fed up and helpless. Knowing him, he will probably take hits on purpose just to boost his resistance. Singu steps right up, weapons tight, smiling. You know me too well. Zeroth glares down with those red eyes, growling with pure hatred. Living corpses have hearts, but you broke mine. Our guy is literally impressed by the boss. You still have a conscience? Great, because I cannot earn bonus XP fighting entirely brainless enemies anyway. Cocky as ever, he already smells victory. Just drop dead. Zeroth refuses to lose, grinding his teeth in rage. That is my line. They instantly clash. Both of them are absolutely boiling with the need to destroy each other. Ningu slides back, planting his feet, raising the Black Wolf hammer to strike. Zeroth winds up his huge arm, sending rocks and dirt flying up everywhere. His freaky claws just grew way longer, and this dangerously toxic purple smoke is pouring out of his entire body. Shingu stares hard at his enemy, quickly analyzing the insane situation in his head. A poison mist, huh? In seconds, that deadly smoke completely swallows our boy. Then, a system warning pops up on the screen. Your body is infected with greater fiend poison. Your normal poison resistance cannot block this effect. If you absorb any more of this toxin, you face an extreme risk of immediate death. But Shingu does not panic at all. Instead, he just grips his massive weapon even tighter. Furrowing his brow, he calmly thinks to himself, "All right, not too bad." Zeroth, surging with aggressive energy, furiously roars out loud, "I will melt you down with my poison." Shingu gets his confident swagger right back. Gripping his hammer, he charges forward. "And I am just going to practice my kicks." Incredibly flexible body effortlessly dodges that massive punch. In a flash, Shingu circles behind, kicking the enemy's legs incredibly hard. Completely caught off guard, Zeroth cannot dodge and crashes face first into the cliff. Shingu instantly seizes the moment, gripping his weapon to deal the final killing blow. Helpless on the ground, Zeroth loses all ability to resist and takes the Black Wolf hammer straight to his face. But hey, nothing is ever that easy. Those razor-sharp claws suddenly slash right at our guy's face. Zeroth uses the momentum to leap up, swinging his arm to fiercely counterattack. That last hit packed a serious punch, blasting our boy Singu back. Let's watch him check his cracked Black Wolf claw, totally bummed out. "Guess we can't use the hammer anymore," Aaron nervously points out from the sidelines. "Just swap weapons," she begs. But Singu, he just smirks like a total boss. Everything is going exactly to plan. "Nah, one more swing and I hit 100%. His wicked grin widens, looking absolutely thrilled. I bet this guy loves getting smacked around. Aaron is still totally stressing out. But seriously, that hammer is gonna shatter! Does Singu care? Nope, not listening. He grips that cracking hammer and charges back in. Zeroth is ready, blasting toxic smog everywhere as he glares at our charging maniac. Who knows what is hiding in that nasty smoke? Singu actually looks a bit surprised. Zeroth grits his teeth, ready to risk it all. "You absolute monster!" Ningu just keeps smiling that cocky smile. "Yeah, I get that a lot." Zeroth's giant muscles bulge with pure energy before launching a blindingly flashy attack. But Singu, he just casually sidesteps it. Pushing off the dirt, he rockets straight at the villain. Pure, unhinged battle hype. Boom. The impact triggers a massive explosion, blasting Zeroth away. Singu blitzes at insane speed, basically teleporting right behind this helpless guy's back. Wham! Another brutal hammer strike crashes down. The sheer energy just flattens Zeroth instantly. The ground completely shatters. Ignoring the pathetic screaming, Singu violently slams the weapon down. Ding, the system pops up. Black Wolf Claw proficiency has finally hit 100%. The weapon is revealing its true form. The old hammer shell crumbles into tiny pieces. A wicked razor-sharp blade emerges from inside, finishing its epic evolution. It looks way lighter and completely badass. The stat window instantly flashes on screen. Great Wolf King, rank C++, huge attack damage. Great proficiency boosts, plus a Fire D+ attribute. It expands when fed mana and lands a nasty poison effect on hit. A sledgehammer packing the power of a giant wolf's two front legs. Super durable but insanely heavy. Next up, the dungeon clear screen pops. It tallies his kill count and piles on the epic loot. Bonus skill unlocked. He just snagged the Master Wisdom passive. His biological stats merge with the skill, rocketing Master Wisdom all the way to level 8. Perfect clear grade achieved, plus a sweet bonus stalactite pendulum artifact. He calculated. He just jumped 9 whole levels. Singu hoists his shiny new toy high, his eyes literally sparkling like stars. "Guess you got a new toy. That hammer looks so freaking badass." Aaron checks out the second alert. Honestly, Singu seems way happier about this than leveling up. "I had no clue that weapon could evolve." Suddenly, Singu looks up, acting all dead serious. "I gotta ditch the original plan." Aaron looks super confused. "Wait, what plan?" Singu flexes his big brain logic. "I wanted to max out its stats and merge it with Giant's Howl. But the proficiency already peaked, so now I've got 2 C++ weapons." A wild mental image pops up, our boy dual-wielding. "I'm gonna run one in each hand." Aaron just sighs in total defeat. "You're literally a giant." Ningu looks way too proud of his crazy idea. "I'm trying it." He swings the massive claw and boom, a literal hurricane rips right out of the ground. His crazy glowing tornado completely shreds everything in its path. Singu plants his feet wide in the center, fighting not to get sucked up. Once the dust finally settles, the surrounding buildings are reduced to pure rubble. Utter chaos. Singu walks over with his gear, grinning like a madman. Makes sense, they don't need to match. I'll get used to it though. Aaron stares at the destruction and sighs. "You're honestly worse than a giant. Let's kick this off." She rolls her eyes, telling him to check his loot before playing around. Our boy Singu instantly agrees, and boom, his shiny new stat window pops right up. Get a load of these stats. John Singu, underground player, level 75. Strength 242, dexterity 246, stamina 260, and mana 97. A whole laundry list of crazy attributes right there. Aaron stares at the screen, totally starstruck. Like she just met the guy and he's already level 75? Even Sisha clenches his fists, throwing out non-stop praise. Level 75, but casually bodying level 200 guys. Imagine this dude at level 200! Meanwhile, Singu just strokes his chin, laser-focused on his own stat board. Almost all his skills just jumped to solid grade. But wait, what's this new one? Yep, the screen is showing off his shiny new toy. Master Intellect Level 8, basically a superpowered sixth sense born straight out of his regular five senses. It lets you feel the literal invisible. Aaron finally spots it on the screen, looking completely lost. Such a basic description, but the more Singu reads, the sketchier it feels. The craziest part? It's a brand new skill, but it's already level 8. Probably because he's already wired like a freak. Aaron starts connecting the dots from his past flexes. But here is the real mindbender. This guy was literally born with Master Intellect right out of the womb. She remembers him casually sensing hidden monsters and traps without breaking a sweat. Singu awkwardly mutters the wild idea floating around in his head. Like, if he turns this into a passive skill, wouldn't it be super easy to upgrade his other five senses into actual system skills? Aaron is totally flabbergasted. Who even thinks like that? I mean, sure, that would make him ridiculously overpowered. Basically tells him to go nuts if he's got mana to burn. Singu takes the massive scolding like a champ, not daring to argue back. He just nods. But wait, another notification drops. Stalactite Pendulum, rank B+, proficiency 0 out of 500. This bad boy sniffs out hidden treasures. Just pump it with mana and boom, it leads you straight to the loot. Ningu holds the thing, double-checking it like a secret metal detector. Aaron looks absolutely shook. You and I know how rare this is. She slowly explains that this pendulum is literally the ultimate jackpot of this entire dungeon. She never expected him to actually snag a B+ rank relic here. Ningu is ridiculously smug about his massive haul. He just turns around to bounce. Casually calls her toward the altar. Aaron just crosses her arms looking confused, like, what is he even planning to grab now? Seiya is still totally tripping over what just happened. He mutters how hard it usually is to even find dungeon rewards. That's why normal players grind auctions or just replay dungeons forever. But this guy? His luck is basically a cheat code. Only Aaron knows the real deal, sighing like a tired mom. She explains that Singu literally can't even use the auction house. Plus, he can't replay dungeons either. So yeah, he desperately needs that stupidly high luck. Poor Seiya gets hit with this entire lecture, and then randomly takes a brutal punch straight to the dome. Message received. Ouch. Out of nowhere, this massive, solid gold pedestal just spawns in. It's glowing with this crazy sparkling light, looking like a portal to somewhere epic. Singu and his trusty sidekicks cautiously step up to investigate the glowing bling. He squints at it. A symbiotic altar? Aaron stares up at the giant thing, totally hesitating. Yeah, definitely not that. Playing the gamer logic card, Singu guesses it's probably some hidden bonus reward altar for completely crushing the side quest. Makes sense, right? Aaron still has no clue what's happening, but she instantly shoots that down. This isn't some cheap minigame. That kind of stuff just doesn't fly in the Heavenly City. But then, boom, a massive system alert pops up, class change altar. An altar carving a brand new path based on your achievements. Honestly, bagging this much insane loot in one run is totally frying Singu's brain. Wait, class change? Aaron is way quicker on the uptake and completely gets it. You can practically see the different gamer classes popping up as she talks. She reminds him that players unlock their specific character classes once they clear a level 10 dungeon. But since he's a sneaky underground player, of course he had zero clue. Suddenly, she spots this totally weird glowing ring on the gold pedestal's glass. Look, there is an actual portal slapped right onto the altar. Singu stares at the glowing ring, looking completely baffled. Wait, does he seriously not have to drop any essence to change classes? Seiya is practically vibrating with hype in the back, telling the boss to just go. Meanwhile, Singu is still dragging his feet, awkwardly agreeing to jump in. But hold up, our guy is still sweating the small stuff. What about all the leftover essence? Those creepy, vengeful spirits and the hungry ghosts? Aaron genuinely stops to think about it. Singu literally looks deflated, completely drained of life at the thought of leaving his precious loot behind. Tragic. There is zero reward altar here. Guess he's got absolutely no other choice. So, they just squeeze their eyes shut and yeet themselves through the portal. Boom, they drop right under a perfectly clear, wide-open sky. Singu teleports straight into the dirt lying on the grass. Check this out with me. The whole forest in front of them is a totally freaky dark purple. The altar warp clearly messed with Singu's head, leaving him totally dazed. Where even are they? Wait, who is he again? Aaron intensely scans the completely alien surroundings. Yeah, they are definitely not on Earth anymore. Seiya side-eyes the weird purple aesthetic, frowning with pure anxiety. Definitely not the ant cave either. Honestly, it totally gives off major Heavenly City dungeon vibes. Those high-level zones literally feel like entirely different dimensions. Naturally, Singu's big genius gamer brain is already cooking up a massive list of wild fantasy scenarios. Every legendary RPG basically kicks off exactly like this. Now all he needs is a cute elf buddy shooting cover fire from the trees. But wait, panic mode activated. He spins around. Why the heck is his interface completely gone? Aaron finally gets the hint. Yeah, it feels super weird. Before anyone can even process it, our boy Singu suddenly yells, "This is just a test." Yet his very next sentence totally contradicts him. Seiya has seen wild stuff, but even he is completely lost right now. Everything is just one massive, confusing blur. Worried about everyone's safety, he chooses the boring but safe route. Let's just chill right here until something actually happens. Nope. Singu pumps his fist, totally hyped up, and declares his final decision. His brain is running at max speed, cooking up a whole movie plot. If they leave the forest, the locals will totally think they are shady outsiders. The only fix? Hunt down some local monsters to instantly earn their absolute trust. Who knows where Singu gets this wild logic? He is already imagining himself as some legendary hero getting praised by everyone. He asks for help to become a mercenary here. Erin just closes her eyes, absolutely completely done with him. Dude, you read way too many web novels. How could an altar magically teleport us to another dimension? But wait, suddenly she realizes something insane and her face completely drops in pure, unhidden shock. Erin is practically radiating this terrifying, creepy aura now. Hold up. If heaven cities and giant ant caves are real, then other crazy worlds must exist too, right? Her expression shifts from pure terror to absolute mind-blown shock. So that means every single monster we have been fighting actually comes from a completely different world. They want to invade Earth and make it their colony. Now it is Shingu's turn to be utterly speechless at her. Honestly, Erin, you are the one reading way too many novels. The squad marches together straight across that bizarrely beautiful glowing field of grass, only to get completely blocked by a ridiculously high solid stone wall. Singu stares at it, feeling super smug about his earlier wild guess. A giant city wall? Oh yeah, definitely another world. Erin inspects it super carefully and drops her own expert knowledge. Nope, probably monsters. Some really nasty ones actually build massive fortresses inside the high-tier dungeons. Seiya immediately takes charge of the mission and takes off flying. Gotta check it out. Boss, let me get a perfect view. The duo watches him speed up toward the very top of that massive wall. But literally 2 seconds later, Seiya sees something totally crazy and scrambles right back. Boss, Singu looks up with a super serious face, demanding the actual report. Is it swarming with monsters? Seiya is waving his arms around frantically like everything went wrong. Seeing them would actually be great. But there is absolutely nothing there. A total ghost town. Hearing this, Erin nearly jumps out of her skin in disbelief. Wait, what? Now Singu finally realizes they are in serious trouble. What do you mean it is totally empty? Like, completely deserted. Seiya spills all the details he just witnessed. Yeah, there are heavy signs of destruction everywhere, but 0 bodies left behind. No residents. Not even a single drop of dark red blood. Singu points straight ahead and makes the call. We are going in. Walking along this massive wall should lead to the gate. They reach the end and find this huge, completely locked wooden door. But come on, like that is actually going to stop our squad. With Erin cheering him on, Singu pulls out his weapon and casually smashes it open. Absolute madness. All right, you and I are stepping into the unknown with them. Total ruined wasteland inside. There is literally 0 sound of life anywhere, making Seiya super nervous. Way too quiet. Erin flies ahead, totally weirded out. These houses are completely covered in thick dust. Just how long has this creepy place been abandoned? But suddenly she spots something in the distance, and her eyes shoot wide open in pure shock. Cold sweat drops as her trembling hand points straight ahead. I totally thought all medieval cities looked the exact same. But why does this place look nothing like Sarian? Singu hasn't noticed the glitch at all and looks so confused. What? Seiya rubs his chin, searching his brain. Oh, now that you mention it! Erin quickly shakes it off and snaps back to reality. Guys, this is still a dungeon. No clue what is hiding here, but we better finish up and run. Singu totally thought she would beg to escape right now, so he is genuinely surprised. Wow, so optimistic. His senses are firing on all cylinders while his brain just marvels. This place hits way different than a normal dungeon. It is massive, practically overflowing with pure mana, feeling super comfortable. The more Singu thinks, the deeper he falls into this crazy rabbit hole. What if the Heaven City and Ant Cave dungeons are just cheap copies of this exact place? Though the original would be ancient. He stops right in front of a half-open door and points straight in. Let's loot these sketchy buildings first. But before they can even twitch a muscle, the surrounding stone walls crack wide open and completely collapse. A massive stone smashes right onto his head, but our guy Singu literally feels 0 pain. We just walked in and it is already breaking? Who knows how ancient this is? Tiny Erin violently shields herself, completely over it. There is nothing here. Let's just go home. As if Singu would ever quit that easily. His feet stay firmly planted, stubbornly marching straight into the ruins. The ancient crumbling house groans with this massive, terrifying noise before completely collapsing into dust. And the other giant buildings? Not surviving either. It looks like an absolute purge of ancient real estate is happening. You gotta love this mess. Erin exhausted stares at the total destruction. Are we searching or just demolishing everything? Suddenly, Seiya's urgent voice echoes, grabbing all their attention. Boss. Seiya flies over looking ridiculously happy, hugging a found diary. Singu praises him, grinning ear to ear. Finally, the little guy actually did something useful. You and I love to see it. Singu grabs the book, flipping pages, suddenly looking dead serious and studious. But Seiya takes one tiny peek at the pages and immediately starts screaming in pure panic. Covers his mouth, looking absolutely horrified. I cannot read a single word. What is this gibberish? Erin jumps, completely startled by his screaming. Dude, chill out. Stop making everyone panic over nothing. Mingu drops his voice an octave, instantly shutting them both up. The grand expedition approaches. He stares deeply at the worn diary, reading aloud. We will fight to our very last breath. Our comrades wait in the new world in the name of the great Louis Austin. The other two instantly drop their panic, flying closer. Wait, Singu, you can actually read that? Singu looks up, flashing a massively excited grin. Yeah, I have zero idea what this language is, but I can read it perfectly. Right on cue, we see the classic trope play out. Because honestly, every single fantasy story basically hands the main character a free auto-translate skill right off the bat. Absolute pure comic logic right there. Singu looks ridiculously satisfied, practically glowing with that literal main character energy halo shining behind him. I knew I was an isekai protagonist. Feels amazing being the absolute star of the show. Aaron just stares at this aggressively arrogant guy, totally speechless. Seriously, who is exactly supposed to be the sensible one here? After that utterly pointless comedic detour, our glorious hero Singu finally focuses his attention back onto the diary. Let me keep reading. He dives back into studying the dusty pages. The first half is just boring family drama from whoever owned this thing. But skip to the middle part, the words suddenly get super chaotic and messy. And then we hit the very last page. Finally, something actually worth reading out loud. The disciple of Setnat has been fully resurrected. We have zero hope left now. The final seal will break soon, and absolutely everything will go according to his will. Aaron goes wide-eyed, perfectly summing up the mood. Well, that sounds exactly like a bad video game ending. But Seiha is looking way closer, going full detective mode. Look at how the last period drags into a long streak. Plus this huge bloodstain right here, that paints a perfect, terrifying picture. This basically screams that they were brutally attacked mid-sentence. We really need to watch our backs. Hearing his panic team's theory, Singu drops his final, totally dramatic verdict. Basically, these brave warriors fighting for Louis were brutally wiped out by some crazy lady working as Setnat's loyal disciple. Aaron's face turns dead serious at that exact drop. Louis, I have actually heard that name before. I even found traces linked to it way down in the level 31 dungeon. That is the literal name of the light god those creepy monsters worship. Singu squints, piecing the lore together like a true gamer. So humans probably worship that exact same god too. Connecting all these crazy dots makes Aaron suddenly gasp in pure realization. Guys, I think I finally know exactly what the main theme of this entire wild mission is. We definitely need to investigate the epic war between two literal gods in this crazy city. And right as she says that, pitch-black darkness suddenly swallows the entire area without any warning. Mingu looks 0% optimistic right now. I am guessing we were totally wrong about that. Aaron looks super confused. Before she can ask, Singu just powerfully leaps straight into the sky. He lands flawlessly on a high spot, surveying the massive landscape below. He calls down to his team. Hey, do you guys see this absolute madness? An endless, massive horde of horrifying undead monsters is flooding toward them, stretching as far as the eye can see. Singu states it with 100% confidence. This is definitely just a simple wipeout mission, which makes sense. You and I know his entire vibe is just aggressively fighting monsters. There is absolutely no way he got a complicated puzzle. But getting zero verbal response from his team makes our boy seriously suspicious. Aaron's total silence actually freaks Singu out. Wait, did she literally just pass out while standing upright? The second he says that, she violently snaps out of her trance. She finally panics, frantically yelling a very delayed warning to Singu. We really need to prepare to fight right now. He just nods silently. Knows the drill. He decisively dives straight off the high ledge, obviously pulling out his insanely deadly giant wolf claw weapon mid-air. Pure combat excitement is plastered all over his face. He is not worried at all. But then Singu randomly goes totally feral, wildly smashing the surrounding stone walls into tiny pieces. He even starts aggressively wrecking the houses. Aaron watches this absolute destruction, totally bewildered. What are you doing? His hands never stop moving. He casually turns the broken rubble into heavy artillery. Right amid the chaos, Seiya frantically rushes over. Boss, there are tons of suspicious papers falling from this ruined building. But Singu really cannot afford any distractions right now. Oh, is that so? Just shove them in the inventory. After intensely struggling, he gets super annoyed and loses his patience. He literally owns a legendary thunder gun, but is forced to fight using rocks. Aaron brutally points out the very sad truth of the matter, because you have absolutely zero mana. Yep. Seiya happily chimes into the roasting session from afar. You just need to find some cool mana bullet artifacts to reduce the massive consumption, then you are golden. After that, the kid goes back to aggressively breaking stones. Here! The Yanghyun presents it like ultra-rare loot. Boss, is this big enough? Singu isn't picky at all. Yeah, let's crush this. That simple praise makes the guy smile so hard his eyes literally disappear. Obviously, I am super happy to help you out. Our guy is just utterly baffled. Why is everyone so weirdly positive today? But while they chat, a massive undead army comes swarming in, chanting their creepy little slogan. In the name of Senat! Senat! Singu grips his weapon tight. These zombies actually worship Senat? Wait, so that woman mentioned in the diary is not some random vengeful spirit? Aaron starts piecing this twisted lore together. The villagers must have mutated into walking corpses right after their grand expedition totally failed. And now that spirit rules them as Senat's loyal disciples. Maybe Senat is literally the zombie god? Meanwhile, the monsters completely ignore the lore drop, just screaming to destroy heretics. Punish all the cowards who oppose the holy war. Kill. Singu catches that keyword. A holy war? He totally rejects that ridiculous idea. Like, that even exists. War is just a cheap excuse to legalize massive national violence, all hiding behind totally fake ideals and honor. Seiha then starts overthinking the whole zombie issue. Cowards in a holy war? Seriously? Are they actually talking about Lewis's followers? But honestly, Singu does not care about the lore anymore. We can think after I wipe them out. With that, he lands straight on the massive towering wall opposite them. Up here, he gets a perfect view of the mob. Classic zombies and creepy skeleton monsters. Even wild mutated ones. They are rushing in like an ocean wave, ready to totally devour everything. But with his insane combat experience, Singu is not sweating it at all. Just basic mobs. But suddenly, his razor-sharp eyes lock onto something completely different. Found you. Way behind that dense zombie army, there is a completely unique threat. A literal Dullahan. Even standing totally alone, its terrifying aura crushes everything around it. And the scariest part? It is casually holding its own severed head in its hand. Singu breaks a sweat, totally weirded out. It is holding its head. That is terrifying. Aaron panics instantly. A Dullahan, the headless knight. We have never faced one in a dungeon before. Kaya is equally stressed out. A Dullahan is a super rare high-tier boss, but nobody has actually ever seen one this insanely strong. It is definitely past level 200. But unlike his panicked team, Singu flashes an absolutely unhinged smile. Awesome! If I defeat it, my ranking will skyrocket, right? His crazy optimism just leaves them totally speechless. Dude, you are way too positive. Pulling items from thin air, he barks orders. Seiha, keep your eyes on that Dullahan. The second it moves, you tell me. Seiha instantly nods, totally locked in. Understood, boss. Singu's eyes turn serious. Aaron, start preparing your holy magic. He agrees without any hesitation. Yes! Stick with me here, this is a crazy flex. He happily pulls out ordinary rocks. I will save my mana and crush the rest with pure physical power. Boom, he pours all his raw strength into one throw. Just like that, a single strike makes the entire zombie mob violently explode. Aaron watches in awe. He actually takes a pro baseball pitcher stance. Take this! Another incredibly powerful swing of his arm. The rock tears right through the wind, flying straight at its target. Suddenly, it shatters right in midair, turning into deadly little shrapnel pieces. The shockwave is way worse than before. Aaron is completely stunned by this flex. He is actually calculating the exact blast radius by timing the rock's explosion perfectly. Is there literally anyone else out there who could pull that off? That immediately reminds Seiha of someone. Maybe Kim Haryong, the Whirlwind Guildmaster? Although he totally would not do that without using mana. Meanwhile, the boss Dullahan just silently watches this chaotic massacre unfold. Its dead eyes lock straight onto the source of those crazy explosions. Our boy Singu! A creepy whisper echoes from somewhere around the headless knight. Are you an artillery gunner? Shockingly, that voice perfectly reaches Singu. What was that? Aaron quickly explains. Dullahan is actually amplifying its own creepy voice using pure mana. The headless freak speaks again, sounding seriously hyped. Death is absolutely what my master loves most. Sacrificing an entire army just to take one human life? Honestly, that is pretty entertaining. Let us see just how long you can actually survive out here. Hearing that, Singu casually stretches his muscles. So basically, this boss will not do a single thing until I finish off his minions? Perfect. You and I know what is next. He stops holding back, summons his entire stash, and declares, bring it! Alright, you and I are about to see rapid-fire mode officially engaged. One shot after another tearing through the air, ripping straight into that totally messed up mutant zombie horde. Zero breathing room for these monsters. But then out of nowhere, Seiha flies in completely panicking. Hey boss, he yells. They're literally eating each other right now. Our guy Singu freezes in his tracks. Wait, what? Yep. Those nasty, hungry ghosts are going full cannibal mode. They are just devouring absolutely everything in sight until their entire bodies erupt into massive blazing flames. By the time Aaron actually catches on, the freaky transformation is completely done. Look, a high-level beast just evolved. Singu's voice suddenly drops dead serious. So wait, are they just funneling all their raw power into a few chosen elites? Honestly, even he has absolutely no clue. Probably. But whatever the case, the stone in his hand violently shoots off like a homing missile, speeding right toward its shiny new target. Boom, just one single strike, and he absolutely obliterates that newly evolved hungry ghost. And right on cue, a shiny mana crystal drops exactly where it stood. Aaron spots it instantly. Hey, a mana crystal! Singu flashes this cocky grin like he totally rigged the game. Knew it. And then he drops a 100% truth bomb. They are definitely not inside a dungeon right now. This crazy world is entirely real. Obviously, a super tasty snack like that is not getting ignored by these totally ravenous meat-hungry ghosts. Seiha completely loses his mind and starts screaming, dude, another high-level monster is eating the crystal! But Singu, he could not care less. He is losing absolutely nothing, so whatever, let them feast. In fact, he gets ridiculously hyped and flips the question right back at him. Do you know the single biggest difference between basic dungeons and actual real worlds? Aaron just frowns, totally confused. Huh? Our boy smirks like a total villain and delivers the punchline. It is leveling up. Right after that, Singu flexes hard and a massive energy surge explodes. A massive cluster of stones gets wrapped in his glowing mana, hovering like loaded bullets, just begging for their master to pull the trigger. Yep. Fully locked and loaded, he keeps riding that insane hype train. My mana and strength completely refill every time I level up, so why the heck would I ever hold back now? Seiya goes dead pale, finally realizing the truth. Wait, you haven't even used any mana until now? Aaron genuinely shakes her head. Wow, I actually feel pretty sorry for that Dullahan guy. Skipping the chit-chat entirely, Singu instantly launches a fully supercharged rock straight into the danger zone. Those basic explosions from earlier? Absolute child's play compared to this brand new level of pure chaos. It is so violently fierce that the shockwave reaches all the way back to the Dullahan's spot. But that headless freak doesn't even flinch at the power-up. So you are finally using mana? Got to admit, your raw strength is actually pretty impressive, human. Meanwhile, our overpowered boy is standing there, super calmly doing the math on his current stats. Tossing one super rock eats up 2% mana, which strictly means he only has 48 shots left, assuming he completely fails to snag another crazy level up. Math done. He instantly unleashes a brutal, never-ending barrage of attacks without catching a single breath. This absolute overkill barrage is literally roasting the entire undead army to a crisp wave after wave. But the monsters don't even care. They just go into a frenzy. He's using mana. He's absolutely terrified that the boss is going to rip him apart. And right on cue, the hungry ghosts start spamming their explosive evolutions left and right, just gorgeously munching on their own buddies. Aaron watches this pure chaos and panics hard. A second transformation already? They aren't even demons yet, but if those giant freaks ever reach the walls, we are absolutely doomed. This never-ending horde is finally starting to annoy our MC. He cracks his neck, deciding he is just going to literally wipe every single one of them off the map. Every last monster in this world is getting blasted. Aaron has to scream to stop him. Okay, now you are just being overly dramatic. Watching Singu get riled up puts a huge smug smile on the Dullahan. You are completely terrified. I honestly have zero idea why you even bothered showing up. His insanely loud voice booms across the entire battlefield. But you will be my warm-up. This glorious crusade is finally kicking off exactly as I totally planned. But honestly, all this villain monologue does is make Singu pause his pitching arm for a second. He genuinely couldn't care less about the dramatic speeches. But then the Dullahan finally realizes the horrible truth unfolding right in front of his non-existent face. Wait, he is evolving by leeching our mana, and he is literally only killing my low-level minions. Meanwhile, the useless skeleton army finally drags their fragile bones all the way to the city wall. Aaron totally freaks out. They're literally climbing the wall. Singu doesn't even blink. Who cares? Just let them try. By the time those slowpokes actually climb up, the main army will be totally wiped out. Alright, you and I are about to witness another attack wave, and honestly, I lost count. Eat rocks, space monsters. Meanwhile, Aaron is just totally cringing. Yeah, I have no idea where he got that line. This time around, Singu dumps literally all his mana and raw strength into an attack faster than a heavy machine gun. Massive rock bombs violently detonate across the entire zone, leaving behind crazy deep craters glowing like hot magma. And then Seiya spots something completely terrifying out there. Hey boss! He screams in pure panic. An absolutely horrifying nightmare is unfolding right before their eyes, and nobody even knows how to begin commenting on it. He is completely horrified by the freaky abomination staring back. Dude, the hungry ghost and skeleton monster just completely fused together, which naturally just makes Singu tilt his head in sheer curiosity. Man, why do these guys love fusing together so much anyway? Ribs and arm bones snap onto the ghoul like giant, creepy Lego pieces, locking together in an unbreakable, horrifying hug. And boom, a fully formed Death Knight is born, radiating some seriously overwhelming boss energy. You'd think Singu and Seiya would be terrified, right? Nope. Their jaws hit the floor because they are absolutely fanboying over how insanely cool this Death Knight looks right now. Seiya is literally swooning. Look at this sick undead monster, he says. Meanwhile, Aaron is just standing there questioning all her life choices, wondering why these two idiots are cheering. He finally snaps and screams at them to wake up because a high-level beast as strong as a Dullahan just spawned. That snaps Singu right out of his fanboy phase. He shakes his head. Nah, it's definitely way weaker than a Dullahan. His eagle eyes scan Marok, catching every little detail. See that? The armor is completely creaking. It looks solid on the outside, but it is definitely a rushed, sloppy job. Alright, you and I are about to see him get totally serious. Singu channels his energy, deciding he needs to thin out their massive numbers before that big guy reaches them. Instantly, he drops dozens of rock bombs, giving the poor grunts zero time to react. Explosions chain together in a beautiful symphony of destruction, followed by that sweet notification he was waiting for. You leveled up! Meanwhile, Marok finally gets the hang of his shiny new body and kicks into super speed. Seiya spots him and instantly starts panicking. Boss, he is literally scaling the wall. The hideous giant face of Marok is suddenly getting uncomfortably close to them. But Singu? This guy feels absolutely nothing but pure hype. Perfect timing for a brawl. Marok's heavy footsteps are surprisingly agile now, shaking the very ground. With one insane leap, this absolute unit becomes the very first monster to actually scale their defensive wall. Before anyone can even blink, Marok immediately unleashes a thick, nasty cloud of black smoke. Singu spots it instantly, poison fog. He quickly yells at Aaron and Seiya to fall back. But Singu? He just dives straight into the danger, charging Marok head on. The system chimes in instantly. Death Knight poison has completely invaded your body. His basic resistance skill cannot block it. But does our guy back down? Nope. He summons his giant wolf claws, boosting his poison resistance straight to level 8. Lets out an absolute sky-shaking roar. His crazy reckless charge actually catches Marak completely off guard. Too bad for the big guy, he cannot dodge. He eats a massive wolf claw straight to the dome. A brutal critical strike crashing down with zero time to defend. Marak gets instantly flattened right into the dirt. His entire body shatters into a million pieces, while system alerts start absolutely blowing up the screen. Punishment skill hits level 26 and he levels up again. Singu lands flawlessly on the wall, completely scratch-free. That crazy brawl just gave him the ultimate adrenaline rush. Boom, it is over. Then he casually turns to chat with Aaron. Leveling up twice from one kill? It must have been insanely strong. Suddenly she stutters, pointing at something. Singu! Look at that. He turns around. Huh? It is Marak's soulless death spear, just sitting there after the battle. For some reason, it gives Aaron the absolute creeps, making her jump. Singu gives her a comforting smile and says, "Do not be scared. It is just a bone spear." He casually walks right up to it, making her yell out, "Please do not say you are transforming too." The absolute troll actually replies, "I want to, but look. This bone is perfectly fine." Right on cue, the item stats pop up. It is a C3 plus soulless death spear. Attack power 1500 to 1950. A transforming weapon forged when that massive ghoul evolved. Super heavy and durable from all those fused bones. Aaron is completely stunned now. Wait, is this a rare treasure? We have never seen anything like this drop in the dungeon. Singu immediately argues back. But we got something similar at Mount Siarak. Then he asks the real million-dollar question. Is this six spear better than my hammer? Suddenly, Seha chimes in, his eyes sparkling with pure fanboy hope. Hey boss, maybe this is your golden chance to finally learn some epic charging skills. Hilariously, Singu just shoves the epic death spear towards Seha. Take it. Seha's totally baffled. Huh? The kid frantically turns it down. Thanks, but this is way stronger than anything I used while I was alive. I seriously need to grind way more levels before I can wield it properly. Singu shrugs, completely unbothered by the rejection. Whatever, I will just toss it into the inventory for now. Voice suddenly drops dead serious, so what now? His sharp gaze locks dead ahead, staring right down the lone Dullahan. The boss knows Singu is watching and slowly speaks. I genuinely cannot believe it. You are actually absorbing undead mana without taking any damage whatsoever. The Dullahan's flat voice starts sounding pretty stressed out. Wait, you just keep getting stronger if I let you slaughter my entire army? I am not letting that happen. Right on cue, his horse lets out a terrifying sky-shaking shriek. Alright, you and I are about to see some absolutely wild action. The mount pulls off a flawless leap, helping its master, Dullahan, instantly close the gap on our boy Singu. That razor-sharp axe swings right for him, packed with a seriously dramatic villain speech. I will personally crush you, human from Earth. You are the very star that dared to reject our grand holy crusade. Yeah, total boss dialogue right there. But hey, this crazy setup, exactly what Singu wanted. He is practically smirking. Finally, the real boss arena is here. Dullahan's nightmare horse literally gallops on thin air, hooves glowing with pure energy. Obviously, Singu isn't just going to stand around and take the hit. Those heavy hoofbeats echo everywhere, seriously trying to strike total fear right into the hearts of everyone watching. They kick off a hilarious cat-and-mouse chase, zooming in circles right across the massive fortress wall. In a blink, Dullahan is already catching up, making our hero frown in serious thought. Wow, this guy is actually way too fast, Singu realizes. I am using my ultimate speed boost, and this headless freak is still passing me. Unable to hold back his totally relatable jealousy, Singu just shouts right at the boss. Hey, I want a cool nightmare horse too! And the villain actually replies with a straight face. It is not for humans. Just give up already. Right after that, Dullahan's massive blade starts gathering this insanely heavy dark energy. Gamer analysis flashes through Singu's mind like crazy. That is tons of mana, sure, but it only boosts weapon damage. So he stops running like a coward. He instantly summons his Great Wolf Dagger, not even bothering to charge up any fancy energy. Bam! Blade meets blade in an epic clash, blasting out sparks so bright they blind the whole area. But wait, we are not done. Singu cheekily decides to summon a whole second weapon. This absolute flex actually makes Dullahan flinch in pure shock. Wait, what? Singu delivers a massive smash with his giant howl skill, hitting Dullahan right in his wide-open guard. It is a beautiful, decisive strike that hilariously launches the boss flying right off his fancy horse. Annoyingly, Dullahan still manages to land perfectly on the ground without sweating at all. Of course, Singu never stops his crazy attack momentum. Let me just balance this fight out a bit. His Great Wolf weapon brutally slices right through the Nightmare Horse. The steed completely vanishes, dropping a super rare Nightmare Mana Crystal. Never one to waste good loot, Singu casually snatches it up. This completely disrespectful move drives the Headless Knight absolutely insane. You miserable little human. How dare you do that to my loyal comrade? In response to pure villain rage, Singu just gives the most nonchalant reply ever. We gotta play fair, right? The ghostly fire on Dullahan's neck completely erupts, proving he is beyond furious now. You absolute bastard, he roars. He unleashes a vicious, devastating strike right at Singu, way faster than his previous attacks. Seeing this massive power shift, our hero finally starts sweating for real. I've only ever seen those insane moves in video games. Seiya panics, completely agreeing with the crazy vibe. Dude, this is my first time seeing it too. I heard our guild leader is still desperately trying to learn that skill. But this guy is insanely good. Their silly gamer banter makes Aaron absolutely scream at them to shut up. Stop talking right now and dodge. The second she says that, all three scatter, running for their lives. But unfortunately, something else on the battlefield is moving way, way faster than them. It is Dullahan's literal detached head, totally ambushing Singu with an incredibly painful, sneaky blow. That was not just a normal headbutt, guys. It felt like a solid iron dumbbell smashing his ribs. The boss's headless body is still posing like an arrogant baseball pitcher. Face the absolute wrath of me, Dullahan. Despite taking major damage, Singu completely flexes by calmly putting his weapons away. Even grabs the boss's ugly head to get hilarious payback for that cheap shot. Too bad that flying metal skull is not about to let Singu bully it. In a flash, Dullahan's iron helmet magically zooms right back onto his creepy shoulders. Then comes yet another classic boss monster growl, screaming, "Die now!" The second those words drop, Dullahan violently launches his massive body forward. Bad news for our boy, that sneaky headbutt did real damage. Singu winces. Seriously, I think my ribs are totally broken right now. Thank goodness Aaron clutches up and spams her healing skill instantly. It works like pure magic, and you can instantly see the total relief shining right across Singu's cocky face again. Thanks a lot, Aaron. Because of that clutch heal, when Dullahan's insanely heavy axe slams down, Singu easily dodges using his crazy gamer reflexes. Watching from the sidelines, Seiya totally loses it. Boss, watch out! He is breaking the fortress wall. Singu just freezes up, looking completely dumbfounded. Oh crap. The massive impact does not just wreck the floor, shockwaves violently ripple everywhere. This ridiculous earthquake really messes with his footing. My combat stance is completely wrecked, he groans. Oh, our boy Singu decides to summon the giant's howl. You and I know he is not holding back this time, dumping absolutely all his energy into it. Mana boosted. He just finishes his hand signs, but the Dullahan is already right in his face. Another massive axe swings right past his head. But don't worry, our guy dodges with absolute light speed. Not just dodging, he sets up a wild counterattack. Singu finally gets the perfect opening to unleash his ultimate punishment artillery strike, giving the boss literally zero time to react. That tough armor shatters into pieces just trying to block the hit. Get this. The Dullahan's head goes flying away like a cheap toy basketball. And somehow this clueless knight still does not realize how much trouble he is actually in, who are truly strong. But completely ignoring that polite praise, Singu hits him with pure sarcasm. Your head is pretty hard too, buddy. Hearing that, the boss completely freaks out. And obviously our hero is never passing up a free opening like this, firing off bullets. But before they can even connect, a crazy earthquake suddenly erupts. The stone walls completely shatter without a single warning. Turns out all this wild shaking is coming straight from the angry Dullahan, who says he enjoyed this, but it ends now. Looking at Shingu's totally fearless face, the boss cannot help but admit something. You are smart enough to ambush me, and definitely strong enough to actually cause me some real damage. But mana rules this entire world. That massive axe is still overflowing with insane energy, and if your mana is lower than your enemy right now, you simply cannot win. He launches another incredibly powerful swing, sending heavy rocks flying everywhere. But besides slicing some boulders, the attack hits absolutely nothing. The Dullahan is left standing there, completely unable to believe his own eyes. Where did he go? Turns out Seiya snatched Singu up. Hit him now, boss, he yells with excitement. Nice work, Seiya. Gripping the giant wolf sword super tight, our hero confidently declares this is the absolute perfect chance to use his hammer's special trait. Right as he shouts his epic battle cry, giant transform. Suddenly, the wolf sword massively changes shape and glows blindingly bright. The crazy light is so intense it completely stuns the Dullahan, leaving him totally speechless. Is that the actual sun? But the boss quickly shakes it off. No! It is just that total jerk's attack. Meanwhile, poor Seiya is struggling super hard. Boss, you are way too heavy. Singu gets it immediately. Toss me at him fast. The loyal pet literally throws him with zero hesitation, letting out a wild battle grunt. Absolute confidence flashes right in Shingu's eyes. Take this, loser. However, the stubborn Dullahan still acts completely arrogant and super disrespectful. You are really not going to take me down with just a flashy little trick. But obviously, this boss is not going to just stand there. That huge axe in his hand violently erupts with terrifying energy that looks exactly like lightning. Two incredibly different powers, both putting absolutely all their insane strength into one final clash. Singu's giant wolf sword violently smashes down. The impact creates a blast so unbelievably terrifying, it literally pushes our crazy hero completely backward. Thick black smoke completely covers up the entire chaotic scene. When the smoke finally clears, the Dullahan looks completely broken, but his stubborn will survives. I am absolutely going to kill you. Singu's smug face totally drops. Wait, you can still move? But bouncing back instantly, our boy cheerfully whips out his awesome thunder gun. Yeah, this will definitely finish you. Surprisingly, the headless knight actually recognizes it. That is totally Rina's gun. Pure unhinged excitement is the only way to describe our guy Shingu's wonderfully chaotic mood right now. Goodbye forever, you headless baby. Fierce mana instantly amplifies into an absolutely terrifying laser beam blasting straight toward the target. The crazy sparks from Shingu's Thundergun are so insanely intense they completely swallow up that arrogant headless knight Dullahan. It is incredibly violent. Even though he refuses to believe it, the boss must accept the painful truth. How can a human wield this wild power? Even the heavy rocks completely melt under his feet from the sheer destructive impact. When Shingu's ultimate attack finally powers down, all that remains is a massive, smoking crater. Looking super serious, Eren casually comments that it was an incredibly boring ending. Meanwhile, our hero just indifferently dusts himself off like a total boss. Villains are all exactly the same. They talk a big game but totally flop at the very end. The system starts spamming his screen with sweet rewards. You just leveled up 4 times. Bullet enhancement hits level 7, and punishment jumps to 27. Looking at this absolute wasteland, Shingu actually feels pretty annoyed. If the boss got completely vaporized, there is probably zero loot left to grab. But surprise! Good boy Seiha actually digs up something incredibly valuable for his favorite boss. A shiny mana crystal left behind. This completely revives Shingu's hype meter. Oh man. Both his mind and body instantly feel incredibly refreshed. So I am getting at least 5 mana from this? This crazy world rules. Oh, and I also have that crazy Death Knight's mana crystal too. Eren immediately ruins the fun, seriously reminding him. I know looting is the best part, but you seriously have zero time for that right now. The big bosses might be dead, but those annoying little minions are still creeping around, endlessly repeating their totally creepy catchphrase about tearing him apart. Give that human the grand blessing of being torn to shreds. Hearing this makes our totally overpowered MC feel incredibly annoyed. You and I know bugs still move without a boss. Seeing this, Seiha quickly shouts. Alright, you and I are jumping right into the madness. Shingu summons his legendary wolf claw again. Watching these endless monsters charge, it totally feels like a crazy zombie movie scene. In just a flash, those noisy skeleton freaks get completely vaporized. Suddenly, his eyes go super wide. The most epic drop so far just spawned, and Shingu literally cheers out loud. Yes, finally, a Death Knight mana crystal. But wait, there is also that annoying thing that just practically shattered his ribs. Seriously, what is this? Singu grabs it, instantly realizing it is the Dullahan head. Eren starts completely freaking out right there. Not a monster, right? He freezes up. Wait a second. The B2 plus grade Kina Malice stats pop up. 1800 to 2200 attack damage. It is a knight helmet. The knight fell and became a Dullahan. Stacked with pure grudge and mana, it literally survives even after the owner is destroyed. Holding all the combat memories, he can actually use this thing as an insane artillery weapon just by spending his mana. The system absolutely shocks Shingu. This creepy thing is a straight-up treasure, but its raw attack stats are just totally ridiculous. Looking closely, he notes the totally vicious aura. It is literally sucking up the surrounding air. Eren goes totally pale seeing it. It looks like armor, but there is a rotting face inside. Are you seriously going to use that? Thinks it over like a total boss. His gun eats way too much mana, so this head could actually be incredibly useful. He starts testing the Kina Malice weight. Let us see, probably aim it like this. Just like that, he violently chucks the gross thing away without any hesitation. The flying Kina Malice totally shreds right through, instantly decapitating a massive ghoul freak. Plus, it literally curves right back to him like a boomerang. It lands flawlessly in his hand with a pop-up message, Feature 1, Auto Return. This sick feature gets him totally hyped. So cool, it hits the target and just returns. Eren looks deeply disturbed, but agrees. Great, now you can play catch with it. A super devious smirk crosses Shingu's face. If it returns automatically, I can totally do this trick. He pulls out his trusty wolf claw for the 100th time, ready for pure chaos. Bam! A home run swing sends the screaming head flying again. That totally brutal hit instantly wrecks another giant ghoul. Poor Kina head, just getting violently batted around now. Singu racks up dozens of effortless kills in seconds. Those edgy skeleton monsters finally learn what fear is and scatter wildly. He is literally the Grim Reaper right now. Eren watches this utter madness and would totally hit the like button 36 times. Kenna is probably thrilled. His head is this useful. Seiya stands nearby, completely shivering. He is honestly scarier than the Dullahan, but Shingu frowns. Throwing this head drains mana just like his heavy bullets, so he definitely cannot spam this attack forever. Immediately packs the Kina Malice away. That is enough. Now, all they see is a completely ruined wasteland under a pitch-black sky. And he looks around and dramatically comments, everything is completely destroyed. Eren agrees helplessly. They thought the zombies bailed, but some annoying stragglers just randomly pop out. Shingu instantly snaps back into combat mode. You undead freaks are still here? Come get some! Gripping his glowing wolf claw, he drops a completely bad boy one-liner. I will give you freaks a very sweet, painless death. Time flies by quickly, and the creepy dark cloud threat finally fades away. Seiha looks around, shocked the whole city vanished. Shingu totally sighs in relief. Good thing they took out the boss early. Now you and I can watch him grab all the epic loot. Nagging the final mana crystal, Eren flashes a radiant smile. This is all thanks to that crazy dungeon pendulum. Seiha totally agrees. Not every monster drops epic loot like Dullahan, but this world dungeon is still awesome. Total satisfaction shows on Shingu's smug face, exactly. I could seriously grind out way more quests like this. Hearing that, Aaron frowns slightly. I really do not think that is the main point of this whole crazy mission. Whatever, I do not care anymore. Having some free downtime, Shingu eagerly calls out loudly. Come on, let us see what these weird dusty books actually say. Since the whole city vanished, they are just chilling in the dirt to study them. They look super surprised. The first diary is pretty light, but honestly very confusing. Aaron suddenly panics. This one is literally just Louis praying. Suddenly, a wild system screen appears. After that, she makes sure to share. Alright, check this out. The system actually asks if Aaron wants to be Louis's priest. Our boy Shingu is totally clueless, double-checking that the quest is actually for her, not him. Aaron is totally not feeling it either, so she flat-out rejects the offer immediately. Right on cue, Seiha walks over holding another scroll. Boss, how about this thing? It looks super old and dusty. Who instantly perks up. Awesome, he says. Massive clues usually hide inside these old things. His deep, dramatic voice slowly echoes across the entire area. In your glorious name, we can become absolutely anything. This holy war is strictly for you, and not a single soul will ever dare to oppose us. Based on what they found, Seiya starts getting extremely suspicious. Do you think this is about the epic war between Setnat and Louis? Surprisingly, Shingu shakes his head and completely denies it. No. I really do not think this is just about our world. Then he totally drops a massive bomb. Illahan said Earth is actively fighting against the holy war. Aaron stays ridiculously calm while talking about this insanity. They thought they had to use the heavenly city and the ant cave to prove that guy wrong. Suddenly, something flashy pops up and grabs Shingu's attention completely. Yeah, it is a brand new system update. You have learned the dark truth. The wild disciples of otherworldly gods are secretly plotting to invade Earth right now. The heavenly city blocked them, but it has reached its absolute limit. Their memories and wild mana are slowly leaking onto Earth. Thanks to that massive clue, Shingu is 100% sure they really want to invade Earth, which basically means the heavenly city is. Now the system hits him with the ultimate choice. You have proven yourself worthy to become a guardian, chaser, or breaker. What will you choose, hero? Reading those epic words floating right in front of him leaves Shingu completely stunned. Aaron playfully rubs her chin, evaluating his crazy new notice. Since most players clear the level 10 dungeon and find their ultimate class around level 85, she says, you finding your awesome new job at level 83 makes perfect sense. Big brain logic right there. Suddenly, Seiya gets hyped up with blind faith and loudly declares, you will definitely become the strongest person in the world after getting this class. This intense fanboy energy makes her sweat drop big time. Why are you the one bragging about it? After bickering back and forth, Aaron finally flashes a super bright, sweet smile at our boy. Anyway, she adds, huge congratulations, Shingu. Meanwhile, the main guy they are hyping up is way too busy staring at the awesome class options the system just dropped. Guardian, Chaser, and Breaker. But literally less than a second later, he just clicks one instantly. Guess I will pick Breaker, right? This makes Aaron frantically remind him, I knew you would pick the reckless one, but you really need to think carefully first. Seiya just laughs it off and throws out some sincere praise. It completely suits your style, man. Finally, the glowing notification pops up one more time for Shingu. You have officially become a breaker. You have awakened your ultimate true power. Suddenly, his entire body starts shaking violently. The intense pain almost makes him drop straight to his knees, causing Aaron to scream out in total panic. Shingu. His agonizing hardcore scream sounds like it is literally tearing space apart. Ah! And then the whole crazy ordeal finishes with a literal massive muscle explosion. Wild. Right now, Shingu looks like a completely different beast. He pants heavily, totally exhausted. Does changing your awesome class seriously always hurt this ridiculously much? Immediately shoots that idea down. Of course it does not. Suddenly, a crazy, terrifying disturbance completely catches Aaron by surprise, grabbing her attention. The whole ground starts shaking violently like a major earthquake, but there is zero sign of a boss monster nearby. He totally panics, realizing the dark truth. The world, no, this entire place is completely collapsing. At that exact moment, Seiha yells out with serious tension. Aaron, I see something massive over there. Could it be? A giant pair of glowing eyes, literally bending space and time itself. An incredibly angry voice echoes across the crumbling area. Finally, Earth is here. Pure chills and absolute terror instantly invade the minds of both Seiya and Aaron. Talk about nightmare fuel. While everyone is terrified, Shingu gets spammed with updates. You have leveled up twice! The passive courage skill hits level 8. He is now completely immune to all pain. His whole body stiffens up as if he just woke from a crazy dream. He finally lets out a long breath. Our boy is so exhausted he does not even notice the apocalypse happening nearby. Huff, huff. Damn it. Finally survived that madness. Aaron stammers out his name in pure fear. Shingu. Seiya sounds equally frantic right now. Boss. Look at that giant monster. The creepy thing hiding behind those glowing eyes speaks up again. So, I guess I cannot finish you right now. Now Shingu finally pays attention to the giant threat. Wait, a woman's voice? Now, you and I are watching the world shake even harder than before, and then suddenly, all three of them burst into a blinding flash of light. In literally a split second, they pop up inside a random room with zero warning. Aaron stares blankly at her surroundings and slowly realizes something. Wait, Is this the rest area? Alright guys, right now Singu does not care about the little things at all. His muscles mutate and burn like crazy. He screams in pure agony, completely terrifying poor Eren in the process. She cries out, but Seiya quickly steps in. Hey, calm down. Seiya is the only one thinking straight here. He knows Singu is just changing classes, not dying. Their own bodies are mutating too, blood rushing wildly through their veins. Shingu's muscles pack together, looking totally scary. Weird ancient letters start spreading all over his body. A system screen pops up. The past and the present, they mean absolutely nothing right now. You just want to break stuff. It is going to be a tough road, but man, it will be glorious. The system updates again. Boom, he is now a demolition class. All stats skyrocket, unlocking the massive Hercules active skill. Everything goes pitch black. Slowly, Singu opens his eyes, hearing Eren frantically calling his name. Blinks, brain totally foggy. Wait, who is this super gorgeous girl looking at him? Looks worried sick. Can you see me, Singu? Finally snapping out of his daze, he realizes the situation. Wait, what? It is actually Eren. How did she get completely human-sized? She just sighs in relief, ignoring his question. Thank goodness. Then she pouts, telling him to put clothes on immediately. We'll explain everything later. Singu just nods awkwardly. Oh, right. Sure. Only then does our guy remember. Wait, where is Seiya? Right on cue, Seiya steps up. Right here, boss. So this wild sudden growth spurt hit Seiya too, not just Eren. Singu is completely lost right now. Why are both of them so huge? He stops and looks around. The safe zone is bigger. Changing his class must have actually upgraded the room's size too. The system chimes in to answer. Level 4 rest area. Here his health and mana will never drop, even spamming skills. Everything crazy happening right now finally makes sense. Oh, so that is why. Eren looks as hyped as a pop idol, confirming a rumor. Yup! Inside here, we return to true forms. Now watch this, guys. The room evolved with him, so it is definitely not just a break room. Seiya calmly steps in next. We leveled up too, though not as crazily as you did. Still, it is a massive boost. Singu is bouncing off the walls. He feels completely weightless. Eren smiles brightly. Noting he is way stronger now, she is super happy. He could crush anyone, but Singu, he isn't feeling optimistic. He just isn't sure. Heavy thoughts flood his brain. Maybe not on Earth, sure, but what about other worlds? Like that weird lady's voice earlier? Suddenly, a cocky grin appears. Being a tracker wouldn't fit anyway. Total confidence covers his face. He chose demolition to literally break everything. Thinking about those waiting monsters, he makes a vow. He will wipe them all out, getting stronger to crush any current threat. Then he calms down and checks his status window. Singu, level 85. His demolition class pops up, showing off his insane new strength, immunity stats, and sweet skills. Passives and actives. Eren gasps in amazement. Wow! Singu feels like he is looking at a totally different person's stats. Seiya chimes in with his calm vibe. The class changes huge. From stealthy player to total wrecking ball. Eren stares. Stats and passives all boosted. Singu smirks. Oh yeah. Next, he summons his tail, checking it out like a kid. His chaos tail is way thicker and longer now. Seiya's eyes go wide. That looks so badass. Singu keeps digging. A brand new active skill pops up. Level 1 Hercules. Uses mana to massively buff any body part he chooses. Absolute limitless power, but there is definitely a nasty catch. That description catches him off guard. So simple. Suddenly, Eren spots something special. Singu? A tattoo on your arm. Seiya squints at it, totally skeptical now. Strange. Active skills don't usually do that. Singu nods in agreement. Exactly. He breaks down what the system said. Hercules is an active skill, but acts like a passive. Using it more actually makes his body stronger, but the side effects will hit way harder. This tricky detail makes Singu pause. Using this in a real fight will not be easy at all. Eren can only make an objective call. Pain and fear are just the basic package every single player has to deal with. Alright guys, you can practically see the gears turning in his head trying to cope. To beat that agonizing pain, he needs grit, and to conquer the fear, pure guts. So he finally makes the ultimate call. Time to grind and train. But Eren, she is absolutely not having it. She goes full mom mode on him. You do not need to overdo it. You did great, just take a nap. Faced with her terrifying death glare, our guy has zero choice but to surrender. Fine, I will rest. He secretly complains. She was so cute when she was tiny, but now, seeing him pout like this just makes Eren sigh in total defeat. I want you resting for a whole week, not just one day. But for this ridiculous overachiever, taking a break is basically a foreign concept. Singu stubbornly doubles down. He absolutely refuses to let this golden opportunity right in front of him just slip away. Then he dramatically drops this edgy quote. I guess to jump higher, you have to be willing to get on your knees first. Eren is just completely lost for words. Yeah, that sounds incredibly weird, dude. But honestly, as long as he actually rests, whatever. And then Singu completely shifts gears. Look, we need separate beds if you two are going to stay that giant size. Blanks out for a second, then nods.
Oh, right.
Next thing you know, Eren is secretly calculating in her head. Wait, that bed is probably big enough for two. And then she accidentally blurts it out loud. Then I will sleep right next to you. The second those words leave her mouth, she completely freezes and panics. Right. She violently turns away, blushing like crazy. I mean, we can just shrink while sleeping. Gu, completely oblivious to her total meltdown, just agrees. Yeah, you're right. Unlike her panicked giant friend, Seiha is totally chill about the whole thing. She casually drops, "I can sleep next to you instead." But she immediately gets hit with Aaron's terrifyingly jealous death aura. Yikes! Suddenly, Aaron's eyes go wide at the sight. Turns out, while they were busy bickering, Singu had already completely passed out and gone straight to dreamland. Looks happier than if she just leveled up herself. He fell asleep the second he lay down. Must be incredibly exhausted. Aaron softly looks over his completely drained and battered body. Cannot help but let out a gentle little laugh. Watching this entire domestic scene play out, Seiya smirks like she knows exactly what is going on, slowly whispering, "Good job, Aaron." Her eyes are practically glued to the sleeping Singu. We finally made it here. The absolute tenderness in her eyes right now could honestly fill an entire freaking ocean. Even though we haven't actually solved our massive problems yet, I am just really happy with how things are right now. The second she finishes, Seiha quickly transforms. "I am resting first, guys. Night-night." This makes Aaron jump. Wait, too late. She is just left standing there in super awkward silence. Then she awkwardly tries to comfort herself, just enjoying this for a little bit. And then unconsciously, her eyes drift right back to Singu, who is sleeping like an absolute rock. In the quiet room, these random crazy thoughts start flooding her brain. Wait, did he actually get way more handsome? Then she remembers the actual lore behind it. Mana is literally the energy of evolution and growth. So the higher your level gets, the hotter you become. Aaron's face drops a little, but honestly, I kinda like the old him better. Suddenly, a loud phone vibration totally shatters her romantic daydreaming, grabbing her attention. Is that Shingu's phone? Now watch this drama unfold, because she instantly panics, completely clueless on what to do. Finally went to sleep. There is absolutely no way I am waking him up. So Aaron makes the ultimate bold choice. Her soft, slightly shaky voice answers the call. This is Dung Shingu's phone. He cannot come to the phone right now. The person on the other end completely loses their mind. Wait, Shingu's new girlfriend? Which leaves our poor Aaron totally frozen in stunned, blushing silence. And then she just rolls with the absolute madness. Yes. The caller dramatically gasps on the other end. Understood. Aaron doesn't really care and just wants to end this awkwardness fast. What is it? He is asleep. The caller drops a major cliffhanger. I need to tell him something important. He always wanted to be a player. So Aaron snaps back, super annoyed. She says, "Thanks, but what does that have to do with this call?" "Look, if it is actually important, just leave a message and I will tell him." The voice on the other end drops a massive bombshell. Actually, I found a way for someone to become a player, so I really wanted to let him know about it. He is definitely going to love this. Aaron is absolutely stunned by this. Wait, what? The caller emphasizes it, like she totally gets why Aaron would not believe her. I am serious, there is a way to make players. Time flies by, and our guy Singu finally wakes up. He stretches out after a great sleep. Good morning, world. But then he sees Aaron looking like a complete zombie who needs serious help. Did you stay up all night? She sighs, looking totally drained. I slept, but it was terrible, so just pretend I did not sleep at all. This girl is struggling! Then her eyes get super serious. Somebody called you while you were knocked out. I know I probably should not have, but I answered it anyway. Singu does not care at all. That is fine. Aaron drops the name. She said her name was Lee Si-hee or something. Hearing that name makes him pause. Wait, what exactly did she say? Aaron is shocked by his reaction. Our boy is way too calm about this, but she repeats what she remembers. She said there is a way for you to become a player. You and I both know what that means. Illegal players forcing logouts midstream. His mind races. But Aaron's tone gets a little heavy. I already asked her how, but she insisted she has to meet you face to face. Hearing this, Singu just smirks. She is still just as cute as ever. Aaron's mood instantly drops below zero. She glares at him. Is that your ex-girlfriend? Singu casually nods, completely clueless. Yeah, she is. That ridiculously blunt answer leaves her completely speechless. How could he reply so fast without hesitating? Then his voice suddenly gets quiet. We broke up a really long time ago, right after she ended up becoming a player. This makes Aaron completely furious. So she became a player and just dumped you? Or did she find someone way better? Singu waves his hands frantically. No, it was not like that. He gets super serious explaining the situation back then. Honestly, I did not have the face to look at her anymore. I just felt totally inferior to her. Aaron's anger instantly vanishes. I am so sorry. Singu stays perfectly calm, not bothered at all. It is fine, do not worry. Then she chuckles. Well, because you are human. That catches him off guard, making him ask back. Did you think I was a monster back then? Finally, they hit the most important question. Aaron's tone gets super serious. So are you really planning to go out and meet her? Singu pulls out his phone to check, even though he already guesses the answer. I probably will not find anything about this online. Just as he predicted, there is absolutely nothing. Guess I really have to go meet her. Aaron, seeing him look a little bit annoyed, just nervously agrees with him from the sidelines. Yeah, sure. Meanwhile, her mind is racing with wild theories. So basically, Singu dumped her, but she is still obsessed with him. She cannot remember the actual reason. Thinking about this makes Aaron's face go completely pale. Wow, this is way too dangerous. Suddenly, the system screen flashes right in front of Singu. New notification pops up. You can upgrade your resting area using Essence. Then the information quickly updates. You can use 30% of your essence to upgrade the resting area to level 5. Do you want to proceed? Singu rubs his chin, thinking hard. That is way less than what I needed before. Eha, standing right behind him, awkwardly reminds him. That is because you had to save essence from the ghoul and the vengeful ghost since you could not find an altar. That completely wakes him up. Oh, right! Deciding to just let things flow naturally, Singu hits accept. Might as well get whatever I can done before I have to leave. In the very next second, the entire space around the three of them completely transforms. Brand new furniture and beds appear out of nowhere. The bathroom and toilet area gets upgraded, looking incredibly modern. The kitchen gets fully renovated with totally new tables and chairs. Erin cheers, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The house looks so cool now. It is huge, like a normal house. The system updates again. Resting area is now level 5, furniture capabilities improved. A bunch of new features pop up, like a level 1 kitchen that can cook and process mana stones and monsters, or the ability to upgrade lockers, refrigerators, doors, detectors, and even create a level 1 training room. Now he can practice his skills in the gym without losing control of his crazy strength. Singu reads it carefully and mutters to himself, "Can I upgrade the furniture and create the training room?" The system immediately answers him. You can execute this by using 97% of your essence. That information gets Singu totally hyped up. I can definitely handle that. But Seiya quietly warns him again. That is essence from a vengeful ghost and a ghoul. But our guy immediately turns around and glares at him. Quiet, Seiya. Moments later, a fully equipped training room materializes. His resting area officially hit level 5. It comes with a level 2 bed for sleeping, recovering stamina and mana while resting, boosting efficiency by 10%. There's a level 2 locker to store and slowly restore items. And the door just got bumped up to level 3. Alright, you and I are looking at some sweet upgrades. They can finally step outside to hit nearby dungeons using saved essence or a resting area key. The new door lets him lock in 3 custom warp points for easy travel. Plus, there is a level 1 bathroom to scrub off the grime, wiping out any nasty bacteria and curses attached to their bodies. And check out this level 2 fridge. It stores items and spits out 2 random medium potions every 10 hours. Not to mention a sweet level 2 scanner, which uses essence to track down dungeons and sneaky invader routes within a 50-kilometer radius. They also scored a level 1 kitchen to cook meals and process monster mana stones. Finally, a level 1 training room where the practice equipment is completely indestructible. This massive info dump of epic upgrades leaves Erin totally stunned. Her eyes wide as saucers, jaw literally dropping. Wow. Singu is totally pumped too, deciding to check out their new loot. But Seiya is just standing by the cabinet, completely curious if the thing can actually store treasures. Singu just hits him with a totally deadpan reply, stating treasures have durability, so just toss them in if needed. Then he moves on to the next piece of furniture, which is the shiny new fridge. Singu grabs the handle, opening this bad boy for the very first time. Erin stands right beside him, watching closely, noting that our guy literally never uses potions anyway. Inside, they find 2 perfect rows of neatly arranged bottles, leaving Singu completely puzzled as he wonders. Red means health and blue means mana, right? Erin quickly jumps in to answer, confirming those are the classic gaming colors. Meanwhile, who knows where Seiya just dug up this aggressively purple bottle. It points out that they did not just get recovery potions. The sketchy look of this thing makes Singu seriously frown. What in the world is that nasty color? The trusty system info panel suddenly pops up. Turns out it is a minor poison potion, completely odorless and tasteless. Drink it without resistance and you get totally paralyzed. Reading that terrifying effect literally sends a chill straight down Shingu's spine. Is the system trying to assassinate someone? Seiya then pulls out 2 more totally weird bottles. He calls out to his boss, making Singu snap his attention over. Look at that, Seiya is holding 2 crazy potions glowing like pure snow and raging fire. The frosty one is a minor freezing potion, packed with mana fluid that causes literal ice damage. It freezes everything within a specific area. And the fiery one, a minor explosive potion full of volatile mana. It goes boom the second the glass breaks. Singu snatches it up and instantly chunks the red bottle straight into his storage bag. His eyes practically glow with a wicked smile. Yeah, explosives are definitely going to be incredibly handy for real combat. That look makes Erin nervous, terrified of what happens when those bombs are in his hands. She is already picturing a total disaster, like him becoming a literal mad bomber. Yikes, right? But honestly, our guy Singu could not care less about her worries. He shrugs it off because he has never even needed potions before. But man, this magical fridge has some seriously insane potential. Seiya starts counting on his fingers, wanting to check the training room, scanner, and door next. But Singu shuts it down, saying the training room is basic, so just skip it. Now, here is where things get really interesting for us. The trio checks the level 2 scanner, which uses essence to track dungeons and pinpoint the exact attack routes of pesky invaders within 50 kilometers. Singu reads the specs and starts plotting. Attack routes? Wait, could it actually be... His brain immediately flashes to those creepy cultist monsters worshipping their weird gods, and the exact secret pathways they use to crawl back to their own dimension. Doing some quick gamer math, Singu figures he probably needs an official character class before he can upgrade the scanner any further. But here is the massive headache. He has absolutely zero clue where to find one. Aaron thoughtfully chimes in, pointing out that they have not spotted a single class change altar anywhere yet. Whatever. Shingu literally tosses that problem out of his mind to keep exploring. He knows exactly what the squad needs to do right now. As he steps right up to the exit, the system panel instantly pops up. It is a level 3 door leading outside. They can now enter dungeons. Just spend some saved essence or use the resting area key. Plus, they get to set 3 custom spawn points for totally easy and comfortable fast travel anywhere. Shingu reads the text and gives the quick summary. Basically, this magic door lets them travel wherever the heck they want. Seiha gets ridiculously hyped behind him, realizing they do not have to grind random ant caves just hoping to find the surface. But Shingu actually starts pouting, whining that he wanted to fight giant sea monsters. Aaron instantly roasts him, telling him to learn how to swim first. Shingu taps away on the shiny control panel, deciding their exit point should be right around his neighborhood. But suddenly, he completely freezes mid-tap. Since he is avoiding the water, he figures they should totally hit the showers before leaving. Aaron totally agrees. So after a quick bath and wardrobe change, our heroic trio steps right through the door and finally spawns back outside. Everyone stretches their arms out, taking massive gulps of fresh air. So much better. They literally thought they were stuck down there for months. Aaron just laughs happily, telling him his new outfit looks way better outside. But hold up. The entire street in front of them is literally a ghost town. Seriously, where the heck is everyone? Shingu is totally confused, knowing there are apartments and restaurants everywhere, so it absolutely should not be this empty. Aaron takes a wild guess, figuring everything changed after that insane incident at Mount Siorak, and probably other countries are dealing with the exact same mess. Seiya completely disagrees, betting it stays exactly like this deserted wasteland until all those newbie players finally finish their tutorial and actually become somewhat useful. Shingu pulls out his phone, deciding to shoot Seihi a quick text first. Now get this, the phone instantly buzzes back. He turns to the gang, casually announcing that she is already chilling at the cafe. Hearing that, Aaron is so completely shocked she literally blurts out in disbelief. She secretly pouts, totally annoyed. Did Seihi already know they were coming? Aaron seriously hates how that girl acts like she knows everything about our boss. Alright, let us kick this off. Shingu totally misreads Aaron's grumpy vibe. He thinks she is just scared of being spotted and brags about his hiding spot. But Aaron just pouts back with major attitude, hoping she stays hidden. So our guy finally decides to go see how normal people actually become superpowered players. The main street is looking pretty dead today. Just a few cars passing by while Shingu and his crew scope out the entire block. He randomly points out that people look absolutely miserable. Is that just normal here? Aaron immediately has to cut him off and scold him. Do not be so insanely depressing, man. Anyway, they hit up the cafe. Everyone inside is totally drooling over this gorgeous girl sitting by the window. Yeah, you guessed it, that is Seihi. Like she has a radar or something, she turns her head right as Shingu casually walks up to her table. Hey there, he says. Her face absolutely lights up the second she sees him. The random thirsty dudes at the next table instantly deflate in pure jealousy. Ugh, we knew she was taken. Seihi completely ignores them, looking left and right to ask if he came alone. Our clueless guy is just completely puzzled. Why do you ask? He flashes this super mysterious look and brushes it off. Never mind, I get it. He stares at Shingu with this completely unexplainable smug little smirk. This makes Aaron, who is hiding in his pocket, boil with absolute rage. Why is she acting so smug like she is winning a game? They sit down across from each other to talk. Shingu breaks the ice first, asking when they even hung out last. Seihi looks down and drops the exact math on him. It has been exactly 2 years and 3 months. Hearing that crazy exact number makes Shingu look visibly stunned. Seeing his weird reaction, she starts teasing. Want me to calculate the exact days too? She quickly backtracks though. I am just kidding around, I do not remember either. I am totally not that clingy, I swear. She pushes a drink forward. I already ordered your drink for you. Shingu just quietly takes the cold glass. He hesitates and mutters thanks. From inside the jacket pocket, Aaron glares at the drink. I guess he really loves buying tea, huh? That thought crosses her mind, startling her. Wake up, Aaron! She glares at Seihi and curses her mentally. She is acting like a textbook perfect girlfriend. Not clingy? Yeah, right, she is so clingy she practically has her hands glued to the table. Seihi keeps the small talk going. You definitely look a bit taller. Singu just casually replies only a little, but you look way younger now. Hearing that, she happily explains that it is a special perk of being a player. Our guy just rolls his eyes. Oh right, I completely forgot about that. Shingu thinks back to those insanely broken player perks she mentioned. Players do not age normally, and they actually look younger when leveling up. Their bodies just stay permanently locked in the perfect, healthy prime condition of their 20s forever. He totally reflects on his own situation. No wonder I thought I looked so weird in the mirror lately. While zoning out, Singu suddenly catches Seihi flashing this adorable smile. Those sparkling eyes catch him completely off guard. What is wrong with you? She just whispers back, nothing at all. Meanwhile, Seiha, hiding in his other pocket, is literally shivering and clutching his chest. What is this absolutely weird tingling sensation? I seriously should not have followed you here, boss. Sihi smiles and asks, "Are you not going to ask me?" Knowing her usual tricks, Singu fires back. "If I ask, you will just joke around and hide the truth anyway." Sihi keeps teasing him. But you never used to overthink things like this. You always just charged headfirst into everything." Singu keeps his absolutely cold, indifferent poker face and replies, "Everyone changes eventually." That cold answer makes Sihi go completely silent for a second, looking visibly depressed before she finally mutters, "I am not 100% sure either." Singu replies calmly, "Yeah, I kind of figured that out anyway." Suddenly, Sihi taps her finger lightly on the table. A wild glowing energy circle expands outward, trapping their table inside. Singu watches it and secretly thinks, "A soundproof magic barrier, huh? Pretty heavy-duty stuff." Sihi suddenly drops her playful act. "Listen, there is a massive rumor among players that the monsters in Heaven City actually worship all these different gods." This crazy lore drop makes Singu freeze up for a second. "Interesting." Sihi keeps pushing. "I know you absolutely hate dealing with annoying drama, so I will just skip straight to the punchline." She speaks while flashing back to the insane chaotic events that recently went down in the city. "Now, here is where you and I need to pay attention. Once monsters started spawning on Earth instead of just Heaven City, the actual proof of these gods and their twisted influence on humans finally started coming to light." She drops her own personal trauma next. "My guild actually tracked down the direct physical traces of one of those exact gods. I am not kidding. I literally even heard its creepy voice speaking inside my head." Singu cuts right through the fluff. "And this god told you it could magically turn a normal human into an overpowered player?" Sihi instantly confirms it without hesitation. "Exactly. I have to believe this god actually exists, because it literally promised me that directly." Hearing this utter nonsense, Shingu's brain just screams one thing: absolute lies. The entity handing out powers to turn humans into players would never ever team up with the fake gods Sihi is talking about. No way. Right then, she suddenly leans in super close across the table. "You have always been a really special guy, Singu. You would become so insanely strong if you became a player." Then she reaches out, touching his hand. "Get this." She looks at him totally stressed, saying he is just heading where he actually belongs. The ultimate dream, right? She stares straight into his eyes, her cheeks blushing absolute tomato red. Ngu just stares back. Meanwhile, Si grips his hand even tighter. So much dramatic tension. Only her guild knows this top secret spot. That is if he still wants player status. Her face is pure, desperate pleading. She literally begs, "Are you going to come with me?" Zero proof to back it up, but she asks the classic question, "Can you trust me?" But our guy Singu? He coldly yanks his hand right back. He literally asks if she can seriously leak her guild's massive secret to him. He is absolutely dead serious. She totally can. After all, she is the actual guild leader. Still, Singu is sweating the details. If the others find out, they are going to flip. Day shuts that down hard. She tells him he is the very first and absolutely the last person hearing this. Does she even need to spell out why? Plot twist! Singu does not care at all. He says no, forcing her to totally backpedal. Fine, whatever. She promises to spill the beans only after he actually becomes a real player. 3. Hearing that, Singu almost says something but totally chokes. He just mumbles her name out. In his head, he is literally screaming that becoming a player will not magically fix his dead emotions. I mean, if it worked like that, he would have totally called her the exact second he secretly became a hidden player. He seriously wonders for a second, would she smack him across the face if he actually said that? But whatever, his brain pivots. He needs to investigate this weird god and the clues she mentioned. He can fix her crazy misunderstanding later. So he finally speaks up, thanking Sihi and saying he trusts her. Instantly, she flashes him this massive, beautiful, super bright smile. They ditch the coffee shop and hit the busy streets. Suddenly, Singu looks super confused. "Wait a minute," he asks. "This secret spot is not even in South Korea?" Sihi just nods casually while walking along. South Korea beat the monster crisis super fast. Then she drops a wild question. "Have you heard about that mysterious biker?" That crazy title makes Singu freeze up. Mysterious biker? Since when did anyone start calling him that ridiculous name? While his brain is buffering, Sihi suddenly leans in, her face looking down right in his view. It totally startles him. He asks what is wrong. She quickly plays it off like it is nothing. But Singu knows better. He totally thinks she suspects he is that exact biker. Luckily, his mana is completely hidden and under perfect control right now. We'll brush it off soon enough. Anyway, Sihi continues her epic story. Because of that legendary guy, South Korea is completely cleared of all those massive monster zones. But sadly, the rest of the world is still an absolute chaotic mess right now. That is exactly why her awesome guild took up dangerous support missions to save them. She proudly starts bragging about her squad and all of their absolutely insane battle achievements. Her elite guild traveled straight to Otaru. Over in Hokkaido, 5 days ago, hunting ugly goblins at Mount Tengu. Waving her hands around, she explains the monsters swarmed the whole mountain, forcing multiple guilds to team up. Then, she drops the biggest plot twist of the trip. She was literally the very first person to find the traces of a god. Without that insane discovery, she would never have risked doing anything overseas. Cinematic flashback time. Sehi remembers it perfectly. A creepy little temple hidden deep inside a dark forest. She and a few lucky members of her guild actually managed to stumble right onto it. Memory is permanently burned into her brain. They sneaked inside like total ninjas and uncovered its dark secret. Boom. Waiting for them was a massive demon warrior wielding a huge axe alongside nasty guards protecting the cursed temple. Every brutal clash, every wild slash, it all replays in her head like a crazy high-budget action movie. Her guild fought a totally epic, chaotic battle against that heavy armored beast inside the shrine. Working together, they completely destroyed the thing. When the dust finally settled, this super weird mystical light suddenly flared up. And get this, she says that is exactly when they heard a literal god speaking. She sounds so insanely convinced. The voice promised to hand over the ultimate power to wipe out every single monster, but only if they worshipped him.